This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. A City. The sun is scorching. A taxi is driving fast on the streets of the city. The back seat of the taxi. Yi Xian suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the bag beside her and threw it forward. The taxi driver was startled. What's wrong with you, woman? A pair of gentle hands beside her tightly grasped her arm. I'm sorry, master. Xin. Calm down. Yi Xian turned around when she heard the voice. Su Jing? She was still alive? In the first year of the apocalypse. Wasn't she raped in public by her ex-boyfriend? And then committed suicide out of shame? Looking around, she was sitting in a taxi at the moment. The driver looked at her in the rearview mirror with anger and contempt. Yi Xian was a little confused, but seemed to understand something. Su Jing grabbed her hand. Xin. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will make that scumbag pay the price. Yi Xian took out her cell phone from her bag with trembling hands. Relying on her memory, she found the cell phone switch unfamiliarly. The date was clearly displayed on it, August 23rd, 3058. She was reborn. Reborn 1 month and 3 days before the end of the world. At this moment, she was going to the hotel with her bestie to catch an adulterer. It was also at this time in her previous life that she got off the taxi and walked to the door of the hotel. But she was actually scared away. So much so that when she divorced, the scumbag transferred her property, and she was forced to leave the house with her 5-year-old son. Her parents died in the second year of the apocalypse. She and her son struggled to survive in the apocalypse for 6 years. In the end, her son was eaten by the hungry crowd, and she was killed while resisting. The way her son died in front of her was still vivid in her mind, and the feeling of the sharp knife piercing her skin seemed to be just a moment ago. And now she is reborn. Yi Xian's eyes condensed. Since God has given her this opportunity, she will never let this couple off easily this time. Looking at Yi Xian's eyes, Su Jing was stunned for a moment. There has always been forbearance and gentleness in her eyes. But what is in her eyes at this moment? That is anger and murderous intent. That is right. That is murderous intent. With a sound of squeak, the taxi stopped in front of a luxury hotel. We have arrived. Yi Xian's hands were shaking, and she was fiddling with her phone unfamiliarly. Su Jing stopped her hand and said, I pay. Speaking of this, Su Jing paid the fare and chased Yi Xian into the hotel. The front desk clerk hurriedly went around the front desk to stop her. Miss, please check in first. Yi Xian glared at her. I'm looking for my husband. The waiter still refused to give up. Please provide the room number. We need to call the guest room to see if the guest is willing to receive you. Yi Xian's voice became colder. Get lost, I said. I'm looking for my husband. She didn't take the elevator either. After a quick glance, she identified the location of the stairs and rushed to the guest room upstairs. Su Jing followed behind, and while climbing the stairs, she shouted breathlessly, Xin, wait for me. It's the 10th floor. Let's take the elevator. Yi Xian stopped and looked back at Su Jing. You take the elevator. I climb the stairs. After saying that, regardless of Su Jing's strange look, she quickly ran upstairs. Room 1008. Standing outside the door, one can hear the ear-reddening and hard-beating voice coming from inside. If it was the old Yi Xian, she would have covered her face and ran away. What has she not seen after her rebirth? At this moment, she was unusually calm. Yi Xian took out her mobile phone, clumsily found the recording function, and clicked the start button. Then, he kicked the door open. A man and a woman were entangled on the snow-white bed. When they saw Yi Xian breaking in, they were so scared that they almost peed. The scumbag shamelessly stood in front of the bitch. Yi Xian, what do you want to do? Turn off your phone. Delete the video. Yi Xian sneered. What do you want to do? Didn't you see it all? If you dare to do it, don't be afraid of people knowing. It's just right. I record a video to open everyone's eyes. As she said, she walked to the bed, pulled Gu Nan off the bed, pulled the woman's hair, and took a lot of photos of her face with the phone camera. Gu Nan rushed over to try to stop the crazy Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't even turn her head and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Gu Nan felt a sharp pain and curled up on the ground. He shouted unconvinced, Yi Xian, if you dare to do this to me, forget about this month's living expenses. Yi Xian saw that it was almost enough. Turned off her phone. looked at him coldly, and kicked him again. This kick happened to hit him in the face, and Gu Nan's nose bled immediately. While pressing his painful abdomen, he wiped the blood off his face. Living expenses? Do you think I care? When Su Jing rushed out of the elevator, Yi Xian had already walked out of the room with the scumbags and the sluts' clothes. She didn't even let go of their cell phones. There was also the landline phone in the guest room. Yi Xian seemed to suddenly remember something when she walked to the door. She threw her clothes on the ground and turned around to walk into the room again. Sure enough, the green bracelet was still on the scumbag's wrist. Yi Xian was not polite. She pulled the scumbag's arm over, spit on her hand a few times, and with the lubrication of the saliva, she pulled the bracelet off. This is the heirloom left to her by her grandmother. In her previous life, she was deceived by a scumbag and said that he would take it to pay off a debt. But it ended up in the hands of the scumbag. It was not until the end of the world that she cut her finger in the struggle with the scumbag. After the blood stained the bracelet turned into a portable space. It was also with this space that she and her son could barely survive for 6 years in the end of the world. How could she forget this in this life? Gu Nan was stunned. You. Yi Xian turned around and stared at him coldly. Go home and get a divorce. If you say no, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. For some reason, Gu Nan saw the murderous intent in Yi Xian's eyes that frightened him. This should not belong to her. Su Jing held their clothes, and Yi Xian held their mobile phones and the room phone. And the two of them left the hotel leisurely. Su Jing stared at Yi Xian and asked, Do you really want to divorce? You haven't worked for 10 years. How can you raise your children after the divorce? My salary is not high. Even if I want to help you, I am powerless. Yi Xian looked at Su Jing, thought for a moment, and reminded her, Go back and break up with Jiang Chao. He is not a good guy. Su Jing was stunned. He also cheated? What do you know? Yi Xian stopped talking, and together with Su Jing, she carried the clothes of the scumbag man and woman to the roadside and burned them all. She clapped her hands, stood up, and stopped a taxi. Dongguan Street Kindergarten. Time is running out. She still has a lot of things to do. Take the child home as soon as possible to avoid the scumbag from interfering. Su Jing held her back. Xin. Don't involve the child in your own affairs. Why do you want to take the child over now? Yi Xian got into the taxi without looking back. Jing. Remember? Go back and break up with Jiang Chao. Don't ask why. Let's go! Before the taxi started, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. The number of the kindergarten teacher was displayed on it. Yi Xian pressed the answer button, and the voice of the kindergarten teacher came from the other side. The voice sounded quite anxious. Yuxuan mother. Right. Yuxuan has some situation at school. I want to tell you about it. Yi Xian's heart sank suddenly. Chapter 2. Teacher Wang. What happened to Yuxuan? Yuxuan mother. Don't worry. Our child has been acting strange since he woke up from his nap. He sat there for a while, and didn't respond when the teacher called him. He is making a fuss now, and has to go home to find his mother. Yuxuan mother. If you are free, please come to the kindergarten to pick up the child. Comfort him. Teacher Wang. Wait a moment. I will pick up the child. Please prepare his school bag and water cup for him. Yi Xian was unusually calm. She held the jade bracelet tightly in her hand, thinking about what to do first, and what to do next. Yi Xian picked up Xian from the kindergarten. The 5-year-old Xian was indeed not in a good state. He was silent all the way, and there was a light in his eyes that Yi Xian had never seen before. When she got home, she first calmed the child's emotions, and then turned on the TV to distract Xian attention. She went to the kitchen, picked up a fruit knife and cut her finger, and activated the space system first. Blood dripped onto the green bracelet, which emitted a red glow, absorbing the drop of blood, and then the bracelet disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a gray empty space appeared in Yi Xian's mind, about the size of a basketball court. It was foggy, and she couldn't see how high it was. And the surroundings were also foggy, and she couldn't see the boundaries. She knew that this was the initial state of the space, and if she wanted it to play a greater role, she had to upgrade it. The higher the level of the space, the greater its role. In her previous life, when she got the space, the end of the world had already begun. She tried her best to upgrade the space to level 3, and she could barely sow seeds in it to grow vegetables. Unexpectedly, she died before the vegetables were grown. In this life, she still has time. And she must upgrade the space as soon as possible. She turned on the computer and quickly wrote a divorce agreement. Then she started to pack her and her son things. After throwing everything into the space, she sat in front of the computer again. The scumbag in the previous life told her that he had no money. He and his colleagues all lost their money when investing together. In fact, he didn't have no money, but he put all his money into the stock market. In this life, she must make him clean. She didn't know her husband's stock password and was worrying about what to do when her son suddenly walked in and said, "Mom, I know this password." Yi Xian turned around in surprise, watching her son's little finger press a few numbers. And the stock system really entered. No way to cash out? Then sell it at a low price. Then, she logged into her stock account and transferred all the stocks held by her husband to her own account at the lowest price. This account belongs to Yi Xian, but the bank card is with Gu Nan. She will have to go to the bank to get a new card later. If she sells it tomorrow and cashes it out, she will have at least 580,000 more in her bank card. A male voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations to the host for getting the first fortune. You will get a novice gift package soon. Do you want to receive it? Yi Xian was stunned. Is it still possible? In her previous life, she didn't have the opportunity to do this. Nor did she receive any novice gift package. Receive it. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, she felt a few more lines of words in her mind. Novice gift package opened. Reward, a small hut, where items can be stored and kept fresh forever. A password cracker, which can crack mission passwords without limit. A powerful pill, which can increase physical strength by at least 2 times after taking it, and can be adjusted according to one's own conditions. The reward landed, and a small hut appeared at the side of the space. The password cracker looked like a key, but with a scanning system and display screen. The powerful pill actually looked like a meatball. It was placed in a small dark red box, and appeared in the small hut in the space. There was a sound of the door opening, and Gu Nan came back, followed by her mother-in-law. As soon as the mother-in-law entered the room, she cried, "This life is really unbearable. My son works hard to earn money to support the family, and someone does nothing at home, and still blames my son. You have no conscience." Yi Xian frowned, ignored her mother-in-law's crying, and threw the divorce agreement in front of Gu Nan. "Sign it. You are leaving the house with nothing." After hearing this, the mother-in-law became even more crazy, snatched the divorce agreement from Yi Xian's hand, and tore it to pieces on the spot, pointing at Yi Xian's nose. She cursed, "You are a heartless woman. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Is it easy for my son to earn money to support the family? This is a mistake that all men make. And you want him to leave the house with nothing. You are really the most vicious woman." Yi Xian was not angry at all. She smiled at her mother-in-law. "If you have time, go and take care of your husband first. At such an old age, he actually got involved with a girl in her 20s. Is cheating hereditary in your family?" The mother-in-law stared blankly. "This is impossible. You are talking nonsense." Yi Xian gave a place name. "You'd better check whose name this house is in and who lives in it." The mother-in-law was stunned for a moment. She knew this place. This was the Sea View house her husband bought. He said he would live there with her in his old age. Looking at Yi Xian's current appearance, there is already a mistress here. She didn't care about her son affairs and ran out. This old man. If it's really as she said, I will never let you go. Yi Xian looked at Gu Nan again, raised her eyebrows and asked deliberately, "Will you sign? If you don't sign, I promise that your story will spread all over the internet tomorrow morning, so that you can also enjoy the addiction of being on the hot search." Gu Nan is a middle-level leader of the company, and his career is on the rise. If such a scandal breaks out, his future will be ruined. Gu Nan thought again and again, "Sign. But this house is my premarital property. It has nothing to do with you." After thinking for a moment, he added, "The furniture and decoration are yours. You can take it away if you have the ability. This bank card is my salary card. There is only 10,000 yuan in it. If you want it, take it." He never mentioned the stock account. Yi Xian snatched the wallet from his hand, took all the bank cards in it, and said coldly, "It's better to leave the house completely. These belong to me. You can go and get a new card." After that, she walked out with her son. Gu Nan looked at her back and sneered, "What a silly woman. Without the password, I want to see how you can take out the money. And this furniture and decoration. Ha ha. Besides giving it to me, what else can you do? Unexpectedly, within half an hour, his phone began to receive messages non-stop. Your account with the last digit 3258 withdrew 18,023 yuan at 17:16 on August 23rd. And the balance is 0.2 yuan. Your account with the last digit 2047 withdrew 201,258 yuan at 17:20 on August 23rd. And the balance is 0.1 yuan. Chapter 3. Gu Nan was dumbfounded. Why could she withdraw money without knowing the password? It was okay if it was a salary card. But how could there be so much money in the stock account? He rushed to the computer and opened his stock account, and was even more dumbfounded. This is impossible. After withdrawing the money from Gu Nan's bank card, Yi Xian took her son to have a good meal. They haven't had a good meal in the 6 years since the end of the world, now facing a table full of delicious food. Yi Xian couldn't help but shed tears. Yi Xian put a piece of food in her son's bowl with chopsticks. Eat. When you are full, we will pack it up. Tell mom which dish you like, and I will give you a few more. It was not until it was completely dark that Yi Xian took her son home. Gu Nan stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and said angrily, "Where are my stocks? How can you withdraw the money from my bank card? Speak." Yi Xian gently pulled his hand away and asked calmly, "Is there a problem? Maybe you have some misunderstanding about leaving the house with nothing. I will explain it to you." How could Gu Nan listen? His eyes were red. "Give it back to me. Give me my money back." Yi Xian pulled him out of the house calmly, closed the door with a bang, and took out the battery from the combination lock. She let Gu Nan bang on the door frantically outside, and took her son back to her room to sleep. That night, she used all the methods she could think of to vaccinate her son, so that she would not scare the child by changing things. The child's performance surprised her. The little son was not panicked at all, but nodded vigorously. "Mom can do magic. I know. I promise not to tell anyone." The next morning, Yi Xian and her son began to dismantle the house. First, they put all the furniture and appliances into the space, then took a powerful pill and started to dismantle the doors, windows, and floor tiles. Oh, by the way, the wall paint is also hers. Shovel it all off and pile it in the room. I'm disgusting to death. When she and her son clapped their hands and walked out of the house was really empty, and there was not even a security door left for him. Yi Xian took out her mobile phone and called the mistress. I said, "Miss Liu, what do you think of yesterday's video? Should I put it on your company's website? Or do you want to spend money to avoid disaster?" "Oh, that's right. Since you like my husband, I have given him to you. Don't you have to show me your sincerity?" A woman's voice came from the other side. "I have called the police. Just wait for the police to come to your door." Yi Xian, smiled. "Okay. Since Miss Liu wants to be famous, I will help you. I will check your company's work group in half an hour." "Oh, website is also okay. Wait." Yi Xian didn't hang up the phone, and listened to the other end of the phone continue to say, "Tell me, how much do you want?" 1 million. Yi Xian didn't think about it at all. This mistress can't come up with 1 million. But Gu Nan's parents can. For the sake of their son, the old couple will definitely agree to Yi Xian's request. A scream came from the other end of the phone. "Are you crazy? 1 million? Where can I get 1 million for you?" "Maybe you can ask my husband for help." "Oh, no. He is your husband now. You won't lose out if you spend 1 million to buy such a capable husband. I want to see 1 million before 3 p.m. tomorrow. Otherwise you all know the consequences. Oh, by the way, I am not afraid of calling the police, if you don't want your relatives to see the video first." After saying that, Yi Xian hung up the phone. There is no time. She has to rent a house, stock up on goods, and go back to the countryside to pick up her parents. When a natural disaster comes, the countryside will be flooded, and 9 out of 10 houses will be empty. Now she must bring her parents to the city. Yi Xian went to the real estate agency first. She wanted to rent a house. There were only 2 conditions. 1. The top floor. 2. The house had solar panels installed, because water, electricity, and gas would be cut off soon after the end of the world. With solar panels, all of this would be solved. In addition to the house, she also asked the agency to find her a warehouse, with only one requirement: to facilitate the entry and exit of large vehicles. To rent so many places at once, She must be a big customer. The agency promised her that it would help her find one as soon as possible. After coming out of the real estate agency, Yi Xian received a call from Su Jing. Xin. If you don't want to live in that house, the house opposite ours is still vacant. I heard that it is being rented out. Otherwise, why don't you move here? I will help you contact the landlord. In her previous life, she rented a house opposite Su Jing, and the conditions of that room completely met her requirements. But in this life, she hesitated. Su Jing was a naive person. If she didn't break up with her boyfriend, she might go down the same old path in the future. Yi Xian hesitated. I have asked the agency to find a house for me. If there is no suitable one, I will call you again. Su Jing did not object, and her tone was full of concern. Okay. Xin, you must be more open-minded. You still have children. Yi Xian smiled and reassured her. After hanging up the phone, she took her children to find a hotel to stay and started the crazy stockpiling. Now she has a total of 1.82 million in her hands, and she will stock up on daily necessities first. She found a place without surveillance, released her electric donkey from the space, and told her son to wait for her in the hotel and not to run around. She turned on her phone, found the nearest wholesale market, and set off on her electric scooter. The wholesale market was only 3.2 kilometers away from the hotel where she lived. It had all kinds of fruits, vegetables, and agricultural products. Yi Xian walked into the largest grain and oil store above her head. It had the most complete items. If possible, she could ask for more at one time so that she could bargain. Yi Xian waved her hand. Where's the boss? I need a lot of things. Please prepare a notebook to help me remember them. The boss was a man in his 40s, with a dark red face and a mouthful of white teeth when he smiled. He agreed readily and took the paper and pen. You tell me. 20,000 kilograms of rice, 20,000 kilograms of flour, 5,000 kilograms of millet, 3,000 kilograms of cornmeal, 3,000 kilograms of mung beans. Yi Xian turned back suddenly. Huh? Boss, why didn't you remember? The middle-aged man finally reacted from his shock. This is a bit too much. Right? Girl, what do you want so much food for? Of course Yi Xian would not tell him that the end of the world is coming. She lied as soon as she opened her mouth. I just opened a supermarket and need to stock up more goods. You have to be cheaper. Otherwise I will compare prices, and you will have nothing to do. The boss was so happy that his mouth almost reached his ears after hearing her words. And he agreed, okay. Okay. Girl, please say it again, and I will write it down again. After Yi Xian reported the number, the boss asked carefully, rice and flour are available in 10 jin, 20 jin, and 50 jin. Which specification do you want? Yi Xian knew that different specifications had different prices, so she narrowed her eyes and said, I want the largest packages, and I can pack them myself when I get home. Okay. Please wait. I give you a quote. If you think it's suitable, give me an address, and I have a car deliver it to you. This is exactly what Yi Xian wanted. This time she bought all kinds of staple foods, including 500 kilograms of black rice, red beans, and soybeans, 5,000 kilograms of peanut oil, 5,000 kilograms of corn oil, 3,000 kilograms of soybean oil, and 2,000 kilograms of rapeseed oil. Yi Xian has been a housewife for many years. Even though she has experienced the end of the world, she still knows the prices of these things. Seeing that the price given by the boss is fair, she decided on the spot. She spent 685,000 yuan on these grains, cooking oil, etc. The boss rounded off a small amount for her, and the total price was 680,000 yuan. Yi Xian paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan, left her phone number, and paid the rest after delivery. Just after leaving the grain and oil store, the real estate agent called. Beauty, the warehouse and the house have been found. When are you free? Let's go and take a look. Chapter 4. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It was just the right time, so they agreed to go to the house and warehouse in the afternoon. She finally came to the market, and she must buy everything she can. Time is money. Time is life. The owner of the dry goods store next to her looked at Yi Xian. Wow. Is there still a way to buy things? Beautiful girl. Come to my house to see if there is anything you need? Yi Xian smiled slightly. I still need a lot of things. If the boss can guarantee the quality and price, I will take a look. After saying that, he added, maybe we can have long-term cooperation in the future. The owner of the grain and oil store smiled from ear to ear, and immediately called to place an order, promising that it would be delivered to her the day after tomorrow at the latest. The owner of the dry goods store also bent over. Come in and take a look. Beautiful lady. I not only guarantee the quality and quantity here, but you can compare the prices at will, and you will definitely have room to make money. Yi Xian walked into the dry goods store. Since it was a wholesale market, the dry goods here were also very complete. Red dates, longans, raisins, white fungus, black fungus, and bean curd sticks all wanted 200 kilograms. Dried shiitake mushrooms, dried mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, pine nuts, melon seeds, peanuts, daylilies, dehydrated seafood, etc. She bought everything the dry goods store had. These things are valuable, even if the boss gave her a 30% discount. It cost more than 200,000 yuan to buy them. Touching her empty pockets, Yi Xian couldn't help thinking, this money is really hard to spend. She still has a lot of things to buy. She must get the 1 million yuan from that woman. Oh, and there are stocks. Yi Xian opened her phone and sold them. Suddenly, Yi Xian's bank card had an extra 680,000 yuan. The stock price rose today. 100,000 yuan more than expected. She was so happy. At this time, Lu Ying was getting angry with Gu Nan. It's all your fault. You can't even handle the yellow-faced woman at home, and you let her make such a fuss. What do you think we should do about this? I don't have so much money. Gu Nan hugged her with a playful smile. Don't be angry, baby. She is a housewife who has been out of touch with society for so long. What waves can she make? Don't you still have 300,000 yuan? I asked my mother to make up the rest, but we can't just let it go unnoticed. Lu Ying got anxious when she heard it. What are you talking about? I've worked hard for 10 years to save that 300,000 yuan as a dowry. I can't give it to her. I don't agree. Gu Nan's face changed, and he was very unhappy. What time is it now? She's still thinking about her little money. If that video is really sent out, not only will I have no room for advancement, but I might even lose my job. He had been working hard for so many years, and was finally about to get promoted. He was reluctant to lose this job. He had to force a smile and persuade, don't worry, baby. Listen to me. We definitely can't give her this money. We will do this when the time comes. Lu Ying was surprised when she heard what Gu Nan said. This man is really cruel. However, it's not good for her. His ex-wife has to be dealt with in this way. Gu Nan picked up his mobile phone and called his mother. Mom, I'm in trouble, and I need some money urgently. Can you help me get some money? I will return it to you in a week at most. How could the old lady not know her son's character? Return? No one can get the money back from him. Not even her own mother. But when she heard that her son was in trouble, she was still very anxious. What's the matter? Son, I'm rushing to City B now. If it's not urgent, wait until I get back. How could Gu Nan wait? Mom, it's very urgent. Please transfer 800,000 to me. I will deal with it first and return it to you in a week. Squeak. The old lady slammed on the brakes. So much? What do you need so much money for? Mom, don't ask. I promise I'm doing something serious. Can I pay you back in a week? I write you an IOU. Hearing her son's anxious tone, she opened her mobile bank and saw that she only had 500,000. Old man, give me 300,000 for emergencies. She called her husband. The old man was in the Sea View house in City B that Yi Xian mentioned, having fun with a beautiful woman in his arms. When he heard his wife asking for money, he frowned. The company is short of money recently. How can I have so much money? What do you want the money for? The old lady was furious. I have something urgent. Hurry up. I will return it to you in a week. You are not at home every day, and you still ask for money. The old man did something wrong, and he didn't dare to make his wife angry. So he had to remit 300,000 yuan, together with his own 500,000 yuan. A total of 800,000 yuan, all transferred to Gu Nan. Looking at the bank card balance on the phone, Gu Nan smiled. Let's go and withdraw the money. I will definitely make her suffer tomorrow. Make her spit out all the money she ate. Yi Xian bought the dry goods. It was already late. She was worried about her son, who was alone in the hotel, so she had to rush back. On the way, a message suddenly appeared in her mind. 800,000 cash has just arrived in your bank card. If you need it, please go to the bank as soon as possible to withdraw or transfer it. Yi Xian was delighted. They acted very quickly. 800,000 was raised so quickly. Don't waste it. If the scumbag reissues the bank card later, she won't be able to get it out. So Yi Xian turned the car around and ran towards the bank. The bank's self-service ATM was very easy to use, and she transferred the money to her bank card without any effort. Yi Xian whistled and returned to the hotel excitedly. Xian, are you hungry? Mom will take you to a big meal. Xian threw himself into her arms. Mom, Xian is not afraid of being alone. Have you finished shopping? Yi Xian looked at her sensible son and rubbed his little head. Eat first, and then Mom will take you to the supermarket. Yi Xian didn't have much money, and even though the end of the world was coming, she still didn't want to waste a penny. She took her son to a pretty good hot pot restaurant, where the air was very cool. Even if the sun was scorching outside, it was still cool inside. They hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time, not to mention the 6 years of the end of the world. Even in daily life, Yi Xian was reluctant to take her son to eat hot pot. The living expenses given by Gu Nan were too little. 2,000 yuan a month, even if they lived frugally, was only enough for their daily expenses. If they wanted to eat hot pot, the living expenses would definitely not be enough at the end of the month. While eating the spicy hot pot, the son smiled happily and put a piece of meat into Yi Xian's plate. Mom, eat quickly. The hot pot is delicious. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shed tears. Because of her weakness, the child suffered too much. She was so sorry for the child. It will be better in the future. Even if she tries her best, she will not let her son suffer anymore. Before Gu Nan entered the bank, the text message on his mobile phone rang again. He picked up the phone and there was a text message on it. Your account with the last number 3258 will transfer 800,000 yuan at 11:16 on August 24th. And the balance is 0.2 yuan. Gu Nan was petrified on the spot. Chapter 5. Gu Nan looked at the text message stupidly. Lu Ying pushed him. What's wrong? Gu Nan groaned. I'm afraid we can't withdraw money. Why? Gu Nan showed the text message to Lu Ying. And Lu Ying was also stunned. Is your bank card still in the hands of that yellow-faced woman? Gu Nan nodded. Yes. I thought there was no money in it anyway. We could replace the card first and then withdraw money. It should be no problem. Who knew she would act so quickly? Lu Ying turned around and left in anger. Mr. Gu, you take me for a fool. Right? The bank card is still in someone's hands, and you let your family transfer money to it? I think you did it on purpose. Gu Nan hurriedly chased after her. Lu Ying, wait a minute. I really love you. Don't you know my heart? Why would I deliberately give money to that yellow-faced woman? Lu Ying walked forward regardless, and was forcibly grabbed by Gu Nan. Don't be angry first. How about this? Doesn't your neighbor want the house you live in now? Let's sell it to him. After we get the money and pass this test, I take you to live in my house. After we get rid of that yellow-faced woman, I use the money to buy you a new one. What do you think? Lu Ying, who was originally angry, was immediately moved when she heard this. She stopped and said, keep your word? In this case, I have to buy a new house in the newly built high-end community. Gu Nan gritted his teeth and said, okay. Lu Ying went to see the houses in that high-end community more than once. Because the price was too high, she had never been willing to buy it. In order to get back all the money Yi Xian had spent, Gu Nan had to bite his teeth and agree to her conditions. Although the community where Lu Ying lives now is an old community, the nearby school is famous in the city. Her neighbors' children go to school nearby. So in order to make it convenient for work, they brought their parents to live together. They said several times that they wanted to buy her house, and it is not difficult to sell it now. Yi Xian didn't hear Gu Nan call until she finished eating hot pot. She narrowed her eyes. This guy must be planning something bad. Just as she was thinking, the phone rang. It was Lu Ying's voice. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, in the underground parking lot of Gu Nan's company. See you there. Yi Xian agreed straightforwardly. Okay. Yi Xian went back to the hotel to coax her son to sleep, and then quietly went out. She took away Gu Nan's 800,000 yuan. Not only did Gu Nan not call her, but Lu Ying agreed to her request so readily. If you say there is no trick here, she won't believe it even if you kill her. Her task this afternoon is to go to the underground parking lot in advance to see what tricks they are trying to play. She hid in the underground parking lot for about an hour, watching Gunnan and Luing bring several big men to the parking lot, and then command them how to hide their figures. Then she watched them put their heads together and discuss, then turn around and leave. Yi Xian smiled, knowing that the money would not be so easy to get. After they left, Yi Xian clapped her hands and walked out of the underground parking lot. You dare to plot against me? I make you pay for it. After walking out of the underground parking lot, she immediately called the agency and went to see the warehouse first. The warehouse was in the south of the city. It was originally a board factory. There were still a lot of boards piled up outside the warehouse. Yi Xian walked around the warehouse and nodded with satisfaction. There is water, electricity, and internet here. Although it is located in a remote area, it is very convenient to get in and out of the car. Even if she comes here to collect the goods, it is not easy to be discovered. The agent told him that the landlord required a deposit of 1 month and 1 month's rent. Yi Xian waved her hand. I will only rent for 1 month. You tell me the cheapest price per month. If it is suitable, we will sign the contract now. If it is too expensive, I will not go to see the house. The agency saw such a straightforward customer for the first time. They called the landlord on the spot and agreed on 1,000 yuan per month without a deposit. After Yi Xian successfully signed the contract, he followed the agency to a community. Jingxuan? Yi Xian was stunned for a few seconds when she saw the name of this community. This is exactly the neighborhood where her best friend Su Jing lives. Could it be that the agency found her the apartment opposite Su Jing? Yi Xian followed the agency and felt more and more disappointed. It was indeed the case. It was the apartment she lived in her previous life. It was opposite Su Jing's house. In her previous life, she did not find an agency. Su Jing and her husband helped her find the apartment. In this life, she wanted to avoid Su Jing's boyfriend, so she found an agency to introduce her. Unexpectedly, it was still here. The handsome guy from the agency also saw her hesitation and explained, Sister, there are only 2 houses that meet the requirements. This one is the best. The landlord bought a new house and moved away. This house has been empty. There is a young couple across the street. It is usually quiet. There is another one in the next community, but there is an old lady living in that one. They said they want to rent a roommate to keep her company. Sister, take a look at this house first. If you don't like it, I will take you to see the other one. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Are there no other suitable houses? The handsome boy shook his head. The top floor, with solar panels. There are only these 2 at the moment. Sister, the property management of this community is pretty good. You can go up and take a look first. As she was talking, Su Jing came out of the elevator and was stunned for a second when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian? What are you doing? When she saw the real estate agent, she immediately understood. This is the one the agency found for you? Ha ha ha. Come on. I go with you to take a look. It would be great if we could be neighbors. Yi Xian, still couldn't escape the vicious circle of the previous life. Compared to sharing a house, Yi Xian obviously prefers this one. At least the people are not complicated. She just needs to be careful of Su Jing's boyfriend in the future. I don't know whether Su Jing broke up with him or not. Su Jing happily watched Yi Xian pay the rent and finalize this house, and happily hugged Yi Xian's arm. We will be neighbors in the future. If you have any problems, just call me, and I will be there at your beck and call. By the way, when are you moving? Do you need help? Yi Xian told her that there were not many things and she could handle it herself. So she sent Su Jing away, after returning to the hotel to pick up her son. When they passed by the daily necessities wholesale market, Yi Xian went in and bought another wave of daily necessities. 2 tons of toilet paper, 100 boxes of various types of sanitary napkins, enough for her to use until menopause, 10,000 disposable lunch boxes. In the future, even cooking can't smell good. She needs to prepare a lot of meals in advance before the end of the world. Put them all in disposable lunch boxes, throw them into the space, and take them whenever she needs them. It's very convenient. Towels, bath towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, facial cleansers, soaps, laundry detergents, all stored in boxes. There are also quilts, silk quilts, and down quilts. She didn't want to ask for more of these because she was afraid that she didn't have enough money. After Yi Xian paid the deposit, She left the location of the warehouse and asked the boss to drive to the warehouse. Oh! There are also cameras. One set to be installed outside the rental house and another set to be installed in the warehouse. For safety reasons, she did everything herself and never let strangers intervene. Yi Xian was busy until dark. And then she came back from outside. Su Jing poked her head out from home. Your son is at my house. Come and eat together. I've prepared everything. Chapter 6. Just now the property management came and said that the highest temperature tomorrow will be 43 degrees. And there may be a power outage. But it doesn't matter. It's just a temporary power cut. Xin. The temperature is so high. Don't go out. Don't get heat stroke again. Yi Xian was stunned. Did they say how long the power cut will last? Su Jing shook her head. This has never happened in previous years. And the property management said they don't know how long the power outage will last. If it's too hot, you can go to my house. I have solar panels at home. Yi Xian finished speaking and lowered her head to eat. After eating and drinking, Yi Xian returned to the rental house and began to measure the size of the security door and the size of the window glass. These must be replaced. The current high temperature has made people panic. When the end of the world comes, social order will completely collapse. Her rental house must be as solid as a rock to ensure that no one can break in. This place is not close to the building materials wholesale market. She will measure the size first and go to customize it tomorrow morning. The best security door and the best anti-theft lock. The kind that cannot be pried open or broken by a sledgehammer. Cost more than 50,000 yuan in total. Similarly, she did not ask the installation master to come to her house. After surviving in the apocalypse for 6 years, this little job is no problem at all. Not only did she save the installation fee, but her safety was also guaranteed. She also chose the thickest explosion-proof glass. It is said that bullets will not leave any marks on it. But the price is too expensive. More than 800 per square meter. But in order to survive smoothly in the next few years, Yi Xian gritted her teeth and bought it. These things need to be customized. If they are expedited, they can be delivered to the warehouse at the earliest the day after tomorrow. Even with all these, she still didn't buy anything for outdoor supplies, extreme cold weather supplies, etc. Yi Xian sat in front of the computer and started to make a list, listing all the things she could think of that she hadn't bought yet, and crossed them out as she bought them. This list didn't matter. It just scared her. She didn't buy any outdoor supplies, such as tents, powerful flashlights, headlamps, generators, and diesel is indispensable for generators, first aid kits, fire axes, climbing ropes, telescopes. There are also polar cold weather clothes, sleds, goggles, big cotton hats, hot packs, hot water bottles, coal, gas, etc., inflatable boats, speedboats, raincoats, waterproof suits, and diving suits for when it rains heavily. And the most important thing, self-defense weapons, and fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, seasonings, etc. With this calculation, even 2 million is not enough. Her money is not enough. And the scumbag man and woman actually want to find someone to deal with her, and want to owe her the 1 million. No way. Yi Xian found music resources, movie resources, offline maps, clicked to start downloading, and went to bed. Yi Xian slept very uneasily that night, and got up at dawn. First, she entered the space and sorted out the things she had collected in the past 2 days, to avoid piling them up in a mess and taking up too much space. This sorting took 2 hours. When she walked out of the space with a sore back and tired waist, she suddenly heard the voice of the space, for the first time to sort out the space. A space gift package will be rewarded. Do you want to receive it? Yi Xian was stunned. There is a gift package after sorting it out? It seems that there was no such thing in the previous life. Oh, right. In her last life, she had too few things, so she didn't need to pack them. Get it. As soon as she finished speaking, a few lines of words flashed through her mind. Space gift pack, 1 primary body strengthening pill, which can improve physical fitness in an all-round way. Increase speed by 20%. Increase strength by 20%. Increase resistance to blows by 20%. And accelerate healing of external injuries by 20%. Space system is strengthened, and can automatically organize space items according to the host's wishes. And the host can also make free adjustments with mental power. Open the space point system and the Space Mall system. If you complete the task within the specified time, you can exchange the corresponding points, which can be exchanged for goods in the mall. From this moment on, the host can exchange 10 points for every item worth 10,000 yuan stored in the space. Yi Xian was shocked. This is great. She can get points for the food and daily necessities she bought yesterday. She quickly immersed her consciousness into the Space Mall. It didn't matter when she saw it, but her heart was chilled. The things here are very expensive. A bottle of water is 10 points. A long sword is 1,000 points. And an AK requires 10,000 points. There is something even more outrageous. A primary body strengthening pill requires 5,000 points. An intermediate one requires 10,000 points. And an advanced one requires 100,000 points. Yi Xian came to her senses. Forget it. I'd better try to stock up in reality. Seeing that it was getting late, she went out to buy breakfast. The sun was so hot early in the morning that she was sweating as soon as she went out. Yi Xian frowned. The temperature seemed to be higher than in the previous life. Jingxian is an upper-middle-class community in City A. It is well-equipped next to it. There is a snack street 300 meters away from the community, so breakfast is naturally not a problem. Yi Xian ordered 2 fried dough sticks, a bowl of tofu pudding, and a tea egg. After eating and drinking, she packed her son breakfast and took it home. Before leaving, she looked back at the breakfast shop. She would never be able to eat such a breakfast again in a month. Boss, fry a batch of fried dough sticks and make a batch of tofu pudding for me. Pack them separately, and I will pick them up the day after tomorrow. How much do you want? Yi Xian said a number, which shocked the boss. Are you sure you want so much? If you eat it every day, you can't finish it in 3 years. Right? Yi Xian nodded. I hired workers to do the work. There are more people and more food. Boss, can you prepare it the day after tomorrow? The boss pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, okay. Come and pick it up the day after tomorrow evening. Not far away. I heard the boss mutter, it's so hot. Who would want to work at this time, when they want money over life? In the remaining 2 days, Yi Xian did not see this breakfast shop open again. It should be fully preparing her food. The same thing happened to the other 2 breakfast shops. One was a steam bun shop, and the other was a fire shop. Walking to a breakfast shop a little further away, she ordered 2 more batches of fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. There was no way. She didn't know how to fry fried dough sticks or make tofu pudding. But fried dough sticks and tofu pudding were her father and mother's favorite breakfast, so it was right to prepare more. When she brought her son breakfast home, her son had already gotten up and washed up. Seeing her son suddenly grow up, Yi Xian felt very relieved. After watching her son finish breakfast, she went to the building materials wholesale market under the scorching sun to fix the anti-theft door. Door locks and windows first. There were few pedestrians on the road, and even if there were, they hurried to the shade to avoid it. From the community to the building materials market, Yi Xian's arms were already sunburned. It hurt so much. When the boss heard that she wanted to install explosion-proof glass, his eyes were bigger than copper bells. Ordinary people don't need this thing. And it's very expensive. Yi Xian rubbed her temples and pretended to be uncomfortable. I have a little anxiety disorder recently. I always feel that someone wants to harm me. Let me install it for peace of mind. The boss didn't say anything else. How could he push away a business that came to him? He was stupid and had a lot of money. There was nothing he could do. He quickly customized the explosion-proof glass according to the size she provided, and asked her worriedly if she could do it alone. After buying these 2 items, Yi Xian ran to the outdoor equipment store without stopping. Here, she only bought a tent, a powerful flashlight, a headlamp, a generator, a first aid kit, a fire axe, a climbing rope, a telescope, and a rubber boat. As for the speedboat and other outdoor products, she didn't dare to buy them because she had no money. However, she remembered the location of this store, and she would come back to buy it for free after the end of the world. After doing all this, it was almost noon. Yi Xian thought about it, picked up her phone and called Lu Ying. Beauty, is the money ready? I send you the bank card number later. Gu Nan roared from the other side. Yi Xian, I advise you not to go too far. Chapter 7. Yi Xian frowned. I'm too much? Haha. Now I'm the one who's too much? I don't want to waste my time on you. Before 2:30 p.m., you won't see any money in your bank card. Just wait and see. After that, she froze the video on Gu Nan's company website. With just a click of send, the video will be seen by everyone. Then she took a screenshot and sent it to Gu Nan. She could imagine how upset Gu Nan would be when he saw this picture. Although Gu Nan's father also runs a company, it is very small and has been on the verge of bankruptcy in the past 2 years. Gu Nan has no way out. He must stay in the current company. So she is not afraid that Gu Nan will do something weird. Less than a minute later, Gu Nan called. And this time his tone was much softer. Xin. Look, we thought you wanted cash. And we have withdrawn the money. But you want to transfer it again. Isn't this embarrassing? Well, according to the time we agreed on before, at 3 p.m., we will wait for you in the underground parking lot and give it all to you. How is it? Yi Xian sneered. Who told you to withdraw money? Go deposit it again. Without a word of nonsense, Yi Xian hung up the phone after saying this and blocked Gu Nan. Yi Xian rode a small electric donkey to rush home. At this time, the phone rang. It was the truck driver who delivered daily necessities. Yi Xian told him the location of the warehouse, then turned the car around and drove towards the warehouse. The truck driver helped unload the goods and left. Yi Xian walked into the warehouse and carefully checked the warehouse again to confirm that there were no other monitoring equipment except the cameras installed by himself. She began to collect things frantically into the space. Piles of daily necessities were sucked into the space by Yi Xian. A moment later, a voice appeared in her mind. The value of the goods sucked in this time is detected to be 480,000. And 480 points are awarded. Do you want to exchange? Yi Xian did not hesitate. Exchange. As an ordinary person, she had no place to get weapons. She had her eyes on the long knife in the space. And the AK assault rifle. Thinking of the AK assault rifle, she couldn't help but think of someone by Muron. He was a special forces soldier. In his previous life, he was seriously injured while performing a mission and was almost bitten to death by zombies. It was Yi Xian who saved him from the zombies. He taught Yi Xian how to use a gun. Although Yi Xian's gun skills were still very poor because he had no bullets to practice in his previous life. He also taught Yi Xian how to strengthen his physical fitness and various close combat skills. It was with these assets that Yi Xian was able to survive in that environment for 6 years. This man said he would protect her for the rest of his life. But he never came back during a mission. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook her head, threw these thoughts out of her mind, and rode her bike home. Su Jing was playing with Xian at her home. Seeing Yi Xian coming back, she quickly handed over a towel. Complained, "It's so hot. And you still run outside every day. Aren't you afraid of dying of heat?" After saying that, Su Jing also sighed. "Oh, school is about to start. In this damn weather. I'm too lazy to go out. I have to go to class in a crowded classroom. God, please have pity on me." Yi Xian wiped the sweat off her face. Jing. How long have you not been back home? Why don't you take a month off and go back home to see your parents? Su Jing rolled her eyes at her. Do you think I'm the same as you? I have a lot of time. I can leave whenever I want. I have to teach the graduating class when school starts. Oh, I'm so pitiful. Yi Xian knew that she couldn't persuade her. So she had to settle for the next best thing. Let aunt and uncle come here to play for a few days. You are an only child. And you are away from home every day. Your parents must miss you so much. Su Jing shook her head. It's more than 1,000 miles. How can I bear to let them travel so far in such a hot day? I will go back after the National Day holiday. Yi Xian sighed secretly. Su Jing refused to change the trajectory of her previous life. Nor did she break up with Jiang Chao. She ended up in this house by accident. Could it be that everything in the previous life cannot be changed? Just thinking about it. Lu Ying called. Yi Xian. We went to deposit the money again. But there is 100,000 yuan that cannot be deposited. The deposit machine refuses to accept it no matter what. How do you think this will work? I transfer 900,000 to your bank card. And you can come to the underground parking lot to get the remaining 100,000. How could Yi Xian not know what she was thinking? But she suddenly smiled and agreed to her readily. Okay. You can transfer the 900,000 first. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Xian received a text message reminder. Your savings card with the last number 2587 deposited 900,000 renminbi at 125 on August 25th. And the current balance is 1,881,400, and 51.87 yuan. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's wait and see." Jiang Chao was not at home, so Yi Xian asked Su Jing to have lunch with her. After lunch, Yi Xian didn't care about coaxing her son to sleep, and hurried out. She had to arrive at the scene in advance. Only in this way could she control everything in her own hands. Yi Xian looked at herself in the mirror with fair skin, good figure, red lips and white teeth, and couldn't help thinking, fortunately, even as a housewife, she never gave up on herself. It's just that if a man wants to cheat, it has nothing to do with your appearance and figure, but it depends on whether he is cheap or not. She trusted Gu Nan too much before. This time she will never trust anyone again. Yi Xian did not ride her electric scooter, but called a taxi. When she arrived near Gu Nan's company, she observed again and again, and only paid and got off the car after confirming that everything was correct, and then went into the underground garage, find a hiding place, and wait for the scumbag and the bitch to come. Yi Xian waited for only 15 minutes, and saw Gu Nan and Luing walking in from the entrance, followed by 5 burly men, under Gu Nan's command. These 5 people hid in the dark at different exits, apparently to prevent Yi Xian from sneaking away. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and walked towards the man closest to her lightly. The fighting skills she learned in her previous life were used for the first time today. Under the cover of the vehicle, Yi Xian took less than 10 minutes to deal with the 5 men without making any sound. After all 5 men fainted on the ground, Yi Xian looted all the valuables they had on them. For helping the evil, let them go to Gu Nan to settle the score. At this time, Luing still grabbed Gu Nan's arm and asked, "Do you think the yellow-faced woman dares to come? What if she doesn't come?" Gu Nan was unsure, so he tried to comfort himself by saying, "She will definitely come. That woman hasn't worked for 10 years, and she has a child. No one wants her if she goes out to work, and she is reluctant to give up the 100,000 yuan." Luing nodded. "Yes, that's right. My husband is smart. This time, let her spit out all the money she has eaten, and then go buy a new house. By the way, after we deal with her, we will move to your house. The landlord is urging us to move." Gu Nan put his arm around her waist. "I do whatever you say. Call her and ask her when she come?" Yi Xian smiled secretly. It turned out that she sold the house. She really was willing to invest. This is even better. The storm will come in a month. Let's see how you guys will survive. Yi Xian walked up to Gu Nan leisurely. "No need to call. I'm here. Is the money ready?" Chapter 8. The moment Luing saw Yi Xian, her eyes lit up. Then she leaned towards Gu Nan. Gu Nan was holding a cloth bag. "I didn't expect you to dare to come. Here. The money is here. Come and get it if you have the guts." Yi Xian was of course not polite. She carried a baseball bat on her shoulder, and walked over openly. Gu Nan was about to take action, but was hit on the back of the neck by Yi Xian, cleanly and neatly. "If you want to plot against me, why don't you take a piss and look at it?" Gu Nan's body fell softly. Luing saw Gu Nan fainted and screamed, "Ah! Someone come quickly! Catch her!" But no one paid any attention to her. Luing looked around and understood immediately. She backed away and shouted, "Don't come over! Don't come over! The money is there. It's all yours." Yi Xian sneered. "Can you feel at ease just by taking the money for what you did?" She rushed forward and slapped Luing hard. Luing was beaten and turned around twice before she stopped, looking at Yi Xian with horror. "Don't blame me. Don't blame me. It's all him. It's all him. He raped me the first time. Then, he coaxed me and said that as long as I was willing to be his lover, he would divorce you and marry me. He also said that his father runs a company, and he is the only son in the family, and that company will belong to us in the future." Yi Xian looked at her beautiful face and delicate makeup, and couldn't help shaking her head. How stupid. Guess why he doesn't work in his own company, and has to work outside? Luing widened her eyes. He said he wanted to come out to train, so that he could take over his father's job in the future. Yi Xian smiled. She bent down and stared at the panicked woman sitting on the ground. She stretched out her hand to pinch her chin, and forced her to raise her head high. With a cruel smile on her lips, "His father is in debt, and has a mistress in City B. Guess how much money he has left for you. By the way, let me tell you another secret. Your father-in-law's mistress has a 3-year-old illegitimate child. Your husband knew about this a long time ago. It is said that the illegitimate child also has the right to inherit his father's property. Lu Ying stood up like crazy. Impossible. This is impossible. He said he is the only child, and all the property in the future will be his. As she said that, she rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian certainly would not give her a chance and kicked her in the lower abdomen. Lu Ying groaned, bent down while holding her stomach, and then kicked her in the face again. This kick made her fly out. It hit Gu Nan's face hard while he was still unconscious. Gu Nan was awakened by the sudden heavy object. He pushed Lu Ying away, grabbed a brick, stood up and staggered towards Yi Xian. You bitch! Dare to hit me! Give me my money back. Otherwise I make sure you can't leave this parking lot. He rushed towards Yi Xian holding the brick. Yi Xian dodged nimbly, letting Gu Nan stumble forward. She kicked Gu Nan in the butt, speeding him up, and then he bumped into the pillar in front of him. Gu Nan fell to the ground without a word, and couldn't get up for a long time. When he struggled to get up and tried to rush towards Yi Xian, he was grabbed by Lu Ying. Lu Ying's hair was disheveled and her cheeks were swollen. She grabbed Gu Nan's collar like a madman and yelled, You lied to me? You big liar! Gu Nan was frightened by her and pointed at Yi Xian and shouted, Are you crazy? Our enemy is her. Lu Ying tore him apart without caring. You said you would divorce her and marry me. It's been 2 years. If she hadn't found out, how long would you have kept it a secret? You said you are the only child in the family, and your father company will belong to us in the future. But your father has an illegitimate child who is already 3 years old. Isn't that right? Tell me, is this true? Gu Nan looked at Yi Xian with a look that seemed to be murderous. It's all this bitch. She told you. Right? Baby. Let me go first. Let's take all the money from her. And we have to buy you a new house. Lu Ying seemed to be more sober, and turned to look at Yi Xian, who was carrying a baseball bat at the moment, watching them tearing leisurely, as if she was watching a good show. Then, Yi Xian watched them stand up and walk towards her step by step, supporting each other. She sneered, I won't play with you anymore. She bent down and picked up the cloth bag on the ground, and waved at them. Remember, these are what you owe me. She kicked Gu Nan, who rushed up to try to grab the money, and knocked Lu Ying unconscious with a stick. She stepped on Gu Nan's face and rubbed it hard on the ground, sneering, You still don't seem to fully understand leaving the house with nothing. Why is there money in this card again? She took out Gu Nan's phone, took his hand to unlock the screen, and transferred all the 20,000 yuan that Lu Ying had just transferred to her into her own account. Gu Nan stared at her fiercely. You vicious woman. I'm not done with you. After transferring the money, Yi Xian stepped hard. Be quiet for a while. You? Gu Nan immediately closed his mouth and fainted. Yi Xian took out the bank card hidden on Lu Ying, whistled and left in style. Before leaving, she kindly pulled them together and tore off Lu Ying's clothes, making it look like a man and a woman fighting, and both were injured. Anyway, the surveillance here had been destroyed by Gu Nan and his team a long time ago. So what was she afraid of? After walking out of the underground parking lot, Yi Xian seemed to feel a hint of cool breeze. Yi Xian was stunned. There was still nearly a month before the end of the world in her previous life. Would it be so early? She remembered that when the rainstorm came in her previous life, the children all started school at the end of September. At the end of August, there was no cool breeze on the street, and going out to buy vegetables could cause heat stroke. Many people were rushed to the hospital after suffering from heat stroke, and the emergency room of the hospital was filled with patients suffering from heat stroke waiting for rescue. Then, a breeze blew in her face. Although it was filled with hot air, it still made Yi Xian alert. She took out her cell phone and called her father. Dad, what are you doing at home? Her father's voice came from the other end of the phone, still loud and powerful. Your mother and I have nothing to do. It's too hot. We are idle at home every day. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. Dad, I'm a little busy recently. Xian has no one to take care of him. Can you come to the city to help me take care of the child for a few days? Daughter, what are you doing in such a hot day? Don't get heat stroke again. Yesterday your aunt got heat stroke and was hospitalized. Yi Xian originally thought that she still had plenty of time, and after she got all the money from the scumbag and the bitch, she would take the children back to her hometown. Selling the yard in her hometown can still make some money, and there is still food at home, and vegetables grown by parents. It would be a pity to throw them away. Now it seems that I am afraid that there is no time. First bring my parents back. Chapter 9. Yi Xian took a taxi and went straight to the 4S car store. The Hummer she had liked early in the morning was out of stock, so she asked for a Wrangler. In any case, four-wheel drive vehicles are useful in the end times. The car salesman saw that she was straightforward, guided her to complete the loan procedures, and let her drive away. Yi Xian generously gave him a tip of 800 yuan. And the only condition was, I want gasoline and diesel. The more the better. The man was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Sister, you finally found the right person. I can't say anything else, but I can get gasoline and diesel. My childhood friend does this. He can get as much as he wants. Yi Xian left her contact information and asked him to deliver the gasoline and diesel to the warehouse by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow at the latest. And he would get 2,000 yuan for his hard work after delivery. The man was so happy that he patted his chest and agreed. Walking out of the 4S store, Yi Xian received a delivery call, and the food and dry goods had arrived. She drove the Wrangler to the warehouse without stopping, and called the boss of the custom anti-theft door and explosion-proof glass to speed up as much as possible. It would be best if it was delivered early tomorrow morning, as she has to go on a business trip tomorrow afternoon. Yi Xian felt relieved when she heard that both bosses promised to work overtime tonight to make it for her. Supplies can be purchased for free, but the safety of doors and windows is urgent. Damn the end of the world. How could it be so early? After she collected the food and dry goods in the warehouse, the space system rewarded her with another 2,850 points. So far, she has a total of 3,330 points. Yi Xian first exchanged a long sword from the mall, spending 1,000 points, and had 2,330 points left. My flesh hurts. Yi Xian stroked the long knife and gritted her teeth secretly with it. At least I can protect myself. Seeing that it was getting dark, she hurried home, take her son out for a big meal. After dinner, she scanned all the delicacies on the snack street. Her favorite durian pastry, her son's favorite strawberry millefeuille, as well as grilled squid, grilled gluten, grilled cold noodles, salted duck, charcoal grilled pork belly, famous duck products, etc. Everything that can be found on this snack street will not be missed. It will be harder than climbing to the sky to eat these in the future. Xian held Yi Xian's hand and suddenly said, Mom, I want to tell you something. Mom, I am actually the same as you. I am also reborn. Yi Xian, shocked. She had long felt that her son was abnormal, but she didn't expect that her son was reborn like her. Xian continued, and I went to find the little wolf today. Yi Xian held her son's hand and suddenly tightened. Did you find it? Xian shook his head. No. Mom, you said the little wolf is not in Jinqiu Garden. Where else can it be? We used to go there to feed it. Yi Xian shook her head. Child, since you are also reborn, you should also know that we may not have time. Let's go back to our hometown tomorrow and pick up Grandpa and Grandma first. Okay? Xian nodded obediently. Okay. I felt the wind today. Mom, is it really going to be early? Yi Xian shook her head, squatted down and stared into her son's eyes. Child, everything will start all over again. Are you afraid? Xian thought for a while and shook his head firmly. If Mom is not afraid, then I am not afraid either. Xian is a man. Let Xian protect Mom this time. Yi Xian burst into tears. All this is too difficult. If she can choose, she would rather not do it again. But since God has given her this opportunity, she must live well. Try to live better. Better? The next day, Yi Xian got up before dawn. She rode her electric donkey to the vegetable wholesale market, since it was too late to go back to the countryside to collect vegetables. The wholesale market here was the best choice. As long as she wants a large quantity, the price can still be cheap. Celery, cabbage, beans, cauliflower, broccoli, cucumbers, tomatoes, potatoes, etc. All the vegetables that can be seen in the wholesale market. She wants 500 kilograms. The quantity is not much, but it is enough. After her space is upgraded, she can grow vegetables, so she won't be afraid of having no vegetables to eat. Fresh corn, baby pumpkin, winter melon, watermelon, lychee, big apples, pears, figs, blueberries, etc. All kinds of fruits are also needed. I dare not say how much more, but it is enough for their family to eat for a year. She is confident that she can upgrade the space to level 3 within a year. The rest of the time is to buy various seeds, seasonings, coal, and other supplies. Seasonings are indispensable, especially salt, which will be hard currency in the future. She has stockpiled 5 tons. Soy sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, super fresh, oyster sauce, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, etc. All stockpiled by box. It's just that coal is really hard to buy in the hot summer. The car that pulled the watermelon has been sold out. So Yi Xian rented this car and drove a car of fruits and vegetables to her warehouse. After she collected the whole truckload of fruits and vegetables, her points increased by another 168 points. She had a total of 2,498 points. This time she spent the money in Lu Ying's bank card. This woman's house must have sold for a lot of money. In addition to the 1 million yuan she transferred to her, there was still 580,000 yuan in the card. This is a bargain for Yi Xian. Just consider it as her atonement. Yi Xian rode her electric donkey home, had breakfast on the way, and then took away the breakfast she ordered a few days ago. After the thatched house in the space was put into this batch of breakfast, it suddenly changed. The low and shabby thatched house turned into a log cabin. Even the fog in the misty garden outside dissipated. A voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Congratulations. The system has been upgraded to level 2. And you are rewarded with an upgrade gift package. Do you want to receive it? Receive it. The reward landed, and Yi Xian jumped up happily. Upgrade gift package. The area of the log cabin is increased by 10 square meters. The area of the garden is increased by 20 square meters. The reward is an intermediate body strengthening pill, which can improve physical fitness comprehensively after taking it. Increase speed by 50%. Increase strength by 50%. Increase resistance to blows by 50%. And accelerate the healing of external injuries by 50%. The reward garden can raise 10 animals. Great. She should raise some small animals, so that she won't have to worry about meat after the end of the world. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't bought meat yet. After sending breakfast home, Yi Xian went out again while her son was having breakfast. There were many kinds of meat in the morning market. She asked for 50 pigs directly and asked them to be slaughtered. She wanted all the pig blood and offal. In addition to paying for 50 pigs, she also paid 200 yuan for each pig as service fee. The boss was very nice and promised to give her a boning knife. This thing is best used in close combat. Plus she has a space system, so it is easy to give someone a surprise blow. In addition to pork, chicken, beef and mutton were each ordered 500 kilograms. Watching the boss braise beef tripe, Yi Xian had an idea. Boss, can I buy coal now? The boss looked up. Don't tell me. I can really get it. As much as you want. But what do you want coal for in such a hot day? Yi Xian lied casually. My relative wants to open a factory, and everything is ready. But she needs too much coal, and it's too late to transport it from outside the province. So I asked for her. The boss grinned. I need coal for my dry stew all year round. I know many coal bosses. How much does your relative want? It's a good time to buy coal now. It's much cheaper than in winter. Yi Xian said casually. 200 tons. Do you have it? The boss took a breath. Wow. So much? I dare not promise you this. Wait for me to ask. Yi Xian watched the boss make 2 calls and said to her with a smile, if you ask me, you are really lucky. I have a friend in Shaanxi. A company in City B asked for 300 tons of coal. For some reason, they broke the contract and didn't want it. Now 300 tons of coal are on the way. Ask your relative. If she can take it all, give her a discount. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. 300 tons of coal. This thing will be scarce in the future. However, she didn't have that much money and couldn't afford this batch of goods. After a quick calculation, even if she took out an online loan, it wouldn't be enough. Chapter 10. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. 300 tons is not a small amount. When will this truck of coal arrive in City A? I asked my relative. After leaving their contact information, Yi Xian rode home. She wanted to take her son back to her hometown and pick up her parents to feel at ease. Who knew that she didn't see her son when she got home? Knocking on Su Jing's door, Su Jing asked in a daze, what happened so early in the morning? Yi Xian's heart sank suddenly. Xian was not at Su Jing's house. Something happened. He knew that he had to go back to his hometown to pick up his grandparents after breakfast, so he would never run around. At this time, Yi Xian's phone rang, and a strange number appeared on the screen. Yi Xian hurriedly pressed the answer button, and Gu Nan's voice came from inside. Yi Xian, listen to me. My son is in my hands now. If you want your son, return all the money in your bank card to me. Otherwise, you will never see your son again in your life. After hearing this, Su Jing was stunned. Gu Nan kidnapped his own son. What's going on? Yi Xian didn't have time to explain to her. She returned to her home and slammed the door shut. Gu, what do you want to do? That's your son. Gu Nan laughed crazily. So what if it's my son? If you want to blame someone, don't blame me. Just blame his mother for being so cruel and not leaving us a way to live. Yi Xian, give me all the money and I will return my son to you immediately. Otherwise, you will never see him again. Ouch. Get out of here. Where did this mad dog come from? Yi Xian forced herself to calm down. Gu Nan, don't hurt him. I will return all the bank cards to you now. Where are you now? There were dogs barking, scolding, children crying and calling from the other end of the line. Then the phone was hung up. Yi Xian ran out. If she guessed correctly, Gu Nan was at home now. He took the risk because he saw that his house was demolished into a shell. Su Jing. Dong dong. Yi Xian banged on the door of Yi Xian's room. Xin. Are you okay? How about we call the police? Yi Xian said with a gloomy face. Not for now. His father kidnapped him. I go there now. Su Jing followed closely behind Yi Xian. Xin. Don't worry. I go with you. Yi Xian stood up suddenly. You don't have to follow me. I can handle it. It's just that the weather has been too abnormal recently. You should stock up more things at home and try not to go out. After saying that, he strode out without caring about Su Jing's confused face. She started her Wrangler and drove away like an arrow. The car stopped at the gate of the original community, and Yi Xian rushed to her original home like crazy. It was still a mess here. Nothing was there. Not only did she not see her son, but even Gu Nan was not here. Yi Xian pulled Gu Nan's mobile number out of the blacklist and called it. No one answered. Called the same number again. And still no one answered. Yi Xian had to call Luing. Luing on the other end of the phone spoke vaguely. You bitch. Not only did you force me to sell my house, you also made Gu Nan's house uninhabitable. Where is Gu Nan now? How do I know where he is? You and your wife are not good people. I don't want to see you again in this life. It seems that Gu Nan and her have broken up. Yi Xian was so anxious that she was running around. Where could this Gu Nan be? At this time, the phone rang. It was Su Jing calling. Su Jing's voice on the other end of the phone was very sharp. Xin. Come back soon. Quick. Your son is back. What? Xian went back? Jing. Don't worry. What happened? Su Jing's voice was still high and sharp. Come back soon. You know when you come back? I don't know what to say. Yi Xian was stunned. Did Xian reveal himself? Otherwise, why would Su Jing react like this? Yi Xian rushed downstairs quickly and drove to Jinxiu Garden. When she arrived at Jinxiu Garden, she saw a group of people gathered at the gate. Xian was covered in blood and was hugging a big dog tightly. The dog was also covered in blood. Yi Xian was stunned. Little wolf? The dog whimpered. Xian saw Yi Xian let go of the dog's neck and pouted his mouth and was about to cry, Mom! Woo! You're back. Yi Xian dispersed the crowd, led her son and the dog, and walked home. The owner's voice was also heard behind him. Large dogs are not allowed in the community. What if such a big dog bites a child? That's right. Even if it doesn't bite people, it's not okay to scare the children. Yi Xian ignored them and walked straight home. Jing. This dog is called Little Wolf. Xian and I often feed it. You go back first. Don't worry. I can handle it. Su Jing walked away, looking back every few steps. Yi Xian grabbed her son's arm and repeatedly checked for a long time. After confirming that her son was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xian, what happened today? According to Xian, he was playing on the balcony window after dinner and suddenly saw Little Wolf walking on the street. He ignored his mother's instructions and rushed downstairs quickly. But he could not see Little Wolf. He had no choice but to search the streets. calling the wolf cub's name while searching. Unexpectedly, the wolf cub didn't come out. But Gu Nan did. Gu Nan saw Xian Xian and wanted to coax Xian Xian to follow him. Unfortunately, Xian Xian was reborn from the last apocalypse. And he knew too well what kind of person his father was. Seeing that he refused to cooperate, Gu Nan had to pick him up and leave. When Gu Nan stuffed Xian Xian into the car, the wolf cub appeared. It seemed to know that Xian Xian was in danger, and it ran all the way to chase Gu Nan's car, and tried to stop Gu Nan's car several times. Gu Nan had no choice but to park the car on the side of the road and pick up his phone to call Yi Xian. At this time, the little wolf suddenly pounced and bit Gu Nan's arm. This was the scream that Yi Xian heard from the phone. With the help of the little wolf, Gu Nan was finally knocked down. Xian Xian brought the little wolf to Jinxiu Garden. Xian Xian blood and the big dog immediately attracted the attention of others, including Su Jing. After hearing this, Yi Xian hugged her son and said, "Be good. Go take a bath first." Yi Xian turned on the TV and listened to the news while bathing her son. One of the news caught her attention. "Dear residents, please note that Typhoon Meiwa suddenly accelerated and became stronger, and will land in City B in the next 2 to 3 days. At that time, our city will also be affected by strong winds. Please stay away from outdoor billboards." It's really early. Yi Xian didn't have time to think about it, and immediately picked up the phone. "We want the 300 tons of coal, and it will arrive the day after tomorrow morning? Okay. Is the explosion-proof glass ready? Deliver to this location. Is the security door ready? Deliver to this location." "Yes." "Okay. I'll be there in half an hour." She hurriedly helped Xian Xian wash and put on clean clothes. Turning around, she threw a few meat bones to the little wolf and stroked the little wolf's head. "Little wolf, you stay at home obediently. Xian Xian and I will go back for a while. We don't know when we will be back. There is food here. You are not allowed to be naughty or run around. Do you understand?" Yi Xian took out some food and piled it in the stainless steel basin. It was enough for the little wolf to eat for 2 days. The wolf cub seemed to understand her words. Woof woof. At this time, the salesperson of the 4S store called again and said that they had obtained 3 tons of diesel and gasoline each, which would arrive this afternoon. Yi Xian gave him the warehouse address and asked him to deliver it to the warehouse by himself and pay after she received the goods. She took Xian Xian out. The explosion-proof glass and anti-theft door were about to arrive. After receiving these 2 things, they had to leave immediately to return home. Otherwise, it might be too late. Chapter 11. When Yi Xian appeared in front of her parents with her son, Ye's father and mother were still weeding in the vegetable garden. The weather was hot. Even though it was just past 9 in the morning, the ground was already like a steamer. Ye's father and mother were flushed by the heat, and they stood up while wiping the sweat. "Oh, my precious grandson is back. Ha ha ha." Yi Jianhua's loud voice spread far, and he picked up Xian Xian and walked into the house. Ye's mother took Yi Xian's arm and said, "My daughter, when did you buy a car? Why are you in such a hurry to take us to the city?" Yi Xian was thinking about how to tell her parents about this. Tell the truth? Afraid of scaring the 2 old people. Tell a lie? Hee hee. It's probably hard to hide it from Dad's sharp eyes. "Mom, I have something very important to do now. You guys come with me first, and I tell you slowly when the time comes." Yi Jianhua was a scout. How could he hide his daughter's little thoughts from him? Yi Jianhua frowned, put Xian Xian on the sofa, and got angry at his daughter, Xin Xin. "Tell the truth. What's going on? You haven't worked for 10 years. How come you are so busy all of a sudden? You don't even have time to send your child to school? Also, today is Wednesday. Xian Xian kindergarten doesn't have summer vacation. Why didn't he go to school today?" Yi Xian lowered her head, knowing that nothing could be hidden from her father's sharp eyes. She sighed. "Mom and Dad, Gu Nan and I are divorced. This matter is a bit troublesome, but I have already solved it. You don't have to worry." Ye's mother still sighed. "I knew it would end like this. When you wanted to quit your job and go home to take care of your mother-in-law. I didn't agree. How can a woman not have a job?" "My daughter, is that kid Gu Nan trying to snatch your child from you? So you need us to support you?" Yi Xian didn't say anything yet. Mother Yi couldn't help but complain again. If Gu Nan hadn't begged Xian like that, Xian wouldn't have quit her job to take care of his mother for 4 or 5 years. Xian was able to take care of the paralyzed old woman until she was fully recovered. Just for this reason, he shouldn't have done anything to let Xian down. This man has no conscience. Xian quickly took over the conversation. Mom, this matter is over. Let's not talk about it. The most important thing now is that you follow me. After thinking about it, Xian decided to tell the truth. Dad, how much money do you and Mom have left? Now go to the street to buy things. Seeds, grains, vegetables, daily necessities. Buy as much as you can. And spend all the money. Ye's mother was shocked. What are you doing? Is it easy for your dad and I to save some money? Hey! Xian sighed and put her hand on the coffee table. In an instant, the coffee table disappeared. Ye's father and mother widened their eyes. This. What's going on? Xian walked out of the yard, locked the door, closed the door, and sat back on the sofa again. Mom and Dad, do you believe that people can be reborn? Ye's father glared at her. Don't talk nonsense. Ye's mother pondered for a moment and slowly said, Mom is a medical student. I believe that the human body is as exquisite as the universe. Current science has not been able to study it thoroughly. I just don't know what level of rebirth you are talking about. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, her mother is a doctor in the town hospital. As long as she can convince her, she won't have to worry about her father. Xian stretched out her hand, and the coffee table appeared in front of everyone intact. Xian smiled bitterly. To be honest with my parents, Xian and I both came back from the future. After listening to Xian's narration, and looking at Xian who kept nodding, Ye's father and mother fell into deep thought. Yi Jianhua was the first to accept this fact. If this is true, let's quickly tell the villagers and let everyone find a solution. Xian shook her head. This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you at first. If everyone knew about this, it would definitely cause panic. Not only will they not be able to escape, but we will also be arrested for spreading rumors. And we won't even have a chance to escape. Xian put the coffee table into the space again and said to Ye's mother, this space is transformed from the bracelet that my grandmother left me. If you don't believe it, you can go into the space and take a look. I have already stockpiled a lot of supplies in it. Ye's mother looked at her husband and said firmly, we believe you. Brother Hua, go shopping quickly. My daughter and I will clean up the house and take away as much as we can. Yi Jianhua looked at Xian deeply. Okay. I go now. Tell me first. What have you bought? What else is missing? Xian took out the list and showed it to her father. Father Yi looked at the shopping list for a long time and frowned. Daughter. Radio. Dry cell batteries. You forgot the most important thing. Xian suddenly came to her senses. In the future, when the power and internet are cut off, the TV and mobile phones cannot be used. The radio is the best channel to get news from the outside world. There are also weapons that can protect the family. Water purification tablets to purify the water source. Medicines. Father Yi listed a bunch of things in one breath. You pack it home. I will go out to buy. Father Yi has always been resolute and decisive. He got up and ran out. Xian grabbed him and said, don't reveal a word to the outside world, including my uncle's family. Father Yi pursed his lips tightly. Your uncle and aunt are not at home. They are in the hospital in the city. Don't worry. I won't say a word. Mother Yi pondered for a moment. My daughter. How was your brother in the last life? Xian was stunned. She had never seen her brother who was a soldier in the last life until she died. But she couldn't say that. She couldn't let her parents worry. She had to lie. I remember someone mentioned in the last life that he settled in a Doomsday base and was responsible for maintaining public order. Ye's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up. Hurry up and pack up. Xian first collected the stored food at home, then pulled up all the vegetables planted by her parents and threw them into the space. There were still 8 old hens raised by her mother, and she threw them all into the space. Xian's mind suddenly lit up. Mom, who in our village has a rooster? Let's go buy 2. Ye's mother immediately understood what her daughter meant. They have hens. And if there are roosters, the eggs laid by the hens can hatch chicks. Li Min's family raises chickens. The weather is too hot, and the chickens don't lay eggs. They are dealing with it. You go quickly. Xian didn't bother to pick vegetables, and walked towards the east end of the village under the scorching sun. The cart had just taken away more than 1,000 old hens, and Xian sighed. I wish I had come earlier. Fortunately, there were still a few chickens left for her to eat. So Yi Xian bought 2 big roosters. The 2 roosters were fat and shiny, with big red crowns standing upright, and a pair of eyes looking around vigilantly, looking very heroic. Yi Xian was very satisfied with what he saw, and walked home with the 2 roosters, and threw them into the space when he got home. At this time, the space was exactly full of 10 animals. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the sky was gloomy, looking like it was going to rain. All the villagers came out of their homes, looked at the dark clouds in the sky and cheered, "Great! God is finally going to rain. If it doesn't rain, the crops in the fields will be roasted to death." They didn't know that this brief coolness was the beginning of the end of the world. Chapter 12. 2 hours later, Yi Jianhua came back. He jumped off a farm tricycle and directed others to unload the things into the yard. After seeing the visitor off, he went into the house and called Yi Xian, "Come quickly. I bought almost all the seeds from the seed store. Collect them quickly. The supermarket will deliver a batch of goods later. Mimi, please contact the medical representative who usually supplies you with medicines. I'm afraid that buying too much medicine in the pharmacy will attract attention." Ye's mother reacted immediately. "I call and ask him to deliver the medicine to Xinxin. Xinxin, give me an address." Mother Yi is a doctor after all, and she knows all the commonly used medicines. She has already taken care of this matter before the supermarket has finished unloading the goods. Anti-inflammatory drugs and traumatic injury drugs are the first to be dealt with, followed by cold medicine, heat clearing and detoxifying drugs, blood pressure control, blood sugar control drugs, insulin, heart disease treatment, etc. Although the family does not need this at present, who can guarantee that they will not need it in the future? According to her daughter, this apocalypse will not end for 10 or 8 years. The man promised her that it would be delivered to City A the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yi Xian was secretly anxious, looking at the situation. It was uncertain what the situation would be the day after tomorrow. They didn't even have time to make lunch. Yi Xian took out the ready-made food from the space, and everyone quickly filled their stomachs. After emptying the small courtyard, they immediately got on the car and returned to the city. When the car started, bean-sized raindrops crackled and fell on the car window. Yi Xian was anxious. She stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away like an arrow from a string. At first, the raindrops fell on the ground and were quickly evaporated by the surface, and the water vapor carried a fresh scent of soil. As the raindrops fell more and more, the ground began to get wet and water began to accumulate. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many people rushing out of the door and standing in the rain to cheer. She sighed and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The wipers were already at the fastest speed, but she still couldn't see the road ahead clearly. She didn't dare to stop, so she had to slow down, because she knew that this rain would last for more than a month and it would never stop. If we don't hurry home now, the road will become more and more difficult to drive on. Turn on the fog lights and flashing lights of the car and drive slowly along the line on the road. There was no wind, and the rain fell vertically, as if an invisible big hand was holding a basin and pouring it down. The big trees on the roadside were washed by the heavy rain, and all the leaves drooped, looking listless. In this downpour, their off-road vehicle was like a small beetle, moving slowly and firmly towards the goal. The tribe seller called her several times, but she didn't have time to answer. Later, she simply handed the car to her father, and she and her mother squeezed in the back to make a phone call. Ye's father's driving skills were much better than Yi Xian's, although the speed was still not fast. It was much faster than Yi Xian. Yi Xian called, and the tribe seller told her that the train carrying coal had arrived in City A in advance. But it was impossible to unload the goods in such heavy rain. The driver and the accompanying personnel had already found a place to take shelter from the rain. Yi Xian asked about the current location of the train, and said that she was not in a hurry, and could wait until the rain stopped before unloading the train. After hanging up the phone, she turned on the navigation on her phone and handed it to her father. "Dad, let's go here first. I collect the coal first." This heavy rain came just in time. Her pork, chicken, beef and mutton arrived early this morning. After she paid for the meat, she didn't have enough money to pay for the 300 tons of coal. Now she will start buying for free, starting with this car of coal. Yi Xian put on a mask, a raincoat, and sprayed the rain spray on the mask. She rushed into the heavy rain and began to breathe frantically. She crawled over one carriage after another, and the coal entered the space smoothly. She also gradually overdrew her physical strength. When Yi Xian sat in the car, panting, she shouted to her father, "Hurry! Go home!" The rain was too heavy. The sewers were all running at full capacity, but the streets were still half a foot deep with rainwater. At this time, there were few vehicles on the streets in the city. However, many vehicles were parked on the roadside, waiting for the rain to get off the road. Yi Xian knew that these cars parked on the roadside would never have a chance to start again. By the time they reacted, the car had been submerged in the rain and could no longer start. Yi Xian parked the car at the entrance of the apartment building, watched his parents and son run into the apartment building, and then found a place where no one was and put the car in the space. When he got home, Yi Xian hugged the little wolf first. "Yes, father," exclaimed. "What a good German shepherd. Where did you get it?" Yi Xian did not dare to hide it, and let his son hug the little wolf's neck and tell his parents about the fate of the little wolf and them. The little wolf was originally just a stray dog, but Xian liked it. So, Yi Xian often took Xian to feed him, and after a while, he was considered half the owner. In the last life, Yi Xian rescued the little wolf from a group of hungry people and kept it by her side. The little wolf was very smart. Not only did he protect the mother and son many times, but he also found food for them in the extreme cold. But after the zombies appeared, the little wolf was beaten to death by a group of crazy people to make dog meat hot pot in order to protect Xian. Hearing this, Yi's mother also squatted down and hugged the little wolf, and rewarded it with a sausage. The little wolf seemed to understand human nature, and stretched out his long tongue to lick the back of Yi's mother's hand. Yi Xian took out the ingredients and asked her mother to cook, since the end of the world had just arrived and the smell of cooking would not cause trouble. She had to cook more. She and Yi's father began to modify the anti-theft doors and windows. It was just raining now, and the typhoon had not come yet, so it was still in time to install the windows. The two spent an afternoon and finally replaced the windows. The car sales called and said that the rain was too heavy and there was no way to deliver diesel and gasoline to the designated location. He also gave Yi Xian an address and asked her to pick up the goods in person after the rain stopped. Yi Xian shook her head. It seemed that there was no chance. Yi's mother cooked a big pot of earthen pot chicken, a big pot of braised spare ribs, and a big pot of spare ribs stewed with winter melon. The vegetarian dishes were simple. They only prepared a plate of cold cucumber salad, which was enough for one meal. The meat was reserved for a family of 4. The rest was packed in disposable lunch boxes and stuffed into the cabin in the space. Yi Xian's space also absorbed the security door, explosion-proof glass, pork, mutton, beef, chicken, seeds, and the small courtyard of his hometown. The system awarded her another 5,820 points, adding the 300 tons of coal she sucked on the way. Her total points now totaled 21,854 points. Yi Xian happily exchanged it for 2 AK sniper rifles, one for herself and one for her father. The advantage of this thing is that it hardly needs maintenance. But the disadvantage is, it is too big. It is really not easy to collect and use. It would be great if there were 2 more pistols. Unfortunately, Yi Xian searched all over the mall and couldn't find a suitable pistol. It was still raining heavily outside. From the 18th floor, it was all white outside. The vertical rain line barely wet the glass, falling straight to the ground, splashing water. The rain on the road swirled with leaves and garbage into the sewer. Most of the rain did not have time to flow away, so it gathered on the road and was splashed again by the falling raindrops. There was no wind. No one was visible, and the whole world was silent except for the sound of rain. The sensitive Yi Xian suddenly felt that the sound of rain seemed wrong. Chapter 13. Was there thunder in the previous life? It seems not. But where did this rolling thunder come from? Yi Xian listened carefully, and it was indeed thunder. It was just far away, so if you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't find it at all. Yi Xian was thinking, and suddenly saw a red lightning in the east sky. After about 5 seconds, there was a faint thunder. It seems that the heavy rain in the east is still different from here. The voice of the announcer came from the TV. Typhoon. Meiwa. The wind speed is still increasing, and the central wind force has reached level 18. It is expected to pass through City B in 24 hours. City A will also encounter strong winds at that time. Citizens are requested to prepare for windbreaks and stay away from large outdoor billboards. There are still 24 hours left. Maybe less than 24 hours. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Yi Xian decided to take another risk. So she pulled Ye's father and rushed into the rain curtain quickly despite Ye's mother's dissuasion. At this time, the sewer was overloaded, and rainwater gushed out from the sewer outlet, forming countless small fountains. Yi Xian walked to the dark, let out her wrangler, and got into the car. Fortunately, there were almost no cars on the road in such weather, so as long as she didn't fall into a ditch, she didn't have to worry about safety. Under Yi Xian's command, Ye's father drove to the address given by the diesel salesman. This was a gas station. With such heavy rain, the staff at the gas station had already gone home. Yi Xian looked around and pried open the warehouse next to it. Sure enough, the diesel and gasoline she wanted were all here. No matter whether it was diesel or gasoline, she collected them all in one go. The small supermarket in the gas station was not spared either, as these things would be hard to find again in the future. Then she drove to the outdoor equipment store, which was a spot Yi Xian had picked out early in the morning, and she just needed to destroy the surveillance inside. There were speedboats, polar equipment, outdoor tents, etc. here, all available. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all, smashed the security door, and went in to collect them. Even if she didn't want them, they would be cheap for others in the future. And from now on, these shops would never open again. After buying this store, she bought several outdoor equipment stores nearby, and unexpectedly confiscated more than a dozen sets of extreme cold clothing that can withstand temperatures of more than 50 degrees below zero. After buying these stores, not far away is Xinhua Bookstore, which is only about 100 meters away. Looking at the two-story building of Xinhua Bookstore, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. This is a treasure of human civilization, and it will be moved out and burned as firewood for heating in the future. Instead of doing this, it is better for her to buy this library now, which can be regarded as preserving the product of human civilization in this world. Yi Xian said hello to her father, drove to the gate of Xinhua Bookstore, and disguised herself to destroy the surveillance as usual. Ye's father felt sorry for his daughter, and volunteered to pry open the door of the bookstore, allowing Yi Xian to concentrate on collecting supplies. Looking at the gradually rising rain on the road, Ye's father reminded, Xin, hurry up. If this goes on, I'm afraid we won't be able to go back. How could Yi Xian not understand this? Unfortunately, this bookstore is too big. Even if she walked around, it would take more than half an hour. Not to mention the professional books upstairs. Yi Xian took out a pair of roller skates from the space and put them on her feet. She skated all the way, sliding her hands across the bookshelf, and put all the bookshelf into the space. In this way, it took less than 10 minutes to collect one floor. Yi Xian hurried upstairs and followed the same method to absorb all the professional books, no matter what category, just to leave the last hope for mankind. When all the books were collected, the rain on the street had already submerged her calves. There was no time to delay. Looking at the dazzling array of supplies on the street, Yi Xian had to give up cruelly, release the car, step on the gas and drive towards Jingxuan community. These materials will be soaked in water in the future, waiting for others to salvage them. Some are salvaged, and more disappear forever in this world. At this time, the voice of the space appeared in Yi Xian's mind again. Saving books is beneficial to the preservation of human civilization, and the space system is upgraded to level 3. Reward a bag of strawberry seeds. What a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian never thought that doing things that benefit mankind would be rewarded like this. In my previous life, I was only able to survive by running around, and I really didn't have the energy to think about this. The garden outside the cottage changed visibly, turning into fertile, soft black soil. Yi Xian was overjoyed and didn't even pay attention to the points rewarded by the system. Instead, she quickly entered the space and sprinkled strawberry seeds on this black soil. Although this piece of black soil is only the size of a basketball court, and she has piled up a lot of coal, diesel and other supplies. This is the place where she feels most at ease. With it, her future life will be secure. At the same time, the mist behind the cabin dissipated and turned into a forest. Yi Xian walked into the forest and saw that there were not only lush trees, but also countless flowers, birds, fish and insects. The fish in the stream swam freely, and even hares could be seen in the forest. Yi Xian opened her eyes wide in surprise. I didn't have these things in my previous life. She quickly put her consciousness deep into the cabin to check. It had changed from 1 bedroom to 2. And the water and electricity that were not there before were now all available. All this made Yi Xian feel relieved. And she had more confidence in her survival in this life. When they returned to Jingxuan, the rain had already reached her knees. After Yi Xian put the car into the space, she followed her father up the stairs to the 18th floor. Although the power was not cut off yet, the power system could be interrupted at any time. If she was trapped in the elevator, it would be a loss. At this time, the owner group was in an uproar. The owner of Unit 3, Building 8, asked for help in the group, who has more food stored. My family never cooks. And now we only have 3 packs of instant noodles left. Help! The neighbor in Unit 1, Building 6 also said, me too. I never cooked before. Who knew it would rain so hard? I can't even order takeout. The owner is from the same building as Yi Xian. I just don't know which floor he is from. Yi Xian shook her head. In such weather, let alone restaurants not opening. Even if restaurants open, which takeout driver dares to run outside? Fortunately, Su Jing was obedient. She listened to Yi Xian's advice and bought a lot of supplies to store at home. Plus, Su Jing usually cooks at home, so there is no need to worry about food at home for the time being. Who knew that Su Jing's helpful nature would start to play tricks again? She had neighbor of Unit 1, Building 6 in the group. I still have some noodles at home. Do you want some for emergency? Yi Xian jumped up in a hurry when she saw Su Jing's message. She actually forgot to remind her of this. Yi Xian quickly called Su Jing. Quickly withdraw what you said in the group. Immediately, Su Jing didn't understand. But hearing Yi Xian's serious tone, she withdrew the sentence without saying a word. Who would have thought that the neighbor replied, thank you, Miss Su. I will ask you for more when my family really runs out of food. It seems that they know each other. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. Jing, don't say in the group that you have food in stock. We don't know when this heavy rain will stop. It would be bad if someone targeted you. Su Jing disagreed. I know him very well. And he has helped me and Jiang Chao a lot. It's okay. Just treat it as helping each other between neighbors. Anyway, a bag of noodles is not worth much. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, there was a sound of knocking on the door outside. And Yi Xian was stunned. Someone couldn't stand it so soon? Chapter 14. Yi Xian looked out through the peephole. I saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by an old lady, banging on the door of room 1803. Behind the old lady was a woman in her 40s and a man in his 20s, who seemed to be a family. Based on the principle of less trouble, Yi Xian did not intend to ask about other people's affairs. Ye's mother was still busy in the kitchen, cooking chicken in the palace, muksu pork, braised spare ribs, braised pork, steamed fish. The 2 gas stoves were fully utilized, and Ye's mother had already made 7 or 8 dishes, each of which was 3 portions, packed in disposable fresh-keeping boxes and stored in the cabin for use whenever needed. Although it was raining, the temperature did not drop significantly. The hot and humid air made people breathless, and even the walls of the room were wet. Although the air conditioner was on, Yi Xian still felt sticky all over. She rushed into the bathroom to take a shower, then made a cold salad of bitter chrysanthemum, added the gongbao chicken and mushu pork made by Ye's mother, and took out 2 cans of beer. And it was another meal. Xian said while eating, Mom, if the whole end of the world can be like this, how great it would be. Unfortunately, we have to move in the future. Yi Xian put a piece of meat in Xian bowl. Don't worry. Even if we have to move, it won't be the same as before. Eat quickly. I asked Grandpa to get you a sandbag tomorrow. Don't fall behind in exercise. Xian nodded fiercely. I know. Mom. And the little wolf. The little wolf's training can't fall behind. Woof woof. The little wolf barked at Yi Xian. Father Yi smiled. Don't worry. I take care of the little wolf's training. He threw a steamed bun to the little wolf. You be with me from now on. Eat more. Don't let it go when the time comes. The little wolf whimpered, laid down, picked up the steamed bun, and moved closer to Yi Xian, as if to say, he is so stingy. He wants to train me, so he only gives me a steamed bun. Seeing Xian laughing, Yi Xian had to take out a big bone with meat from the space and throw it to the little wolf. The little wolf happily picked up the bone and ran away. The family had just finished their meal when there was a knock at the door. Yi Xian thought it was Su Jing. But when she opened the door, she found that it was the family in 1803 who had just moved in. The woman, who looked to be in her 40s, stood in front of the door with a bag of seafood in her hand. "We just came from City B. We will be neighbors in the future. Please take care of us." Yi Xian was stunned and stepped aside to let the woman in. "You are too polite. We will be neighbors in the future, and it is necessary to help each other. Look at this weather. It is hard to say what the future will be like." The woman sighed. "At least there is no thunderstorm here. You don't know that City B just experienced a thunderstorm, and many residential buildings are uninhabitable. I learned from the woman that 1803 is also her house. Her house in City B also encountered a thunderstorm. Under the strong lightning strike, she didn't have time to take anything. She hurriedly picked up her daily necessities and ran here. She didn't even have time to take the key to this house." The woman asked Yi Xian if she knew someone who changed door locks nearby. Their door locks were broken, and they needed to change them urgently. Yi Xian did know the person who changed the door locks, but he would not come to her house in such weather. Yi Xian took out the door lock she had just changed and handed it to the woman along with the key. "This is what we just changed. If you don't mind, use it first. The key is here too. When the rain stops, there will be time to find someone to change the locks." The woman looked at the heavy rain outside and had to accept the door lock from Yi Xian. "Hey, thank you very much. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well tonight." Looking at the 3 keys in her hand, she knew that there were only 3 keys to the security door in this community. It seemed that Yi Xian really wanted to help her. The woman took the door lock and left. Yi Xian shook her head. Just consider it as repaying her for this favor. After all, seafood can't be collected for nothing. Yi Xian turned on her phone, and Gu Nan's family group was in an uproar. The mother-in-law was scolding the father-in-law. "You old man. Are you getting your retribution? You agreed to buy a house for us to live in, but you let a vixen live there. Why didn't the thunder kill you both?" She called Gu Nan. "Son, how is your injury? Did the doctor say when you will be discharged?" Gu Nan said nothing. The mother-in-law was even more anxious. "That damn woman. She took away all our money. How are we going to live in the future?" The mother-in-law's sister-in-law couldn't help it. "Sister-in-law, we have no food at home. Can you send us some food? I give you money. Get lost." Mother-in-law was furious. "You little bitch. Your family has so much money, but you only know how to eat takeout every day. I have to save my food for myself, and I don't have any extra for you." Father-in-law's brother couldn't stand it anymore. "Sister-in-law, don't speak so harshly, as if everyone in the family is wrong and only you are right. Don't you know that your son cheated? You instigated it. Why did your husband cheat? Isn't it because you are too strong?" He really couldn't stand it anymore. "What does it have to do with you that we eat takeout? If you don't want to help, just say you don't want to help. Why are you saying so many useless things?" Gu Nan sent a message. "Mom, the hospital asked for medical expenses. I have no money. Please give me some money." Mother-in-law sent an angry expression. "Why does it cost so much for a minor injury? Did you say when you will be discharged from the hospital?" Gu Nan sent a crying expression. "The doctor said that the stray dog bite was too serious, and I must be hospitalized for observation. About a week should be enough. Mom, I can't even eat. Woohoo! Please send me money quickly. Now the meals in the hospital have to be snatched up, and they are so expensive." Yi Xian's mouth twitched, thinking, "Don't worry. There will be no more meals to snatch in the hospital soon. And the time to cry is still to come." She turned off her phone and began to sink her consciousness into the space, using her mental power to sort out the materials in the space. The coal, oil drums, etc. on the black soil were all piled in the corner to avoid occupying too much black soil. Then the black soil was divided into pieces, and potatoes, cabbage, spinach, tomatoes, cucumbers, beans, etc. were planted separately. Then, she cleared a space in the northeast corner and planted apple trees, persimmon trees, and grape trees dug from her hometown in the corner. After all this, it was already past 9 o'clock, and her father was still making sandbags. Yi Xian hurriedly took her son to bed. When her son was still growing, he had to get enough sleep before the typhoon arrived. Yi Xian planned to go out again tonight in a rubber boat. Those supplies were submerged in the flood, which was really heartbreaking. She set the alarm clock at 1 o'clock. Everyone else was asleep at this time, so it would not attract attention if she went out. She lay in bed, listening to the sound of rain outside, thinking about where to go tonight and where to build a base in the future. Yi-Xian gradually fell asleep. That night, she had a strange dream. She dreamed that there was a villa halfway up a mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles. The strange thing was that there was only this villa. There was a group of board houses around the villa, which seemed to be temporarily built by construction workers. Beyond the board houses were endless mountains. From time to time, wolf howls could be heard in the forest. The scene changed, and her son Xian was standing on the roof of the villa, waving at her. "Mom, I like this new home. Come and take a look." Suddenly, a wolf jumped out from behind Xian, biting Xian with its bright red mouth. Yi-Xian woke up with a start. Chapter 15. Look at the time. It's just past 12 o'clock. Xian is sleeping beside me, except for the sound of rain outside. The room is quiet. Yi-Xian stroked her chest. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Xian beside me didn't seem to sleep well. He kept tossing and turning, and made a sound of grinding teeth from time to time. Yi-Xian habitually put her palm on her son's forehead. It was hot. "My son has a fever." Yi-Xian woke up at once. Hurry up and get out of bed to find antipyretic medicine. She remembered that she also brought antipyretic and cold medicine from home. Yi-Xian walked to the bed with the antipyretic and gently woke Xian up. "Come, son, take some medicine. You have a fever." Xian opened his hazy eyes, looked at Yi-Xian in confusion, and called out, "Mom." Yi-Xian helped him up and watched him drink the antipyretic. Just as she was about to put him down, Xian grabbed Yi-Xian's hand. "Mom, I just had a strange dream." Yi-Xian patted his body to comfort him. "It's okay. It's just a dream. Mom is here, and no one will hurt Xian. Xian shook his head. "Mom, I dreamed of a big villa, where Mom and Grandma took me to live, and the zombies outside didn't dare to come in. There were wolves there, and a wolf dragged me away." Yi-Xian's heart jumped. Wasn't this the dream she just had? How could it be so coincidental? My son also had the same dream at the same time. Then what? Yi-Xian asked. Xian frowned. Then the little wolf chased after me. And then I was woken up by you. Mom, that dream is too real. It was as if it had really happened before. Yi-Xian patted her son's body. Go to sleep. We talk tomorrow. She couldn't go out again because her son was sick. After a while, Xian fell into a deep sleep. After a long while, Xian finally broke out in sweat, and his fever subsided. Yi-Xian couldn't fall asleep anymore. She and Xian had the same dream at the same time. What did it mean? Or was this dream reminding her of something? According to the scene in the dream, the villa was really suitable for defending against zombies. First, there are mountains and forests there, with few people. Second, the villas there are located at a high altitude, so they will not be submerged even in a rainstorm like the current one. As long as you make good defenses on the periphery, it is more than enough to use it as your own small base. But where is this place? Why would she have such a clear dream in a place she has never been to? Oh! Yi-Xian rubbed her head. Perhaps in a space of unknown dimension. She is experiencing the things in her dream. At dawn, Yi-Xian got up, washed up, and went to the kitchen to cook. She cooked some rice porridge, fried an egg pancake, and boiled an egg for each person, with some pickles, which was a simple breakfast. Mother Yi took the egg from Xian's hand and said, You can't eat eggs when you are sick and have a fever. Be good, drink some porridge, and let your mother bring you a bun. Yi-Xian had to take out a bun from the space and let her son eat the bun and drink the porridge. In fact, she still had a lot of eggs, all bought by her father when he was in his hometown. But my mother said that sick children can't eat eggs, so let's not eat them for now. Now she just hopes that the hens in the space can reproduce themselves. Only in this way, she will have endless eggs to eat. After breakfast, my mother touched Xian's forehead. It seems that he still has a fever. Do you have any cold medicine? Give him some. Hey, it's raining so hard. I don't know if the medicine I bought can be delivered? Yi-Xian shook her head. It's terrible. The typhoon is coming soon, and the road conditions will only get worse when the typhoon comes. Mom, do you know where his company is? If not, we can find a way to get it. Ye's mother shook her head. I only know that their office is in the office building in the east of the city. It is said that they are all engaged in medicine. I don't know where the specific company is. There is no way. And I can only accept this fact. Fortunately, Ye's mother knows a little massage. After Xian took the medicine, Ye's mother carefully massaged him for half an hour. Xian fever finally subsided again. When Yi Xian talked about the strange dream last night, Ye's father was silent for a moment. I think I know this place. Father Yi turned to look at Mother Yi. Mimi, do you remember the last time you went home? Does the place Xin mentioned look like the mountain in your hometown? The last time we passed by, the villa was still being topped off. You said, who would have the time to build a villa in the mountains? Mother Yi raised her head suddenly. Yes. That's right. I heard that the rich man who built the villa is from your grandmother village. After he became rich, all his relatives and friends asked him to borrow money. But when he went to collect the money, they all turned their backs on him. They also said that he was rich but unkind. And he came to ask for a small amount of money. As a result, he built that villa halfway up the mountain in anger, saying that he wanted to stay away from these people. It is said that he did not live in the villa, and his son took him to the city. Yi Xian did not care about his final destination. She only got 2 pieces of information from her parents' conversation. 1. This place really exists. 2. The villa is now idle, and no one lives there. Now we are in the end of the world. Does this mean that after this natural disaster is over, she can really go there to build her own base to defend against the attacks of zombies? Just as she was thinking, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. It was Gu Nan. Gu Nan's voice was weak. Xian. Please have mercy, and send me some food. I'm in the hospital now. No one is cooking in the hospital cafeteria. Even the doctors and nurses are gone. I'm almost starving to death. Yi Xian was stunned. She knew this would happen, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Yi Xian thought that the hospital would have to wait until the typhoon arrived before it would stop operating. She didn't expect that this would happen on the 3rd day of heavy rain. Looking at the waist-deep water outside the window, she understood. Doctors and nurses are also human beings. They want to go to the hospital, but they can't go in such a situation. Yi Xian hung up the phone without saying a word, too lazy to pay attention to him. Gu Nan called again, and Yi Xian decisively blocked him. Gu Nan sent a message persistently. Xin, why don't you come and take me home? I have injuries on my body and can't get wet. At least our marriage has not been divorced yet. We are still husband and wife. At this time, Yi Xian remembered, they really haven't gone to get the divorce certificate yet. Who cares? Even if they didn't get divorced. So what? How could Yi Xian be bound by a marriage contract? Besides, their divorce agreement had already been signed. Yi Xian also blocked his WeChat account, and the world was completely quiet. She stood up, did more than 30 push-ups, and started to practice boxing on the sandbag. Everything can be neglected, but exercise cannot be neglected. If you neglect it, you will die. In the living room, Ye's father was teaching Ye's mother how to box, and Ye's mother was learning every move very seriously. At this time, Yi Xian heard the sound of rain outside the window and felt something was wrong again. Chapter 16. Yi Xian came to the window and found that the rain, which was originally falling vertically, began to tilt. Large pieces of rain hit the window diagonally, washing the glass clean. Through the rain curtain, Yi Xian saw that the trees outside began to sway, and they moved faster and faster. The originally bright sky suddenly became gloomy, and the black clouds pressed low above the head, making people feel breathless. The typhoon is coming. Xian also walked to the window. Mom, is it going to start? Yi Xian put her hand on Xian's forehead, and the fever subsided. She nodded solemnly. The end of the world officially began. At this time, the property management's phone had been flooded. The first floor was flooded. With such heavy rain, the property management had no choice but to ask the owners to ask for help in the owner group. The owners on the first floor sent messages one after another. Help! My house is flooded. Which kind neighbor would be kind enough to take us in for a few days? No one replied. The property management staff began to mobilize in the group in this special period. Neighbors, please help each other. If it is convenient at home, please temporarily take in the neighbors in your unit who were affected by the disaster. We will be infinitely grateful. Still no one responded. The property manager began to speak. If there are owners who are willing to take in neighbors, Please bring photos with your neighbors to the property management. And we will give you a reward of exempting the property management fee for 1 year. Please help each other and overcome the difficulties together. The owner on the second floor also began to complain. Fuck. The people upstairs. Don't flush the water down. My toilet is starting to leak out. There was also a photo of the toilet spraying shit, which made Yi feel sick. Property management. What should we do now? You can hold back for 2 days without eating. But who can hold back without pooping? How to solve this problem? What can property management do in the face of natural disasters? All property management staff were silent. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. And the sound of rain hitting the glass was getting louder and louder. The trees on the roadside were waving their branches frantically. A billboard was blown in from nowhere, tumbling into the rain. And the splashing water was quickly submerged by the falling rain, leaving only the billboard floating in the water. The whole world seemed to be controlled and ravaged by a pair of invisible big hands. Yi took out the pig intestines from the space and started to clean them with Xian. While the power and water are not cut off, these tasks should be done quickly. If you want to deal with them later, you can only go to the space to do it. Moreover, Yi space is very strange. The cabin where time stops cannot be entered by people or any living things. Only the garden and the woods behind can be entered. Faced with this powerful but somewhat arbitrary space rule, Yi was speechless. She had no choice but to use her mind to lead the tap water in the cabin to the garden, and also to lead the electricity in the cabin outside for future use. After cleaning the pig intestines, Yi gave them to her mother, asking her to stew them or make them into dishes and put them in the cabin. At this time, Su Jing came and knocked on the door. Xin, are you home? Yi opened the door, and Su Jing sniffed. It smells so good. Auntie Ye's cooking skills are good. Ye's mother smiled. Stay for lunch at noon. Su Jing waved her hand. Forget about eating. Look at the weather outside. Not only is the rain getting heavier, but there is also a typhoon. Our school has already issued a notice to postpone the start of the semester, and we don't know when we can go out. I came here just to see if you have any food at home? Ye's mother smiled and said. We bought some when we came here, so we won't be hungry for the time being. Su Jing was afraid that Ye's mother would be polite to her, so she pulled Yi and said, thanks to your reminder, I bought a lot of things. You have a big family, so tell me if there is not enough food. Faced with such a best friend, Yi didn't know whether she should be moved or feel unfortunate. It was the same in the previous life. If it weren't for Su Jing's food, she and Xian would have starved to death in a natural disaster. It was also because of Su Jing's kindness that she was reluctant to kick Jiang Chao out of the house, even though she found that something was wrong with him, which led to a disaster. Jing, are you and Jiang Chao okay? After hearing Yi words, Su Jing's face was a little ugly. It's okay. He has that temper. He went to the 7th floor to play cards last night, and didn't come back all night. Hey! What do you want from him? Yi sighed. Yi couldn't tell her what would happen in the future, nor could she stop her from getting along with Jiang Chao. How could she avoid the tragedy of her previous life? There were curses coming from downstairs. A middle-aged woman on the 13th floor pointed at an old lady and cursed, You old fool. Why are you knocking? When your house is flooded, you live in the hallway. Why are you knocking on my door? The old lady was so angry that she was incoherent. You. This is not your house. I paid the down payment for this house, and bought it for my son. It is only natural for me to live in my son's house. The woman insisted, Now you know it's your son's house? What did you say when we needed to take care of the children? The woman waved her arms, ignoring the increasing number of people watching. At that time you said you had to go to work and didn't have time to take care of our children. We each take care of our own family. But now this is not our home. It's your son's home again? The old man was so angry that he punched the man a few times. You little bastard. We spent so much money to marry you a wife and buy you a house. And now your parents are in trouble. And you can't even stay at your house for a few days? Listen to what your wife is saying. Is it human? What will happen if we don't take care of our own family? Your wife's gift and the down payment for your house were all borrowed from us. You don't pay back the debts and don't let us work. What will we do with the borrowed money? The old man's voice was too loud, attracting more onlookers. The woman saw more and more people, so she closed the door with a bang. Get out. This is my home. No one can occupy it. Someone had a sharp nose and sniffed a few times. Smell it. Her family is stewing meat. Everyone is running out of food. But she still has meat to eat. No wonder this woman is so fat. It turns out she has a lot of food at home. I seem to smell the fragrance of rice. It seems she has a lot of food at home. Why don't we knock on the door to borrow some? Or buy some? The old man and the old woman went downstairs helplessly. Several young people knocked on the door of room 1302. The fat woman opened the door and glared at them with a face full of flesh. Why are you knocking? Are you looking for death? The young man smiled politely. Sister, do you think this is okay? We are out of food. If you have more food, please lend us some first. No. We can buy it. You name the price. The woman rolled her eyes. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. I won't sell my food even if I have it. Looking at this situation, who knows when the rain will stop? The supermarkets are probably flooded. Even if the rain stops, there is no place to buy food. This sentence reminded the young people. Yes. It's raining so hard, and it's still falling. Even if the rain stops, the food will be soaked. Where can we buy food? When you are poor, you will think of change. The young people didn't have any bad intentions. But several middle-aged men looked at each other, and the viciousness in their eyes made people shudder. Chapter 17. The typhoon was getting stronger and stronger. Listening to the ghost-like howling of the typhoon outside the door, Yi Xian took out her headphones and listened to music while exercising. Everyone was standing up for the elderly couple in 1302, but no one was willing to take the risk of offending 1302 and take them in. The old man followed the other two families and lived in the corridor with his bedding rolled up. The property management posted pictures in the owner group, announcing that many families took in the residence on the first floor and were rewarded with a 1-year reduction in property fees. Encourage other owners to follow suit. However, the results were minimal. Someone broke into an uninhabited house and moved in by force. So the honest people had to live in the corridor. Eating, drinking, defecating and urinating were all squeezed into the small stairwell. And suddenly the whole building was filled with an unpleasant smell. Yi Xian couldn't help but want to separate her floor from them. The next morning, Yi Xian heard a shocking news. The couple in 1302 were both dead. Even their 2-year-old child was thrown off the building. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. No wonder he heard a thump sound last night. Could it be the sound of someone being thrown downstairs? The electricity and water are still on. And even the internet is still available. Is there anyone who is so cruel? Su Jing knocked on Yi Xian's door with trembling hands. Xin, block the door before you go to bed. I heard that someone was thinking about eating meat at 1302 yesterday. So they pried open his door at night. Not only robbed all the food, but also beat the couple to death. Even the children were not spared. Su Jing took the phone. Look. This is a photo taken by someone else. It's so scary. Yi Xian took the phone. Sure enough, everyone in the owner group was discussing this matter. Some people were guessing who did it. Some people were saying that the couple in 1302 were inhumane. And they died. But they felt sorry for the children. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no!" Someone jumped into the water. Everyone stretched their heads out. And it was the old couple who jumped into the water. The son, daughter-in-law and grandson were all dead. Maybe they also lost hope of living. Climbed to the 13th floor and jumped out of the window. Several brave men who knew how to swim jumped in and tried to rescue the couple. But the wind and rain were too strong. If they hadn't been wearing life jackets, they would have almost drowned in the heavy rain. Seeing this, everyone gave up the idea of going out to find food. Saving their lives was the most important thing. The atmosphere in the group was very depressing. A woman popped up and said, "The dead are gone. Let's not think too much about it. I forward you something interesting. I guarantee you laugh out loud after watching it." Then, the woman sent a 1-minute video. Yi Xian was stunned when she clicked it. This person is Gu Nan. It seems that she had just been reborn and caught the adultery in the hotel. Since she took away the clothes of the scumbag and the scumbag, and also took away their mobile phones and room phone numbers. Gu Nan had no choice but to go to the front desk for help with a sheet. Unexpectedly, the sheet was not tied tightly, and when he was writing on the paper, the sheet slipped off. In the hotel lobby, in front of several couples checking in, he was exposed to the air, naked. Although Gu Nan quickly picked up the bed sheet and put it on again. This scene was still seen by many people and began to go viral on the internet. The woman said, "I saw this in other groups. It is said that this man cheated on his wife, and was caught on the spot by his wife. His clothes and mobile phone were taken away. He was forced to come out for help like this. The group immediately exploded. Someone said, "I know this person. I also know the person he cheated with. I tell you secretly. His cheating partner now lives in our community. I won't tell you which building it is." Everyone was bored at home. And this sentence immediately aroused greater interest. "Buddy, tell me, which building is she in? Let's get to know each other if we have a chance." Someone else said, "My God, who is so wicked that he doesn't even mosaic the video before posting it? Not suitable for children. Not suitable for children. Yexian, eh?" She quickly turned off her phone to avoid being sad if her parents saw it. Now she has nothing to do with Gu Nan. So who cares if he is famous or not? Not long after Yexian turned off her phone, the room suddenly became quiet. The sound of the air conditioner and the TV were all gone. The temperature in the room was rising rapidly. Yexian picked up the remote control and pressed a few times. And the power went out. Quickly replaced the solar panels to keep the air conditioner and TV running. The owners began to wail again. "Oh my God! The power went out. How can we hold on in such a hot day?" Someone gave a bad idea. "It's so windy now. Open the window, and it will be cool." The property management came out quickly to comfort, due to the strong typhoon. The line was faulty. The Power Bureau has sent people to repair it. Everyone wait patiently, listening to the howling typhoon outside and the heavy rain hitting the glass crazily. No one would believe that there would be people repairing the lines in such weather. Someone couldn't stand the humidity and heat in the room and opened the window a little. Suddenly, the strong wind and heavy rain swept in, and it was too late to close the window again. The window was smashed directly on the wall, and the typhoon and heavy rain poured in even more recklessly. The owner sent a few pictures to the group and cursed angrily. "Damn! Who came up with this bad idea? Don't open the window in this weather. Not even a crack. This is the lesson. My house is flooded now." Yexian, eh? There are really idiots who open the window. A strange phone call came in. Yexian pressed the answer button and heard the heartbreaking cry of her mother-in-law. "You are a heartless woman. You caught your husband having an affair and took his clothes. Now there are videos of him everywhere. Even his company leader came to him and said he wanted to fire him. Are you satisfied now? Happy?" Before she finished, Yexian hung up the phone, not having time to listen to her complaints. Her mother-in-law had long known about Gu Nan's affair, and the whole family had kept it a secret from her. If Yexian was the culprit in this matter, it would be better to say that she was the one. If she had a positive outlook, she would have stopped her son cheating earlier. If she had treated Yexian better because Yexian had taken care of her for 4 or 5 years, Yexian would not have been so ruthless. Unfortunately, she thought that it was his son who earned money to support Yexian, and her recovery was also his son's credit. And Yexian was just a housewife who sat back and waited for death. Her heart was broken by this family. Their face? What does it have to do with her? You will not be able to see that video soon, Yexian said in her heart. That's right. After this power outage, there has been no power supply. Woof woof. The little wolf barked at Yexian twice. Yexian rubbed the dog's head hard. Little wolf. What's wrong? The little wolf said to the door. Woof woof woof. Yexian was stunned. Is there someone outside the door? She stood up, quietly walked to the door, looked out through the cat's eye, and was stunned. How could they be here? Chapter 18. There was a man and woman outside the door. The man was in his 50s, with gray hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was meticulously combed, and he looked very righteous. The woman was in her 20s, tall, with fair skin, almond eyes, and willow-shaped eyebrows. They were none other than Yexian's father-in-law and the mistress. Yexian saw these two people through the cat's eye and was stunned. How could they be here? Aren't they in City B? Oh, right. The old woman said that their sea view room seemed to have been struck by lightning. Seeing her daughter's uncertain expression, Ye's mother curiously looked out through the cat's eye. Yexian grabbed her and dragged her to the sofa. Shh. Don't make a sound. It's my father-in-law and his mistress. Ye's mother widened her eyes. What are they doing here? Yexian shook her head. Anyway, it's nothing good. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Yexian frowned and didn't intend to ignore them. But the knocks became louder and louder, and even the family in 1803 couldn't help but open the door to see what was going on. Yi Xian had no choice but to open the door and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Father-in-law Gu Xian smiled. "I heard you live here. It's just right. Xiaoyan and I live downstairs. So I came up to see you." Yi Xian glanced at the woman next to him. The woman swayed her body towards Yi Xian, and even reached out to stroke her big waves. Yi Xian was so disgusted that she almost vomited. "Turn your head. I'm not a man. Don't bother with your visit. I have nothing to do with your Gu family in the future." Bang! With a sound, Yi Xian closed the door, leaving Gu Xian and the woman looking at each other outside. Gu Xian naturally refused to give up and knocked on the door again. "Xin, listen to me. Xin, even if you are angry with Gu Nan, Xian is still the grandson of the Gu family. Let me take a look. Just one look. Okay?" Yi Xian did not open the door, but shouted through the door, "Don't worry. He will be called Yushuan from now on. And he has nothing to do with your Gu family." The knock on the door continued. "Xin, I know you are angry. If you are angry, just fit it on me. An old man. Xian is the only grandchild of the Gu family. And I plan to leave my company to Xian. Please open the door." Xin. Yi Xian opened the door with a baseball bat, pointed at Gu Xian's nose and cursed, "Get out. Don't tarnish my Yi family with your family's dirty deeds. Keep your company for yourself. We don't need it." The woman couldn't help herself when she saw Yi Xian was so arrogant. She walked out from behind Gu Xian, pointed at Yi Xian's nose and yelled back, "Don't be shameless. You and Gu Nan haven't completed the formalities yet. He is still your father-in-law. How can you talk to your elders like that?" "Hey!" Yi Xian laughed angrily, tilting her head. She looked at the woman. "I just said that. What can you do? Who do you think you are?" "Oh, right. Should I record you and send it to your Gu family group?" "Then come on," said. Yi Xian took out her phone and was about to take a photo. Gu Xian hit her behind him. Xin, let's talk nicely. I just want to see Xian. He stuck his head in. Xian, Grandpa is here to see you." Xian didn't come out. But Yes Father came out. When Yes Father saw the woman behind Gu Xian, he frowned. "My dear relatives, we are all old. Can we have some dignity? If the child doesn't want to see you, forget it." The woman suddenly said, "It's okay if he doesn't want to see you. But he is Xian grandfather. Now that Grandpa is hungry, as a grandson, you have to give him some food as a token of your respect." After talking for a long time, this is their real purpose. Yi Xian thrust the baseball bat forward. "Don't even think about it. Who is not in trouble now? It's fine if a grandfather doesn't help his grandson, but he still asks his grandson for food. How can he be so shameless? Get out. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't get out." The woman dodged and wanted to rush into the house, but Yi Xian hit her with a stick without any mercy. The woman felt pain and squatted on the ground, unable to move. You are just a shrew." Gu Xian was so angry that he couldn't speak. He reached out and helped the woman up. "Let's go back and don't argue with this woman. If a person has no shame, he will be invincible. Today, she has learned something new." Su Jing poked her head out from 1802. Xin, are you okay? This couple is so shameless." Yi Xian shook her head, closed the door, and continued to exercise. The wind outside was howling, as if it was going to crush the whole city. Suddenly, Ye's mother exclaimed, "Look! What is that?" "Oh my God!" Yi Xian rushed to the window and saw a blurry shadow appear in the east sky, spinning and moving quickly. The rain on the ground was sucked up and connected with the gloomy sky, wherever it went. The trees were uprooted, sucked in, torn apart, and disappeared into thin air. The shadow moved quickly and arrived at the next community in a blink of an eye. Yi Xian clearly saw it easily grab the car on the ground, suck it into its body, and then spit it out as iron pieces, splashing everywhere. The iron sheet hit the window, and the glass shattered, and then was filled with a howling typhoon and heavy rain. When the typhoon passed Jingxian, Yi Xian could not see anything. She only saw the turbid rain outside the window, the black and white iron sheet spinning wildly, and the sound of glass breaking and screams from time to time. Even the air pressure changed. Yi Xian felt a great tightness in her chest, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. In just half a minute, the tornado swept through Jingxian community. Yi Xian watched it sweep across the community opposite, and then dissipated into nothingness in the distance. Some windows were smashed. Refrigerators, washing machines, and sofas were picked up by the tornado and thrown out of the window. Some owners were unable to dodge and were thrown out of the window with their furniture, falling to their death in the water. Wailings were heard everywhere where the tornado passed. Su Jing rushed out of the house and knocked on Yi Xian's door frantically. Xin Xin. Xin Xin. Are you okay? Yi Xian opened the door. I'm fine. Are you okay? Su Jing's face was pale, and he shook his head tremblingly. We are fine. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. The man in 1803 also poked his head out and looked at Su Jing and Yi Xian with a pale face. Are both your families okay? Su Jing and Yi Xian nodded at the same time. Nothing. How about you? The man's face was pale. Our family is fine. But my mother doesn't seem to be well. Grandma. Grandma. A man's voice came from the room. The man didn't bother to close the door. Rushed to his mother in one step and pinched the old man's philtrum. Mom. You hold on. He turned to his wife and shouted, Hua hua. Look for it. See which of the medicines Mom brought can be used. Yi Xian and Su Jing paused for a moment and followed into 1803. This family was tidy and neat, and they were very particular. When the man saw Yi Xian and Su Jing, he said anxiously, Who has the quick-acting heart-saving pills? Lend us two. No. I pay a high price for it. Chapter 19. Su Jing shook her head. I don't have it at home. There are only 2 young people in her family. Her and her boyfriend. Who would prepare this thing? Su Jing didn't even know what the quick-acting heart-saving pills looked like. Ye's mother, who came later, looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded to her. Ye's mother turned around and went back home, and returned to 1801 a moment later. I have nitroglycerin here. Hurry up and put it in her mouth. The man took the medicine from Ye's mother and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Ye's mother pulled him away. Get out of the way. Let me see. Ye's mother took out a silver needle and inserted it into the old man's acupuncture point. After a while, the old man woke up slowly. Son? What happened to me? The 185 centimeters tall man burst into tears. Mom, I hope you wake up. I hope you wake up. Thanks to this lady. She saved you. The old man slowly turned his eyes and understood when he saw the silver needle in Ye's mother's hand. Thank you, doctor. Ye's mother waved her hands. How can I be a doctor? I just learned some wild tricks from my father. It's good that the old man is fine. Then we go back. After returning home, Ye's mother sighed. Didn't you say that you should hide your shortcomings? Why did Xin Xin help them this time? Yi Xian was silent. After this tornado, I'm afraid it will not be peaceful in the future. If the 18th floor can stick together, maybe life will be better. The door rang, and it was the man from 1803 again. The man held 6 eggs and a few apples in his hand. This is a terrible weather, and my family doesn't have much food. These are our thoughts. Although the life-saving grace cannot be compared with this little thing, this is the best thing we can give. The man's eyes were firm, and his attitude was sincere. At this time, supplies are more useful than money. It seems that he is also a wise man. Yi Xian was not polite and accepted these things, reminding, the tornado destroyed many homes. I am afraid that there will be no peace in the future. The man nodded. If you need it, just shout. We are close and should help each other. By the way, I went out and found the door locked 2 days ago. I will return it to you. Looking at the new lock in the man's hand, Yi Xian was stunned. Just return the old lock to us. The man smiled. They are all the same. Yours is the original one. The quality is not bad. The meaning of being honest is obvious. Yi Xian did not hesitate to accept the new lock, thinking in her heart. Originally, she rented the top floor just to live a quiet life. Who would have thought that her ex-father-in-law was also in this building? He comes up to cause trouble every day, which is too troublesome. It would be great if he could not knock on my security door. Thinking that the power was out, Yi Xian pulled out the wires and powered up her security door when she got home. After thinking about it, she knocked on the door of her neighbor and Su Jing's room and told them about the power supply to prevent them from getting electrocuted without knowing it. As for the neighbors downstairs, Yi Xian thought about it and posted a note on the door saying beware of electric shock. She had fulfilled her duty of reminding. At this time, Jing Xiuan was wailing. Many windows were damaged, and many houses were flooded. What's worse, Not only did the rain pour into the house through the windows, the upstairs was flooded, and the ceiling was leaking. Some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures and asked for help. My house has become a water curtain cave. What can I do? Who can save me? Someone else said, it's over. My phone is running out of power. Whose family has installed solar panels? Can you lend me some electricity? Someone asked for help. Help! Not only is there no food at home, but now even the refrigerator and sofa are gone. There are elderly and children at home. Who can help us? You must be kidding. The typhoon is howling outside, and the water is more than 1 meter deep. Who dares to go out? Who dares not to cherish their own food and save others? Maybe there is really nothing to eat at home. Yi Xian saw a man paddling out of the door. This door was obviously modified by him, with a circle of leather around it. People sitting inside will not affect paddling, but it is more stable than a simple door. Yi Xian watched him struggling hard in the wind and rain, and he had not paddled 3 meters in half an hour. The man seemed a little anxious and stood up and tried hard. Unexpectedly, the typhoon was so strong. As soon as he stood up, he was blown off by the typhoon. He lost his balance and fell on the door panel, which suddenly lost its balance and flipped him upside down in the water. The man struggled to climb out of the water and tried to grab the door panel again, but he didn't expect that the typhoon had already blown it away. He didn't catch anything. Yi Xian watched him struggle in the wind and rain for half an hour, and gradually sank into the flood. Going out in this kind of weather is simply seeking death. But if there is still food at home, who would be willing to risk going out? At this time, the downstairs was yelling, who is still flushing the toilet? I will hack your ancestors. It's not enough that my house was flooded by the rain. There is also a leak upstairs. It's hard to stop the bathroom from leaking. Right? Now the toilet is starting to leak shit. The people upstairs have some morals. Don't flush it downstairs in this situation. Whoever is flushing it, hack his ancestors. This person is the owner of the 3rd floor. And it seems that the sewer has reached its limit. Yi Xian hides at home to cook. It's windy and rainy now, and the smell is easy to blow away. I have to be more careful when cooking in the future. Ya's mother poked her head out of the kitchen. Xin. Do you have a gas tank? Why do I feel that the gas is so low? Is the gas going to run out soon? This reminded Yi Xian that she forgot to prepare a gas tank. Entering the space to check, there are only 2 gas tanks, one of which is almost used up in my hometown. If it wasn't for the fact that the gas in my hometown was almost used up, and I prepared a new one, she really didn't have any stock at all. Now that there is electricity at home, we can use an induction cooker instead. What should we do if we move out of this house in the future? She must have enough gas. Yi Xian secretly decided in her heart that she would go get a gas tank first after the typhoon stopped. Take out the tablet and locate the gas station in City A. Listening to the howling typhoon outside, Yi Xian began to make a shopping strategy. The nearby big supermarket must not be given up. This is the first step. She must go to buy some while others have not reacted. Then, there is the gas station. The gas station is 4.8 kilometers away from here, which is not close. There is a gas station near the gas station, and there is a building material yard next to the gas station. These cannot be missed. If you act quickly, you can get it done in 1 day. Then, there are medicines. The nearest municipal hospital is only 3.5 kilometers away, so it will naturally bear the brunt of the flood. I just don't know if the pharmacy on the 1st floor has been flooded, and how many medicines have survived. There is also the office building that Ye's mother mentioned, which has many medical representatives. I believe that you can also get a lot of medicines. In the future, medicines will be scarce. In addition to zombie crystal cores being the universal currency, medicines are even more popular. Those powerful people are not in good health. As long as you have medicine, you can basically exchange for any supplies. At about 1 p.m., Yi Xian was planning to take a nap, and suddenly heard Su Jing's cry for help. Help! You bastard! Chapter 20. Yi Xian stood up suddenly and opened the door. Su Jing's voice came from home, with the powerful pills and 2 body-strengthening pills. Yi Xian's strength was enough to kick open the security door of Su Jing's house. But she hesitated after raising her foot. Yi Xian put her raised foot back on the ground and raised her hand to pat Su Jing's door heavily. Jing, are you okay? Su Jing's voice came from the room. Xin. Help! Help me! This time, without hesitation, Yi Xian raised her foot and kicked the security door. The thin iron plate was immediately cracked by her kick. She secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the security door was changed. The door of another neighbor's house was also opened, and the man and his son poked their heads out. What's going on? Yi Xian didn't have time to deal with him. She quickly opened the security door of Su Jing's house and broke into Su Jing's house. This house was bought by Su Jing. Since she got a boyfriend, she has been letting this man live here. At this time, this man was riding on Su Jing, and his fists fell on Su Jing like raindrops. And his face. Before Yi Xian moved, the young man behind Yi Xian stepped forward and pulled down the man who was pressing on Su Jing. He threw him to the ground and kicked him twice. Still not satisfied, bullying a woman is really embarrassing for a man. Jiang Chao struggled to stand up and wanted to tear Su Jing apart. Yi Xian stood beside Su Jing and stared at him coldly. Do you dare to touch her again? Jiang Chao was stunned. You stinky woman. I beat you too. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian kicked him in the lower abdomen and squatted down with his hands covering his crotch. He still said fiercely, if you hadn't moved in, how could she become like this? She was originally gentle and considerate. But you are? You are the ones. Your security door is electrified. Why did everyone know, but didn't tell me? Who are you protecting against? Su Jing used to have your house key. But where is the key now? Why did you take it back? This little bitch actually said that I have no right to intervene in your affairs. I think she deserves. Bang! Yi Xian kicked him again. Right in the face. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chao was kicked away. The force was so strong that Jiang Chao flew back several steps and hit the wall to stabilize his figure. Who are you pretending to be? Su Jing is giving in to you. But I won't indulge you. Hearing this, Yi Xian roughly understood what was going on. This Jiang Chao has a few bad friends in this building. They will get together to play cards and smoke whenever they have nothing to do. He came back late last night. He found that there was no food at home. So he asked Su Jing to borrow food from Yi Xian. Su Jing refused. He wanted to go by himself. But he was shocked as soon as his hand touched the security door. Only then did he notice that there was a note on the door saying beware of electric shock. He felt that Yi Xian didn't treat him as her own. Everyone else had given her a heads up. But he didn't know. And Su Jing didn't even tell him. It was obvious that Su Jing had changed her mind after being instigated by Yi Xian. Yi Xian hugged Su Jing and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Jing, I'm here. Don't be afraid. With someone's support. Su Jing pushed Yi Xian away, walked quickly back to the bedroom, and threw all of Jiang Chao's things out of the door. Break up. Get out of my house. This man. Not only did he and his cronies kill the couple on the 13th floor and steal their food, he even killed their children. What a devil. Yi Xian and the new neighbor looked at each other. No one expected that they were the ones who did what happened on the 13th floor. Su Jing grabbed Yi Xian, then looked back at the other neighbor and said, he knew that you all had food stored at home. So he forced me to borrow food from you. I refused. So Su Jing lifted up her clothes, only to see that her body was covered with bruises and scars. It looks like she has been beaten more than once. Jiang Chao stared with bloodshot eyes. Just wait for me. Su Jing. You stinky bitch. I kill you. Su Jing shivered and huddled in Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian picked up the mop from Su Jing's house and broke it with a light twist. She took a step towards Jiang Chao with the mop handle in her hand. Would you like to try? For some reason, Jiang Chao looked into Yi Xian's eyes, shuddered inexplicably, picked up his things, turned around and ran. I'm sorry. I was negligent. I turned on the electricity in my house to prevent my ex-father-in-law from knocking on the door casually. But I didn't expect this to happen. And the key to my door. Before Yi Xian finished speaking, Su Jing shook her head. No. You are right to take back the key. Otherwise, the door in your house will be useless. Xin. Now I understand why you asked me to break up with Jiang Chao. He is not a human being. From now on, he is him. I am me. And he will never come up to the 18th floor again. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jing finally broke up. Su Jing broke up more than 3 months earlier than in the previous life. I hope she can escape the fate of the previous life in this life. The young boy from the new neighbor's house was silent for a moment, ran home and took out half a bottle of medicinal wine, and handed it to Su Jing. Wipe it on. Rub it for a while to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. The man looked at his son's actions, said nothing, and turned around and left 1802. The boy smiled, showing a mouthful of white teeth. My name is Bai Bing. Sister, don't be sad for such a man. He is not worth it. Su Jing thanked him and watched him turn and leave. Yi Xian took the medicinal wine from her hand. Lie down. I help you massage. Outside, the typhoon swept the earth, and the rain washed the glass desperately. Except for the sound of wind and rain, the room was silent. After Yi Xian helped Su Jing apply the medicine, she returned to 1801 and felt inexplicably relaxed. Jiang Chao left. Maybe the fate of the previous life was rewritten. By the way, Bai Bing's family did not appear in the previous life. Yi Xian ran to the balcony and looked at the heavy rain outside. Yi Xian understood, even if Jiang Chao was driven away, even if her family was as solid as a rock, all this would not be peaceful. Just as she was thinking, the anti-theft door of Yi Xian's house was knocked again. Yi Xian and Su Jing were startled at the same time. Could it be that Jiang Chao is back again? Looking for revenge on Yi Xian? Su Jing, Yi Xian and Bai Bing opened the door at the same time, seeing the person through the observation window. Yi Xian frowned immediately. It's really haunting. It's not that Jiang Chao is back again, but her father-in-law and the mistress came up again. And at this time, they were holding a leather shoe in their hands and knocking hard on Yi Xian's door. The sound of bang bang was deafening. This time it wasn't just the two of them. There were two men and a woman with a face full of flesh in front of them. It was one of the men who knocked on the door. Yi Xian had an impression of this man, who seemed to be a resident on the second floor. Now the house was flooded, and the toilet was spraying shit. So it was really uninhabitable. So he moved to the corridor and squeezed in with the residents on the first floor. The man saw Yi Xian open the door, and he smiled. Beautiful girl. Help me. Yi Xian glanced at Gu Xian behind him and said coldly, What's the matter? Regardless of Yi Xian's attitude, the man still smiled. We have been hungry for 2 days and can't stand it anymore. I want to borrow some food from you. You see, we are all neighbors. We will see each other sooner or later. Right? Gu Xian lowered his head and said nothing. Yi Xian knew that he was the one who instigated this matter. It might not be easy to send them away. We do have some food, but we fished it out in the water in the wind and rain. We paid for it with our lives. It's impossible to use the excuse of food, but I can show you a way. Chapter 21. When the man heard what Yi Xian said, his eyes lit up. Please tell us. As long as we can find a way to get food, we will never disturb your life. It seems that he is not an unreasonable person. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Now the rain is almost flooding the second floor. Even if the water recedes, the food in the shops and snack bars below can no longer be sold. So, before Yi Xian finished speaking, the man understood, but hesitated for a moment. In such a heavy rain, what can you get out? Yi Xian smiled and said, It all depends on your ability. If a weak woman like me can salvage, then you can do it too. The two men listened to Yi Xian's words, and then looked at the typhoon outside, which was much smaller than yesterday, and hope appeared in their eyes. Gu Xian panicked. Others were strong and could salvage. But what could he, an old man in his 60s, do? Xin. Look! I'm so old now, and I don't have the strength anymore. The tornado blew all the windows in my house apart again. Now not only is my house full of water, but even the refrigerator and sofa are gone. Can you lend me some food? I pay you back when the rain stops. If you're worried, I pay for it. You decide the price. Yi Xian glanced at the woman behind him and said coldly, Mr. Gu is old but still strong. He can even get such a young and beautiful woman. What's the big deal about making some money? Besides, even if you can't do it, don't you still have this woman? You've raised her for so many years. It's only natural that she repays you. After hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone looked at Gu Xian with a different look. I originally thought that it was a single old man living alone with his daughter. But now it seems that it is not the case. TSK. It is really. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, the woman's face changed. Yi Xian, I advise you not to be too arrogant. You'd better pray that the rain does not stop. Or don't leave this door. You have offended so many people. Otherwise you will suffer the consequences. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said in her heart, I'm so sorry. You want revenge? I'm afraid you really don't have this chance. Too lazy to argue with her, Yi Xian turned back to her room. The man and the fat woman began to discuss how to salvage food. If there was no boat, they could just use the door panels. Whatever they could salvage was good enough. Gu Xian looked at the door that Yi Xian closed, then looked back at the young and beautiful woman, frowned and came up with a plan. Yi Xian returned home and found that the typhoon outside was indeed much smaller. She had already given advice to others, and she couldn't delay any longer. We had to act tonight. In the evening, Su Jing knocked on the door, and Bai Bing and his son came with her. Xin, I've also thought about what you said today. I'm also planning to go out and find something. Bai Bing found me just now and said that they don't have a boat, but they can dive and have strength, and they want to join us. Su Jing knew that Yi Xian bought a rubber boat, and it seemed that she came to discuss it with her. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. I have a rubber boat, but there is no room for so many people on one boat, and I have to load things. Su Jing said something surprising. I have a speedboat at home. Yi Xian, where did you get the speedboat? Su Jing explained that Jiang Chao loved to play, and he bought this speedboat for surfing with his friends. It was not big, but it was enough. The problem now was that Jiang Chao was downstairs. If she dragged the speedboat downstairs, Jiang Chao would definitely take it back. Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other. Yi Xian had space, and they didn't want to expose this thing to others. You have a boat, and Bai Bing and the others have strength. Isn't it just right? Let them tow the boat down. And as for how to divide the salvaged materials, it's up to you. Yi Xian is not blind. Since she came in, Bai Bing's eyes have never left Su Jing. She doesn't want to be caught in the middle and be a light bulb. Besides, she doesn't want others to know her space. Hearing Yi Xian say this, Bai Bing nodded vigorously. Sister, leave this matter to me. If that kid dares to snatch it, I promise to beat him to a pulp. Bai Bing's father seemed to have noticed something, frowned and yelled at his son. Yi Xian laughed awkwardly. Haha. It's such a happy decision. This, Uncle Bai, do you have any objection? Faced with the water outside that almost covered the second floor, he had no choice. Okay. Su Jing goes out on the boat. My son and I do the work, and we split the supplies equally. How about that? He is also a straightforward person. Su Jing naturally has no objection, since Su Jing has someone to take care of her. Yi Xian is also happy to be alone. She prefers the family to be alone. After dinner, when it was completely dark, Yi Xian left the weapon to her mother, asked her to stay at home to watch Xian, and went out with her father. Their first stop was the largest supermarket nearby, less than 1 kilometer away from Jingxiyuan. They dragged the rubber boat downstairs and went outside. Seeing Su Jing and Bai Bing driving away in the speedboat, she also dragged the speedboat out of the space. Just kidding. Although the typhoon is much smaller than the previous 2 days, it is still scary. What a waste of time to row a rubber boat. The speedboat started, and the distance of less than 1 kilometer was reached in a blink of an eye. Anyway, the power was out now, and it was pitch black downstairs, and no one could see who she was. The news that Yi Xian and Bai Bing dragged a rubber boat and a speedboat downstairs quickly spread throughout the building. No wonder they had food stored. They were well equipped. The typhoon still made it hard for people to open their eyes. Yi Xian took out the night vision goggles, and she and her father each wore one, and drove the speedboat to the supermarket. The supermarket is much taller than ordinary residential buildings. The flood at this time barely submerged more than half of the first floor, and there was still some distance to the second floor windows. This was not difficult for Yi Xian. The zipline she had looted for free from the outdoor equipment store was still there. She aimed at the position of the second floor window and easily hung the rope on the second floor. Ye's father was a scout. Although he had retired for many years, he had never fallen behind in training. He did not dare to let his daughter take risks. So he climbed up first, and after his daughter collected the speedboat, he pulled her up to the second floor. After Yi Xian was pulled up to the second floor, he took the rope and climbed into the supermarket. The first floor of this mall is an amusement park. Cosmetics, gold and silver jewelry, and various bags. The second floor is a supermarket, and the third and fourth floors are various home appliances, clothes, etc. For the end of the world, the things on the first floor are far less valuable than the materials above. She entered the supermarket on the second floor and put everything into the space. Whether it was daily necessities, food, or milk. It was just that the power outage in the past few days, coupled with the hot weather, the fresh meat in the supermarket refrigerator had gone bad. So they had to give it up, which made Yi Xian feel distressed. Only the frozen meat had just been thawed, and there was some ice hanging on the outside, so it was still edible. Put it. Various exquisite pickles, beautifully packaged and well made, perfect with white porridge. It is my mother favorite, and must not be missed. Yi Xian came out early, and now the supermarket still retains its pre-apocalyptic appearance, with all kinds of food, daily necessities, milk, chocolate, etc., all available. This is a bargain for Yi Xian. And she put it into the space frantically. The Boston lobsters raised in the water tank usually cost more than 300 yuan per pound. But now they are not dead. What are you still hesitating about? Put it all into the space. Chapter 22. After finishing the supermarket on the second floor, the father and daughter hurried to the third floor. The third floor was full of small household appliances. This time, Yi Xian did not buy all of them, but picked out a few of the ones she needed. These things were two. The most collected were fitness equipment, treadmills, dumbbells, arm trainers, etc. After finishing the third floor, the fourth floor was full of clothes. Men's clothes, women's clothes, children's clothes, everything. This time, Yi Xian was not polite. No matter whether they were suitable or not, she put them all into the space. It will be extremely difficult to find clothes of this quality in the coming years. Most people are naked and just wear a few pieces of rags to cover their bodies before going out. If you can't even fill your stomach, and you can't even save your life, who cares if you dress well? Even aesthetics will change in the coming years. In the past, thinness was considered beautiful, and thin, white, and young were the best. In the coming years, if someone is thin, white, and young, even his life will be gone. At that time, people will think that fat people are the best looking, strong, can kill zombies, and can also steal supplies. There are 2 stores on the third floor that are doing off-season sales. The down jackets are of good quality, but the styles are a bit outdated. What does it matter? Put them all into the space. I dare not say how many more there are. These clothes are enough for her and her family to wear for 10 or 8 years. As for Xian, he is still growing up. If there is really no size for children's clothes, there is still mommy. Mom can alter clothes, and adults' clothes can be altered. Only then did Yi Xian understand that it is good to have parents around. In the last life, they were the only mother and son who depended on each other, and they were also poorly clothed. Xian wore her clothes, which were so big that they could almost be used as robes. After collecting these, Yi Xian and Ye's father changed into diving suits and went to the first floor to collect gold and silver jewelry and skincare products. Playgrounds and bags were the most useless things. Yi Xian didn't even look at them and went straight to the gold and silver jewelry. She gestured to Ye's father, and Ye's father understood and smashed the counters one by one with a hammer to make it easier for Yi Xian to collect them. Silver bracelets, gold necklaces, silver necklaces, earrings, etc. All were not spared. There were also jades over there, and some of them were really good. Yi Xian liked them at first sight and took them away as well, leaving nothing behind. After collecting these, Yi Xian swam out of the water to take a breath. Then she dived underwater. Skincare products are also a good thing. Otherwise you would have lost your face in these years. No matter what brand. As long as they can see, they will take everything, even the samples. After doing this, Yi Xian and Ye's father surfaced again. Let's go underground again. Yi Xian knew that the warehouse of this supermarket was underground, right next to the parking lot. But she didn't know if it was flooded. Ye's father looked at his watch. It was just 3 o'clock in the morning. They still had time. So the two found the underground entrance and swam in. Not surprisingly, the underground parking lot was also flooded. Seeing the car soaked in water, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel sorry. She didn't know if they could still be driven. The most important thing is how much oil is in the tanks of these cars. Gasoline is not a big deal in the end times. After the end times, those large oil factories have never been in operation again. And gasoline and diesel have disappeared in a few years. Unfortunately, her space is limited and can't accommodate these cars. She had to give up the idea of taking the car away, biting the oxygen tube in her mouth and swimming towards the warehouse. A large iron door was closed tightly, with 2 locks on it. This little thing didn't need Ye's father to do anything. Yi Xian grabbed the bottom of the lock and pulled it hard, and the door lock fell. The father and daughter worked together to open the warehouse door, and were stunned by the scene in front of them. There was still a full warehouse of goods. It seemed that this mall had just restocked its goods when it encountered a natural disaster. What's there to be polite about? Yi Xian swam over and put her hands on the boxes of goods, and the goods disappeared instantly. Then she appeared on the black soil in the space. This place was flooded, and the toilet paper and kitchen paper were soaked in water. If you want to use them, you have to dry them. Yi Xian had no choice but to throw them in the garden and let them bask in the sun there, hoping that they can still be used after drying. The warehouse was not small, but the supplies were concentrated. When the small bottle of oxygen was about to run out, Yi Xian finally collected all of them. She climbed out of the water, spit out the oxygen tube in her mouth, and gasped for air. Looking at the time, it was almost dawn. Let's go! Go home, Yi Xian called her father, and the two climbed to the 2nd floor, intending to go out through the window again. At this moment, Yi Xian keenly noticed that someone was coming. She pulled her father and hid behind the refrigerator cashier. She saw a man wearing a headlamp walking past her and heading towards the merchandise area. She didn't see the man's face clearly, but she could tell from his temperament that this man was unusual. In order not to alarm the man, they climbed to the 3rd floor, wrapped clothes on the glass, broke the glass, and then went down to the water along the rope. When Yi Xian returned to Jingxuan, it was the darkest time before dawn, and the community was silent. This time they changed to a rubber boat outside the community, took out some supplies from the space, put them in bags, and put them on the rubber boat. Ye's father moved the supplies up, and Yi Xian stayed in the rubber boat to watch. Soon, Ye's father, Ye's mother, Xian, and Su Jing all came down to help carry the supplies. With more people, there is more power. In just a few trips, all the supplies were carried back home. The neighbors living in the corridor witnessed them carrying the supplies, and couldn't help asking, "Where did you find these?" Yi Xian's answer was also straightforward. "I fished them out of the water. There are so many small supermarkets down there. Any supermarket could have fished out these supplies." Seeing this, their eyes were red with envy, and their hearts beat fast. They secretly made up their minds. "We will also go fish them out tomorrow." When I got home, the typhoon was a little smaller, but the rain was still heavy. Listening to the wind and rain outside, taking a sip of the sweet treasure porridge, taking a bite of the big meat-filled buns with a mouthful of oil, and eating the refreshing and delicious pickled cucumbers, Yi Xian felt infinitely satisfied and more determined to live. After eating and drinking, Yi Xian sat on the sofa, sank his consciousness into the space, and began to sort out today's harvest. Food, snacks, milk, meat, etc., were all thrown into the cabin and sorted together. Only the soaked toilet paper, paper towels, and other items were left, and they were thrown into the cabin after they were dried. In order to save space, she kept stacking until the roof. Even so, her cabin was almost full, with only half of the living room left. She began to sort out the gold and silver jewelry and skincare products. Unlike food, these things are not valuable at present, and they cannot be squeezed, so they need to be carefully counted and collected. Suddenly, Yi Xian was stunned. The space swallowed her things. Yi Xian rubbed her eyes and confirmed again. That's right. Her supplies are wrong. The gold and silver jewelry are still in the cabin, and the skincare products and cosmetics are also there. These remind her, she did collect the supplies on the 1st floor of the mall, and it's not that her memory is wrong. However, her jade bracelet is gone. Chapter 23. Yi Xian was stunned. To be more precise, only the jade bracelets that Yi Xian liked the most were missing. They were the ones that she had chosen at first sight and planned to give to her mother. What a deceptive system. If she had known that they would be swallowed, she would not have bothered. However, if the system really swallowed her things, would it also give her corresponding rewards? Yi Xian began to carefully check her space. The cabin with 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom had not changed, and it seemed that the living room had not grown either. The black land outside was still the same pieces she had originally divided. And it had not grown any bigger. The trees in the woods behind were still lush. The flowers, plants, birds and insects were still the same. And even the fish in the stream had not increased in number. The hens were still foraging freely on the grass. And there was no change at all. Yi Xian was a little discouraged. At this time, a fox was chasing a hare. And the hare ran into a tree trunk in panic and fell down immediately. Yi Xian frowned. And a trace of pity rose in her heart. What a cute rabbit. Was it eaten by the fox? She was just about to enter the space to pick up the rabbit and chase the fox away. Unexpectedly, the fox seemed to have seen something terrible and stood still in an instant. The two ears flapped back and forth flexibly, as if looking for the source of danger. Yi Xian's heart moved, and she did not enter the space, but silently said in her heart, "Rabbit, wake up. Fox, go away." Sure enough, the rabbit jumped up from the ground and jumped away. The fox turned around and ran away quickly. So magical? Yi Xian couldn't help but want to experiment with other animals. The hens not far away were foraging, and the rooster was standing on a branch and crowing. With a change of mind, the hens scattered in different places on the grass came quickly, and the rooster standing on the treetop also flew down from the branch as if receiving an order. 10 chickens, according to Yi Xian's wishes. The rooster led the way and stood in front, and the 8 hens stood behind the rooster, lined up, and walked in circles on the grass. Yi Xian couldn't help laughing. It turned out that this space had this function. No! When she threw the hens in just now, she had to work hard to drive them from the black soil to this forest. At that time, she couldn't control the animals. Could it be that the space swallowed her jade and gave her a reward? Thinking of this, Yi Xian thought again. If people enter this space, can they be controlled by her? So, Yi Xian didn't care about going back to her room to sleep, and shouted to the bedroom, "Dad! Mom! Xian! Come quickly!" Father and Mother Yi had just laid down for a while when they heard their daughter's voice and rushed out of the room. "Xin! What's wrong?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Hee. Do me a favor and enter my space." Before Father and Mother Yi could react, she threw Father, Mother and Xian into the space together. When they came to their daughter's space for the first time, Father and Mother Yi widened their eyes. "Oh my God! Is this the legendary space?" Mother Yi stroked the potatoes that had just sprouted, and grabbed a handful of black soil to look at it carefully. How wonderful! There is no rainstorm in this world, and the climate is suitable. Xian ran to the woods behind curiously. "Wow! This is my mother's space. I have been here in my previous life, but it was not so beautiful, and there were not so many animals." Father Yi looked at the supplies drying in the garden and muttered to himself, "This is real. This is real. This is what we fished out from the underground warehouse." Yi Xian waited for them to finish their size and began to recite silently, "Gather in the woods and catch chickens." At this time, Mother Yi, who was still standing in front of the cabin sighing, suddenly turned around and walked towards the woods. Father Yi stopped observing the sky and black soil in this space. Xian also gave up watching the fish swimming in the stream, and the 3 of them walked towards the woods at the same time. When the 3 of them arrived at the designated location, they looked at each other and then started to catch chickens separately. Mother Yi stopped a hen, then looked up at Father Yi. The two nodded to each other, and then Father Yi pounced. A hen was caught in his hand. Yi Xian was even more surprised. She just gave a simple order, asking them to gather and catch chickens, and did not control their actions and thoughts. But they knew to cooperate. Yi Xian's mind flashed, and they were spared from catching chickens. Suddenly, the 3 people returned to their original state. Xian cheered and ran towards the stream, while Ye's mother was still sighing that she would not be hungry again in this life. Yi Xian moved them out of the space. After leaving the space, Ye's father and mother were stunned. They came out just now? Xian hugged Yi Xian's thigh. "Mom, the space in this life is much better than the last life. There was no stream and no fish in the space last time." Yi Xian touched Xian little head. "What did you feel just now?" Xian thought for a while. "It's very comfortable in there. Not cold or hot. But I don't know why. I feel a little out of control when catching chickens. I obviously don't want to catch chickens, but I can't control my behavior." Father and Mother Yi also nodded. "We feel the same way. We just know that there is an irrefutable voice asking us to catch chickens. as if something very serious will happen if we don't catch them. Yi Xian is so happy. With this, she has absolute control over the space. In this space, she is a godlike existence, and no one can take her space away. 2 pieces of jade in exchange for such a reward is simply too cost-effective. The only drawback is, the space is too small. We must hurry up to upgrade it, and make it bigger. Since the space likes jade, will it upgrade faster if we give it more jade? Yi Xian was thinking about how to get better jade. Suddenly, the security door in the corridor was knocked, and Yi Xian heard the sound of Bai Bing and Su Jing opening the door. The one who came up was none other than Su Jing's boyfriend, Jiang Chao, who was kicked out of the house. Jiang Chao was followed by 2 men, pointing at Su Jing's nose and yelling, "Give me back my speedboat, and you have to give me half of what you caught yesterday." Su Jing frowned. "Why should I give you a share? Because you used my speedboat?" Yi Xian walked out of the house carrying a baseball bat. "Who said it's yours? Why don't you call it, and see if it responds?" Jiang Chao, The 2 men following Jiang Chao were unhappy. "You are being unreasonable. We spent money to buy the speedboat together. How come it is yours?" Another man echoed, "That's right. This speedboat, even if Jiang Chao paid more than half of the money at that time, it still cost us more than half a month's salary." Bai Bing and his son blocked Su Jing behind them. "Young man, I don't know if you have a speedboat, but we used my speedboat yesterday." Yi Xian looked back at the father and son. Both of them looked calm, and Bai Bing seemed to nod, indicating that he agreed with his father's statement. Yi Xian's heart sank suddenly. "Oh my gosh! This family is not going to embezzle Su Jing's speedboat. This is really driving away the wolf from the front door and welcoming the tiger from the back door." Chapter 24. Yi Xian turned her gaze to Su Jing, who looked calm. "That's right. Didn't you pull out your speedboat and not bring it back? It belonged to someone else yesterday. Don't try to blackmail me. Besides, I paid for your speedboat." Yi Xian was speechless again. This Su Jing really paid too much for Jiang Chao. She was as stupid as she used to be. Jiang Chao got anxious when he heard her say that, and kicked the security door. Bang bang. And tried to break in like crazy. Yi Xian suddenly felt that the scene in front of her was so familiar. It was the same in the previous life. After Su Jing drove him out of the house, he brought his friends to rob Su Jing's food, and raped Su Jing in front of his friends. Then Su Jing couldn't stand the stimulation and jumped out of the window to commit suicide. This life is for the speedboat, and the old drama will be repeated. Yi Xian turned back to the room and rushed out with her steel knife. She pushed Su Jing into 1802, closed the door, and took a big basket in her hand. She took out a fist-sized stone from it and threw it at Jiang Chao. "Want to rob? Jiang Chao. If you have the guts, just try." Gurgle. The stone rolled in the corridor. Jiang Chao was forced to take 2 steps back. "You crazy woman. No wonder your husband doesn't want you anymore. Get out of my way, or I beat you up too. Brothers, go." However, Yi Xian didn't give him this chance, and threw the stone in his hand again, hitting Jiang Chao's foot. "Ah!" Jiang Chao shouted, My toes are broken." At this time, Su Jing rushed out of the house, her eyes red, holding a kitchen knife in her hand. "Jiang Chao, you try. See if I, Su Jing, am easy to bully?" As she said that, she threw the kitchen knife at Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao, who already had a foot injury, couldn't jump back in time and fell down in the corridor, with a big bump on the back of his head. "Murder! Murder! This crazy woman killed someone!" Jiang Chao shouted at the top of his voice, and the neighbors who had nothing to do at home opened their doors to watch the excitement. "Hey! We are a couple. Why do you have to do this? How can you bear to see your boyfriend go hungry? That's right. Look at them. Who doesn't have a rosy face? How can they look hungry? How can we have a good relationship with our neighbors in the future if we are so unkind? We will see each other every day." When Jiang Chao saw someone coming out, he immediately became bolder and asked Su Jing, while jumping on 1 foot, "Su Jing, you are a teacher. Is this how you teach?" Su Jing stared at him without saying a word, still holding the mop handle that Yi Xian broke. Seeing that there were many people, Jiang Chao was encouraged by his companions and rushed up again with 2 men. Su Jing was waving the mop pole in the front, but Bai Bing pulled her and hid her behind him. He waved the dagger in his hand and stabbed Jiang Chao fiercely. Yi Xian saw it. This Bai Bing is a martial artist. Although he didn't really stab Jiang Chao this time. He also cut a big hole in his t-shirt. If he wasn't scared last time, he was really scared this time. An unknown liquid flowed down his trouser legs. With a smell of urine. The liquid flowed into his slippers. And as Jiang Chao retreated, it made a puff sound. The neighbors covered their noses and retreated. They were so useless that they peed themselves. Bai Bing waved a dagger and pressed forward. If you want to eat, just go get it yourself. What's the point of robbing a woman? Jiang Chao didn't dare to doubt it at all. This man really dared to chop him. He must have taken a fancy to Su Jing. Otherwise, why would he defend her like this? And this Yi Xian, who was holding a stone in her hand and looking at her covetously. I didn't expect that Su Jing, who was so weak in character, actually made so many friends. Looking at Yi Xian and Bai Bing who were pressing him step by step, Jiang Chao turned around and ran without caring about his companions behind him. Unfortunately, his slippers were slippery because they were wet, and Jiang Chao ran too fast. So his feet slipped, and he rolled down the stairs. The companions behind him followed closely. Crazy. They are all crazy. Run! The neighbors who were watching the fun were afraid of getting into trouble. So they turned around and went home, closed their doors, and dared not make a sound. However, Yi Xian did not notice that a man on the 17th floor looked at him with a flash of inquiry. After driving Jiang Chao away, Yi Xian did not go home to rest. Instead, she took out the security door from the space after returning home and knocked on Su Jing's door. I measured it. The size is the same. And replaced your security door. I kicked it all, and it's not safe. She took a look at the note on her security door. Do you want to connect electricity to your house? As she spoke, she looked around Su Jing's room. There was a pile of supplies on the dining table, including noodles, instant noodles, sausages, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and other daily necessities. It looked like they were salvaged last night. Through the open door of the master bedroom, she also saw the speedboat on the balcony. Yi Xian was relieved. It's good that it's not with Bai Bing. She was really afraid that this silly girlfriend would be fooled by others, and the speedboat would be stolen by others. At this time, the door of the room rang, and Bai Bing and his son were knocking on the door. Su Jing opened the door. Don't worry. I'm fine. He has a bad temper. This time, Xin taught him a lesson, so he can be quiet for a few days. The father and son looked at each other. It's not safe for you as a girl. Fortunately, there is a good friend to help. Bai Bing smiled. Since we are all friends, we will help you replace the security door. Sister Jingjing, I think it's safer to connect electricity to your security door, so that the scumbag won't steal you again. Su Jing nodded and looked at Yi Xian. There is no electricity at my house, so I have to trouble you again. This is not a big deal. For Su Jing's safety, she doesn't mind pulling an extra wire. So, the security doors of Su Jing and Bai Bing's homes were powered on. The main switch is at Yi Xian's home, and she can control the power switches of both homes. At the same time, Bai Bing's home and Su Jing's home also have a switch each, which only controls the power supply of their own security doors, so that they can enter and exit freely. Everything is ready. Su Jing suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Xin, how do you exercise? I think you are much better than me. I want to train with you, too. At least I can't just be here to cause trouble for you. Finally got it. Yi Xian agreed to take her to train every morning. Bai Bing took over the conversation. Sister, I'm a Sanda coach. If you don't mind, how about I teach you Sanda? Hee. Sister Xian's family is not convenient either, so let's not bother them. Su Jing looked at Bai Bing with admiration and worship. Okay, but it's too much trouble for you. Bai Bing grinned. What's the trouble? I practice every day anyway, so I take you with me. Bai Bing's father is Bai Yuanshan. Seeing his son like this, he couldn't object. He helped to install the anti-theft door of Su Jing's house, and went home. They agreed that as long as they didn't go out, they would practice Sanda in 1802 from 8 to 11 every morning. Su Jing left the room. Bai Bing taught Sanda. Yi Xian didn't participate. She didn't want to be a light bulb. After working hard all night, and being tossed around by Jiang Chao for a long time, Yi Xian went home and fell asleep. I slept until it was almost dark. And Ye's mother even prepared dinner. Xin, where are you going today? I looked out the window today, and saw many people going to salvage supplies. By the way, even the government has started rescue. The typhoon outside has almost passed, and the wind is very weak now. But the rain is getting heavier. Yi Xian raised her head. Did you say where we were resettled? Ye's mother shook her head. It is said that they only accept residents whose homes are flooded and have no place to live. Your father-in-law wanted to take his mistress with him to the rescue team, but they refused. The reason was that his house could be lived in after some cleaning. Yi Xian understood a little. Jingxuan community was swept by the tornado, and was one of the few communities that suffered the most damage. But the family whose windows were broken by the typhoon refused to take them in. What does this mean? It means that there are many people who need rescue. But there are not enough rescue sites. Chapter 25. Yi Xian thought about these questions while eating. If this is true, then the rescue sites will generally be requisitioned hotels or colleges. Be careful when shopping, and stay away from these places. Although Su Jing was frightened, she still insisted on going out. Xin, the supermarket downstairs has been looted. We want to go to the wholesale market today to see if we can get back some useful things. The wholesale market is a bit far from here, and your rubber boat is too slow. Do you want to come with us? Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other and said, No. We plan to take advantage of the fact that not many people are out, and go around to see if we can get a few gas tanks. If you have a chance, don't forget the gas. The fire in the gas stove has been getting smaller, and smaller these 2 days. And the gas may be cut off. Su Jing nodded. We got 2 gas tanks yesterday. And there is still a large amount of gas in them, which should be enough to last until the disaster is over. Let's prepare more. Who knows when this disaster will end? Yi Xian kindly reminded. Su Jing is not a stupid person, but she is too kind-hearted and likes to think positively about everything. Su Jing turned around and went out, and did not forget to remind Yi Xian, the supermarkets nearby have been emptied, so don't go to that big supermarket. I heard that someone went there yesterday, and there was nothing left. Yi Xian nodded. That was what she did. Of course she knew it, but she couldn't tell Su Jing about this. After Su Jing and Bai Bing left, Yi Xian and Ye's father dragged the rubber boat downstairs. Although it was dark, some people were still holding torches, and some were wearing headlamps. They ran out holding the door panels despite the heavy rain. A man was lying on the door panel and paddling forward. He was about to leave the community, and victory was within sight. Unfortunately, a manhole cover on the right side of the community was washed away by the heavy rain. The rain swirled towards the wellhead. The man could not dodge, and was swept into the sewer by the flood. Only a door panel was left stuck at the wellhead, unable to get in or out. After seeing this, Yi Xian reminded Ye's father, be careful when rowing and stay away from places with fast currents. There may be many uncovered sewers on the road. The rubber boat paddled out of the community, and found a hidden place. Yi Xian changed the rubber boat into a speedboat, and sped out of the city. Their goal today was the gas station. They had to gain this time difference, while everyone was still salvaging food. As they went along, they saw that several manhole covers of the sewers were washed away, and the turbulent water flow could almost suck in everything close to it. Fortunately, the speedboat had enough power, and did not have to worry about being sucked in. According to the offline map, they searched for a long time before finding the big sign erected at the entrance of the gas station. And now only the head was exposed. Yi Xian drove the speedboat in. Dad, you stay up there. I go down and take a look. Father Yi looked around and tied a rope around Yi Xian's waist. Xin. Be careful. If the underwater situation is not good, pull the rope and I pull you up. Yi Xian nodded, indicating that she understood. Diving into the flood with an oxygen tank. It was dark, and the rain made the underwater visibility not good. Yi Xian could only vaguely see some gas cylinders in the yard, but she didn't know whether they were empty or full. Yi Xian swam over and pulled up a gas bottle. She felt light in her hand. She didn't know whether it was because of the buoyancy of the water, or because it was an empty tank. For comparison, Yi Xian pulled more than a dozen tanks, and tried the gas tanks on both sides of the yard. Only then did she realize that the gas tank on the right was obviously much heavier than the left one. The one on the right was full, and the one on the left was empty. With judgment, Yi Xian put her hand on the gas tank on the right, and began to collect gas tanks into the space. Who knew that just after she collected 5, the rope began to tighten, and a strong force pulled her to the surface. When she emerged from the water, she immediately understood what Ye's father meant. At this moment, There were 3 rubber boats surrounding their speedboat. And there were 2 tall and strong men in each rubber boat. A man with a scar on his face pointed at Ye's father and shouted arrogantly, "Leave all your things to me. You can go. How can my gas station be salvaged casually?" Xian's heart jumped. I started off badly. And I actually met the original owner. He immediately smiled. "Boss, we just went down and haven't even touched the door yet. Please be kind and let us go back." The scarred man's eyes narrowed. "Just went down? Haven't touched the door yet? Xiao Liuzi, does this gas station have a door?" The man named Xiao Liuzi was stunned. "Boss, I don't know. I seldom came here before. And it was Gu Yong who came more often. This gas station is not theirs." Xian was immediately amused. "After all this talk, you are not the owner of this place? Then why are you being so arrogant here?" The scarred man still insisted, "Whether you have fished out anything or not. Xiao Liuzi, go up and take a look. Give them this rubber boat. And give me the speedboat in exchange." Xian's eyes fixed. This is their purpose. The robbery is coming. Before Xiao Liuzi climbed onto the speedboat, Xian bent down to pick up the baseball bat and smashed it at Xiao Liuzi. Xian's body had been adjusted, and his strength was extraordinary. With this hit, the middle-aged man named Xiao Liuzi fell into the water without a sound. Scarface saw the man fall into the water and went crazy. "Go! Kill them!" 2 more people climbed onto the remaining 2 rubber boats. Now only 1 person was left in each rubber boat to control the direction of the rubber boat. Xian smiled slightly. "Don't even think about escaping." Xian didn't need to do anything. Father Yi grabbed a butcher knife and stabbed the 2 men one by one. The 2 men were silent and kicked into the water by Father Yi. Seeing that the father and daughter were more ruthless than each other, they lost 3 people in an instant. And Scarface's face became even uglier. He didn't care about the rubber boat and jumped onto Xian's speedboat. When Ye's father saw his skills, he was stunned. This is a martial artist. Not as easy to deal with as the 2 just now. Xin, leave this to me. The rest is up to you." Xian promised in the dark. "Don't worry. I won't let any of them go." At the same time, the scarred man wore a headlamp and attacked Ye's father with a black tiger heart. Ye's father quickly dodged to avoid his edge, and the butcher knife in his hand swung and went straight to his face. Xian had no intention of watching the fight. The most important thing now was to kill the other 2, relieve the pressure on her father, and collect their rubber boats. Xian aimed at the rubber boat closest to her and jumped on it. The man was shocked. He quickly knelt on the ground and admitted his defeat. Sister, please forgive me. Before he could finish his sentence, Xian thrust the boning knife in her hand into his heart. The man on the other rubber boat saw that the situation was not good, so he turned the boat around and tried to escape. Chapter 26. How could Xian let him go? The rubber boat was about to leave his jumping range. Xian didn't care about the rubber boat, but ran a few steps and jumped onto the rubber boat. After she jumped onto the rubber boat, she was stunned. These people robbed a lot. The rubber boat was full of supplies. Rice, flour, ham, even seasonings and salt. What surprised Xian the most was that she saw several jewelry boxes. I wonder if there is anything she needs in there. The man saw Xian jumping over, holding a dagger in his hand, and stabbed Xian. Xian had taken a body-strengthening pill, and both her physical strength and reaction speed were much faster than ordinary people. How could a small dagger hurt her? This time, Xian not only did not dodge, but rushed towards the man. One hand removed the dagger in the man's hand, and the other hand had already put the boning knife into the man's chest. After throwing him into the water, he turned around and put the rubber boat and the supplies into the space. Scarface watched his companions being killed, and then watched the rubber boat disappear in front of him, and was stunned. What happened? This stun moment was not a big deal. It just gave Ye's father an opportunity to take advantage of it. And the butcher knife instantly pierced Scarface's chest. Scarface's eyes froze for a moment, lowered his head to look at his chest, and reached out to grab Ye's father. Ye's father kicked him into the water. Seeing Xian collect the other 2 rubber boats, he asked with a serious face, "Are you going to collect the gas tanks?" Xian looked at the calm water surface. There was no enemy corpse. They all sank. Nodding, he said, "Give me another 15 minutes. There are still a lot of gas tanks here. We leave after I collect all the gas tanks outside. Someone died here. It's not safe anymore. If they are discovered, trouble will come one after another. They must leave as soon as possible. After Ye's father agreed, Yi Xian dived into the water and swam towards the pile of gas tanks. She had to go faster. Faster. After about 20 minutes, Yi Xian surfaced. Ye's father immediately started the speedboat and left the gas station far behind. There is also a gas station and a building materials factory near the gas station. These are all on the way. So Yi Xian will not let them go. The speedboat stopped at the gas station. And Yi Xian dived underwater again and put 5 or 6 oil barrels in the warehouse into the space. There was gasoline in them. So of course he couldn't let them go. But Yi Xian couldn't think of a good way to get the gasoline from the oil gun. So he had to give up temporarily and wait until the flood receded. The building materials factory next to it was even simpler. The building materials were soaked in water and were all thrown into the space by Yi Xian. The bundles of wood, steel plates, and wire mesh in the warehouse. As long as they were within sight, Yi Xian wanted them all. It's a pity that cement can't be used after being soaked in water. These things can be used to build your own base in the future. And you must not waste a single bit. Passing by a feed factory, looking at the tall feed tower and the 3-story office building, Yi Xian looked back at Yi's father. Dad, let's go and see and get some food for the little wolf. The father and daughter drove towards the feed factory. As usual, Yi's father stayed on the water surface, and Yi Xian dived into the water. There are pig feed and chicken feed, but no dog food. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Since we are here, take it away. Although these feeds are soaked in water, they are all made and can be used after drying. After collecting the feeds, Yi Xian climbed up to the office building. The 3rd floor should be the staff dormitory, with 5 houses side by side, one of which is a suite. Solar panels, air conditioners, beds, and kitchen utensils are all available. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, although Jingxuyuan community was made into a solid fortress by her. It was still too complicated, and she was harassed all day long. What if she moved here? There are industrial parks within a radius of 2 kilometers here, and there are no people at all. Isn't it safer? It's just that the insulation effect of the house here is not good. Moving here now can keep you quiet for a while, but it will be difficult to cope with the extreme cold in the future. Who cares? Let's be comfortable for a while first. She's really had enough of that Jinxiu garden. Yi Xian thought about it and told her father about it. Yi's father glanced at his watch. I think this is feasible. We still have to discuss it with your mother. It's almost dawn. Let's go back first. Yi Xian looked at the car 4S shop not far away and thought, if we move here, it will be more convenient to collect supplies. There is a 4S store over there, and it would be even better if there are farm machinery. Father Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. I actually know where there are farm machinery. Do you remember? It's on the roadside on the way from our hometown to the city. Yi Xian thought carefully. It seems that there is. It's just too far. Let's talk about it later. I've been out for a night. If I don't go back, my mother and Xian will be worried. Let's go home first. What Yi Xian didn't know was that when she came out this time, Yi's mother and Xian were not able to stay quiet. Her good father-in-law went to her house to make trouble again. He banged on the door and cried for his grandson. The neighbors were woken up and accused Yi's mother. Why don't you let others see their grandson? That's right. Their family is really weird. They don't care about the lives of their neighbors. And they don't even care about the child's grandfather. They are so selfish. Yi Xian is not here, so Yi's mother must take the responsibility. But Yi's mother is like Su Jing. She has never been gentle and kind in her life. If you want to make her crazy, it is harder than taking her life. At this time, Grandma Bai Bing walked out of the house. I am an outsider, and I shouldn't interrupt you. But old man, you look like a well-known figure. Why can't you tell right from wrong in this matter? The child is still young. Don't let the child remember his grandfather's appearance for the rest of his life. The words were spoken lightly, but the meaning was very heavy. If it were an ordinary person, he would have slipped away long ago. Gu Xian didn't care about his face at this moment. He had heard that they had pulled up a lot of supplies last night and went out again tonight. The grandson has food, but the grandfather is starving. How can this be justified in the world? Seeing that Gu Xian refused to leave, Xian had to hold the little wolf and whispered something in the little wolf's ear. Then the little wolf rushed out of the house. Woof woof woof. Barking at Gu Xian. Gu Xian is afraid of dogs. Everyone in the Gu family knows this. And Xian is no exception. In the past, his mother was in the front, so he didn't need to come forward with the little wolf. Now that his mother is not at home, how can he watch his grandmother in trouble? The wolf barked wildly and pounced on Gu Xian, who was so scared that he quickly retreated. He grabbed Xiaoyan and asked her to block the wolf's attack for him. Xiaoyan was just a girl in her 20s. Where had she seen such a tall and mighty wolf dog? At this moment, the wolf dog was still clinging to her shoulders and spitting out its bright red tongue at her. And Xiaoyan was immediately scared silly. Before he could scream, he fainted. Seeing Xiaoyan faint, the wolf pounced on Gu Xian again. Gu Xian didn't care about Xiaoyan and ran downstairs screaming, leaving the little wolf far behind. Seeing Gu Xian running away, the little wolf barked at his back twice and turned back to Xian. Xian reached out and stroked the little wolf's head, saying in a baby voice, "My grandpa found me a grandma who is younger than my mother. Grandma said that he is no longer my grandpa. Little wolf, if this person comes again in the future, you go and chase him away. Okay?" Woof woof. The little wolf barked at Xian twice. The neighbors who were watching the fun shook their heads when they saw this scene. The family relationship in 1801 is really interesting. The father cheated, and the son cheated too. Now the father wants his grandson to support him. I've never seen such a thing in my life. There are all kinds of people. After eating this big melon, the neighbors closed their doors and went home, leaving Xiaoyan lying alone in the corridor. Gu Xian waited for a long time until there was no movement in the corridor. He opened the door and looked out. After confirming that the dog was no longer in the corridor, Gu Xian crept up to the 18th floor. He had to drag Xiaoyan home. Otherwise, he would not be able to let her exchange her body for food in the future. And the child? The child is just 3 years old. He is also his flesh and blood. He cannot watch the child starve to death. If Xiaoyan had not been willing to sell her body these days, the three of them would have starved to death. Who knew that when Gu Xian climbed up to the 18th floor panting, he was surprised to find that Xiaoyan was gone. She had clearly fainted in the stairs between the 17th and 18th floors. Why was she nowhere to be seen now? Chapter 27. When Yi Xian returned home, everything outside had already gone quiet. She put all the gas tanks into the space, took out some daily necessities, and carried them upstairs with Ye's father. There was no one living in the corridor, and Yi Xian was also very careful when she went upstairs, so she hardly disturbed anyone this time. When she returned home, it was already bright, and Ye's mother had already prepared today's breakfast: a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, a portion of refreshing and delicious pickled cucumbers, and a boiled egg for each person. Yi Xian then took out fried dough sticks and buns from the space. It was simple but nutritious. Yi Xian ate very contentedly. If the end of the world could always be like this, it wouldn't be too sad. The only thing to worry about is the appearance of zombies in the future. Life would be unbearable for human beings. Yi Xian touched her round belly, sorted out the supplies she had robbed from the bandits last night, and then took out the jewelry boxes. After opening them, Yi Xian was stunned. Which rich lady did they rob? A full box of gold jewelry. In addition to gold jewelry, there were several diamond necklaces in another box. Yi Xian couldn't even tell how many carats the diamonds were, but she was very disappointed. The box was not full. There were still many empty spaces, and she did not find the jade that Yi Xian had been thinking about. Yi Xian threw the jewelry box into the space out of boredom, and suddenly she seemed to have discovered a new world. The garden had grown bigger. Yi Xian hurried to check, and after a rough estimate, the garden had grown by at least 20 square meters. She hurriedly used her consciousness to check the cabin, but found that the living room was still the same size, and it seemed that there was no change. Just when she was disappointed, she suddenly found that there was more. An extra bedroom. The original 2-bedroom, 1 living room cabin now has an extra room next to the guest bedroom, which is about 20 square meters. This discovery made Yi Xian extremely excited. It seems that there are still jades in the jewelry box, but they were swallowed by the space before she took them out. Yi Xian hurried to check the system notification. Every time there is a change in the space, the system will notify you. This is something she just discovered recently, just like how many points she has exchanged for the things she threw in these days, and what Yi Xian has exchanged for in the mall with points. All have notifications. Sure enough, She found in the system notification bar that the system had swallowed up 2 of her jade pendants and a jade bracelet. According to the system, this jade bracelet belongs to the category of ancient jade, with great energy, and was rewarded with 23 square meters of black land. The 2 jade pendants were only rewarded with 18 square meters of cabin space. Yi Xian made up her mind again and must get jade, preferably ancient jade. After checking the space, Yi Xian went to bed to rest. She planned to move after getting enough sleep during the day, then go to the hospital, which is closer than here. Collect the medicine first. It has been 2 days. Even though the heavy rain has been falling, more and more people are going out to find supplies. And if they go later, they may not get anything. At this time, Su Jing knocked on the door, holding 2 flower pots filled with soil in her arms. Yi Xian quickly took the flower pots from her hand. What are you doing? Where did you get it? It's no wonder that Yi Xian is curious. At this time, the heavy rain has submerged all the ground. It's not strange to get flower pots. What's strange is that she actually got soil. The soil here is of suitable dryness and wetness, and it doesn't look like it was dug from the ground. Su Jing put down 2 pots of soil. We met a robber and knocked him down. We found 8 pots in total from him. Bai Bing's family got 4 pots. And I got 4 pots. I give you 2 pots. I'm not good at growing vegetables. I can't even keep potted flowers alive. I think you should be better at growing vegetables than me. Yi Xian took the flower pots, took a few potatoes and leek roots from the kitchen, and patiently taught Su Jing how to grow them. Su Jing nodded vigorously. I understand. Xin, don't go out at night. There are more and more robberies now. If it weren't for the fighting skills of Bai Bing and his son, and if our speedboat wasn't fast, we wouldn't have been able to keep our supplies. Bai Bing and I have agreed to go out during the day and come back to exercise at night. Xin, you should adjust your schedule as well. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to tell Su Jing the truth. Whether she wanted to move with her or not depended on Su Jing's opinion. Jing, we are planning to move. Grandpa Xian lives here. He comes up here all day and makes a fuss. He is so annoying. Today we found an unmanned factory area and want to move there temporarily. After hearing what Yi Xian said, Su Jing did not speak for a long time. Xin, let me think about it. I am used to living here. I am really reluctant to move away. Yi Xian shook her head helplessly. She was not surprised at all. Su Jing was nostalgic. Then, Su Jing gave her a large white plastic bucket, saying that she found it at the farmer's market and could hold water. The power outage has been going on for so long. Maybe the water will be cut off one day. Even if you want to move, it is necessary to prepare water in advance. Yi Xian nodded and took out a few boxes of water purification tablets and handed them to Su Jing. In case of water outage, rainwater can also make do. And these water purification tablets are indispensable. After exchanging what they have, Su Jing was sent away. Yi Xian hurried back to her room to sleep, and started moving when she woke up. Yi Xian had just fallen asleep when she was frightened by the screams outside. But she didn't think much about it. In this end of the world with frequent natural disasters, screams are really normal. Yi Xian turned over and continued to sleep. She was awakened by the alarm clock. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. She walked into the bathroom and found that the water was cut off. Yi's mother had already collected all the things she wanted to take away. Yi Xian only needed to put them in the space. Su Jing and Bai Bing and his son, who had received the news, came to help move the things downstairs. Su Jing held Yi Xian's hand reluctantly, while Bai Bing's grandmother held Yi's mother's hand reluctantly. If you ask me, you should just live here. If he wants to come up and make trouble, let him make trouble. Are you afraid of him when there are so many of us? Bai Yuanshan pulled his mother's arm. Mom, it's good to find a place where no one is to live temporarily. You can move back after the natural disaster is over. It's not like we won't see each other anymore. The old lady seemed to see farther than her son. She sighed and shook her head gently. Hey, let's go. It's good to leave here. Don't worry. We will help you look after the house. You can come back anytime when you can't live there anymore. At this time, Yi Xian had already made an agreement with Su Jing that her anti-theft doors and windows were specially made, and the quality could not be compared with Su Jing's home. For safety reasons, she let Su Jing live in her home temporarily. Su Jing nodded without objection. Yi Xian's luggage filled the entire rubber boat. It was not easy to change to a speedboat in public during the day, so she had to paddle the rubber boat to the outside of the community with difficulty. Be careful. Su Jing still waved at her, although it was hot at night. The temperature was barely acceptable. Now that it was noon, the heat wave hit her in the face, making her breathless. Less than 5 minutes after going out, the sweat on her body had soaked all her clothes, and they stuck to her body tightly, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. It was raining and hot, and Yi Xian felt a tightness in his chest. So he quickly took out a bottle of Wuxiang Jingqi water and drank it. His father's condition was not much better, so Yi Xian also gave him a bottle. Dad, let's find a deserted place and use a speedboat. If we continue like this, we will definitely get heat stroke. That's right. Even though there is no sun, there are many people getting heat stroke now. When they paddled the rubber boat to find a remote place, they saw 2 people lying on the door panel motionless, and it seemed that they were also suffocating from the heat, and they passed away just like that. There was a woman who was in a better condition and could still call for help from Yi Xian. Help me. I can't breathe. Yi Xian couldn't take care of herself, so how could she care about her? She paddled away in the rubber boat and saw the woman lying weakly on the door panel, never getting up again. Back to the feed factory, Yi Xian left Ye's mother and Xian to pack their luggage, and set off with Ye's father. The goal, the hospital. This place is closer to the hospital. Even if it takes some time, it's still in time. There was no one here, so they changed to the speedboat without worry and rushed all the way to the hospital. When passing by the largest shopping mall in the city, Yi Xian was surprised to find that there were many people gathered here on such a hot day, and some were shouting something with a loudspeaker. Chapter 28. Father Yi slowed down the boat and squeezed into the crowd, wanting to hear what the man in police uniform was shouting. The scene was noisy, and only the man could be heard shouting faintly. This mall will open at midnight tonight. Bring your ID card to shop. Each person is limited to 2 kilograms of food, 3 daily necessities, and no limit on other things. You can buy once every 3 days. Yi Xian and her father looked at each other and came to see it tonight. Yi Xian still had 100,000 yuan in cash in her hand that she hadn't spent. Seeing several men glaring at her speedboat, Yi Xian left quickly. At first, several rubber boats were following behind him. Father Yi stepped on the gas and circled the city a few times, successfully getting rid of the tail behind him, and then drove towards the hospital. This is a tertiary hospital. It is always overcrowded before the end of the world. Now the flood is about to submerge the lobby on the first floor. This is also because the terrain of the hospital outpatient building is higher. Father Yi was responsible for checking the surrounding environment. After confirming that there was no one around, Yi Xian put the speedboat into the space, and the father and daughter waded through the water to the pharmacy. Father Yi was responsible for the left row, and Yi Xian was responsible for the right row. Father Yi held a small hammer in his hand and smashed the glass randomly, then fished out the medicines from the accumulated water, without sorting them. Just threw them into a snakeskin bag, and then Yi Xian put them into the space. Yi Xian was much better. She had special abilities. She didn't need to break the cabinets at all, and put them into the space together with the cabinets. There was also a refrigerator. The refrigerator in this hospital seemed to have a backup power supply. After the power outage for so long, the ice in the freezer was still frozen like stone. Yi Xian was not polite, and put the refrigerator into the space together, and then followed the line to find its backup power supply and put in 3 high-power batteries. After collecting all these, Yi Xian didn't bother to see what medicine she had collected, and immediately ran to help Ye's father. At this time, Ye's father had put all the medicines into snakeskin bags, leaving only 2 refrigerators untouched. He also found the ice cubes in the refrigerator and waited for his daughter to come and deal with them. It seemed that this hospital had not been touched yet, and the 2 of them had a good harvest. After collecting the pharmacy, Yi Xian opened a small door next to it. It was a small warehouse with several wooden shelves full of labor protection materials. Rubber gloves, white gloves, work clothes, rubber shoes, electric batons for security, security uniforms, cotton coats. Yi Xian even found a box of walkie-talkies. The walkie-talkies were placed on the top of the shelf and had not been soaked in water. What a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian put all of these into the space, took out 2 walkie-talkies, took out the batteries from the space, and handed one to Ye's father. Dad? There must be a generator here. You go find it. I go upstairs and take a look. Yes, father had this idea a long time ago. Took the walkie-talkie. Asked his daughter to pay attention to her own safety. Turn around and walk towards the row of bungalows behind the hospital. If there is, it is most likely in this place. Yi Xian climbed upstairs alone. This is the outpatient building. The second floor is where blood tests are done. There are all kinds of testing instruments here, including sampling, testing, etc. Yi Xian did not miss them. These things are placed in a space, and Ye's mother will use them. Further up are the ultrasound examination room and the X-ray examination room. Ye's mother will use the instruments here. Move them all away. Maybe a hospital can be built in the space in the future. Further up is the doctor's office. Except for a few barrels of mineral water, there is nothing needed. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and turned to the inpatient building at the back. There were nurse stations and wards there, and both medical equipment and daily supplies were much more than in the doctor's office. Yi Xian was surprised to see that there were still patients staying there. The third floor was the orthopedic inpatient department. Yi Xian originally wanted to order some medical equipment, which would be indispensable in the future when she stumbled in the end times. But she never expected that there was still a patient here. This person was none other than her ex-husband Gu Nan. Gu Nan was so hungry that he was skinny, and was resting on the bed. There were instant noodle packaging bags and snack packaging bags on the ground beside him. He had even eaten all the paper boxes that came with the takeaway. Seeing someone coming, Gu Nan opened his eyes weakly and uttered a weak voice, "Help!" Yi Xian looked at him, who looked like he had lost half his life, and immediately frowned and wanted to leave the ward. At this time, Gu Nan also found her. Gu Nan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly got up from the bed. Yi Xian. Xian. Save me. Yi Xian stood at the door without moving. I will bring your news to your father. As for how he will deal with it, you just wait for the news. Gu Nan staggered down from the bed. Xian. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Give me something to eat. Just a little. Please. Yi Xian spread her hands. I am also looking for food. But it seems that I can't find it here. Gu Nan looked at Yi Xian with shining eyes, and reached out to grab Yi Xian's clothes. Yi Xian took 2 steps back, and Gu Nan fell to the ground. Don't go. Please don't go. Don't leave me alone. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Turned around and walked to the nurse's room, where she found a stretcher, crutches, wheelchairs, medical equipment, and even a small half bucket of mineral water plugged into the water dispenser. But no food. It seems that the food here has been found by Gu Nan a long time ago. Gu Nan walked over with difficulty, holding onto the wall. Don't look for it. There is no food. I have searched many times, including upstairs and downstairs. Yi Xian ignored him. Moved the medical equipment to the next room, avoided Gu Nan's gaze, and then put them in the space. No wonder she didn't find any food in this inpatient building. Only some medical equipment. It turned out that he was trapped here. According to Gu Nan, he was not the only one trapped in the hospital. There were 3 more in the respiratory department upstairs, but they all died 2 days ago. Those with less serious orthopedic injuries were taken away by their families. Only he had 2 ribs broken by the wolf cub, and his legs were also injured. In addition, no family came to pick him up, so he had to stay here and live a hard life. Not to mention the food in this building. Even the saline and glucose water used for infusion in the nurse station were drunk by him, which is how he managed to hold on until now. Yi Xian walked out without looking back, leaving only one sentence. I know where your father lives with his mistress. I will send him a message. Just wait. It is said that a husband and wife will be grateful to each other for 100 days. Yi Xian really can't love this man. Not adding insult to injury and helping him to carry the message is her greatest kindness. Seeing Yi Xian turn around and go downstairs, Gu Nan also wanted to follow. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough physical strength. If Yi Xian didn't want to take him, he could only be drowned in the heavy rain outside. He thought for a moment, and finally chose to stay here and wait. He hoped that Yi Xian could bring his message, and believed that his father would definitely come to take him home. Chapter 29. As soon as Yi Xian walked downstairs, her father's voice came from the intercom. Xin. Behind the outpatient building. The 3rd room. Come quickly. Yi Xian hurried downstairs. It seemed that her father had found something good. Sure enough, In addition to 2 generators, there were 5 or 6 barrels of diesel. Because the foundation here is very high, it was not flooded. Yi Xian was very happy. She would not be afraid of having no electricity in her base in the future. She prepared one herself, bought one for free, and now found 2 more, which is enough. After collecting the generator, Ye's father took her to the second bungalow. This is a small warehouse, with a variety of repair items, screws, hammers, electric drills, and even an electric welder. These things have been organized by Ye's father, and Yi Xian can move them into the space with just a flick of her finger. After collecting all these, it was almost dark, and the father and daughter did not delay, released the speedboat, and drove to the new address. It was more convenient here because there was no one, and Yi Xian didn't need to hide her speedboat, and drove it directly home. Ye's mother was preparing dinner. Xian was holding the wolf cub and playing. When he saw Yi Xian coming back, he let go of the dog's neck and hugged Yi Xian's neck. Mom, you are finally back. Yi Xian rubbed Xian's little head. Why do you miss your mother after just a short while? Xian smiled and took out a fried chicken leg. Grandma gave it to me, saying it was for nutritional supplements. And I left one for Mom. Mom, Grandma's cooking skills are really good. It tastes better than the fried chicken legs sold outside. Yi Xian looked at the crispy chicken leg on the outside and tender on the inside. Took it and took a bite. It's delicious. Xian also knows how to care for Mom. Ye's mother came out of the kitchen with food. You said it as if I was torturing you. Xian ate little at noon, so I fried 2 for him, and he left them for you. It's convenient here because there's no one around. I don't have to worry about others thinking about me when I cook. Yi Xian smiled. Mom, we have to go out tonight. Ye's mother was stunned. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Xian told her mother about the mall opening. You need an ID card to buy it. Are you going? If you don't go, you will have to buy one less. Mother Yi thought for a moment and said, I'd better not go. We just arrived here, and we're not sure if it's safe. We have to leave someone to look after the house. Xin, you can tell Su Jing and see if she's going. You can go with her, so she can take care of her. Jingxiang community. Su Jing was cooking when she heard a knock on the door. She shook her head helplessly. It's not Xin's father-in-law again, is it? Su Jing opened the door and saw 4 or 5 men blocking the entrance to the corridor. The leading man looked to be in his 40s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and smiling. Mo Pengfei, the owner representative of this community. Su Jing knew this person. He was the one who solved all the conflicts between the owners and the property management in the past. He was a nice guy. Huh? Why is it Teacher Su? Where is this family? Su Jing was stunned. They moved away today. Didn't you see? The man didn't answer. That's right. Teacher Su. We saw that you also dragged a rubber boat up today. You have a speedboat yourself. So we were wondering if you could borrow our rubber boat. Look, you have salvaged supplies during the day, so you have to rest at night. Right? We will return them tomorrow morning after use, so as not to delay your use tomorrow. Okay? Su Jing was speechless for a while, and it seemed that he was targeting her. Yes. When she went out today, she found a rubber boat, and the people on it were so hot that they took the rubber boat back. This was discovered by the neighbors, and they were concerned about it. Yi Xian was right to move away. The man seemed to understand Su Jing's concerns. Teacher Su, you also know me, and you know where my home is. My child is still Teacher Su's student. I will definitely keep my word. The man looked behind him, and the men behind him nodded at the same time. We are all neighbors. We will see each other every day. We will not covet your things. As he was talking, Yi Xian came. Seeing Yi Xian, Su Jing was stunned for a moment. Xin, why are you here? Looking at the man in front of him, Yi Xian thought for a moment and planned to make this public. When I went out today, I heard that the largest shopping mall in the city will open at 12 o'clock tonight. We plan to go buy some things. Come over to ask if you guys are going? If you are, we can take care of each other. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Purchase with ID card. Only cash accepted. Food purchase limit. The man seemed to see hope. Great. I still have some cash at home. How about this? Take me with you tonight. I pay for the trip. The companion behind the man wailed. Only cash accepted? I haven't seen what cash looks like in 3 years. Brother Mo, Can you lend me some money? When this natural disaster is over, I will pay you back double. I treat you to a meal. Mo Pingfei glanced at the man and said awkwardly, it's okay to lend you money. But my family's cash is all for the elderly. A total of only 2 or 3,000 yuan. And it's hard to say what the current prices will be. So I really can't lend you money. The man turned to look at Yi Xian, beauty. I'm going to borrow money now. Can you give me a ride when the time comes? I also pay for the trip. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Let them go. They have supplies. And Su Jing is safer here. My rubber boat is too small. And I have to pull things when I come back. It really can't accommodate too many people. I can only take 2 people at most. Besides, I have moved. And I have to take a detour to send you back. So it's not convenient to take too many people. Su Jing looked at Yi Xian and said nothing. Mo Pingfei smiled. I said at the earliest. Miss Yi. Just take me alone. What time do you want to leave? I wait for you. Yi Xian looked at Su Jing, who nodded to her. Yi Xian understood what she meant. This person is pretty good. There should be no problem with him. Yi Xian nodded and agreed. Okay. Gather at the second floor window at 10 p.m. As for who will take the second position, you can discuss it among yourselves. However, let's be clear in advance. If anyone has any bad intentions halfway, don't blame me, Yi Xian, for being rude. Seeing Yi Xian go crazy, Mo Pingfei nodded quickly. Don't worry. I will check the remaining person for you. If there is any problem, you can come to me for the account. Yi Xian smiled slightly and turned away. Then I go back first. I come back later. Watching Yi Xian turn around and leave, Mo Pingfei's eyes flashed. Did she really move away? Passing by a hospital today. It looked quite large. And after a quick meal, Yi Xian planned to go there to collect some. Medical equipment will be rare in the future. And more is not too much. She planned to do it quietly without disturbing anyone. And come back before going to the mall in the evening. Listening to Su Jing, and Bai Bing discussing in the corridor that they would go shopping together tonight. Bai Bing's family has many people. And Su Jing's speedboat only brought one neighbor. At this time in the previous life, Yi Xian also went to the mall in Su Jing and Jiang Chao's speedboat. And there were 2 neighbors inside. That night went smoothly. Not only did the neighbors not have any bad ideas, they also gave Su Jing a bag of noodles and a bag of ham as a reward. Yi Xian did not expect their thanks, but felt that at this time, people were not yet crazy enough. And these neighbors could still help. And there was no need to make enemies because of such a small matter. There will be extreme cold in the future. The house over there is a self-built factory dormitory with poor insulation effect. Maybe she will have to move back then. It is best not to make enemies. It is good for Su Jing and herself. There are only 2 people following her today. Even if they have bad intentions, Yi Xian is not afraid. She and Ye's father can easily deal with 3 or 4 big men. These 2 people are not a threat to them at all. Chapter 30. After seeing off Mo Pingfei and several men, Su Jing turned around, closed the door, and picked up the intercom. Xin. Can you hear me? Yes. Go ahead. Xin. Do you have any cash at home? Yi Xian was stunned. And before she could speak, she heard Su Jing continue. I still have some cash here. If you don't have any cash at home, I give you some. Last month, Jiang Chao planned to travel abroad, and I withdrew tens of thousands of yuan in cash to exchange. But I don't need it now. I want to ask. If you don't have it, I can lend you some. It's not easy to open a shopping mall at this time. Everything is probably expensive. And you have a child. Yi Xian was suddenly moved. This is her best friend, who always thinks of her. Across the intercom, Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. I still have cash. A lot. Today's food purchase is limited. But other things are not limited. If you can, spend it all today. It's not certain whether the mall can open in the future. It's too chaotic outside. Su Jing nodded. You too. Be careful with others, and don't show off your wealth. As she was talking, there were footsteps outside again. Su Jing was stunned. Who is coming up again? She secretly looked out through the peephole. It's Jiang Chao. Behind Jiang Chao were 2 men with tattoos on their arms. And in front of him was another man wearing insulating gloves and holding a wire in his hand to poke the anti-theft door of Su Jing's house. The door was poked open in a few strokes. Even if the electricity was turned on, it wouldn't work. Su Jing was so scared when she saw the scene then she covered her mouth tightly. Xin. What happened? As soon as Yi Xian went downstairs, she heard Su Jing let out a suppressed cry, and immediately understood that something happened upstairs again. Xin. It's Jiang Chao. He brought people to pry open my door. My things haven't been moved in yet. After hearing this, Yi Xian turned around and ran upstairs. Although she had left, she still couldn't sit idly by and watch Su Jing. Don't worry. Someone inside can open the lock, and this anti-theft door can't stop them at all. Don't open the door. Wait for me. Jiang Chao broke into Su Jing's house and looked at the balcony and the kitchen full of food. He couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Fuck. This woman is grown up. Our buddies are still hungry, but she has so much food. This speedboat is clearly here, and she lied to me last time that it was by Bing's. How shameless. The three tattooed men each grabbed a pack of instant noodles. Brother Chow, look for boiled water. Let's fill our stomachs first. Jiang Chao glared. Are you sick? Let's move out while she's not home. You can eat as much as you want when you go back. Why are you staying here? Besides, we have to take out some of these things and give them to the boss. Let's go back first. The three flower-armed men nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Brother Chow is really thoughtful. We haven't handed in our letters of surrender yet. Those bastards are giving us a cold shoulder. This time we're going to give him a good slap in the face. Each of the three picked up a pile of supplies and walked out happily. They met Yi Xian and Su Jing, who were standing side by side, each holding a knife in their hands, looking ferocious. The three tattooed men's hands trembled, and the supplies almost fell to the ground. They hurriedly grabbed them and shouted to the room, Brother Chow! Brother Chow! Jiang Chao heard the voice, holding half a bag of rice in one hand and pulling the speedboat with the other hand. The pockets of his shorts were bulging, and it seemed that there were a lot of things in them. Yi Xian and Su Jing each held a knife and forced several people to retreat back to the room. Su Jing closed the door with his backhand and sneered, Jiang Chao, you are so capable. You can't hand in the letter of surrender. So you think of robbing your family. Looking at the gleaming boning knife in Su Jing's hand, and then at Yi Xian, who was also holding a kitchen knife. Jiang Chao smiled, Jing, don't be angry. Put down what you have in your hand. Before Jiang Chao finished speaking, Su Jing spoke again coldly. The four of them stood together and looked at each other. Brother Chow, they are two women, and we are four grown men. Are we afraid of them? Hearing this, Yi Xian jumped forward, swung the kitchen knife in her hand, and chopped off the man's tattooed arm. Ah! The scream spread throughout the building. Blood splattered everywhere. The supplies in the man's hand clattered to the ground. Not to mention the men. Even Su Jing was trembling in her heart. She said, Put down everything in your hand. The cold tone was emotionless. Oh my god! Jiang Chao was also frightened by Yi Xian. This woman was really brave. At this time, Bai Bing's voice came from outside the door. Su Jing. Su Jing. Are you okay? Open the door. Su Jing turned around and opened the door. Bai Bing stepped in and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Oh my god! Who did this? He just cut off his arm. Looking at the kitchen knife in Yi Xian's hand that was still dripping with blood, Bai Bing mourned for that person in his heart for a few seconds. He is a ruthless person. Who opened the door lock? Bai Bing's voice was like 1,000-year-old ice. Su Jing pointed the boning knife in his hand forward. It's him. It was the man whose arm was cut off by Yi Xian. Bai Bing smiled. Miss Yi, you are good at this. But you removed the wrong arm. You should have removed this one. As she spoke, Bai Bing rushed to the man and removed his right arm. The man screamed and his right arm lost its ability to move instantly. That's not enough. We have to deal with it this way. As she spoke, Bai Bing picked up the man and threw him out of the window. As the man screamed, there was the sound of a heavy object falling into the water. Yi Xian looked at him with a bit of inquiry. He dared to kill people before the rumors of the end of the world came. This person is not simple. Bai Bing noticed Yi Xian's gaze and smiled embarrassedly. Haha. No one can be at ease with such a person around. So it's better to deal with him. You moved away. But you can't leave us trouble. Right? Yi Xian nodded in agreement. You say. Bai Bing pointed at Jiang Chao and asked, did he open the door in the 13th floor incident? The incident on the 13th floor has always been a shadow in their hearts. A family of 3 was killed just like that. No one can remain indifferent. Jiang Chao nodded stupidly. He was really scared. Yi Xian was just trying to scare him. But this man really dared to kill people. Ha ha. Bai Bing sneered and put his arm around Su Jing's shoulders. From today on, this woman is mine. If anyone wants to touch her. He stared at Jiang Chao with a cold gaze. And Jiang Chao felt hairy all over. No. Don't dare. Don't dare. I take them away now. Never again. Never again, Jiang Chao said, put down the supplies in his hand, and ran out with the other man. Remember, not everyone can come here. If you don't want to die, stay away from here. Bai Bing's voice came from behind. Jiang Chao didn't dare to turn his head, and quickly disappeared into the corridor. Bai Bing looked at Yi Xian and Su Jing. This still won't work. If we go out to find supplies, the old, weak, sick and disabled will stay at home. What if someone breaks in again? Chapter 31. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, there seemed to be quite a few people who could open locks. Jiang Chao's arrival made the three families aware of the crisis. Yi Xian always thought that it was just a natural disaster. And even if people were starving, they had not yet gone crazy and lost their minds. Jiang Chao's actions today taught her a lesson. Those who have not lost their minds are people with conscience. For those who have never had a conscience, they can lose their minds at any time. If Su Jing was not at her house today, she would probably have been killed by Jiang Chao. Considering the convenience of communication between families, Yi Xian took out a few walkie-talkies. This is what I found when I was looking for supplies. It is the latest model, with a maximum communication distance of 5 kilometers. She handed 2 to Bai Bing. She had already given Su Jing. And if she gave Bai Bing 2 more, it would be convenient for them to communicate with each other. In this way, she only had 4 walkie-talkies left. Yi Xian explained, we can contact each other at any time in the future. And the same is true when we are looking for supplies outside. If the distance is close, we can support each other. Su Jing did not show much emotion when holding the walkie-talkie. But Bai Bing and his son were different. After all, they were just friends. And now she felt a little guilty about accepting such a big gift. Then let's do this, Sister Xian. In the future, as long as you need anything, Bai Bing, will do anything for you. But, Sister Xian, are you really planning to move away and never come back? Yi Xian smiled at him and said nothing. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? She made full use of things. And Yi Xian didn't feel sorry for these intercoms. Things are dead. But people are alive. She herself has been in trouble. And she might need Bai Bing and Su Jing again someday. Although she wanted to stay out of trouble, it seemed that it was not easy to achieve at present. Fortunately, Su Jing got rid of Jiang Chao. And Bai Bing's family seemed to be able to get along. All this was beyond her expectations. After all this trouble, it was already very tense to go to the hospital. Yi Xian still decided to go out, find a deserted place to release Ye's father, then take out the speedboat and speed up. The pharmacy was the first to bear the brunt, and Ye's father stayed to sort it out, while Yi Xian ran upstairs. And those medical equipment could not be left out. Ultrasound machine, X-ray machine, test kits, blood pressure monitor, oxygen machine, oxygen cylinder, stretcher, emergency bed, all thrown into the space. In order to save time, Yi Xian had no chance to sort them, so she threw them in first. When she finished collecting the supplies upstairs, the medicines in the pharmacy had been sorted by Ye's father, and they were packed into more than a dozen large bags. Yi Xian collected them all, then released the speedboat and headed towards Jinxiu Garden. After meeting up with Su Jing, she would not be late to go to the mall, in order to keep each other company that night. Su Jing's speedboat did not increase its horsepower, but followed Yi Xian's rubber boat not too far away, watching him Pengfei and another man paddling. Su Jing's face showed a thoughtful expression. When will this natural disaster pass? When they arrived at the mall, the queue had already stretched from the 4th floor to the water surface. And even the water surface was full of people. Some people were lying in the heavy rain holding the door panels. Some people were paddling small boats. And some people were paddling rubber boats, like Yi Xian. Su Jing's speedboat attracted everyone's attention for a while. What great conditions! If I had a speedboat, how could I have been hungry for so long? That's right. I don't know which neighborhood it is from. It would be nice if you could borrow it. Bai Bing and his father stared at those who were targeting them. When they lined up on the 2nd floor, Bai Yuanshan said to Su Jing, and Bai Bing, you go in and shop. I watched the speedboat here. It doesn't look peaceful here. Yi Xian, drag your rubber boat over here. I help you watch it. I go in after you buy it. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. Dragged the rubber boat onto the speedboat and followed Ye's father into the mall to line up. There were not only people queuing in the mall, but also policemen patrolling with real guns. There were also policemen on the water, but much fewer than in the mall. Seeing this, Yi Xian felt more at ease. At least it could deter some restless people. Mo Pingfei greeted a policeman. Thank you for your hard work. You're back to work so soon. The policeman waved at him. There's nothing we can do. The worse the environment, the more we need to manage public security. Then he leaned close to Mo Pingfei and whispered, don't worry. Buy food first. Before anyone could react, he had already walked away. Yi Xian looked at his back holding a gun as he walked away, thinking, this person should know something. And he has a good relationship with Mo Pingfei. Mo Pingfei was stunned for a moment, and quietly told Yi Xian and Su Jing what the policeman said, although he didn't understand what this meant. Since someone reminded him, he should take it seriously. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they finally lined up on the 4th floor, and about 100 meters ahead was the shopping mall. Suddenly, there was a riot in front of them, with men roaring and women crying. In the middle, there was also the sound of the staff's loudspeaker. After listening for a long time, Yi Xian finally understood what was going on. It seemed that the food inside was gone, and the staff guided them to buy bulk food, saying that it was much cheaper. Normal rice cost 38 yuan per caddy, which is 10 times more expensive than usual. The people also complained, but they couldn't refuse it, because they had to wait for the rice to cook at home. Hearing that loose rice is only 10 yuan per pound, everyone rushed to buy it. But the purchase is limited. Each person can only take one bag, which is packed in a convenient bag, and each bag only weighs 3 pounds. Suddenly, someone found something wrong. Huh? This rice seems different from ordinary rice. After her reminder, many people noticed the abnormality of the rice. Normal rice is crystal clear and full of rice fragrance. Not only is the color of this rice dull, but it doesn't feel so smooth in the hand. Not to mention the rice fragrance. Someone shouted, this rice is wrong. This is not fresh rice. It is fished out of the flood and dried. Look at the color. And taste it. As soon as this person spoke, everyone agreed. That's right. If you don't have food, don't sell it. Why sell us rice like this? There are so many dead bodies in the flood. What if you get sick after eating this rice? That's right. Where are our reserve grains? If you don't distribute it now, when will you use it? That's right. The reserve grain should be enough for us to eat for at least 2 years. Right? Why sell us this kind of grain? That's right. Even if the reserve grain in City A is flooded, the country is so big. Can't we transfer grain from other places? The crowd's emotions were getting more and more intense, and a riot was about to start. The police fired into the air and barely suppressed the riot that had not yet taken shape. Suddenly a man said, it's not really the end of the world. Is it? If not, why would they let us eat this kind of food? Someone looked back at him and said, you've read too many novels. It's just a rain. Is it that serious? The man shook his head. No. When have you ever seen such heavy rain? Such strong wind? If it's not the same in other places, why hasn't the rescue food arrived? Chapter 32. The man's words caused more people to ponder. That makes sense. If the whole country had not been severely affected by the disaster, how could we eat food soaked in dead people's food? Yes. I have lived for more than 60 years, and my father's generation has never seen such heavy rain. That's right. And did you notice? The weather forecast did not mention the heavy rain except for the typhoon. This kind of thing is afraid of rumors. Even false things can be said to be true. Not to mention that this is a matter of fact. Once the apocalypse rumors spread, the crowd went crazy. Young and strong men began to rush into the mall. It's the fucking apocalypse. Who would still line up and buy things honestly? Hurry up and grab. The mall was in complete chaos. The young and strong rushed forward, leaving the old, weak, and disabled either squeezed into a corner and unable to move, or being stepped on by others, and about to die. The police decisively opened fire and killed the 3 men who led the riot on the spot. The bloody scene barely suppressed the crowd of looters, allowing them to calm down temporarily and gradually regain their sanity. Yes. Is it the end of the world? How many people will die if we keep robbing like this? That's right. We can't be deceived by people with ulterior motives. Let's just queue up peacefully. Seeing people bleeding, order gradually returned and the queue began to line up normally again. But the rumors of the end of the world spread quickly and set off a bigger wave downstairs. Many people quietly withdrew from the queue, wanting to grab the ready-made ones halfway while others had finished buying. Some people also panicked and sought protection, especially women and the elderly. What they thought in their hearts was, if the end of the world is really coming, can we still go home alive today? Look at this group of wolves and tigers, all staring at other people's pockets. Su Jing held Yi Xian's hand. Xin. Do you think it will really be the end of the world? Yi Xian patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Don't worry about it. Just spend as much money as possible today. If it's fake, we don't need this little money. If it's real, these things may be life-saving supplies. Su Jing nodded in approval. By being turned around, you're right. Buy good things and don't run around. It's safer for us to go home together. Many people outside have already quit the queue. Yi Xian and Su Jing both understood what this meant. When it was their turn, they not only bought food and daily necessities, but also bought a lot of clothes, pillows, bedding, etc. that were not limited in purchase. When they found the speedboat, Bai Yuanshan was stunned. The speedboat was full, and there was no room for one more person. The neighbor who went with them had little cash and only bought some food and daily necessities. Looking at this pile of supplies, his eyes almost fell to the ground. It's crazy. Yi Xian was even more so. Even though she had secretly put away some supplies, the things she bought were not insignificant. Mo Pingfei and the other man were stunned. Yi Xian looked at Su Jing's packed speedboat and shouted to her, "Don't follow us. Go back quickly. The road is not safe." Su Jing was worried about Yi Xian's safety, so she agreed to go back to Jinqiu Garden as fast as she could and come back to pick her up. Yi Xian wanted her to go back quickly, and then come back to pick up Mo Pingfei and the others, so that she could take Ye's father home. This time, it was Ye's father and Mo Pingfei who were rowing the boat. Yi Xian and another man stood behind the rubber boat, always alert to prevent others from getting close. Suddenly, a dagger was pressed against Yi Xian's neck. "You! I'll jump off the boat, or I will kill her." Ye's father was stunned. Something happened again. He stood up calmly and glanced at Mo Pingfei. "Is this the reliable person you carefully selected? Brother Mo, do you have bad intentions too?" Mo Pingfei was so scared that he quickly waved his hands. "No! No! No! Shaoli, what are you doing? Put down the knife in your hand." The man looked at the boat full of supplies. How could he give up? "Fuck you. You think you are a cadre just because everyone elected you as the owner representative? It's the end of the world. Who cares who you are? Jump! Jump down! Or I kill her!" Father Yi stood still, and Mo Pingfei looked at the water under the boat. Hesitant. "Shaoli, we are all neighbors. We will see each other every day. This is not appropriate. Look, the water is so deep. There's no way to survive if you jump in." Yi Xian has lost his patience. It seems that this Mo Pingfei is not the same kind of person as him, and they didn't discuss it together. Then why is he still polite? Yi Xian stepped hard on the man, then pushed back with his elbow, and the man fell backwards with a grunt. Yi Xian didn't intend to let him go. She reached out and grabbed the dagger in the man's hand, stabbed it into his chest, and then kicked him into the water, cleanly and neatly. The man fell down without a word, splashing a lot of water. Yi Xian looked at Mo Pingfei coldly. "What do you think about this, Brother Mo?" Mo Pingfei was shocked by Yi Xian's behavior and didn't react for a long time. When he saw Yi Xian asking, he woke up with a start. He quickly waved his hands and said, I didn't see anything. No. The supplies bought by Shaoli were coveted by others, and he was killed by robbers on the way. We fought hard to save these supplies. Miss Yi, are you going to return his supplies to his family? Or?" Yi Xian didn't say anything, just looked at Mo Pingfei. Mo Pingfei sighed for a long time. He has a wife, children and old mother at home. If you want, he was killed by the robbers, and we saved his supplies for him. I swear, I won't say a word about this matter, including to my family. I will sew my mouth shut if you talk in your sleep." Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other. Everyone knew that these two people followed them out. If they died halfway, they would not be able to escape suspicion. Anyway, she didn't reveal her space. It was this Xiaoli who was looking for death. It's not bad to leave a witness. If it is found that this person is wrong, it will not be too late to kill him at that time. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Listen to him, O Pengfei. When the time comes, you can explain to his family and send the supplies to them. Such a family, Yi Xian really doesn't want to be associated with them. Arriving at Jingxuan, Yi's father stayed on the rubber boat to watch the supplies. Yi Xian quietly followed Mo Pengfei upstairs. Mo Pengfei stopped on the 8th floor and stood in front of the door of room 802. It seems that Xiaoli is the owner of room 802. Yi Xian stopped on the 7th floor and hid in the dark to eavesdrop. She wanted to hear how Mo Pengfei explained to this family. What if this person is also two-faced? Then he can't be kept. The end of the world has come. Yi Xian doesn't want to test human nature. If there is a threat, the best way is to take revenge on the spot. Chapter 33. Mo Pengfei stood in front of the door of room 802 and hesitated for about half a minute. Then raised his hand and knocked on the door of room 802. A woman opened the door, followed by a little boy of 8 or 9 years old and an old lady with white hair. The old lady looked not very well. Her face was pale, and she was leaning on a cane. When she saw Mo Pengfei, the old lady seemed to have a premonition of something, and tremblingly grabbed Mo Pengfei's hand. Mo Pengfei? Where is my yener? Mo Pengfei glanced at the woman, hesitating and a little reluctant to tell the truth. The old woman became even more anxious. Where is my son? Tell me quickly. Mo Pengfei hesitated. We met robbers on the way, and Xiaoli was killed by the robbers in order to protect these supplies. As soon as she finished speaking, the old lady closed her eyes and fell backwards. She was hugged by the woman and barely prevented from falling to the ground. Mom! Grandma! The shouts of the woman and the child rang out immediately. Mo Pengfei stood at the door of the room at a loss, holding the supplies in his hands, not knowing whether to go in to help or put down the things and leave. After a long time, the old lady finally recovered and finally cried out, I told him not to go. Don't let him go. It's too dangerous outside now. But he didn't listen. What if an old woman like me starves to death? You can't let him lose his life. While crying, he slapped the woman. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you hadn't urged him to go out, he wouldn't have died outside. I told you that I had a bad dream last night and couldn't go out. But you didn't listen. My son, you died so tragically. The woman walked to the door of the room, took the supplies from Mo Pengfei, and bowed deeply to Mo Pengfei. I wonder where the body of the child's father is. Mo Pengfei lowered his head and sighed. He was stabbed in the chest with a dagger taken by the robbers. And kicked into the water, near the second intersection after leaving the mall. Sister-in-law, don't be stupid. It's very chaotic outside now. You can't go out alone. Someone will salvage the body and someone will take care of it. Don't worry. The woman looked at the supplies in her hand and tears flowed down. It's all my fault. If I hadn't forced him to go out, maybe this wouldn't have happened. This is the food he exchanged for his life. Thank you, Brother Mo, for helping to bring it back. Mo Pengfei thought about it and gave a bag of noodles from the food in his hand to the woman. This is mine. Consider it my apology for not protecting brotherly. The woman did not refuse and took the bag of noodles. Brother Mo is a good man. I know that. Thank you, Brother Mo. Please go back. Mo Pengfei bowed deeply to the woman, turned around and left, and the door closed behind him. Seeing this, Yi Xian quietly left. Mo Pengfei was right to say this, and hoped that this matter would just pass. Yi Xian and Ye's father walked to a deserted place, changed back to the speedboat, and returned to the factory dormitory. At this time, Mo Pengfei came again. He held a bag of instant noodles and a few rolls of toilet paper in his hand. I'm sorry. I didn't buy much food. These are my travel expenses. As for Xiaoli, Teacher Su, Yi Xian has moved away. I don't know when I can meet her again. Please pass these things to her for me. Su Jing reached out and took the supplies from his hand. Okay, Brother Mo. Take a rest. After saying that, Su Jing turned around and was about to go home, but was stopped by Mo Pengfei again. Su. Teacher Su. I haven't bought food for my wife and children yet. I wonder if you can take us with you when you go again. Su Jing was speechless for a while. Then, can you lend us a rubber boat? I will return it to you after buying food. Su Jing glanced at him. What if I don't want to lend it? Mo Pengfei didn't seem to expect her to say that. Is this still the old teacher Su? He was stunned for a moment. I understand your worry. Now everyone who has a rubber boat treats it like a treasure. It's so chaotic outside now. If something unexpected happens, I'm afraid there will be no way to survive. If teacher Su doesn't want to lend it, forget it. I think of another way. I'm not sensible. Don't blame me. As he said that, he turned around and walked downstairs. Yi Xian didn't know what happened here. She went to the factory dormitory and fell asleep. It was so quiet here. She didn't have to worry about being disturbed. She had to go out after breakfast. She hadn't been to the company of the pharmaceutical representative her mother mentioned yet. This was her fourth goal. In this end times, it was not too much to have too many medicines. Ye's father and Yi Xian worked hard for most of the night. Ye's mother prepared a very rich breakfast, which included milk, porridge, buns, fried dough sticks, pickles, steamed flour rolls, and 2 stir-fried dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, to satisfy everyone's taste. After working hard for most of the night, Yi Xian and her father were really hungry. They ate 2 steamed buns, a flour roll, and a dish each. Touching her bulging belly, Yi Xian said to her father, Dad, you stay at home today. I will take my mother to the office building. Ye's father hesitated. Xin, we don't lack supplies now, so we don't have to work so hard. Right? Health is important. Yi Xian smiled slightly. My body has been modified, so this labor intensity is nothing at all. At this point, Yi Xian suddenly remembered, why not give Dad, Mom and Xian some body-strengthening pills? Pregnancy really makes a woman stupid for 3 years. Oh, no. Xian is 5 years old. Others are stupid for 3 years. But she is stupid for 6 years. My mind sank into the space. Because she had been frantically hoarding supplies these days. The points in the space were already 210,000. Not to mention giving her parents body-strengthening pills. Even if the little wolf wanted to eat, she could arrange it. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all and exchanged an intermediate body-strengthening pill for each of her parents and Xian. Speed bonus 50%. Strength bonus 50%. Impact resistance bonus 50%. Injury healing speed bonus 50%. A total of 30,000 points were spent. Currently, she still has 190,000 points. Yi Xian checked the exchange panel and found that there was a long sword. A strengthened long sword requires 10,000 points. Just like an AK. Well, maybe the strengthened one is better than hers? She could only comfort herself like this. In this Doomsday, cold weapons are sometimes better than guns. Especially when dealing with zombies. AK still needs to exchange bullets constantly. While this kind of cold weapon is a one-time solution. With a physical bonus, cold weapons are not bad either. So, Yi Xian exchanged for 2 enhanced long swords. 1 left at home and 1 thrown in her own space. In case of emergency, there are still 170,000 points. Yi Xian dare not waste them casually. There will be many places to use them in the future. Yi Xian gave the body-strengthening pill to her parents and Xian, and told them the function of this thing. Xian swallowed it without any doubt. Ye's mother frowned. Daughter, if this thing is so powerful, where does the energy come from? It won't overdraw your body in advance. Right? As a doctor, it is normal to have such thoughts. Yi Xian understands her mother worries. But where does the energy in her space come from? Who can tell clearly? And she has already taken 2 kinds of body-strengthening pills. Primary and intermediate. And her body has no adverse reactions. Father Yi opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Mimi, you think too much. The secret of my daughter cannot be explained. So what's so strange about this thing? The end of the world has come. I can't care so much. Mother Yi nodded and swallowed the body-strengthening pill. Woof woof. The wolf barked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian rubbed the dog's head hard. Do you want to go too? Woof woof. Father Yi smiled. Don't worry. I'm at home. Take it with you. And see the training effect by the way. Yi Xian touched the dog's head. Then let's go. Yi Xian released the speedboat and drove Mother Yi and the wolf all the way to the city. At this time, another scream came from outside Su Jing's room. Ah! Chapter 34. Su Jing shook her head helplessly. It sounded like Yi Xian's good father-in-law again. Su Jing opened the door. Uncle. Yi Xian has moved away. It's useless for you to come again. Gu Xian was not followed by the woman, but by a little boy about 3 or 4 years old. The little boy hid behind him timidly, with only a furry little head exposed. His eyes were like a frightened deer, staring at Su Jing timidly. Su Jing felt soft-hearted when she saw the child. Hey! It's really a suffering. Gu Xian stammered. Teacher Su. I know you are good friends with Xinxin. Yesterday, Mo Pingfei asked you to pass on the things for Xinxin. Look! This child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. Even if you feel sorry for Xinxin and are angry with me, please save the child. The child is innocent. We don't want much. Just give us the things Mo Pingfei gave us yesterday. Teacher Su. Poochie. Su Jing laughed out of anger. There really are such shameless people. She gave them the things on her own initiative. How will she explain to Yi Xian in the future? By Bing dragged the speedboat out of the house, and was furious when he saw the scene in front of him. I say, old man, people have faces and trees have barks. What does it have to do with us that you didn't eat? If Yi Xian was still here, I wouldn't say anything if you came over. After all, you are a family. Now Yi Xian has been driven away by you. What are you doing here? He pointed at the little boy. Do you think he is pitiful? You are his father. It is your responsibility to raise him. What does it have to do with us? Let's go! We still need to go out. Gu Xian grabbed his rubber boat. Teacher Su. As the saying goes, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Yi Xian has not divorced my son yet. She has the obligation to take care of us. We paid the rent. But you live in our house. You say, shouldn't you also compensate us? Su Jing was completely irritated by him and laughed. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. That is when both the father-in-law and the mother-in-law are dead. Not to mention that you are all alive and well. Even if you are all dead, Yi Xian has already divorced Gu Nan. What does it have to do with her? It has even less to do with us. Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, we won't be polite. Seeing Su Jing's face fall, Bai Bing also looked at him with a cold face. Gu Xian reluctantly let go of his hand and watched the 3 people go downstairs. Su Jing suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around and said, I remember Yi Xian mentioned to me that your son is still struggling in the hospital. If you don't go, you starve to death soon. Gu Xian was stunned. Gu Nan? Why didn't he go home? Su Jing shrugged. How should I know? Telling you this is our greatest kindness. You can do the rest yourself. After saying that, Su Jing went downstairs without looking back, leaving Gu Xian alone in a daze. Downtown, Yi Xian drove the speedboat in the direction that Ye's mother had agreed to. Ye's mother and Xiaolang sat on it and stared at the front, trying to find the target that was no longer noticeable in the flood. The heavy rain was still falling, and there were many patrolling rubber boats on the water, all wearing police uniforms and holding weapons. Seeing Yi Xian's speedboat, a man on a rubber boat shouted at Yi Xian with a loudspeaker, basically wanting to requisition Yi Xian's speedboat. Yi Xian ignored him and stepped on the accelerator. The speedboat was passed, and the rubber boat was shaken left and right by the waves, and finally stabilized. The office building was not far from their factory area. They drove the speedboat for more than 20 minutes and arrived near the office building. Ye's mother carefully identified the location of the office building in the stagnant water, and with Yi Xian's offline map, she finally determined the exact location of the office building. Mom, are you sure it's here? Why do I remember that there are companies researching high-tech here? Ye's mother nodded. It should be right. I came here once last time to ask him for help. Later, to thank him, I came again, and it was this name. Ye's mother pointed to the big red words on the top of the building, Xingyuan International. Since we are here, let's go in and take a look. At this time, the flood had already submerged the 2nd floor and was spreading to the 3rd floor. Yi Xian directly broke the glass on the 3rd floor and climbed in with her mother. Then she dragged the speedboat into the office building and then put it into the space. Faced with her daughter's caution, Ye's mother breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to be careful at this time. If someone discovers her daughter's space, the consequences will be disastrous. Which floor? 5th floor, Ye's mother said very confidently. Yi Xian did not doubt him and climbed to the 5th floor with Little Wolf. It was not until they saw the name of the pharmaceutical company that Ye's mother breathed a sigh of relief. It's here. I said I remembered it right. Yi Xi and pried open the door, and the two entered the office area. The offices of pharmaceutical companies in the city are usually only used for sales and inventory. They went straight to the warehouse. The warehouse is usually behind the manager's office. There is a dark room of more than 10 square meters, where some goods are usually stored. Yi Xi and pried open the door, and found that there were quite a lot of goods inside. It seems that the goods that Ye's mother wanted are all here. But the weather was too bad, and they didn't have time to deliver them. Without Ye's mother help in sorting, Yi Xi put everything into the space. It's not too late to sort it out when she gets home. After sorting out the warehouse, Yi Xi and Ye's mother began to search the office area. The markers, snacks, and used A4 white paper, and printers in the drawer were all moved away. The two women searched very carefully. Even the boxes of coffee and half a bucket of mineral water in the tea room were not spared. Ye's mother was right. The entire 5th floor was almost the office of a pharmaceutical company. In addition to medicines, there were also some snacks, instant noodles, coffee and other small snacks. After searching the 5th floor, Yi Xi dragged her mother to the top floor. If she remembered correctly, the top floor of this office building was a high-end club, a place that only VIPs could enter. She remembered that when Xian was still young, Gu Xian had said to Xian that he would be happy if he could get a VIP card here when he grew up. When she walked up to the 13th floor, Yi Xi was stunned. It must be said that this magnificent door alone was enough to show the luxury inside. Yi Xi tried several times, but failed to open the door. She looked at Ye's mother helplessly. What should we do? There must be something good in here. But it's a pity that we can't open it. Ye's mother also shrugged helplessly. I can't do anything. Otherwise, let's go downstairs. We can get as much as we can. Yi Xi was unwilling to give up, and she exchanged a high-level body-strengthening pill from the space and swallowed it in one gulp. I suddenly felt a warm current flowing through my body. This warm current was as warm as water, flowing through her whole body without rushing or being dry. And I felt indescribably comfortable all over my body. Yi Xi closed her eyes and felt the feeling brought by the high-level body-strengthening pill, hoping that this thing that cost her 100,000 points would allow her to open this door smoothly. Chapter 35. After the warm current disappeared, Yi Xi slowly opened her eyes. The world in front of her seemed brighter, and the sound of rain outside the window seemed clearer. She felt relaxed, and her whole sensory world changed a lot. Yi Xi grabbed the copper nails on the door again and lifted them up. The door actually moved. Ye's mother was surprised to find that the thick hinges on both sides of the door were deforming and slowly breaking. Ye's mother's mouth gradually grew into an O shape. Oh my god. Is this still my daughter? She stepped forward to help, and the two of them removed the door together and entered the club together. Yi Xi looked back at the door. It was a pity to leave it here. Take it away. Maybe it can be used in the future. It is hard to find a door that even her enhanced body can't break. She roughly estimated that this door can probably be knocked open by a truck, and ordinary off-road vehicles are useless. Ye's mother was groping around the door, and Yi Xi asked curiously, Mom, what are you looking for? Ye's mother answered without even looking up. There are always accessories on one side of this kind of door, in case it breaks and is replaced. The hinge has been broken by you. I find out where the accessories are. Yi Xi's eyes lit up. Is this possible? High-end equipment is really worthy of its reputation. She took out a small hammer from the space and handed it to Ye's mother. The two of them hit the wall one by one, looking for the hollow. Here. It was found by Ye's mother in a short while. After prying open the tiles, a 2-foot square hole was found in the wall, which contained not only accessories, but also various small tools. The accessories were sealed and preserved, and they were still shiny and not worn out at all. Yi Xi was overjoyed and quickly put them into her space. This was a good thing. The two walked into the club and found that the entire 13th floor was decorated with gold and jade. The tables and chairs were all mahogany, and even the bar was made of sandalwood, which faintly exuded a fascinating atmosphere. It must be said that just the headlight on the head would cost millions. These are all good things. How could Yi Xi let it go? She took all the tables, chairs and benches and put them into the space. When they walked through the hall, it was already empty, not to mention the headlight above her head. Yi Xi wanted to pry off the floor tiles and take them away. They were all high-end goods. But reason told her, let's see what else is inside first. Take away the valuables first. If there is not enough space, it will be a joke. The mother and daughter walked inside and passed through a small corridor to the kitchen of this club. The refrigerators inside are all equipped with backup power supplies and are also connected to generators. In case the backup power supply is insufficient, the generator will automatically generate electricity for these large refrigerators. Such technology is rare even in the circle of wealthy people, let alone in the civilian world. Opening the refrigerator, whether it is vegetables, fruits, seafood, or meat, all are beautifully packaged, without any signs of spoilage. Yi Xian even found high-end ingredients such as Australian lobsters, abalone as big as a bowl, and fat goose liver in one of the refrigerators. Why should I be polite? The refrigerator and the generator were all taken away. In addition, even the pots and pans, knives, and unused gas tanks were taken away. Yi Xian looked at the full space and felt more secure. After coming out of the kitchen, turning a corner and walking forward, there was another door. After passing through this door, there was another room inside. The door was pried open by Yi Xian, and it seemed to be a lounge. The lounge was divided into two rooms. The outer one should be a reception room. The sofa and coffee table were all high-end goods, and there was a tank of tropical fish next to the sofa. At this time, the fish tank is still supplying oxygen, and the fish seem to have not felt the end of the world yet, and are still swimming happily. All this is so beautiful. If you ignore the rainstorm outside, this place seems to be a paradise. Yi Xian calmed down. No matter how good this place is, it can't withstand the erosion of time. Sooner or later, it will decline, and it is still unknown whether the owner here can come back. Yi Xian put all these into the space. Just make full use of them. Walking into the bedroom, it is much simpler. In addition to the luxurious big bed, there is a bedside table, a safe and two mahogany cabinets. There is nothing else. There were two cupboards, one with spare clothes and the other with a lot of books. Yi Xian put them all into the space. She didn't open the safe to check, so she put them in first. Yi Xian turned around and was about to leave, but the little wolf refused to leave, and said to the wall, "Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof." Yi Xian was stunned. Squatted down and stroked the little wolf's head. "Is there something in here?" The little wolf said to Yi Xian, "Woof woof." Yi Xian and her mother looked at each other. "Mom, let's look for it." Yi's mother picked up a hammer and started to knock. Sure enough, the wall in front of the little wolf was hollow. The hollow area was about half the size of the door. Yi Xian and Yi's mother worked together to smash the wall, revealing the hole inside, and were immediately shocked by what was inside. There were actually guns and bullets hidden inside. In addition to guns and bullets, there were also 2 bags of white powder, weighing about 4 or 5 pounds. Yi Xian couldn't help but take a breath. This is a drugged in. She won't be polite about guns and bullets, and she certainly won't take drugs. But these are things that harm people and must be destroyed. Yi Xian put the gun and bullets into the space, and carefully put the drugs in the cabin, waiting to be destroyed when she returned. But this gun cannot be used casually. If the owner of this place finds out about the bullets fired, she will be exposed. It is better to put it aside for now. Yi Xian suddenly found that her space suddenly became larger. This time the area increased quite a lot. The garden alone is about 40 to 50 square meters larger. Although the cabin did not increase the number of rooms, the area of each room, including the bathroom, has increased. The room, which was originally packed full, now has about 5 or 6 square meters left. Yi Xian understood that there was jade in this safe. And the space swallowed her jade? Mom, let's go pry the floor tiles. Since there was space, she would naturally not give up such good building materials. The mother and daughter, who took the body-strengthening pills, did not seem to be tired. They lowered their heads all the way and removed all the floor tiles in one go. Halfway through the removal, Yi Xian was afraid that her mother would not be able to stand squatting all the time. So she asked her to move all the floor tiles in front to this side so that she could collect them together. Mother Yi stood up tiredly. I didn't expect I could be so capable. You pry these first, and come to help me after I finish sorting them out. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. After Yi Xian took away all the floor tiles, she took out the chair bench from the space and placed it in front of the window. She took out a portion of braised pork, a portion of stir-fried broccoli, 2 bowls of rice and 2 cups of iced cola. It's getting late. Let's eat. After eating, Take a break, and we will continue. The braised pork, broccoli and rice are still fragrant. And the mother and daughter are eating their lunch in the clubhouse that has become a rough house. It was still pouring outside, and the sky and the earth were white. Just after eating, Yi Xian had not had time to take out the big bed to rest, and suddenly heard a man's voice. Who? Who took down my door? Yi Xian was stunned. Not good. The owner is here. Chapter 36. Looking at the empty hall, Yi Xian and her mother had no choice but to run to the kitchen. Through the small hole in the wall, they saw a middle-aged man in his 40s walking in with 4 strong bodyguards. The man's face was livid, and he looked at the empty hall and got angry. Who has been here? Go! Check the surveillance for me. Yi Xian was shocked. There is always a loophole. She only thought that the power was out and all the surveillance had stopped. But she didn't expect that since the refrigerator here can continue to supply power, the surveillance can also be. One of the bodyguards lowered his head. Master Qing. Have you forgotten? The night before the rain, you dealt with the troublemakers here. And before dealing with them, you asked us to stop the surveillance here. The man paused. It seems to be true. In order to prevent the incident from getting out of hand and alerting the police, he ordered the surveillance here to be stopped and sealed the mouths of everyone present at the time. Yi Xian just breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, only to hear the man say again, where is the backup surveillance? That one has not been turned off. Right? The bodyguard stood straight. Yes. I check it out right now. Yi Xian's heart was lifted again. Damn it. How come there is a backup surveillance? The man strode towards the kitchen. Yi Xian was about to pull Yi's mother into the space, but saw the man passing the kitchen and heading straight for the lounge. Then the man's roar came from the lounge. Who is it? Even this place has been moved away. It's impossible to move so many things in one day. There must be a trace. Check it for me. These things can't fall into the hands of outsiders. The bodyguards seemed to be frightened as well. Standing in a row, yes. The man walked out angrily. Damn it. The goods are gone. How can I explain to Lao Ma? Go find the old man and ask him to think of a solution as soon as possible. Damn it. I have to beg him. Yi Xian looked at the man's back as he walked out, and her heart skipped a beat. She just wanted to get something to use. How did she accidentally get involved with a drug lord? So this is what the high-end club here is like. No wonder it's so luxurious. It's a pity that those rich people who don't have eyes are proud of getting the VIP here. Yi Xian walked to the window and looked out secretly. Sure enough, there was a speedboat parked outside the office building, and there were 2 black-clad bodyguards standing upright on it. The speedboat looked a few levels higher than the one in Yi Xian's hand. However, this is the stuff of a big drug lord. Except for those who have been stolen. Don't touch it if you can. Although she has never dealt with such people, she also knows that such people are desperate criminals, and it will be very troublesome if you mess with them. If she was caught on camera this time, she might not be able to live in Jingxuan anymore. Thinking of the safe house she had just built, Yi Xian felt distressed. If they moved out now, where could they move to? The first place that flashed in her mind was the villa in her dream. The villa was built halfway up the mountain, so even if it was flooded, it shouldn't be too serious. Yi Xian secretly thought of a way out in her heart. Watching the man get on the speedboat and leave like a gust of wind, she took his mother downstairs. It would be better to get more supplies while there is still time. Save yourself from worrying about the lack of medical care and medicine. The 12th floor is the high-tech research institute that Yi Xian mentioned. There are only 2 companies here. One is researching clothes, and the other is researching animal genetic technology. Yi Xian pried open the door of the first company. The laboratory is as big as 2 houses. She didn't recognize anything inside, but she regarded the clothes in the cabinet as treasures. Not only the price of the clothes was written on it, but also the function and material were clearly marked one by one. Yi Xian took a look. The cheapest one was worth 6 figures. Just such a thin piece of clothing. Worth 6 figures. Yi Xian shook her head. As expected, poverty limited her imagination. She didn't want the cupboard, because it took up too much space, but just took away all the clothes inside, along with their instructions. In addition to these clothes, she also got a lot of food and mineral water in this company. It's worthy of being a scientific research company. The employee benefits are really good. Their small warehouse is full of the best instant noodles, ham sausages, self-heating hot pots, coffee and other foods on the market, which seem to be for employees to take freely when they work overtime. Now it's all Yi Xian's fault. After looting this company, Yi Xian did not stop, but quickly pried open the door of another research room. This company specializes in animal genetic technology. Yi Xian didn't know what was inside, but Ye's mother roughly understood its purpose. According to Ye's mother instructions, she took away the constant temperature incubator, pressure cooker, sterile workbench, microscope, water distiller, and other items here. Yi Xian took the advanced body strengthening pill, and her hearing was different from that of ordinary people. She vaguely heard that there seemed to be movement inside. Could it be that there are still living animals in this laboratory? The natural disaster has been going on for more than a month. No one feeds the animals here. So how could there be any living creatures? Yi Xian walked into the inner room with curiosity, and the smell of animal feces hit her in the face, making Yi Xian cover her nose. Ye's mother also frowned. Look! There is a little white mouse over there. Oh my god! How did it survive in the cage? Yi Xian also found this little white mouse, and it was now squeaking at Yi Xian. It kept yelling, as if it wanted Yi Xian to take it away. What does it need a little white mouse for at this time? She took a look and turned to leave. Ye's mother was staring at the little white mouse in a daze. Seeing her daughter was about to leave, she grabbed Yi Xian's arm and said, Wait! Yi Xian looked at her mother and stopped immediately. Mom! What's wrong with you? Ye's mother shook her head. Little white mouse. How did you survive? Yi Xian chuckled. Mom, are you stupid? It's just a little mouse. And you actually talked to it. Ye's mother ignored Yi Xian and listened carefully to the little white mouse. Squeak! Squeak! Yi Xian was silent. Could her mother understand what the little white mouse said? She stared at her mother blankly for a long time before Ye's mother came back to her senses. Daughter, take it away. Yi Xian looked at her mother curiously. Mom, what did it say to you? Ye's mother next words surprised Yi Xian. Ye's mother told her that the little white mouse said that it had been genetically modified in the laboratory and could understand human conversations. But the research had not yet been fully successful. It could only understand other people's conversations, but could not speak. If the research is successful, it will be able to communicate with humans smoothly. I don't know why. Ye's mother can actually communicate with it. It also said that there were 49 mice like it, and no one has been feeding them recently. So it ate other companions, and only it survived. Yi Xian was shocked after hearing this. There is such a research. Since the mother and the little white mouse have such a fate, she must take it away. Yi Xian put the little white mouse into the space without saying a word. At this time, the little wolf whispered to Yi Xian, Woof woof. Yi Xian suddenly heard a noise outside. She rushed to the window and looked out. The group of drug lords are back again. Chapter 37. Yi Xian was stunned. Something bad has happened. Ye's mother immediately understood. They checked the surveillance and found that they were still in the club just now. So they hurried back and wanted to catch them on the spot. So, is her daughter's space also exposed? Ye's mother looked at Yi Xian suddenly. Xinshin, is your space also recorded by the surveillance? Yi Xian frowned. This is what she was afraid of. In the hall, all our things are collected near the window. If that place is not in the blind spot of the surveillance, it is very likely to be photographed. Yi Xian knew very well that unless there was a problem with the surveillance, that location would not be a blind spot for surveillance. Mother Yi whispered, let the little white mouse out and let it go to find out the situation. If it doesn't work, deal with these people. Yi Xian released the little white mouse and was mentally prepared. If it doesn't work, she can only take the risk to deal with these people. The fear is that after these people are dealt with, more will be exposed, and more clues will be left for the drug lord group. Alas, a bad start. Mother Yi gave the mouse a few instructions, and the mouse ran away. 13th floor. For bodyguards in black were studying the surveillance camera at the door. The man called Mr. Qing was stomping around in the hall, looking irritable. After a while, several men in black nodded to each other and sent one of them to the man. Mr. Qing, it's confirmed. The surveillance camera on the left was damaged. It should have been hit when the wall was demolished. It has lost its function. The one on the right can still be used, but it can only monitor half of the hall, including this half of the corridor. So due to the shooting angle, we can only get photos like this. The man was furious. Fuck. How can I find someone with a photo that only shows half of the side face? The bodyguard stood straight and explained with his head down. From the recorded scene, it can be seen that these are two women, both about 167 centimeters tall and of medium build. Based on the body shape analysis, one of them is between 50 and 60 years old and weighs about 60 kilograms. The other is about 30 years old, even younger, and weighs about 55 kilograms. They also brought a German Shepherd. Scratches were found on the wall, and the cargo should be this German Shepherd. Master Ching. These two women may be hard to find, but this dog should not be hard to find. From the fact that it can detect white powder, it can be seen that this is probably a specially trained police dog, or even a drug detection dog. Not many people can keep such a dog. If there are two women with similar body shapes in addition to such a dog, then it can be basically confirmed. Master Ching, what do you think? Should we start with this dog? The man nodded. Check. Search this dog all the way. Search secretly. And check if there are these two women around this dog. The bodyguard stood up straight. Yes. I arrange it now. Wait. Ching Yi spoke again. The strangest thing is, since they dismantled the entire club, how did they transport the things out? When we first came, they were still hiding here. They left after we left. When they left, they didn't see them transporting anything out. It took less than half an hour. This is too strange. From the surveillance, we can see that they moved all the things to the blind spot of the surveillance, which is near this window. Could it be that there is someone cooperating below? Did they throw them down from this window? The man shook his head. No. If that's the case, the sofa and the bar can't be taken out. How did they take away the refrigerator in the kitchen? The ingredients? And the things in my lounge? How? Let someone else take care of the dog first. Go find Mr. Liu. Don't say that there was an accident in the club here. Just tell him about this strange thing and ask him to help analyze it. The bodyguard nodded. I go right away. Master Ching. They left less than 2 hours ago. Should we search this building? Or? The man shook his head. Since they have already discovered us, if they are not stupid, they will definitely leave quickly. It is too late to search this building now. Go back and ask Laoli to take people to set up defenses around and see if these two people will appear nearby again. The man gradually sobered up from his confusion. This time he came back and did not gain nothing. At least it can be seen that the problem with the surveillance was caused by these two people unintentionally, which means that they did not know that there was surveillance in secret. And it can be ruled out that it was done by an insider. The door was violently demolished, which means they were born with supernatural powers. Unlikely. It can only mean that in addition to these two women, there are other forces helping. Who could it be? But how to explain the windows that were not damaged at all, and the inexplicably missing supplies? It was all weird. The man couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart again. Who did I offend? Or, has this club been targeted by someone for a long time? Just wait until this rainstorm to take action. The little white mouse relayed the conversation and scene upstairs to Ye's mother, who then related to Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately decided, leave here. Leave before they have time to deploy defenses. And never come back again. Yi Xian took out beef jerky and fed it to the little white mouse. This time the little white mouse was considered to have made a great contribution. In the future, it will be a great contributor to the family, and it will naturally have good food and drink. The little white mouse was eating the jerky happily. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It seemed to be saying something, and Yi Xian couldn't understand it. With the information about the little white mouse, Yi Xian decided not to let the little wolf come out unless necessary, and let it live in the space with the little white mouse. Yi Xian hugged the little wolf's neck and explained to him. The little wolf seemed to understand and rubbed against Yi Xian. Woof woof. This was considered a promise. Yi Xian put the little wolf and the little white mouse into the space together. After thinking about it, it was still not safe enough. So she asked Ye's mother to go into the space with her. She then turned and went downstairs. After reaching the 3rd floor, she gave up the original broken exit and smashed the window glass in another direction, dragged the speedboat out of the window, and then jumped on the boat. After confirming that there was no one around, she drove the speedboat away. For safety reasons, Yi Xian did not dare to go back to the factory directly, but drove the speedboat slowly around the city. After confirming that no one was following her, she drove towards the factory. After getting into trouble with such a group of people, She had to be careful. Careful. And careful again. If they hadn't been lucky this time, they would have accidentally destroyed a surveillance camera when removing the spare parts. If they hadn't dragged all the supplies to the window and put them into the space. If they hadn't been greedy, they would have lowered their heads and removed the floor tiles from the corridor. If they hadn't happened to meet this group of people coming up and learned that there was a surveillance camera in this room, and finally ran out of the club with their faces covered, they would definitely be photographed. And that would be a real disaster. According to the little white mouse's retelling, she didn't know whether it was her or her mother who was photographed in profile by the surveillance camera. But she couldn't take it lightly even so. If possible, she wouldn't let her mother go out in the future. And even the little wolf was put into the space, hoping to avoid the pursuit of these drug lords for the time being. Fortunately, there was no one in this place, which was much safer than Jinxiuan. It wouldn't take too long. As long as they survived the heavy rain, the extreme heat, and the extreme cold, the government base would be built. And by then most people would go to the base, and they would have a chance to escape. Chapter 38. It was already dark when they returned to the factory dormitory. Yi Xian put the speedboat into the space. Dad? We are back. Yi Xian shouted into the intercom. For safety reasons, after they moved in, they learned to power up the fire door on the building like they did in Jinxiuan. When they went home, they needed their father to turn off the power from the inside. Ye's father turned off the power from the inside and opened the door in the corridor. Why are you back so late? Huh? Why do you look so bad? What happened? Yi Xian told her father what happened today. Ye's father frowned. I think the little wolf is unusual. You can find it during training. It doesn't need to be taught many things. Not only does it have standard movements, but it also has accurate judgment. If that's the case, Mimi, don't go out in the future. Let's wait and see. Whether you can find someone in a side profile photo depends on the clarity. Ye's father was more professional in this regard. He analyzed, if you were photographed while squatting and prying the floor, it might be clearer. If there are professionals, you can piece together the appearance through half of the face. If the side profile is photographed during an event, it may be very blurry. In this case, even if there are professionals present, it is difficult to piece together a photo with a high degree of similarity. So the possibility of being discovered will be much lower. Yi Xian stared at Ye's father. Dad, if they can piece together our appearance, will they be able to find out where we are now? Ye's father thought for a moment. It depends on their ability. If they have someone in the public security system to help them, it is not difficult to find the registered residents. They can find our current residents by following the clues. It's just a natural disaster now. It's probably not easy to find someone to help. Wait a minute. If it doesn't work, we find another place. If we mess with a group of people like this, they can do anything. This coincides with Yi Xian's idea. Dad, it's better to be prepared. I want to go see the villa on the mountain where my grandmother lives first. If it doesn't work, we move there in advance. Father Yi shook his head. It's too dangerous to go to the countryside now, because the rain hasn't stopped yet, and the water is so deep. Let's wait until the rain stops and the water goes down. Father Yi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Yi Xian and her mother wolfed down the food and rested on the sofa. Dad, do you have any way to improve the warmth of the house? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Father Yi glanced at his daughter and said, If it weren't for the rainstorm, I think I could do it. But with the current weather, there's really nothing we can do. Xin, don't you want to live here in the future? Yi Xian sighed. It's so nice here without anyone disturbing us. I don't know what will happen to Su Jing. I didn't plan to live there originally, but I moved in by mistake. Mother Yi was holding a tablet and watching meaningless TV series. The movies and TV shows downloaded by Yi Xian were enough for them to watch for 2 or 3 years. She raised her head. I also agree with my daughter's suggestion. What are you going to do back? There will be zombies in the future. There are so many people there. How dangerous it will be then. Think of a way to clean up this house. Otherwise we can survive the extreme cold. Just when Yi Xian and her mother didn't want to go back, Su Jing was in trouble again. Su Jing had just come back from outside and hadn't even had a sip of water when someone knocked on the door again. She frowned and ignored him. Mo Pengfei knocked for a long time, but no one answered. So he turned around and knocked on Bai Bing's door. He knocked and said, I'm here to tell you good news. The rain outside is much lighter. Now we are recruiting people to salvage the bodies in the water. If you are willing to go, sign up. We will provide a meal at noon and 3 pounds of food per person per day. And we will pay you per day. Bai Bing and Su Jing both opened the door. Su Jing currently has enough food and has no intention of leaving. Bai Bing is different. They have a large population and a lot of food. In addition, everyone has gone out to salvage recently. And the food they can salvage is getting less and less. They are worrying about what to do next. And this job comes at the right time. So, Bai Yuan Shan from 1803 signed up, letting his son and Su Jing continue to salvage supplies, while he went out to work and earn food. After Mo Pengfei left, Su Jing took out the walkie-talkie. Yi Xian said that the walkie-talkie has an effective communication range of 5 kilometers. And she didn't know if she could contact Yi Xian. Yi Xian has a large family. So maybe she needs this job too. Xin, can you hear me? Yi Xian was holding Xian and teaching him to read, when she suddenly heard Su Jing's voice on the intercom, and was also stunned. I'm here. I'm still outside salvaging supplies. What's the matter? She was afraid of exposing her position, so she didn't dare to tell the truth. Su Jing relayed Mo Pengfei's words over there, and asked Yi Xian if she wanted to participate. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. We won't go. Tell Uncle Bai to be careful. The body has been in the water for too long. There might be some germs. If the situation is not normal, stay away from their family. Remember this. Yi Xian was still worried about Su Jing. But unfortunately Su Jing was unwilling to leave with her. After turning off the intercom, Yi Xian stared at the heavy rain outside. It seemed to be getting lighter. It's just that the body has been in the water for too long. Let's not talk about whether it will stink or not. It's hard to say whether there will be infectious diseases. Besides, the rainstorm came earlier this time. Who can guarantee that zombies won't appear earlier? They should stay as far away from such dirty work as possible. At the same time, Yi Xian will always pay attention. If there are signs of zombie outbreak, they will leave the city as soon as possible. So, we must seize the time to stock up the supplies now. If zombies break out one day, all the supplies in the city will be wasted. And the densely populated city will be the hardest hit by zombies. Another hard-hit area is the base of national construction. This was the case in the previous life. We had settled down in the base. But the zombies suddenly broke out. And the densely populated base instantly became a disaster area. Even if the army took action in time, it could not completely curb the attack of the zombies. The bases guarded by the army were fine. The functional departments took compulsory measures in time. And everyone was quarantined at home. The army cleaned up outside for more than a month, before barely clearing the zombies inside the base. Those small bases were miserable. Without the participation of the functional departments, they relied entirely on the residents' self-consciousness. And in the end almost all of them were wiped out. In her last life, Yi Xian was lucky enough to go to that kind of large base and escape the zombies. But she couldn't escape the hungry crowd. Today, she reminded Su Jing to be as safe as possible. Father Yi brought out dinner from the kitchen. The dinner was very light. A plate of mushrooms and rapeseed. A plate of cold cucumber and tomato. Plus a piece of luncheon meat. And a bowl of porridge for each person. Looking at the light dinner, Yi Xian decided, cook. Make more and put it in the space. In case you go back to Jingxian in the future, the smell of cooking will not cause trouble again. There is still space. If it doesn't work, go to the space to cook. Store it. And use it directly when you eat. It's just that people can't enter Yi Xian's space cabin. And the weather in the garden is the same as the real thing. Sometimes it's sunny, and the temperature is suitable. And sometimes it's windy and rainy. It's not suitable for people to go in all the time. The most annoying thing is that it doesn't even have a weather forecast. You have to guess what the weather will be like tomorrow. While eating, Yi Xian said to Ye's father, Dad, after dinner, you go into the space. There are some building materials there. See if you can build a board house. Ye's father understood what she meant and nodded. Okay. Your space has no time limit. That's great. When this world is really hard to make ends meet, it's not bad to go to your space to live. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Who said there is no time limit? It's just that you can't see it. Animals don't count. As long as people are in the space, the energy of the space will be consumed little by little. When the energy is consumed, people will be thrown out. Then the energy of the space will recover little by little. Before the recovery is complete, no one can enter. Not even her. the owner. And the more people go in, the faster the energy is consumed. Mother Yi joked, so, humans are worse than animals. They don't have to suffer from natural disasters. Yi Xian did not comment. When the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs remain intact? Humans are still struggling to survive. How much better can animals be? Mom, I haven't sorted the medicines I got these days, so I leave these tasks to you. Xian, you go and help too. After getting the consent of her mother and Xian, Yi Xian continued to eat with her head down. Today, she couldn't enter the space or help. She had more important things to do. Chapter 39. After dinner, Yi Xian threw all the pots and pans into the space. Now that the water supply has been cut off, many people outside are using rainwater to drink and wash. But Yi Xian's space has water and electricity, so she didn't plan to work so hard. She just filled a big bucket Su Jing gave her with water and kept it for her mother to cook when it was inconvenient. Another purpose was to conceal her tracks. As for the usual washing and brushing work, just throw it into the space. And when Yi Xian is free, she can control it with her mind and finish it. The most troublesome thing is going to the toilet. The toilet has been unusable for a long time. At first, the whole family used cat litter and threw it away directly after disposal. However, since they encountered a pile of shit when they went out to collect supplies, Yi Xian could no longer do it. Now as long as Yi Xian is at home, the four of them will all go to the space to solve the problem. If Yi Xian is not at home, they will temporarily use black convenient bags to solve the problem, and then throw them into the woods behind the space, where Yi Xian has dug a big pit specifically for handling these wastes. By the time Yi's mother had finished cleaning the table, Yi Xian had already taken out all the medicines in the space, and the room was filled with medicines of all kinds. Yi's mother and Xian went in and started working. Yi's father was taken into the space by Yi Xian, and tried to build a board house in a corner of the garden, so that if he needed to enter the space one day, he would not be afraid of the bad weather in the space. Most importantly, cooking here can avoid the smell that attracts attention. After dealing with all this, Yi Xian released the little white mouse from the space and opened the bedroom door. Yi's mother was busy, directing Xian to sort and put away the medicines one by one. Mom, please let the little white mouse do something else. Yi's mother raised her head from the pile of medicines. What's wrong? Yi Xian pondered for a moment. I'm still worried about Mo Pengfei, and I don't know why. I wanted to go to Mo Pengfei's house to keep an eye on him and see what he has been doing these days. You still want to go back to Jingxiyuan so late? Yi's mother was a little worried. Yi Xian nodded. Yeah. I always feel that this person is not reliable. He went to Su Jing again today. In addition to talking about recruiting people, he also asked Su Jing to borrow a rubber boat. But Su Jing didn't give it to him. I don't know why. But after listening to Su Jing's words, I felt even stronger. I always felt that he was up to something bad. Yi's mother glanced at her daughter. We have moved out. Is it that serious? Yi Xian shook her head. It's hard to say what's wrong. Anyway, my feeling is so strong that I want to find an opportunity to kill him. Yi's mother eyelids jumped. Her daughter was not someone who liked to kill innocent people. Since she had such a feeling, it would be better to deal with it as soon as possible. Then she agreed, okay. It's okay to be careful. But you're going alone, so be careful. Yi Xian smiled. It's okay. At worst, I can stay with Su Jing tonight. And I let Dad stay with you. Little white mouse, are you willing to do us another favor? Mother Yi lowered her head and spoke to the little white mouse. The little white mouse raised its front paws. Squeak, squeak. Xian eyes widened immediately, and he explained, Mom. He suddenly lowered his voice. Mom, I can actually understand what it says. Yi Xian looked at Xian suddenly. Can you understand? At the same time, Yi's mother also asked, can you understand it too? Xian looked at Yi Xian, then at Yi's mother, and nodded innocently. Yes. Grandma, can you understand it too? Yi's mother looked at Yi Xian, nodded and said, I can understand it too. Xian, try to talk to it. Xian lay down and held the little white mouse in his palm. Little white mouse, are you really willing to help us? There is no food at his house. The little white mouse made a squeak sound again. Yi Xian stared at Xian in amazement. Xian put the little white mouse down. Mom, it said you saved its life and gave it food, and it is willing to help us do anything. It also said that it likes me. Mom, Can you give it to me? What's wrong with that? Yi Xian agreed on the spot. Xian jumped 3 feet high with joy. The little white mouse also happily circled around Xian. Mom, take it with you. I've already told it. Yi Xian threw another piece of dried meat to it and stretched out a finger to stroke its little head. Eat it. Eat more. There is no food at his house. You may be hungry these days. The little white mouse squeaked, picked up the dried meat with its 2 front paws, and ate it in a short while. Yi Xian put it in his trouser pocket, put Xian into the space, turned around and left, but was stopped by Yi's mother. Xin. Wait. Although the little white mouse is small, it is also possible to be discovered, especially when it is just released. You can find an excuse to attract his attention, or try to get into his house, and then release the little white mouse. The success rate will be higher. Yi Xian thought for a moment and put down the instant noodles in her hand. Mom, I understand. If we don't come back tonight, don't worry. You guys take a rest first. Opening the door, Yi Xian drove the speedboat to Jinxiu Garden. It was late, and it was always unsafe for a woman and a child. When she was almost at Jinxiu Garden, Yi Xian found a deserted place to release Xian. Find Su Jing first. Why are you back? Su Jing was overjoyed and jumped up and down while hugging Yi Xian. Lend him the rubber boat. I have an extra one here. If you don't need it, I give it to you. Su Jing glared. Why? Yi Xian whispered something in her ear, and Su Jing frowned. Is that so? Okay. You come with me. Mo Pengfei and his family didn't have dinner, so they laid down on the bed early to rest in case they were too hungry. Yi Xian's knock on the door woke him up, and Mo Pengfei rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door. He was obviously a little surprised when he saw Yi Xian and Su Jing standing at the door. Miss Yi. Teacher Su. Why are you here at this time? Is there anything I can do for you? Yi Xian smiled and said, I do have something I want to trouble Brother Mo. If Brother Mo agrees, Teacher Su is willing to lend you the rubber boat for a day. Having been rejected by Su Jing during the day, Mo Pengfei immediately became alert when he heard that they were willing to lend him the rubber boat. Miss Yi. Teacher Su. Please come in and sit down. Just tell me what you want. I can do it. While he was talking, he ran to the bedroom to get a candle, then lit the candle with a lighter, held the candle in one hand, and protected the flame with the other hand, and walked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian sat on the sofa, and while Mo Pengfei was touching the candle, she put the little white mouse in the gap behind the sofa, and the rest depended on its ability. For Mo Pengfei, Su Jing, and Yi Xian's request was very simple. Although their family salvaged a lot of food, they had no salt. Su Jing meant that as long as he was willing to exchange 2 bags of salt, she would be willing to lend the rubber boat for a day. Mo Pengfei frowned slightly. Alas, we went too late that day, and the salt had been snatched away by others. And I also bought salt. How do you think this is a good idea? I have a friend whose family runs a restaurant. I can't say anything else, but he should have no shortage of salt. I go to his restaurant and try to salvage some. If I can, I give you at least 2 bags. Su Jing lowered her head and pretended to be thinking, what if I can't? Mo Pengfei was stunned for a moment, although there is a high probability that I can find it. If I can't, I give you half of my salt. Is that possible? Su Jing nodded, but wanted to see how much salt he had left first. Mo Pengfei didn't object, and turned to the kitchen and took out most of the bag of salt, which looked like it had just been opened. Su Jing nodded again. I believe in Brother Mo. I will go and tow the rubber boat for you. Just wait. Hearing that the rubber boat is available now, Mo Pengfei did not sleep. Turned back to the bedroom and called his wife. Don't sleep. Get up. We have a rubber boat. We will go out tonight. The woman got up. Really? Didn't you refuse to lend it to you during the day? Why are you willing to lend the rubber boat to you now? What conditions did she set? Mo Pengfei smiled slightly. Maybe Yi Xian said something to her. The conditions she proposed are very simple. She just wants 2 bags of salt. The woman was about to speak when Mo Pengfei held her back. Don't worry. I promised her that I would give it to her if I could get it. If I couldn't get it, I would give her half of our big bag of salt. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. That's better. We are all neighbors, and it's too much to ask for conditions when borrowing something. Who doesn't know that salt is expensive now? You're too greedy to ask for 2 bags. Mo Pengfei smiled. Like an old fox in the dark. Who cares what conditions she makes? The rubber boat is in our hands. And she still wants to go back? No way. Chapter 40. Mo Pengfei thought that no one knew about his conversation with his wife. But he didn't know that the little thing hiding in the dark had already heard it. Yi Xian didn't go to deliver the rubber boat this time, but asked Xian to accompany Su Jing. Su Jing's rubber boat was already very worn out. She smiled bitterly. If this rubber boat can play the role you said, it's not a pity to throw it away. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I have a new one. I will bring it to you when I pass by Jinxiu Garden tomorrow. Su Jing dragged the rubber boat with Xian to the 17th floor. As soon as she knocked on Mo Pengfei's door, the door opened from the inside. Mo Pengfei smiled and said, Thank you. Thank you so much. Su Jing hesitated for a moment. This rubber boat has been used for a long time, and it is rubbed by climbing up and down the stairs. I will tell Brother Mo what we should pay attention to. Looking at the rubber boat outside the door, Mo Pengfei poked his head out and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he opened all the doors. Please come in, Teacher Su, and talk inside. Huh? Miss, she didn't come. Is this her son? He's so cute. Xian was very sensible and helped Su Jing to drag the rubber boat into the room. Then sat down and squatted beside the sofa. Watching Su Jing and Mo Pengfei explain things, the little white mouse quietly ran to Xian. Squeak. Xian brows gradually frowned. Mom's worries are not groundless. He quietly told the little white mouse a few words, took out a few pieces of dried meat, and asked the little white mouse to drag it away and hide it. This is its food for the next few days. Xian explained everything and walked to Su Jing. Aunt Su, let's go back. I'm hungry. Su Jing looked up at Xian, said goodbye to Mo Pengfei and left. The rest was left to the little white mouse. Su Jing tried to keep her, but Yi Xian still decided to take Xian away. We can't let Mo Pengfei get suspicious. Walking to a deserted place, Yi Xian put Xian into the space, drove the speedboat around the city twice, and then drove towards the factory dormitory. When she got home, the space energy had been used up, and Xian was thrown out of the space as soon as she entered the door. Looking at the board house that had been built a little bit, and Xian, who was thrown out, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The time you can stay here is really short. It's still too low level. When I find more jade to upgrade it, I can stay in it for a longer time. I just don't know if the museum has been searched. Ya's mother came over quickly. Hurry. These medicines need to be kept in the refrigerator. Put them away quickly. How about Mo Pengfei? Yi Xian saw that these medicines included insulin, probiotics, rabies vaccine, etc., and put them into the space without saying a word. My mother was right. The little white mouse said that the man didn't want to return the rubber boat. Xian pouted and looked unhappy. Yi Xian rubbed his little head. Go back to sleep. The rest will be left to the little white mouse and Aunt Su Jing. Mom, this only shows that Mo Pengfei's character is not good. But my uneasy feeling has not been alleviated because of this. Ya's mother also frowned. How could this be? Don't think too much for now. Wait for the news from the little white mouse. Go and have a rest. You've been busy all day. Listening to the sound of rain outside gradually getting smaller, Yi Xian knew that the real extreme heat was coming. No. She also got some high-tech clothes today to see if there were any constant temperature clothes. Although constant temperature clothes are still considered high-tech on the market, they have already entered the lives of the rich. Just like those drug lords yesterday. They must be wearing constant temperature clothes, so they can keep their clothes dry and cool in such hot weather. But for ordinary people, it is harder than climbing to the sky to get a constant temperature clothes. Right? At least a lifetime of savings is needed. And some are even more expensive than a house. Yi Xian lay on the bed, sank her consciousness into space, and began to study the clothes developed by high technology. Light gray and light purple. Only these two colors. Each piece is as thin as a cicada's wing. Picking up the product manual, Yi Xian found out this is the constant temperature clothing. But these constant temperature clothing seem to be different from what Yi Xian usually knows. According to Yi Xian's understanding, the constant temperature clothing on the market is generally able to withstand the severe cold of -38 degrees and the high temperature of 45 degrees. Because in the previous weather conditions, the low temperature of -38 degrees and the high temperature of 45 degrees were almost the extreme values of the climate. Unless you were near the poles, Such a constant temperature clothing was enough. But now it is the end of the world. According to Yi Xian's memory, the extreme heat in the previous life was as high as 60 degrees. The ground temperature was even more terrifying. Once a man went out to find supplies and accidentally fell to the ground. As a result, when he got up, the part of his body that touched the ground had been burned over a large area. Many people never stood up again after falling down. Yi Xian looked at the thermostatic clothing in front of her. This should be the latest thermostatic clothing. It is not only thinner and stronger than the thermostatic clothing on the market, but also has different high and low temperature thresholds. This clothing can withstand a high temperature of 68 degrees at most, and can protect against extreme low temperatures of minus 68 degrees. Of course, the price is also very attractive. When Yi Xian saw the 8-digit price tag, she was so scared that she almost threw it on the ground. There are 5 such clothes, and the rest are some ordinary thermostatic clothing, which are similar to the temperature resistance of the ones on the market. And the price is also as high as 6 figures. Seeing this, Yi Xian felt relieved. Fortunately, she had searched downstairs today. Otherwise it would be really hard to endure the extreme heat and cold. Yi Xian fell asleep with peace of mind. When Yi Xian was sleeping soundly, Mo Pingfei and his wife had already set off. With a torch in his hand, Mo Pingfei rowed the rubber boat and headed out of the community. Move forward a little. Sit down. I can't see the road ahead. Mo Pingfei directed his wife. And his wife Zhang Pan adjusted her posture. Is this okay? The only downside to going out at night is that you can't see anything clearly. Can we find a warehouse? Mo Pingfei nodded. I know the road there well. I saw trucks unloading food and daily necessities there with my own eyes. It must be there the day before the rainstorm. But this rubber boat is too small. Even if we find it, we can't carry much stuff. It would be great if we could get the 1803 speedboat. Zhang Pan smiled and said, No wonder you have been so patient these days. It turns out you know the location of the treasure house. It's better to go at night. Not only can we avoid being seen, but we can also keep the warehouse from being discovered by others. Someone saw their shadows from the window and accused them. Isn't this Mo Pingfei? Doesn't he have any tools? How come he has a rubber boat? He still cries poor every day. It turns out that he secretly went out to find supplies in the middle of the night. He was afraid that we would know that he was afraid to borrow food from his house. Someone else said, he is still smart. He goes out at night and stays at home during the day. Even if he says he has nothing to eat, it won't arouse suspicion from others. He is really thoughtful. It seems that we will have to do this in the future. How could Mo Pingfei know what others were saying? He paddled the rubber boat all the way out of Jinxiu Garden. He didn't notice that 3 pairs of eyes were staring at their backs through the glass for a long time. And he gritted his teeth secretly. Chapter 41. Without being disturbed by knocks on the door, Yi Xian slept particularly soundly that night. When she woke up the next morning, she felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Mother Yi brought out breakfast with a smile. I didn't call you because you slept so well. Come on and eat. Aren't you going out today? Yi Xian glanced at the energy bar in the space and found that it had been replenished. She quickly went into the space to wash up. She hurriedly picked up a fried dough stick. Mom, as usual, you and Xian stay at home, and Dad and I go out. If the weather is too hot, you and Xian can wear this. As she spoke, Yi Xian took out a thermostatic suit from the space. Yi's mother grabbed the thermostatic suit and looked at it for a long time. Oh my god. Xin, is this what we found? I know this thing. It won't be hot in summer and cold in winter. This is the treatment of the rich. Hey, Xin. It is said that this thing can withstand a high temperature of 45 degrees. Is it true? Look at the instructions. Looking at Yi's mother's excited face, Yi Xian smiled. Mom is right. But ours is better. It can withstand temperatures as high as 68 degrees Celsius and as low as minus 68 degrees Celsius. Speaking of this, Yi Xian put the thermostatic clothing in her mother's hand, one for each of you and Xian. When the rain stops, the temperature may be higher. We don't know how effective this air conditioner will be in the future. Wear it if it's too hot. Yi's mother's eyes almost fell to the ground. Oh my god. Xin, we've made a fortune. But you and Dad should wear this kind of clothing. After all, you go out, and we don't go out. Yi Xian took out 2 more pieces. Don't worry. There are more. Yi Xian held out a hand mysteriously to Yi's mother. There are 5 such clothes in total. We received them all yesterday. I plan to keep one for Su Jing as well. Not only Ye's mother, but even Ye's father hand holding the chopsticks paused. This is really a windfall. Looking at your system points, you must have gained a lot. Speaking of points, Yi Xian was even happier. The system's exchange rate is 10 points for 10,000 yuan of supplies. And their harvest yesterday alone was 200 million yuan of supplies. Her points have already exploded. Even the system mall has been upgraded, with a building materials mall and a material upgrade mall. This thing is not needed for the time being, and will be used when the base is built. After breakfast, Yi Xian took Ye's father out. Yi Xian and Ye's father wore constant temperature clothes and a t-shirt on the outside, and suddenly felt that the hot weather outside was no longer unbearable. Yi Xian sat on the speedboat to command, while Ye's father drove the speedboat and headed towards the museum according to Yi Xian's offline map. The museum is just a 3-story building, and now only the top floor is barely visible above the water. If you want to find it among the many buildings, you need to distinguish it carefully. The waterway is complicated, and you may be sucked away by the water flow if you are not careful. Father Yi can only drive carefully and let Yi Xian carefully identify the specific location of the museum. At this time, the rain has stopped. The sun is hanging in the east sky. The water vapor is evaporating, and people are like in a steamer, let alone salvaging supplies. Even breathing feels strenuous. Yi Xian and his father were both wearing thermostatic clothing, but they could barely hold on because the air was too humid. Those who saw the rain had stopped and left their homes to look for supplies were in a miserable state. Many people fell down soon after they went out. Some fell on the boat and drifted with the waves, while others fell into the water and never got up again. Those who were salvaging corpses were not much better. Many people fell down while carrying corpses and became corpses themselves. Yi Xian sighed. This is the end of the world. The typhoon and rainstorm were just the beginning. From this extreme heat, the real end of the world has come. In front of him, only half of the roof was exposed. A gray and white, antique building appeared in front of him, and Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Pointing at it, he said to Ye's father, "Found it. Dad, do you see that gray and white building? It's there." Ye's father stepped on the accelerator and drove straight. The glass on the 3rd floor of the museum was still intact, and it seemed that no one had broken into it. Yi Xian stood in front of the window in silence for a while, muttering, "I only want the jade, and I just keep the other items temporarily. If the end of the world can be passed, I will definitely return them all to the country. If these things had been soaked in water, experienced extreme heat and cold, and then experienced earthquakes and zombies, they would have been almost completely destroyed. This was the case in the previous life. When someone came to collect the museum's cultural relics, they had already been destroyed, and not a single one was left. At that time, not only Yi Xian, but many people felt distressed for a long time. Yi Xian smashed the glass on the 3rd floor and was stunned. There was nothing inside. The glass didn't break. So where did the things go? Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Downstairs, the two people shouted this sentence almost in unison. Put on diving suits, take out oxygen bottles, and dive into the water with 1 bottle of oxygen on their backs. The 2nd floor is also empty. Yi Xian found that the windows on the 2nd floor had been broken at some point. Not just 1 window was broken, but 4 or 5 windows were broken in succession. It seems that quite a few people came in. It seems that this trip was in vain. Yi Xian and his daughter surfaced. Where are we going next? Antique Street. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. It was not far from the museum, but it was just an antique street that was popular among the people. There were not as many imitations as real ones, so Yi Xian did not plan to go there at first. Now the museum had been cleaned up, so she could only try her luck there. If she could get 2 pieces of ancient jade, she would be rich. According to Yi Xian's command, the speedboat arrived in less than 5 minutes. Most of the buildings on this street were 2 or 3 stories high, quaint and antique, but now almost all of them were submerged in the flood, and only a 5-story building was still standing tall in the flood. Yi Xian knew this place. Her husband once wanted to bring his bracelet here to exchange for money, but was stopped by her and Su Jing. It is said that this is the best antique shop on this street. Forget about it. Just collect it first. Yi Xian broke the wooden window on the 3rd floor, and Yi Xian climbed in with her father. This antique shop retains the ancient design. Even the windows are made of wood. The light comes in from small grids. And it is not bright inside. Yi Xian didn't care about so much and rushed towards the display cabinet. There were traces of corrosion of the times everywhere. Copper coins with green rust. Cold weapons that still shone with cold light. And even rusty arrows. Yi Xian couldn't tell the real from the fake. So she threw them all into the space. Climbing up further. There were antique wooden furniture. Some furniture was placed in the room. And some furniture was protected by thick glass covers. Needless to say, the protected ones are more valuable. Yi Xian took out a hammer and smashed the glass cover. Suddenly, Yi Xian was stunned. Her body, which was strengthened by the advanced body strengthening pill, could even move down the copper door. Now, she hit it with a hammer, and the glass cover didn't move at all. Chapter 42. Yi Xian was surprised and couldn't help but carefully observe the object in the glass cover. It was a jade carved bed. The jade was delicate. Even without touching it, Yi Xian could still feel the warmth it exuded. The bedposts were also made of jade and carved with several lifelike pythons. It should be a python. Yi Xian didn't quite understand the difference between a dragon and a python. She just thought that a dragon bed should be used exclusively by ancient emperors. How could a dragon bed appear in such a small city? But the quality of the jade was visibly good. And Yi Xian didn't want to give up. Then just move it and try. The glass cover was connected to the ground. And if you want to move it, you have to remove the screws around it. Yi Xian and his father worked together. And it took a lot of effort to unscrew all the screws. Yi Xian put his hand on the glass cover. And in a flash of thought, the glass cover disappeared and appeared in the garden in the space. They didn't have time to look at the bed carefully. So they threw it into the space together. As for the other furniture, I don't know whether it's real or fake. So I just throw them all into the space and exchange them for points. After finishing the 4th floor, Yi Xian took her father to the 5th floor. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian accidentally sank her consciousness into the space. And then she was surprised. The big bed was gone. It's not that she didn't find any antiques these days. But the space didn't swallow anything except jade. It seems that this is a real jade bed? Yi Xian looked at her garden and was stunned. Oh my god! The garden has increased by nearly 200 square meters. Father Yi chose to build a board house in the southeast corner of the garden before. But now the board house is almost in the middle. Yi Xian quickly used her consciousness to check the cabin. And she was even more surprised. The cabin actually has an extra floor. Originally, it was a cabin with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. But now there is an extra staircase. Going up the stairs, there is a 2nd floor. Although there are only 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on the 2nd floor, the overall area is much larger than when there was only 1 floor before. Yi Xian never expected that this thing could make her space so much bigger. Big profit. But besides jade, would this space also like other antiques? Otherwise, why would it like ancient jade more? Just try it, and you will know. She believes that there must be real antiques here. It just depends on whether the space can grow. Before they can find out the reason carefully, they have already arrived at the 5th floor. The 5th floor is full of porcelain. The green is elegant. The white is noble. The red is like fire. Some porcelain is thicker and feels very good. And some are as thin as a cicada's wing, as if it will break at the touch. Yi Xian was dazzled and shocked. Those that the space does not accept may be fake antiques or imitations. Are these porcelains genuine or imitations? Will the space swallow them? Yi Xian did not know. And she would know the result only by trying. Yi Xian swept away all the porcelains, whether they were beautiful celadon or gray ceramics, and threw them all into the space. This time she found that the space had grown a little bigger. A few gray ceramic jars were gone. Those beautiful porcelains are still well inside. Yi Xian understood a little. This space is not only for swallowing jades, but also antiques. But there are very few genuine antiques here. So far, her space has only swallowed a few ceramic jars and a large carved bed. The rest are the 1st and 2nd floors submerged in water. Since she is here, Yi Xian naturally doesn't want to let it go. She puts on a diving suit, carries an oxygen tank, and dives into the water. I hope she can find good things on these 2 floors. The 2nd floor is full of jade. Although soaked in the muddy flood, you can still vaguely see their appearance. Emerald green, white, blue and white, circular, hook-shaped. coiled dragon-shaped. All kinds of strange shapes that you can't imagine. There is nothing you can't see here. There are even jade utensils, wine utensils and beasts. Yi Xian is dazzled by the muddy flood. Although Yi Xian has not studied jade, let alone ancient jade, these jades are obviously not modern jades. That's ancient jade. Yi Xian was so happy that she seemed to see the space growing rapidly. And growing. She looked at Yi's father. Unlike the surprise in Yi Xian's eyes, Yi's father didn't seem to be surprised. Yi Xian picked up the hammer and smashed it against the glass cabinet. She was mentally prepared. If she couldn't break it open, she would try to put it directly into the space. Who knew that these cabinets were so easy to smash? Even in the water, they were broken in a few hits. This was a little beyond Yi Xian's expectation. She didn't care so much. Since she had already smashed the glass cabinet, she could just take it all away. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all, and put all the jades into the space. However, Yi Xian was soon disappointed. These ancient jades were all staying in place, showing no sign of being swallowed by the space. What else is there to understand? These things are actually fake. Not to mention they are not ancient jades. They are not even jade. Her space will not only swallow ancient jades, but also modern jades. Now that so many ancient jades are left in the space, there is only one explanation: they are not even jade. However, these two floors collected a lot of antiques, but no object was swallowed by the space. It seems that they are all fake. Disappointed, Yi Xian took them all out of the space and threw them back to the antique shop. Since they are useless, they will take up space in the space. So let's return them to the owner. The father and daughter surfaced, spit out the oxygen tube in their mouths, and gasped for breath. Yi's father was afraid that his daughter would be disappointed. So he comforted her, "Don't be disappointed. These shops are like this. Otherwise how can they make money? A shop can find 1 or 2 genuine items, which is considered a good shop. Most shops don't even have 1 genuine item." Yi Xian nodded, showing her understanding. Anyway, the card bed had already made her enough money, and she was very satisfied with this trip. After leaving the antique shop, Yi Xian took out the speedboat and drove towards Jingxuan. They had already given up the idea of going to other shops. This best and most famous antique shop didn't have many genuine items, so you can imagine other places. Father Yi was driving the speedboat on a not-so-wide road, and a speedboat came from the opposite side. Before he could envy, Yi Xian lowered his head when he saw the people on the speedboat clearly. This person was none other than the drug lord they met yesterday, Mr. Qing. At this time, he was driving past here with a few people who looked like bodyguards. Seeing Yi Xian and Yi's father driving the speedboat, Mr. Qing couldn't help but look at them twice. Yi Xian had a guilty conscience and was afraid of being recognized by others. She sat in the speedboat without saying a word. Yi's father drove the speedboat without even looking at them. In this way, the two boats passed by. I thought the matter was over. But unexpectedly, when they just passed by, a bodyguard in black suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Chapter 43. Father Yi looked at Yi Xian, and he saw panic in his daughter's eyes. Perhaps it was because of her past life experience. Since the end of the world, there has been fierceness, indifference, and disdain in his daughter's eyes. But he has never seen panic in her eyes. Adding to the clothes of these people, he immediately understood. These people are the big drug lords that they met. Looking at the other party's speedboat, and then looking at his own speedboat, Father Yi decisively chose to stop the boat. "What are you running for? My speedboat is not at the same level as the other party's speedboat." Running away at this time can only mean that they have something to hide. The speedboat is about 5 meters long, made of K300 aluminum alloy, with a white slightly pointed bow and a smooth hull. It should be the kind used for fishing. Yi Xian hid the panic in her eyes, and Yi's father turned around calmly. "What's the matter?" A bodyguard in black held a few photos in his hand and looked at Yi Xian for a long time. Then turned the photos over and said to Yi Xian and Yi's father, "Have you seen this person?" Yi Xian's heart immediately lifted when she saw it. This photo is a frontal photo, which should be artificially synthesized from the side profile photo of Yi's mother. The face shape is 90% similar, but the facial features are only 50% similar. If compared with Yi Xian, they are only 30% or 40% similar. No wonder these men in black stopped Yi Xian's speedboat. Yi's father looked carefully for a long time and shook his head. "I haven't seen it." The man in black handed over another photo. which was a photo of Xiaolang. Xiaolang was photographed from the front. And it was very clear. This woman has a dog like this. Have you seen this dog? Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. No. Qin Yi took the photo from the bodyguard and looked at Yi Xian for a long time. Really haven't seen it? Yi Xian nodded. I really don't know it. What are you doing here in a speedboat? Qin Ye's eyes were gloomy. Cold. Without a trace of emotion. Staring at Yi Xian and making her feel creepy. Yi Xian forced herself to look at him, looking for food. There is nothing to eat at home. What should we do if we don't go out to look for it? Qin Yi took a look at their speedboat, which only had a wrinkled convenience bag inside, which contained some snacks wrapped in plastic and a few packs of instant noodles. It seems that he was not lying. The harvest is not bad. You can still find these things at this time. Which means you went to the office building. Yi Xian did not comment. Qin Yi continued to ask, have you been to Xingyuan International recently? I heard that the office building there is full of high-end things. Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Really? Why don't we go and take a look? Thank you, big brother. Qin Ye's eagle eyes stared at the father and daughter, as if he wanted to see some clues from their faces. For a long time, he didn't say a word until he was sure that there was nothing unusual about Yi Xian and her father. Then he waved his hand and asked people to start the boat. Watching the speedboat go farther and farther, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. This man has good eyesight. It seems that he still doubts himself. Father Yi glanced at Yi Xian and started the speedboat as well. Are we still going to Xingyuan International? Yi Xian thought for a moment. No. There must be someone guarding there now. So let's not make trouble. Father Yi smiled. Then let's go home. Anyway, we just met on the road. Even if they suspect it, they may not meet again next time. Yi Xian secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, we moved out of Xingyuan. Otherwise, there might be something wrong with so many people talking. The speedboat was moving fast on the water. As soon as it left the city, Father Yi saw something strange in front of him. He pointed to the two-story corridor in front. Xin. What do you think that is? There was a black thing lying on the high second-floor platform, still wriggling. Yi Xian looked at it for a long time. It should be a corpse. Right? Ye's father shook his head. No. It should be a pig. A big black pig. I saw it moving. Let's go and take a look. As he said that, Ye's father stepped on the accelerator, and the speedboat quickly drove towards the unknown object in front of the right. When Yi Xian got closer, he found that it was indeed a pig. It might have been washed over by the flood. And now it was lying on the platform unable to move. But it kept struggling. Yi Xian and Ye's father worked together to pull it onto the speedboat. Maybe it was tired of struggling. Or maybe Yi Xian was too strong. And it was not difficult to pull a pig. Xin. Where did the big fat pig come from? Is there a pig farm nearby? Yi Xian thought about it. She had accompanied Su Jing to visit a student's home before. And it seemed that the student's family raised pigs. Yi Xian remembered that it was in the west of the city. But she couldn't remember the specific location. Ye's father looked at the rolling torrent and analyzed. It's possible. The flood flows from west to east. If there is a pig farm in the west of the city, it is likely to be washed here. It's still early. Let's go look for it. A speedboat with a big fat pig that has been knocked unconscious on it is enough to attract other people's attention. In order to be less eye-catching, Yi Xian took out the cover of the electric bike from her backpack and covered the pig. The two did not go home, but drove all the way west, and only slowed down the boat when they drove to the suburbs. Xin. Where is the pig farm? The pig farm was too small, and only the approximate location could be marked on the offline map. So Yi Xian had to slowly explore based on her memories. There was too little pork in her space. And if she hadn't met this pig on the road, she really didn't know how to get pork. If she could find the pig farm today, with sows and boars, she would have one more creature in her space. And she wouldn't have to worry about eating pork in the future. After walking about 3 or 4 miles, feces and soaked feet appeared faintly on the stagnant water. And Ye's father carefully observed the details around him. Pointing to the front, he said, it should be over there. Look, the pig manure comes from there. Yi Xian observed carefully. Isn't it? In addition to the pig manure floating on the water, there is actually some sheep manure. Round, black manure that is very recognizable. Father Yi drove the speedboat slowly over. The red sign in front is still there, saying XX Pig Farm. But the pig pens are all bungalows and have long been submerged by the flood. Yi Xian dived down and found several tons of pig feed inside. Although it was soaked in water, Yi Xian was reluctant to give it up and put it in the space to dry and use it. But the pigsty was empty. It seemed that they all ran away when it rained heavily. Looking at the surrounding environment, where could these pigs run to? Father Yi said, "Let the wolf out. Its tracking ability is much stronger than that of humans. It should be able to find it." Yi Xian let the wolf out of the space, and Father Yi directed the wolf to search. Then he drove the speedboat south. There is a small mountain in the south of the city, which has long been developed into a forest park. Every summer, there are endless people coming here to escape the heat. However, there are not many people living on the mountain, and there is not even a hotel. So few people think of going there to find food now. Following Little Wolf's instructions, Father Yi walked all the way to the foot of the mountain. Yi Xian looked around and saw that there was no one around. She put the speedboat and the pig into the space and followed Little Wolf up the mountain. The mountain was not steep, and there were well-developed steps for passage. Little Wolf walked forward along the steps, and Yi Xian and Father Yi followed closely behind. After a while, Yi Xian shrugged her nose. It was not an illusion. She actually smelled the aroma of barbecue. Chapter 44. Father Yi also smelled the aroma of barbecue, and exchanged a glance with Yi Xian. Someone got there first. The little wolf did not run towards the aroma, but turned and headed in another direction. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the little wolf suddenly stopped and barked at the pavilion in front of him. Yi Xian looked closely and found that there were really big fat pigs in the vermilion wooden pavilion. She roughly counted them and found that there were about 7 or 8 of them. Although there was no food, there was no shortage of grass on the mountain. These pigs should have survived until now by relying on these wild grasses. Right? Although it is a little thin, it doesn't matter. Her space is confident that it can fatten it up again. Father Yi stretched out his hand to Yi Xian. Anesthesia gun. This anesthesia gun was found when they were buying it for free. I didn't expect it to be useful now. Father Yi didn't dare to get close. He fired the gun about 10 steps away from the group of pigs. With the sound of the gun, these big fat pigs began to run away. Yi Xian chased after them with a baseball bat, knocked a pig unconscious with one stick, and then put it into the space. The other pigs had already run away, and the little wolf ran away with them. The wolf was not trying to escape, but to drive the pigs to Yi Xian and Yes Father. Yes Father gunshots rang out from time to time, and Yi Xian also chased the pigs all over the mountains and fields, occasionally picking up the big fat pigs knocked down by Yes Father. When there were only 2 left, Yi Xian suddenly heard the footsteps of others. She stopped collecting things in the space and stood there looking around vigilantly. A man was wearing a gray t-shirt and a pair of shorts whose color could not be seen. His long hair was messy on his shoulders. His angular face had a pair of eyes as sharp as a hawk, making people dare not look at him. At this time, he was holding a long sword, standing proudly on a big rock, staring down at Yi Xian and Yes Father. "Who is it? Why did you steal my food?" The man spoke. His voice was cold and cold. Yi Xian looked at him and thought to himself, is this a savage? Or a tramp? This temperament and language are not similar. The person who was grilling me just now should be him. Yes Father aimed his gun at a pig, and the gunshot sounded. The pig ran a few steps and staggered to the ground. The man's eyes changed when he looked at Yes Father, and he was more frightened. "How do you have such a weapon? Isn't this something only the police have?" Yi Xian glanced at Yes Father, and Yes Father stood up, took out the rope calmly, and tied up the 2 pigs. Then he stood up and smiled. "I'm not a policeman, and this is not a policeman's weapon. It seems that you also rely on them for a living, but I don't know how you can catch them alone." As soon as this sentence came out, another pig ran out not far away, driven out by the little wolf. The man narrowed his eyes and leaped in the forest like a monkey. Before Yi Xian could see his movements clearly, he saw that the long sword in his hand had pierced the pig's neck and blood was flowing. Yi Xian's mouth opened involuntarily and turned into an O shape. My God! Is this still a human? This skill and this movement are more like the male protagonist in a martial arts drama. Yi Xian shook her head vigorously. Did we cross the mountain just by climbing it? The man dragged the pig with one hand and held a bloody long sword with the other hand. He strode to the other side, which was the place where the smell of barbecue just came out. Yi Xian and his father looked at each other. each pulling up a pig and walking down the mountain. It was better to have less trouble than more. Since he no longer cared that the pigs were his, Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble. The little wolf followed behind him hopping. The man looked at Yi Xian with a flash of light again. This woman. Just now she had no rules in her movements. She just relied on speed to chase the pigs. He concluded that she didn't know martial arts. Since she didn't know martial arts and her body looked so weak, how could she drag a pig effortlessly? Although the pig had been hungry for a long time. It was at least 200 kilograms. And it was definitely not something a woman could drag. The man stood there and watched for a long time. Until Yi Xian and Ye's father disappeared in front of him. And then he dragged the pig in his hand and continued to move forward. When they walked down the mountain, Ye's father and Yi Xian confirmed that there was no one around. And even the weirdo did not follow. They put the two pigs and the little wolf into the space. Taking out the speedboat again, Yi Xian sat on the speedboat and began to count today's harvest, including the one found in the water. A total of 12 pigs were collected. 11 sows and 1 boar. It seems that except for those in the pavilion, there are still some hiding in other places. And they were all driven out by the little wolf. Now there is no need to worry about meat to eat. And Yi Xian is in a good mood. By the way, there is also a sheep farm here, which should have been flooded. But she didn't find any sheep on the mountain. What a pity! It may also be that the little wolf doesn't know the smell of sheep and didn't lead the way correctly. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Yi Xian plans to go home first and come back to the mountain to look for it tomorrow. The richer the creatures in the space, the better. She now has pigs, chickens, rabbits, and fish in her space. If she can find sheep tomorrow, that would be even better. It was getting dark, and more people were looking for supplies on the road. And more people were robbing people on the road. Yi Xian's speedboat had become everyone's target. 5 men drove a rubber boat to block their way. A man with a green snake tattoo on his arm, carrying a steel knife in his hand, looked like a bandit. Leave the speedboat, and you can all go. Otherwise, the man standing next to him said, my elder brother is kind-hearted. As long as you leave the speedboat and the supplies on it, we will exchange it with you for the rubber boat. Otherwise, he pointed to the water and said, below is your final destination. Yi Xian held a scalpel in his hand. And with a flick of his hand, the scalpel cut the opponent's rubber boat. In the dark night, those people did not notice. Yi Xian smiled. Come on. Let you go. Wabi heard this, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect to get the speedboat so easily. Pointing at the man on another rubber boat, he said, you 3 go up and change her. The man smiled happily. Okay, boss. Wait for me to move the supplies over. Yi Xian stood still, watching the 3 men move all the supplies on the rubber boat over. Then stretched out a hand to her, making a gesture of invitation. Please, a man who knows the times is a hero. Yi Xian smiled. You're right. A man who knows the times is a hero. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 men were stabbed. Thump, thump, all kicked into the water. Huabai was shocked. He didn't even see how the 2 men attacked. Boss, our rubber boat is leaking. Huabai was stunned and looked down. Sure enough, now the flood has flooded the rubber boat, and their rubber boat is slowly sinking. Change boat. Huabai didn't care about Yi Xian, and yelled, jumping onto another rubber boat. Yi Xian's voice made them sweat. Want to run? Too late. Chapter 45. As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt that the rubber boat under his feet was not right. He looked down. Damn! This rubber boat was also leaking. You are not a human being. Huabai was so angry that he gritted his teeth and stepped on the rubber boat to jump onto Yi Xian's speedboat. How could Ye's father let him do what he wanted? The speedboat turned around and flexibly avoided the man's figure and sailed to the side, only to hear plop, plop, 2 times. Both men fell into the water. Yi Xian took a look at the rubber boat that was about to sink. There was only a bag of rice on it. She reached out and took the rice in her hand and waved to the man struggling in the water. Thank you for your gift. Bye. The speedboat was far away, but Yi Xian could still hear the cries of the 2 men for help. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. They were 2 landlubbers. It was already dark when she returned to the dormitory. Looking at the security door in the corridor, Yi Xian contacted her mother with the intercom. But she didn't expect that it was Su Jing who came out. Su Jing helped her open the door. Why are you back so late? It's not safe outside at night. Why are you here? Yi Xian was surprised by Su Jing. Do you know the South City Wholesale Market? Su Jing suddenly asked. Yi Xian nodded. I know. What happened? Someone will sell food in the unfinished building next to the wholesale market tomorrow. It's hard to get food in the mall now. I heard there will be a black market there tomorrow. They only want cash. Yi Xian looked at Su Jing in surprise. Really? Then let's go and have a look tomorrow. Last time, they said they would spend all the cash they had. But the prices were not too expensive that time. In order not to attract attention, they each left a lot of cash. I heard that a black market has opened. So I must go there and spend all my cash. The two agreed to go there with Bai Bing tomorrow morning. I came out to look for supplies today and happened to find this place. And ran into Ye's mother. There was no choice. Ye's mother had to let them in order to convey the message. Bai Bing and Bai Yuanshan went back. Only Su Jing stayed. When Ye's mother saw Yi Xian coming back, she brought the dishes out from the kitchen and told the father and daughter to wash their hands and eat. Xin, Gunan came to see me today. Who? Yi Xian didn't react for a moment. Ye's mother put a plate of braised pork ribs on the table and sighed. Gunan. I heard that he was brought back by his father. He was half dead when he came back. Yi Xian didn't say anything. What did Gunan's life or death have to do with her? Ye's mother continued. I heard that the father and son robbed a little girl's instant noodles and barely filled their stomachs. So they went upstairs to find Su Jing. Fortunately, we moved out. At first, Yi Xian acted as if she didn't hear anything. When she heard that they went to find Xian, she exploded. What do you want to see Xian for? Xian has nothing to do with him now. His last name is Yi. Mother Yi quickly comforted her daughter, Xin. Don't worry. Xian didn't see him. He still wants to see you. Su Jing told him that you moved away. He pestered Su Jing for a long time. But when he couldn't get the specific address, he went back. You can ask Su Jing. Yi Xian was relieved when she heard this. This bastard actually wanted to see Xian? You wish. Su Jing sat down to eat together. Xin. I think your place is not bad. Why don't you not move back? My place is also a mess now. Yi Xian did not comment. Sitting next to Xian at the dining table, Xian. He came to see you. What do you think? Xian took a bite of the steamed bun in his hand. Mom, my name is Yi Yuxuan now. And it has nothing to do with him. Mom, don't you still believe me? He abandoned us for that woman. I won't give him any chance. Yi Xian hugged Xian sadly. I'm sorry. Xian, I made you sad. Xian shook his head. Mom, I'm not sad. Look at our food now. Vegetables, meat, steamed buns, white rice porridge. How can it be like the end of the world? He leaned close to Yi Xian's ear and whispered, Do you remember the last life? We were so hungry that we almost gnawed the door frame. If it weren't for Aunt Su Jing, how could we have survived until the 6th year of the end of the world? I'm giving up my good life to recognize this heartless father? Am I stupid? Having my mother and grandparents is enough. When I grow up in a few years, I will protect you. Yi Xian didn't know why, but she felt sour in her eyes, as if something was about to flow out. She put a piece of braised pork ribs in Su Jing's bowl. I found it yesterday. There are not many of them these days. Eat it quickly. She picked up a big steamed bun, then a piece of braised pork ribs, and took a bite. It smells so good. What kind of man do you want? Isn't he delicious these days? She caught a lot of pigs today, so she will never lack meat in the future. Xian is right. Why think about these messy things when you can live a good life? If that man comes, just beat him up. Su Jing chewed on the bone and nodded. Don't worry. I will never tell him your location. No, I won't tell anyone. Hee. You have to take me home after dinner. Before leaving, Yi Xian handed Su Jing the thermostatic clothes, asking her to wear them when she was really hot, and then took her home with Ye's father, who knew that not long after Su Jing got home, she heard another shout from outside. Yi Xian. Xin, open the door. I have something to say to you. Gu Nan's voice. Su Jing frowned. It seems that he saw you sending me back. What should I do? Yi Xian wanted to go to Mo Pengfei's place after sending Su Jing back, but she didn't expect to meet Gu Nan. It was really bad luck. The voice outside the door kept coming. Shinshin. I know I was wrong. I was just obsessed at that time. I really changed. Open the door. Let's live a good life. Okay? Shinshin. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Yi Xian couldn't bear it anymore. It was too damn excessive. Yi Xian rushed out with the boning knife. Gunan saw Yi Xian open the door, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Women are women. As long as you give her enough face. As long as you are willing to put down your face and beg her. There is nothing you can't do. Yi Xian opened the security door and thrust the boning knife in her hand forward. Get out. If you don't want to die, stay away from here. Gunan was forced to take 2 steps back by the boning knife. Seeing that Yi Xian did not move forward, he took another step forward and said with a flattering face, Shinshin. Forgive me. Yi Xian stabbed Gunan's shoulder with the knife in her hand. And her voice was as cold as ice for thousands of years. I said. Get out. If you take another step forward, the knife will not stab your shoulder. But here. Yi Xian touched his heart with her left hand. Gunan was shocked by Yi Xian's behavior. She actually dared to use a knife. You? Gunan didn't know how to face Yi Xian for a moment. Yi Xian pulled out the boning knife stuck in his shoulder and said coldly, Remember, I have nothing to do with you in the future. Oh, by the way, Yi Xian said with a smile, you may not know yet? Luing also lives here. In the next apartment building. Go to her if you have anything. After saying that, Yi Xian, bang, closed the security door. Gunan was not willing to accept this, and slapped the security door with his hands. Dong dong. The mountain roared. Yi Xian didn't care about that. Turned on the power, and went back to the room. Gunan didn't expect the security door to be powered on suddenly. And he slapped it. And immediately screamed and fell down. The neighbors talked about them. What a weird couple. The man cheated. And the woman was unkind. Alas. Gunan was shocked. And knew that it was impossible to open Yi Xian's door today. So he had to walk down with trembling legs. Before leaving, he didn't forget to provoke the neighbors' emotions. Do you smell it? She smells like meat. We can't even eat. But they still eat meat. After hearing this, the neighbors echoed, That's right. After all, he is the father of the child. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Even if he doesn't give me meat, I can drink some soup. That's right. I haven't seen oil and water for many days. I can't stand it anymore. How about we pry open his door together and rob her? Can their family of 3 beat so many of us? Thinking of the woman holding a boning knife and stabbing people without blinking, no one dared to say a word. Chapter 46. After dinner, Yi Xian began to check her space. The pigs had all woken up. So she fenced off an area in the garden and drove them all in. Then she placed the trough she had brought from the pig farm on the edge, and poured the pig feed she had fished out of the water into the trough. Seeing the pigs eating happily, Yi Xian exited the space. Mo Pengfei's rubber boat was timed out, so she had to ask the building manager Mo to take back her rubber boat. Yi Xian paced to the 17th floor and knocked on the door of Mo Pengfei's house. The person who opened the door was a child, who looked about 11 years old. He asked timidly, Auntie, who are you looking for? Yi Xian knew that this was Mo Pengfei's child, and he seemed to be Su Jing's student. Is your father back? I'm upstairs, and I came to ask him to return the rubber boat. Yi Xian was as gentle as possible to the child, but secretly on guard. The little boy shouted into the house, Dad, someone is looking for you. Mo Pengfei answered and ran over here. There was candlelight in the room, and it seemed that they had dinner tonight. Mo Pengfei saw Yi Xian and smiled. It's Miss Yi. Oh, and Teacher Su. Please come in. Yi Xian stood still. I won't go in. Brother Mo, please pull the rubber boat out. Mo Pengfei's face changed. In theory, I should return it to Teacher Su. But, Yi Xian frowned. Do you want to swallow our rubber boat? From Brother Mo to you? Everyone knew that Yi Xian was angry. Mo Pengfei waved his hand and ran into the room to take out 2 bags of salt, a few bags of noodles, and some daily necessities. This is the reward we promised you. Do you think this is okay? Don't you have another speedboat? This rubber boat is idle anyway. He rubbed his hands nervously. How do you think this is okay? The rubber boat belongs to me, and we will split the materials. I salvage 30 to 70. I take 70, and you take 30. Yi Xian shook her head. This rubber boat belongs to Teacher Sue. You know, Teacher Sue and Bai Bing's family are in partnership. If they have one more rubber boat, they can salvage a lot more things. Su Jing nodded. Yes. I won't bother Brother Mo. It's better to salvage it myself. Please abide by the agreement and return the rubber boat to me. Mo Pengfei was anxious. How about we split it 40% to 60%? Give it back to me. 50% to 50%. Is that okay now? Miss He. Teacher Sue. Please be kind. You have something to use. It doesn't matter if you have this rubber boat or not. But our family still depends on it for food. Hey! This makes them unreasonable. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Formed an idea in her mind. And nodded, okay. As long as you keep your word. The supplies you find will be divided 50% to 50%. Teacher Sue will come to inspect the supplies at this time tomorrow. And the rest will be yours after I pick them out. Mo Pengfei wanted to refute. But after thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and nodded, okay. Miss Yi has the final say. You pick the supplies first. But he laughed in his heart. Women are really short-sighted. I will hide the good things I salvage first. And you can pick whatever you want when the time comes. When Yi Xian turned around and left, the little white mouse had already jumped into her pocket. She deliberately shouted, Brother Mo is really good. He found so much food in one day. With Brother Mo's help, I don't have to worry about going hungry. Brother Mo is kind-hearted. He will definitely not watch us starve. The neighbors who were looking around could not help but feel jealous when they heard this, and recall the scene of Mo Pengfei's family carrying supplies upstairs. He can find so many supplies in one day. And his rubber boat is on the 18th floor. That woman looks fierce. But she is nice to Mo Pengfei. She is right. Brother Mo is kind-hearted. How could he watch us starve? Let's go and borrow some food from him. Yi Xian's mouth curled up, and she smiled silently. This is exactly what she wanted. Standing in the corridor between the 17th and 18th floors, she smiled as she watched the neighbors swarming in. And couldn't help laughing. Let's see what he will do. Hearing the knock on the door again, Mo Pengfei opened the door, and found that his door was surrounded by neighbors. Neighbor Zhang complained to him, Representative Mo. My family has been unable to make ends meet for several days. There are only me and my old man at home. And we can't go out to find food. So, Mo, you are our owner's representative. How can you watch us starve? Give us some of the food you salvaged. And we will pay for it. Mo has the final say on the price. Mo Pengfei's face froze, Aunt Zhang. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. I only salvaged some useless things, like toothpaste and toothbrushes today. There is really too little food. When I salvage it tomorrow, I will personally deliver it to your house. Do you think it's okay? Yi Xian snorted coldly, still pretending. I wonder how long you can hold out. A burly man said to him, Brother Mo, you see we have a good relationship. You can't watch your brother starve. Share a little. Share a little. Just a little. To fill your stomach. That's right. Representative Mo has a kind heart. You are the building leader we elected together. You can't watch us starve while you hide at home and eat delicious food. Right? Mo Pengfei finally understood that because he refused to return the rubber boat, this was Yi Xian's counterattack. Return it? He was unwilling to do so. Should he not return it? If he was besieged by his neighbors like this every day, he really couldn't stand it. He had no choice but to take out a bag of rice, which looked like about 2 or 3 pounds, and said awkwardly, This is all the food we got today. How about we share it? Find a way out on your own in the future. Don't come to me again. If you really can't get any food, you can still sign up for the body recovery team. There are still vacancies now. How could anyone listen to his theories? Seeing food in front of them, they reached out to grab it. The bag of rice was quickly divided up by several neighbors. And no one said thank you and turned around and left the 17th floor. Mo Pengfei shook her head. She finally understood why the 18th floor refused to lend a grain of food. It would not be good even if they lent it. Yi Xian and her father drove the rubber boat back to the dormitory. Then released the little white mouse and fed it a piece of dried meat first. Xian held it in his hand. Little white mouse. What did you find out? Tell me something. The little white mouse had no time to pay attention to him. It was eating the dried meat happily. Squeak. Squeak. Yi Xian listened carefully. Every tone of its call was almost the same. How could Xian and his mother understand what it said? It was puzzled, watching the little white mouse eat up all the dried meat. It raised its two front paws to Yi Xian and shook them continuously. This time Yi Xian understood. It was not full. It wanted more. Yi Xian took out 2 pieces of dried meat again. Are you starving? Eat. Don't eat too much. I still have a lot here. The little white mouse seemed to understand what Yi Xian said. Nodding its snow-white head, squeak. Squeak. Yi Xian was speechless for a while. She gave up completely. I really don't understand. After the little white mouse finished eating 3 pieces of jerky in one breath, it burped and communicated with Xian Xian. Xian Xian laughed while listening. And Yi Xian was confused. What's going on? After listening to Xian Xian retelling, Yi Xian frowned. Good Mo Pingfei. She finally understood where her uneasiness came from. His first stop was actually there. Chapter 47. According to Little White Mouse. After Yi Xian sent them the rubber boat, Mo Pingfei and his wife set off. Their first stop was an abandoned warehouse only 3 kilometers away. According to Mo Pingfei, he had seen large trucks unloading goods here just a few days before the natural disaster. Since then, he often paid attention to this warehouse. In addition to seeing people unloading goods, he saw a woman occasionally coming in and out. But he never saw anyone transporting food out. So he determined that there must be a lot of food in that place. Who knew that when he brought his wife to this warehouse, he didn't catch a single cent. His wife, who had climbed out of the water, was very dissatisfied with him. And the two had a big fight over this. Mo Pingfei was almost kicked into the water by his wife. At this time, Mo Pingfei was also very puzzled. He had seen the big truck unloading here with his own eyes. So how come it was gone? Could it be that someone else got there first? Ignoring his wife's complaints, they turned the boat around and headed for the suburbs. This place was remote, and not many people came here. This time, they finally caught some supplies in a small supermarket. After pulling the supplies back to Jingxuan, the couple agreed that they would not give the rubber boat to Yi Xian no matter what. If Yi Xian wanted to take it by force, they would secretly slash the rubber boat. They couldn't use it, and no one else could use it. Yi Xian carefully inquired about the location of the warehouse. According to her judgment, the warehouse that Mo Pingfei found was the one she rented to store supplies. When was she targeted? Yi Xian really didn't notice. Fortunately, she was fully armed when entering and leaving the warehouse. And she didn't know whether Mo Pingfei recognized her. Since Mo Pingfei knew this place, and that she had been in and out of the warehouse many times. What else did this person know? Yi Xian couldn't help but wonder, would he know her secrets? Even if she suspected it, she couldn't keep this person. Yi Xian practiced boxing and kicking for a while, and then practiced with Ye's father for a while, and didn't stop until she was sweating all over. She took a shower in the space, and went back to her room to rest after coming out. The next day, she had to go out with Su Jing to buy food, and she would feel that the cash was too hard if she didn't spend it to wipe her, but since she came to this place, it was the first time she slept so uneasy. She dreamed that Mo Pingfei sneered at her. I know your secret. Give me half of your things, or I will tell your secret. Yi Xian was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. She got up before dawn. First, she turned the black soil into space, divided it into pieces, and planted vegetables and grains respectively. Then she fed the pigs and started to wash in the space. When she came out of the space, Ye's father and mother had just got up. Yi Xian didn't let her mother cook, and took out fried dough sticks and tofu pudding from the space, and made do with a meal. She asked her father to enter the space to continue building the board house. And she drove the speedboat to meet Su Jing and Bai Bing, and then went directly to the south of the city. The abandoned unfinished building was now surrounded by people, and everyone was talking about it. This rice is fished out of the water, and it's so expensive. Are you going to let people live? That's right. Last time the mall opened, this kind of rice was only 10 yuan per caddy, and now it's 500 yuan per caddy. Why don't you go and rob the money? Yi Xian and Su Jing looked at each other in surprise. So expensive? Bai Bing hesitated for a while. Buy it? I still have 5,000 yuan, which is only enough to buy 10 kilograms. If I don't buy it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find such food in the future. Bai Bing's father is now a member of the corpse recovery team, and their family barely has to eat. But it is precisely because of Bai Yuanshan's work that Bai Bing is full of pessimism about the future. There are too many people who died. According to my father, more than half of the people who go out during the day are killed by the heat before they can get home. They are not only recovering bodies, but also have a very important task, which is to clean up the people who died of heat on the door panels and rubber boats. These people have no food at home and want to try their luck. Who knew they couldn't go back so soon? Su Jing looked at Yi Xian. I still have more than 8,000 here. How about you? Yi Xian pondered for a moment. I still have quite a lot here. About 70,000 or 80,000. Since there is no purchase limit, let's spend it all. Who knew that before they lined up? There was a commotion in front. No food. The rice that costs 500 yuan per pound is gone just like that. Yi Xian sighed and smiled bitterly. I have money but can't spend it. Isn't that unfair? Su Jing also smiled bitterly. If we had known it was so popular, we would have come earlier. We don't know if there will be any tomorrow. A fat man came over. Brother. Sister. Do you want to buy food? Yi Xian glanced at him. The fat man was not tall. Only about 170 centimeters. His chubby face had a pair of small eyes that flashed with shrewd eyes. When he smiled, his eyes were hidden under the fat, which looked particularly festive. How much is your rice per pound? The little fat man stretched out a big hand mysteriously. Same as theirs. 500 yuan per pound. But my rice is better than theirs. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Unsoaked in water? The little fat man grinned. Sister, you are really a joke. Now you can't buy rice that has not been soaked in water even if you have money. Even if there is, it will cost 2,000 yuan per pound. Su Jing was shocked. This is too exaggerated. The little fat man was not annoyed. Sister, it's not exaggerated at all. I can see that I have no shortage of food. Those who lack food are willing to buy it no matter how much it costs. Sister, if you don't believe me, go and ask if the goods here are genuine. If I can find a more honest businessman than me, I will give you rice for free. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. I want to check the goods. The fat man looked around and took out a bag of rice from his arms. It looked like it was only about half a pound. He handed it to Yi Xian. Sister, look at the quality. It has been soaked in water for no more than 3 days. Yi Xian looked at the rice in her hand. She could not imagine the fragrance. But the rice was indeed more transparent than the rice bought in the mall. It seemed that it had been soaked in water for a shorter time. Okay. How much do you have here? We want all of it. The little fat man was shocked by her. Sister, don't joke. I have a lot of goods here. Yi Xian calculated that she still had 78,000 yuan. If it was 500 yuan per kilogram, she could buy 156 kilograms. Su Jing had 8,000 yuan, which was only enough to buy 16 kilograms. Bai Bing didn't have much money, only enough to buy 10 kilograms. In this way, they could buy a total of 182 kilograms. In such a doomsday, they were definitely big customers. We want more than 100 kilograms. If you give us a discount, we will buy more. Yi Xian stared at the little fat man's face, as if trying to detect something from his face. The little fat man pondered for a moment. Sister, if you really want more than 100 kilograms, I really don't have it with me. How about this? I give you 30 kilograms today, and the rest tomorrow. Yi Xian refused to give in. 400 per kilogram. We want 200 kilograms. The little fat man was almost scared and fell down. My sister, there are only 3 of you. I'm afraid you can't keep these 200 kilograms of food. Chapter 48. Bai Bing knew he was telling the truth. So he stepped forward and said, don't worry about this. If you agree, we will trade in 5 times. At this time every day. At this position. The little fat man gritted his teeth and said, okay. I just consider it as making some friends. I have 30 kilograms here today. Do you want to take it? Yi Xian nodded and exchanged the money and the goods. He used 12,000 yuan to exchange for 30 kilograms of rice. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Yi Xian and Su Jing were both wearing constant temperature clothes, so they could still bear it. But Bai Bing was miserable. Bai Bing was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. And he was panting heavily. Hurry! Go home. It's so hot. Su Jing was driving the speedboat, and Yi Xian took out a bottle of Huixiangjingxi water from his backpack. Drink it. Bai Bing's eyes lit up, and he took the Huixiangjingxi water and drank it all without saying a word. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily you have this. This damn weather can really kill people. As he was talking, a man on a rubber boat in front reached out to Bai Bing and asked in a weak voice, Good man. Give me one. I'm dying of heat. Bai Bing turned her head away from him. There were too many people like him. Don't mention how valuable Huixiangjingji water is now. Even if it's not valuable, he can't save all these people. The speedboat roared past him. The man lay weakly on the rubber boat. It seemed that he had no strength to get up again. She encountered such scenes no less than 10 times along the way. Looking at this hell on earth, Yi Xian sighed. This is just the beginning. The difficulties are still behind. Of the 30 kilograms of food, Su Jing took 3 kilograms. Bai Bing took 3 kilograms. And the rest belonged to Yi Xian. Bai Bing told her that he and Su Jing would go to trade tomorrow, and let Yi Xian do her own thing. Yi Xian smiled. She knew that Bai Bing was repaying her for the bottle of Huixiangjingji water. She didn't hesitate to give all the cash to Su Jing and let them be the full agent. She drove the speedboat to the dormitory. Due to the hot weather, the water level dropped quickly. In just 2 days, the flood that originally flooded the 2nd floor and surged to the 3rd floor had retreated below the 2nd floor. Yi Xian didn't know that some of the neighbors who were taken away from Jingxuan community had already moved back from the shelter and planned to clean up their houses and continue living there. According to them, life in the shelter was hard to describe. In addition to 2 bowls of rice soaked in water every day, each person could only get a small spoonful of potatoes. Not even vegetables. More than a dozen people were crowded in a hotel. Not to mention sleeping. Even going to the toilet took half a day to queue up. And the toilet couldn't flush. And the whole room was stinking. Yi Xian had no time to care about these things. She was not idle. She went out at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She was going to the mountains to find those live sheep. When the weather was hottest, she and Ye's father wore constant temperature clothes and drove the speedboat all the way to the pig farm yesterday. Then, based on the pig farm, they looked for the sheep farm nearby. They found the sheep farm around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The farm had been flooded long ago. Yi Xian did not dive down to check, but released the little wolf to let it get familiar with the smell here. Then he drove the speedboat forward, following Little Wolf's command to the place where he caught pigs yesterday. Because there were people on the mountain, Yi Xian was more careful this time. He and his father confirmed again and again that there was no one within sight before putting the speedboat into the space. Just like yesterday, they smelled the aroma of barbecue from a distance. It seemed that this person's food today was still barbecue. Little Wolf led them all the way up. This time, not long after walking, Little Wolf, woof woof woof. The wolf started barking and ran in the opposite direction of yesterday. Yi Xian and his father followed closely behind. And they unconsciously had an ominous premonition. This time it might not be so smooth. Sure enough, when the wolf stopped in front of a row of wooden fences, Yi Xian found that there were more than a dozen goats in the fence. Obviously, these goats were caught by others and kept here. The image of the man from yesterday appeared in Yi Xian's mind again. That man was indeed a little strange. But he didn't seem unreasonable. He killed a pig and took away the other one, but did not stop Yi Xian from dragging the remaining 2 pigs down the mountain. Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other. What should we do now? It's obvious that these sheep belong to that weirdo. Ye's father nodded. Let's go and find him. Before he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded. No need to look for him. Why are you here again? This person was still dressed the same as yesterday. Even his hair was still loose. But his sharp eyes made people dare not look at him. Father Yi smiled and said, Little brother, we found this place by following the sheep farm at the foot of the mountain. We hope to get 2 sheep back. I wonder if you are willing to trade. The man stared at Father Yi for a long time, then looked at Yi Xian and said, You people are weird. Yesterday's pork is enough to eat for a long time. Why do you have to take everything? Yi Xian frowned. This person's words are so weird. But she couldn't tell what was weird. Yi Xian smiled and said, My family wants to raise a batch of sheep, but it's hard to find them now. So I have to trouble you. You name a price, and as long as I can do it, I will do it without hesitation. The man looked at Yi Xian with a flash of his eyes, and slowly said, I want salt. Do you have it? Yi Xian was delighted, as she had plenty of salt in her space. As long as he asked, I take 2 sheep back today. Yi Xian nodded. That's right. I take it with me when I go out today. How do you want to exchange it? The man seemed a little embarrassed, and after a while, he stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 kilograms. 2 kilograms of salt for a sheep. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. Deal. I want 2. 1 male and 1 female. Unexpectedly, The man smiled and shook his head, jumping down from the huge rock. As light as a swallow, I only exchange one. Ye Xian, eh? Father Yi looked at the man's skills and fell into deep thought again. With his skills, what supplies could he not find? Why bother to eat raw meat and drink blood in this mountain? And even exchange sheep for salt? Father Yi nodded on behalf of Ye Xian and said, "Okay. We exchange. But we have to choose the sheep ourselves." The man had no objection. And Ye Xian reached into the backpack and took out 2 bags of salt from the space and handed them to the man. The man took the salt and gently stroked its packaging bag, as if he saw some precious treasure. After a long time, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, letting Ye Xian and Ye's father choose by themselves. Ye's father pointed to the one in the innermost, Xinshin. "This is it." Ye Xian looked up and immediately understood her father's intention. This sheep had a big belly, which was obviously more than twice as big as the other sheep. The grass here was not lush. It seemed that it was not eating too much, but pregnant. Ye Xian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her father's observation ability. She had also been watching here for a long time, but she didn't find the pregnant sheep. She nodded and was about to step into the fence. Before she took a step, her arm was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. Ye Xian turned around and saw that it was the strange man who grabbed her. Ye Xian's eyes were stern. "What? Want to regret?" Chapter 49. The man had a cold face. No expression could be seen, and he looked completely expressionless. He said to Ye Xian, "This job should not be done by a girl. I do it." He strode towards the sheepfold, and the sheep had no room to resist in his hands. Ye Xian only took a breath, and the man had already grabbed the sheep's horns and pulled it out. Father Yi looked at him and couldn't help but admire. Good skills. Ye Xian tied the sheep with a rope and smiled at him. "With your skills, you can survive anywhere. Why do you have to stay alone in the mountains in the heavy rain?" The man was stunned for a moment, and said coldly, "I don't like the people here." Ye Xian looked at Ye's father again, and she finally understood why she thought this man was strange. When he spoke, he always said they and the people here, completely removing himself. Is he not from here? Looking at a jade pendant on his body, Ye Xian was moved again. "I still have dry food and vegetables here. Meat alone is not enough. Do you need these things?" When he heard about dry food, the man's face didn't react. When he heard about vegetables, his expression was obviously moved. Ye Xian and his daughter didn't know that this man had been in the mountains for more than a month, relying on meat for survival. Let's not talk about whether eating meat for a long time is good or not. If you don't eat vegetables for a long time, dietary fiber will not be replenished in time, and shitting will be his biggest pain. The taste is really known by anyone who tries it. When he heard that Ye Xian had vegetables here, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "Vegetables are fine. How do you exchange them?" She pointed at the jade pendant on the man's body. "I don't want the sheep. I want this. 3 pounds of vegetables. Will you exchange them?" The man stroked the jade pendant with his hand, looking reluctant to part with it. And it took him a long time to make up his mind. 10 pounds. No less. No deal. I want green leafy vegetables. Ye Xian shook her head. Vegetables are too rare now. 10 pounds is not available. 5 pounds is acceptable. The man showed a painful expression on his face, and nodded and agreed after a long time. "Okay. It's a deal." Ye Xian stretched out her hand. "I want to check the goods first." The man took off the jade pendant from his body and handed it to Ye Xian. He watched Ye Xian touch it for a long time, and then put it in his pocket. A smile gradually appeared on his face. "Deal." The man looked at Ye Xian and Ye's father. The father and daughter had nothing else on them except the backpack the girl was carrying. Where were the vegetables? Ye Xian took off the backpack calmly, rummaged in it for a while, and took out 3 bundles of vegetables. A handful of spinach, a handful of celery, and a handful of vegetables he couldn't name. The leaves all looked green and fresh. Ye Xian handed the vegetables over. "You're lucky. I took these with me today." The man looked at Ye Xian with a curious look. "Salt is taken from here. And so are these 3 bundles of vegetables." Her bag still looks bulging now. "Is it a treasure chest? How much can it hold?" Ye Xian pulled the goat and turned back to wave to the man. "Let's go. My name is Ye Xian. If you still have this kind of jade pendant, go to the west of the city to find me." The man looked at her back and muttered several times. "Ye Xian. Ye Xian." Father Yi glared at his daughter in dissatisfaction. You shouldn't tell him the address. What if he is not a good person? With his skills, let alone you and me. Even if there are 3 of us, I am afraid we are not his opponents. Yi Xian smiled. I only said the west of the city, and didn't say which place specifically. What are you afraid of? With a general direction. We may meet him when we go out. What Ye's father didn't know was what Yi Xian got in exchange for 5 kilograms of vegetables. Her space expanded by more than 2 times. It had more energy than that car bed. At first, she just wanted to throw the jade pendant into the space to try it out. If the space didn't eat it, the transaction would be fine. Who knew that the jade pendant was swallowed up as soon as it entered the space? And the black soil in the garden expanded by more than 2 times. What surprised Yi Xian the most was that her space was upgraded. The 4th level space not only unlocked more shopping mall exchange systems, but also allowed people to stay in it for a longer time. Upon learning this, Ye's father was also very surprised. We have made a fortune now. But this jade pendant may also be of great significance to him. You can see how reluctant he was to part with it. Yi Xian disagreed. It's just a jade pendant. It's not for eating or drinking in this end times. What's the point of keeping it? Saving your life is the most important thing. Ye's father did not refute it. His daughter was right. The 2 walked to the foot of the mountain together. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Yi Xian took out the speedboat and put the goat into the space. The father and daughter went to the dormitory. It was already late, so we could talk about the rest tomorrow. The flood was still receding rapidly, and Yi Xian sensitively felt that the water on the ground was much lower than when they came. It might be because people were cleaning the sewers all the time. These days, Yi Xian could see people cleaning the sewers every day. Now many people are looking forward to a normal life after the flood recedes. But only Yi Xian knows. The day the flood recedes is the day when the extreme cold weather arrives. Back at the factory dormitory, Ye's mother opened the door. Come in. Hey! You don't know how worried I was when you went out in the middle of the day. After you left, I ran to the window to measure the temperature. Guess how high the temperature was when I put the thermometer out of the window? Yi Xian answered without turning her head. About 50 degrees? Ye's mother shook her head. Add 10 degrees. A full 60 degrees. Oh my god! No wonder so many people died of heat outside. Even this air conditioner doesn't work very well. Su Jing said that someone upstairs died of heat stroke at home, and was found only after he started to stink. Is Su Jing here? Yes. Mother Yi nodded and took out a bag of rice from the kitchen. She came to deliver food, and left after delivering it. Yi Xian was stunned. No wonder I felt a strange smell in the corridor when I came out when I sent Su Jing off last time. How did they deal with the body? Yi Xian was afraid that the zombie virus would appear early, so she was very concerned about it. Mother Yi shook her head. It is said that Mo Pingfei arranged for someone to carry the body out, and handed it over to the body recovery team. He led people to search the family's supplies, and they fought over a pack of instant noodles. Xian suddenly said, and Su said that Gunan's head was broken. Yi Xian was stunned. He also went to rob? That shameless man went to the next door to find that woman again. But she went to the next house, and was beaten by the man in that house. He was thrown out without getting anything, and almost drowned. Look! After the couple died, he and Gu Xian went there, and got their heads broken for a pack of instant noodles. After listening to Ye's mother retelling, Yi Xian stopped talking, thinking, he deserves it. A grown man doesn't know how to go out to find food, and no one will feel sorry for him if he starves to death. Yi Xian didn't care about these messy things, but sank her thoughts into space, dividing the newly added black land into pieces, and planting grain and vegetables. The vegetables had grown well before, and it was time to weed and water them. She couldn't do it alone. Looking at Ye's father's small wooden house in the middle of the black land, she had a flash of thought and carefully moved it to the side of the cabin, which not only saved space on the black land, but also looked more harmonious. After doing this, she quickly came back to her senses. Eat. After eating, send Xia Beishu to deal with Mo Pingfei. She couldn't sleep well with this person around. Chapter 50. Dinner was made by Ye's mother. She stewed a big pot of braised pork, pig intestines that her father loved to eat, a plate of green vegetables, a bowl of rice porridge, and a few big steamed buns, which was a delicious meal. After dinner, Yi Xian threw all the bowls and chopsticks into the space, turned around and ran out. The little white mouse was also fed, and was staying in her pocket obediently. This time it was time for the little white mouse to make achievements. This time she didn't plan to show up and just let Su Jing go directly. She sent the little white mouse to the vicinity of Jingxian community and came back with Xian instructions. The little white mouse would hide at the door of Imo Pingfei's house in advance and wait for an opportunity to enter. Su Jing knocked on Imo Pingfei's door, and it took a long time for someone to open the door. Imo Pingfei smiled. "Teacher Su, please come in." Yi Xian didn't come. "Oh, we've been waiting for you to come. You pick first, and the rest is ours." Su Jing frowned, looking at the ground full of broken tables, chairs and benches, as well as a few half-used soaps and toothpastes that she didn't know where she got from. "Brother Imo, is this all you get after a day out?" Imo Pingfei smiled awkwardly. "To be honest, there are too many people out looking for supplies now. Not to mention the shops. Even the office building where I usually work has been ransacked so many times. Where can I find good things?" "Really?" Su Jing obviously didn't believe it and looked at him. "In that case, Brother Imo, please return the rubber boat to me." Imo Pingfei heard this and quickly waved his hand. "No. No. I have made plans to go further tomorrow to see if I can find more food. It's too hot now. It's hot enough to kill people at home, let alone go out to find things. It's good enough to come back safely. Think about how many cars were stuck on the highway when the rainstorm started, and the people inside were drowned." Su Jing didn't argue with him. Anyway, Yi Xian compensated her with a rubber boat, so this one was a gift to him, and it would be good to have a few days of peace. So, she picked two at random and left. The little white mouse had already sneaked into Imo Pingfei's house and planned to take his life according to Xian instructions. After sending Yi Xian away, Imo Pingfei closed the door. "Quick! Don't hide. I didn't expect this woman to be so easy to fool." Imo Pingfei's wife and son came out of the bedroom, carrying large and small bags of supplies. Although they were all snacks that made people feel hungry, it was much better than nothing. This was what their family found after searching the entire office building. "Put it away. Put it away. Let's go out again tonight while the weather is not so hot. If the harvest is good, we won't go out tomorrow. This weather is so hot that it can kill people." The wife and son hurriedly hid the supplies and dragged the rubber boat out of the door. Met a neighbor in the corridor. "Hey, Brother Imo is going out again? Since you have this rubber boat, you have become rich. You carried large and small bags of things home every day. Can you finish them?" Imo Pingfei smiled awkwardly. "Brother Li is really a joke. What are the large and small bags? They are all worthless things. Barely enough to fill our stomachs." The woman next to the man said coldly, "Brother Imo, you are welcome. You have made a fortune, and everyone can see it. Just don't ignore our lives. Even if you give us some porridge, we will be grateful." Imo Pingfei's wife is also a hot-tempered person. After hearing this, she couldn't help but said, "I say, little slut, is it easy for us to get something to eat? Why are you being so sarcastic here? Don't just talk about my family. How many men have you had affairs with since you spread your legs? You got a lot of food in return, right? Hey, is this soft rice delicious?" She turned her head and stared at the man and asked. The man's face turned pale. You. Too much." Imo Pingfei smiled. "Brotherly, don't mind it. This woman is a liar. She is joking with you. These days, being able to eat is a skill. Don't you think, Brotherly?" The man called Brotherly gritted his teeth and turned around to slap his woman. "I told you to talk too much. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb." The woman covered her face and cried aggrievedly, but she didn't dare to cry too loudly. She followed the man timidly and walked downstairs. There was a speedboat parked downstairs. The man sent her to the speedboat. She took a bag of noodles handed over by the man on the speedboat and ran home without looking back. The woman's shrill cry echoed throughout Jingxian. Su Jing saw this scene from the window and lowered her head silently. If she guessed correctly, this woman is finished. Seeing how ferocious these people were, it was hard to say whether she could survive tonight. She had seen a lot of such things. The next morning, Yi Xian received two pieces of news from Su Jing. First, Imo Pingfei and his wife did not come back last night. Second, Imo Pingfei's house was pried open and robbed. The supplies found in his house were very rich, including flour, rice, noodles, ham, soap, hand sanitizer, and even pork and 2 chicken legs. All these supplies were taken away. And the neighbors who came up later went in to search again. And the neighbors who didn't catch up could only curse. Who is so wicked? Prying open someone else's door to eat alone. Without even thinking about the neighbors. Gu Xian and Gu Nan also came. When they searched the second wave, they found half a pack of noodles left. They were so happy that they protected it tightly with their bodies, and did not let go even if others punched and kicked them. Gu Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Xiaoyan has been missing for so long, and there has been no news. If she was there, at least they wouldn't have to be so pitiful. This woman has no other skills, but she can still earn a day's rations by accompanying others for a night. Yi Xian had a comfortable life these 2 days. Except for Su Jing, who came to deliver food. No one disturbed their lives. Su Jing and Bai Bing were not idle these days. Every day, they went to buy food from the fat man, sent it home to Yi Xian, and then went out to look for supplies. Yi Xian felt that the cooperation between Su Jing and him was getting more and more tacit. Since Mo Pengfei's accident, Yi Xian has not left the house. She is waiting for the little white mouse to come back. Yes, since Mo Pengfei disappeared, the little white mouse has not come back. I wonder if it died gloriously, or something unexpected happened on the road. On the morning of the 3rd day, the flood had receded to knee-deep, and Yi Xian decided not to wait any longer and went to the highway to collect supplies. This was the clue Su Jing gave her, saying that Mo Pengfei said he was going to the highway to find supplies before he disappeared. Thinking of the car stuck on the highway by the flood, Yi Xian also thought it was a good place. After the flood receded, people no longer needed rubber boats and speedboats, and more people went out in the accumulated water. Yi Xian took out her Wrangler, and her father drove all the way to the highway intersection. This is already the outskirts of the city, not far from the highway, and we will arrive in a short while. Someone on the road exclaimed, "They actually have a car." Yes. Where did they park their car? It can still be driven? Yi Xian ignored all this. She had to race against time to collect more supplies before the extreme cold came. When the extreme cold came, the rainstorm turned into a blizzard, and it would be even more difficult to go out at that time. The highway intersection was indeed very congested. Among a group of cars, 2 express delivery vehicles and a tanker truck were particularly conspicuous. What you want comes true. Yi Xian was not very interested in the express truck, and she only wanted to take the tanker. She started to observe from a distance to see if there was anyone around, to see the surrounding environment, and how she should get on the highway. Father Yi parked the car at a gas station 500 meters away from the highway intersection. The small supermarket in the gas station had been emptied. They didn't even look at it, and planned to wade through the water to the highway. Father Yi was a scout, and he was better at observing the environment. The accumulated water dropped very quickly, and now it was not even up to the calf. Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. "Dad, is there anyone? If there is no one, I will take it directly. I always feel that something is wrong." Chapter 51. Father Yi shook his head. No living people have been found yet. Let's wait and see. After the 2 of them walked onto the highway, Father Yi found a relatively high position to stand and looked around. No one is there yet. Hurry up. Yi Xian quickly climbed onto the highway, avoiding the dense cars and express trucks, and quickly approached the tanker in the distance. There was no driver in the car. It seemed that the driver got off the car to avoid danger. It was unknown whether he could survive this natural disaster. Yi Xian didn't think much, and directly put her hand on the tanker. With a flash of her mind, the tanker disappeared on the spot and appeared on the black land in her space. Seeing that there was another large truck about 1,000 meters away, and unable to see what was on it, Yi Xian did not move forward, but walked back along the original route. There were 2 more express trucks. One was from a certain Dong, and the other was from a certain Feng. There might be good stuff in the express delivery, so how could she miss it? When Yi Xian received the last express truck, suddenly a white shadow flashed before her eyes, and quickly got into Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian looked closely and exclaimed, "Little white mouse, why are you here?" The little white mouse seemed particularly uneasy. Squeak, 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 squeak. While calling, it kept turning in circles, as if conveying some message to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't understand what it was saying. Seeing Yi Xian standing still, the little white mouse became even more anxious. Jumped off Yi Xian, and then jumped onto Ye's father, also calling squeak, squeak, non-stop. Ye's father looked at the little white mouse, Shinshin. What exactly does it want to say? Does it want us to leave here quickly? Hearing this, the little white mouse quickly picked up its front 2 legs, bowed and nodded. Ye's father was even more surprised. Shinshin, it really asked us to leave quickly. Is there something wrong here? At this time, Yi Xian was dragging down the driver of the express truck. This man had been dead for many days, and the whole car was stinking. Yi Xian endured the smell and pulled him out, placed him in a conspicuous place on the roadside, waiting for the body recovery team to come. Turning around to collect this express truck, he suddenly felt the accumulated water under his feet was icy cold. Yi Xian suddenly understood. The reason why the little white mouse was so impatient was to remind them, the extreme cold is coming. She had a bad feeling when she was heading to the highway, but now she felt relieved, because it was all because the extreme cold was coming. Dad! Quick! Run to the car. Go drive. Quick! Yi Xian shouted while running quickly to the courier truck. And the car disappeared instantly. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop for a moment, and turned around and ran to the gas station. At this moment, she really regretted why she parked the car so far away. Would it be better if she parked next to the highway toll station? However, she had no time to regret. The temperature dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The leaves that were originally wilted by the sun were drooping down continuously. It seemed that the water on the leaves had begun to freeze. At this time, Ye's father also noticed that the water that had just covered his ankles was getting colder and colder. At this moment, it was already freezing cold. Every step he took was accompanied by great pain. The cold water made him have no courage to put his raised foot down again. Yi Xian, who had taken the advanced body strengthening pill, ran much faster than her father. When her father was halfway through the run, Yi Xian had already run into the gas station. Without saying a word, she opened the car door and quickly started the car and drove towards Ye's father. Ye's father opened the car door and jumped into the car. At this time, he was shivering with cold. Yi Xian turned on the air conditioner to the maximum, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and ran quickly towards the factory dormitory. The warm performance there was not good, so she had to take Ye's mother back to Jingxuan. At this moment, she secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, the extreme cold did not come late at night. Otherwise she might have been frozen to death before she could react. Father Yi took out the intercom with trembling hands. Mimi, the extreme cold is coming. Quick! Turn on the air conditioner and light the stove. Mother Yi also felt the temperature change at this time and shouted, I know. I know. You and Shinshin come back soon. Oh my god. You are still wearing short sleeves. Xian. Come on. Change clothes. Fortunately, Yi Xian left her cotton-padded clothes behind. Then came the sound of Ye's mother rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Don't worry. I have experience in dealing with hypothermia and can save Xian and myself. Don't worry. Be careful. Father Yi put down the intercom and looked at the pedestrians outside. They were so hot that they almost had heat stroke a moment ago. But now, they were too cold to move. Some people quickly ran to the house next door, while others fell directly on the road and never stood up again. More people were holding the salvage supplies in their hands, looking at a loss, staring blankly at the sky that was sunny just now, but now gloomy. Oh my god! Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Yi Xian sighed and shouted at him, Run! If you don't run now, you really can't go back. The car whizzed away, and it was unknown whether anyone heard Yi Xian shouting. Someone reached out to stop their car, but Yi Xian didn't hesitate. The car quickly hit him, and the person quickly dodged. Yi Xian drove the car and ran away in a flash amid the curses of passers-by. The accumulated water under the car had turned into ice chips, and the car ran over it with a crisp sound of breaking ice, which made Yi Xian even more anxious. She took out warm clothes, down jackets, trousers, cotton shoes, etc. from the space and threw them to her father behind her. Dad, put them on first. Take my place later. Father Yi put on the clothes without saying a word. Yi Xian stopped the car and did not get out of the car. Instead, she jumped directly from the driver's seat to the passenger seat, and Father Yi jumped directly into the driver's seat from the back. Yi Xian took the warm clothes and put them on herself, and then wrapped the thick down jacket around her, in order to pick up Ye's mother and Xian as quickly as possible. They did not even have time to go into the space to change clothes. I thought. In fact, the temperature is not very low now. But it drops too fast, which makes people unacceptable for a while. This rapid loss of temperature in a short period of time is much more serious than a slow cold. At this time, more and more people fell on the street. And Ye's father had to drive carefully to barely avoid the people who fell on the road. The car drove into the feed factory. And Yi Xian immediately rushed upstairs. Mom, don't pack up. Let's go! Dad is waiting for you downstairs. Looking at the windows with drafts everywhere and the thin building, Yi Xian knew that her good days were over. Now she had to go back to Jingxiyuan again and face the people she didn't want to face. Arriving at Jingxiyuan community, Ye's father drove the car directly into the underground parking lot. There was no one there, so it was convenient for Yi Xian to put the car away. Yi Xian understood what her father meant. After putting the car away, she quickly ran to the apartment building. At this time, the accumulated water on the ground was still in a state of freezing, and it broke into pieces when stepped on. The freezing water poured into the shoes without thinking, freezing Yi Xian's feet so much that she lost consciousness and could only stagger upstairs. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Xin. Save me! Save me quickly! This is Gu Nan's voice. Yi Xian looked back and saw Gu Nan standing at the gate of the community. He was still wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, and the sandals on his feet were bought by her. At this time, he was hugging his arms and asking Yi Xian for help. It seemed that he didn't have the courage to put his feet into the cold water. Not far away, a woman ran quickly with a child in her arms. The only t-shirt on her body was also put on the child. She was naked and ran in the water. Compared to Gu Nan's timidity, it was a world of difference. Yi Xian couldn't help but think of her last life. In the last life, she also saved Xian in this way. And this man was having a sweet relationship with another woman at that time. Gu Nan was still shouting, Xin. Save me! For the sake of the child. Chapter 52. For the sake of the child? Save you? You want me to carry you back? What the hell? Yi Xian turned and rushed into the apartment building, disappearing from Gu Nan's sight. At the same time, she took out the intercom. Jing. Are you there? Open the door for me. No one responded. Gu Nan cursed fiercely behind him. Damn it! She actually came back wearing a down jacket. And she didn't care about my life or death. The living expenses of those years were really wasted. He had to step into the water again. And the freezing cold water made him tremble all over. Run! Otherwise, I would freeze to death. What kind of weather is this? It was so hot just a moment ago. And now I almost freeze to death. Fortunately, he didn't run very far. Otherwise it would be unknown whether he could run back. Yi Xian ran up to the 18th floor in one breath. Bai Bing! Are you home? Open the door quickly. Mother Bai opened the security door and saw Yi Xian's family coming back. She asked anxiously, how is it outside? Why is it so cold suddenly? Oh my god! Bai Bing and Su Jing haven't come back yet. Yi Xian turned back suddenly. Did Su Jing and the others go out again today? Mother Bai nodded, unable to hide the tears in her eyes. They said they were going to the south of the city to find the fat boy, and wanted to exchange some food for the supplies at home. But they didn't expect it to be so cold all of a sudden. Bai Bing's grandmother also walked out tremblingly with a cane, wearing a thick down jacket. I've lived to such an age, and this is the first time I've seen such weather. How can people live like this? Binger and Jingjing are still outside, and Yuanshan hasn't come back yet. Bai Yuanshan joined the corpse recovery team and is now working outside. He doesn't know if he can get out of here unscathed. Yi Xian took out the walkie-talkie. Jingjing. Are you still there? Where are you? No one answered. Bai's mother shook her head. I have contacted many times. This latest model of walkie-talkie can contact people within 5 kilometers. But now they have no response. Does it mean? Yi Xian thought for a moment, turned around and ran out. Bai Bing is not important to her. Su Jing is her best friend, considering that she once took a punch for her and took care of her children. She can't abandon her. Ye's mother shouted from behind. Xin. Where are you going? Yi Xian shouted without turning her head. I'm going to pick up Su Jing. Mom, go home and make a fire first. Seeing his daughter like this, Ye's father didn't care about going home and turned around to chase his daughter downstairs. As soon as they ran to the 5th floor, They saw Su Jing carrying Bai Bing back. Bai Bing seemed to have been frozen, with most of his body pressed on Su Jing. And Su Jing just dragged him upstairs step by step. Yi Xian was stunned. Is this still the weak Su Jing? Then tears welled up in her eyes. They are still alive. Great. She reached out to support Bai Bing, took out a down jacket from her backpack and threw it to Su Jing. Put it on. Go. Su Jing was not polite either, and put on the down jacket. She reached out to help Yi Xian, but saw Yi Xian carrying Bai Bing on her shoulders and running upstairs. Su Jing couldn't catch up with her. Su Jing was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. My God. Is this still Xian? She hurried upstairs, and her legs were numb from the cold. It took a lot of effort to lift her legs. Father Yi took Bai Bing from his daughter's shoulders. Give him to me. You go check on Su Jing. Su Jing doesn't seem well either. Yi Xian handed Bai Bing to Father Yi, turned around and went downstairs, carrying Su Jing on her back and ran upstairs. Su Jing lay weakly on Yi Xian's back. Thank you. Xin. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Why thank you? In this horrible weather, it's good enough to survive. If we don't stick together, it will be even harder. Father Yi climbed up and shouted, Open the door. Open the door. Bai's mother and Ye's mother rushed out of the house at the same time, only to see Ye's father carrying Bai Bing and Yi Xian carrying Su Jing. Back. Su Jing was still conscious, but Bai Bing was lying on Ye's father, motionless. Auntie. Hurry. Bai Bing lost consciousness halfway, and I finally dragged him back. He might have been frozen. Su Jing was also weak, lying on Yi Xian's back, looking at Su Jing's pale face and her motionless son. Bai's mother burst into tears. Thank you. Thank you for carrying him back. Ye's father laid Bai Bing flat on the sofa, and Bai's mother brought a quilt over Bai Bing. Ye's mother directed Bai's mother, Ye's father, and Bai Bing's grandmother to work together, rubbing Bai Bing's limbs, chest, and cheeks vigorously. Yi Xian followed Su Jing home, covered her with a thick quilt, and took out Su Jing's warm clothes, down jacket, and cotton pants. Su Jing hid in the quilt and shivered. After a long time, she cried out, Xin, if it weren't for your constant temperature clothes, we might not be able to come back today. It turned out that they were planning to go to the south of the city to find the little fat man, but they stopped at a store halfway and didn't go to the south of the city when they felt that the water temperature was not right. Bai Bing immediately thought of the rumors of the end of the world and pulled Su Jing back. Unexpectedly, Bai Bing couldn't hold on before running into Jinxiu Garden. Su Jing relied on the constant temperature clothes on her body and barely carried Bai Bing back. Jing, you say, is the end of the world really coming? How can the weather change so quickly? The water on the road is frozen. Woo. Yi Xian hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid. Even if it's the end of the world, we have to survive. Right? The seeds you gave me have sprouted, and the vegetables are growing well. I brought them back this time. We are not short of food, so we won't go out for the time being. And I planted some potatoes in the foam boxes that Bai Bing gave me. When we really have nothing to eat, we can share them among the 3 families. Potatoes can save lives. It took a long time for Su Jing to calm down. You move back? Yi Xian nodded. You've seen that house. It can't stand such cold weather. Even if we have to face them, we still have to come back. Su Jing excitedly held Yi Xian's hand. That's great. Whoa. You're finally back. You don't know, I miss you so much every time they come to my house to make trouble. Fortunately, there are Bai Bing and Uncle Bai. Whoa. Yi Xian comforted Su Jing for a long time, then ran to her own home, boiled a few bowls of hot ginger soup, drank a bowl herself first, and brought a bowl to Su Jing. Drink it while it's hot. Don't catch a cold now. At this time, Bai Bing also slowly opened his eyes, his eyeballs rolling. Mom. Grandma. Am I still alive? Bai's mother tears flowed again. It was Su Jing. It was Su Jing who carried you back. And the uncle and aunt of the Yi family. They saved you. Bai Bing's grandmother was about to kneel down in front of Ye's mother, but was supported by Ye's mother. We are all neighbors. Don't do this. The old lady shed tears, looking at this situation. It's hard to say whether Yuan Shan can come back. Fortunately, my grandson is back. Yi Xian came in with ginger soup. Drink it while it's hot. Bai Bing took the ginger soup. Thank you. You all. Are you back? How is Jingjing? Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. She is much better than you. She has drunk the ginger soup and is fine now. We can't live there anymore. So we came back. I'm afraid we will cause trouble for everyone. Ye's mother sighed. Bai's mother wiped her tears. What are you talking about? We are all family. And you have helped us a lot. How can you cause trouble for us? Bai Bing lowered her head and drank ginger soup in big gulps. I'm so useless. I'm not as cold resistant as a woman. And I let her carry me back. After drinking a bowl of ginger soup, Bai Bing felt alive again. She immediately widened her eyes and looked around the house. Mom, where's my dad? My dad hasn't come back yet? Mother Bai shed tears again. If he hasn't come back yet, it's probably a bad time. She couldn't say this, and she had to comfort Bai Bing. Your dad is a corpse recovery team. He's organized. Maybe he has already found a place to hide. Yi Xian lowered her head. She knew very well that Bai Yuan Shan would not come back. It was the same in the previous life. The extreme cold suddenly came. Many people who were looking for supplies outside froze to death. And many people in the corpse recovery team did not come back. For 3 kilograms of food a day, they were working hard. At this time, Xian was holding the little white mouse and chatting. Mom, the little white mouse told me that something happened to Mo Pingfei. Chapter 53. Yi Xian returned home and asked while lighting the stove, what did it say? According to Xian, when Mo Pingfei and his family of 3 went out to look for supplies that night, it secretly hid in the rubber boat. When they were ready to return after loading the boat with supplies, the little white mouse quietly bit the rubber boat, taking advantage of the night. The family of 3 did not notice that the rubber boat was sinking until the accumulated water flooded into the rubber boat and wet their shoes. And then they realized that the rubber boat was flooded. Mo Pingfei and his wife tried to save the rubber boat. So they let the child swim away to save himself. The child jumped into the water and began to swim towards the highway, where the terrain was high and there was less water. As long as he could swim to the toll station, he could climb onto the roof of the toll station and wait for rescue. Or think of other ways. The little white mouse watched the child swim away. But it did not leave. Instead, it wanted to watch Mo Pingfei and his wife sink into the water and confirm their death before leaving. At this moment, a speedboat came from a distance, and everyone on the speedboat was holding a powerful flashlight. Mo Pingfei saw someone approaching and shouted for help. The shouting alarmed the people on the speedboat, and 2 men in black came down and showed Mo Pingfei a photo. Mo Pingfei immediately nodded and said that he knew the man and the dog and could take them to find the person. In this way, the speedboat took Mo Pingfei and his wife away, but did not take the child. The little white mouse wanted to leave with the speedboat, but the speed of the speedboat was too fast. The little white mouse was left far behind, so he had no choice but to swim to the highway to guard the child. As a result, the child fell into the water after suffering from heat stroke and was taken away by the body recovery team. It waited there until Yi Xian came. Yi Xian was sweating coldly after hearing this. According to the mouse's description, Mo Pingfei and his wife fell into the hands of Qin Yi. How could the drug lords let her go easily? Yi Xian and her father looked at each other. Dad, what should we do? We managed to escape last time, but we still couldn't escape the eyes of those people. If they break into Jingxuan, we will have no way to escape. But when Mo Pingfei disappeared, we had already moved away from here. How could he be sure to find us? Father Yi pondered. They should be here to find Su Jing and Bai Bing. Our family can't just disappear like this. As long as there are relatives and friends, they won't let us go. Father Yi pondered quietly, and after a long time, he spoke again. That's not right. Mo Pingfei and his wife have been missing for 3 days. If they were to commit a crime, they should have come to their door long ago. Why haven't they made any moves until now? Did you find any suspicious people when you came back just now? Mother Yi also thought about it. I have been paying attention to the movements outside, and I really didn't see any suspicious people. According to the temperament of those people, they will not let us off so easily. Is there something wrong with Mo Pingfei and his wife again? Yi Xian wanted to let Xia Beishu go to find out more information to see what the drug lords were doing. But unfortunately, they didn't even know where they lived. Father Yi looked at the weather outside and said in a deep voice, Don't worry about it for now. In this weather, even if we escape to the factory dormitory again, or return to the villa in our hometown, we can't avoid the severe cold. Fortunately, the windows and anti-theft doors here have been improved. I hope we can survive this extreme cold. Apart from those annoying neighbors. This is still the best choice. Yi Xian stuffed the coal into the fireplace and watched his father start the fire. When the blazing flames lit his father's face, Yi Xian finally made up her mind. From today on, she would not go out unless necessary. Anyway, the food in the space was enough for them to eat for a lifetime. If this home really couldn't be saved, they would talk about it later. Yi Xian had a feeling that the drug lords were also in trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dragged it on until now. The sun quickly disappeared in the dark clouds. The wind blew harder and harder, and snowflakes began to float in the sky. From Yi Xian's perspective, more pedestrians fell down on the road and were gradually covered by snow. The corridor was filled with choking smoke, and someone was already chopping furniture to make a fire. There was a noisy sound downstairs, mixed with the roar of men and the crying of women. Someone rushed into Mo Pingfei's house, chopped his furniture into small pieces, and took them home bit by bit to make a fire. The crying and shouting were all caused by friction in the process of snatching firewood. Yi Xian moved the vegetables grown on the balcony to the living room and placed them not far from the fireplace. The temperature is dropping too fast now. If they stay on the balcony, they will definitely freeze to death. Then she sank her thoughts into the space. Turn over the black soil that has not been turned over yet, and plant grains and vegetables. Check the remaining time of the system again. The energy bar that can enter is still full. She made a decision. Pull Ye's father and mother into the space and plant vegetables. As for her 2 trucks of express delivery, she will open them when she has time. Now she really has no time. Even Xian followed into the space, weeding and watering the vegetables with Yi Xian. Yi Xian kept an eye on the progress of the energy bar. She wanted to try how long the 4 of them could last in the level 4 space. This was her last trump card, especially when facing those vicious drug lords. Being able to accurately grasp the time to keep people in the space could save lives at the critical moment. From noon to dinner time, the energy progress bar was only halfway gone. It seemed that it could last for another half a day. Yi Xian moved her parents and Xian out of the space, and she had a rough idea in her mind. So far, if the space is full of energy, the 4 of them can stay in it for about 12 hours. The family members all do physical work, so the food can't be too bad. Yi Xian took out the tomato beef brisket, fried sweet potato balls, egg fried cucumber, and a portion of stir-fried broccoli that Ye's mother had carefully stewed from the space. There were both meat and vegetables, and the family ate happily. Before the meal was finished, they heard crying outside the window. Fire! Fire! It's on fire! Yi Xian was shocked. This is an 18-story building. It would be too troublesome if it caught fire. The building opposite Yi Xian's house caught fire. The fire started from the 5th floor. At this moment, thick smoke was rolling out with a howling north wind. The thick smoke was blown by the north wind and immediately submerged the residential building. The smoke poured in through the gaps between the windows. Yi Xian smelled a strong smell of smoke. Fortunately, it was extremely cold now, and their windows had been improved. At this moment, they were tightly closed. The thick smoke was blown away by the strong wind, and not much came in. Father Yi put on his coat and hurried downstairs. He was very familiar with the firefighting facilities. In this special period, he would help if he could. I hope the fire hydrant has not been completely frozen. If the whole building was burned, the community would be more chaotic and their lives would be affected. But the fire was so big that the firefighting facilities in the community were not enough. Even with the efforts of everyone, the fire still spread to the 18th floor, and the whole building was instantly reduced to ruins. Father Yi returned home with a dark face, rushed to the window and pulled the curtains, and said to his daughter with a serious look, "I'm afraid we are really being targeted. I found a suspicious person downstairs." Yi Xian's heart trembled. What was coming finally came. Chapter 54. Since they have found a suspicious person, they must also adjust their work and rest schedule from tonight. After dinner, they exercise for 2 hours and then go to bed. Yi Xian and Ye's father take turns on duty, one in the first half of the night and the other in the second half of the night. Ye's father is worried about his daughter's observation ability and insists on keeping watch in the second half of the night. Yi Xian had no choice but to let her father go back to rest early, and she carefully observed the situation downstairs with an infrared telescope. It didn't matter if she looked at it. She did find a suspicious person on the left side of Yi Xian's apartment building. There were two men in black down jackets, looking around constantly, as if observing the terrain here. There were two more men on the right, one of whom was holding a mobile phone, and it was unknown how the phone received a signal. Yi Xian opened the curtains of the balcony and found that there were also several men hiding in corners that were not easy to be found on the pedestrian street downstairs. It was so cold, and these people were still hanging out outside in the middle of the night, which was obviously abnormal. Yi Xian released the little white mouse from the space. Go! See what these people are doing. If you can, follow them and find their base camp. The little white mouse ran away, and Yi Xian released the little wolf from the space again. Since it has been discovered, there is no need to hide anymore. The little wolf is very vigilant. With it, the night watchman can also reduce a lot of pressure. The little wolf had already eaten and drunk enough, and rubbed Yi Xian's legs with its furry big head. Yi Xian stroked the dog's head twice. Be good. Remind me in time if there is any movement. The little wolf rubbed a few more times, and ran to the door, and lay down obediently. It was just midnight when Ye's father got up. You go and rest. I keep watch. How are the people outside? Yi Xian whispered. They have been observing these two buildings, and they don't seem to be sure which one we live in. Dad, don't turn on the lights. It's better to delay it for a few days. Yes, father nodded. Now all they need is to hide at home, so that these people can find them later. The first night was spent peacefully. Meanwhile, Bai Yuanshan did not come back. The next day, Bai Bing knocked on the door. Yi Xian, can you lend me your car? Our car was soaked in water and won't start. Yi Xian knew what he was going to do, stared into his eyes, and said, have you really thought it through? Uncle Bai may be in danger, and it will be dangerous for you to go out now. The boy in his 20s nodded vigorously. I have thought it through. Even if I can't find my father alive, I will bury him properly. Yi Xian thought for a moment. My car is in the underground parking lot. It may not be easy to find. I will go down with you. Bai Bing nodded, looking at Yi Xian dressed neatly, wearing a big hat on her head, a scarf around her neck, and the scarf pulled up to cover most of her face. Let's go! Yi Xian walked in front. Bai Bing walked behind, and went downstairs like this. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, taking advantage of the car's cover, Yi Xian took out his car from the space, called Bai Bing, and handed him the car keys. Bai Bing drove out, and Yi Xian walked out from another exit at the same time. Just then, she suddenly found that the men in black had moved. They chased after her car without any prior agreement. Yi Xian was shocked. They not only found her, but also the car she just bought? So, will Bai Bing be in danger on this trip? Yi Xian took out the walkie-talkie and started calling Bai Bing, but there was no response from the other side. Watching the car go farther and farther away, Yi Xian prayed for him in her heart. He must pass this level. Yi Xian observed along the way. There were two men in black guarding the building below her house. It seemed that they had not all gone out. Jiang Chao came from outside, with a bundle of firewood in his arms. Yi Xian didn't want to pay attention to him, and quickly ran towards the apartment building. Dad, my car has also been targeted. We have to find a way to go out. We have to get another car. Yes, father nodded. I saw it just now. Didn't they question you when you went out just now? Yi Xian shook her head. No. Otherwise, I go out now. And you stay at home. The extreme cold has come now. The sooner you go out, the better. If you wait until the city is closed by heavy snow, it will be even more difficult to go out. Father Yi is worried about his daughter. Where are you going alone? The car was driven away by Bai Bing again. Don't worry. My speed is not much slower than the car. It just takes physical energy. I know a rooftop parking lot. It's just a little far from here, and it may take dark to come back. Yi Xian took out guns, bullets, bulletproof vests, etc. from the space and handed them to Ye's father. Dad, the family depends on you. Father Yi looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. He knew this was the best choice now. Be careful. Yi Xian nodded, changed her clothes, wrapped herself tightly, and left the house. Outside, the cold wind was howling, and the heavy snow like goose feathers was falling down. The cold wind wrapped the snowflakes and hit her face without reason. Yi Xian felt as if a knife was cutting her flesh. In addition, the water on the ground had frozen, but the ice was not solid and would break when stepped on, making travel more difficult. Fortunately, Yi Xian wore waterproof shoes, Otherwise the water on the ground alone would be enough for her. Yi Xian ran quickly towards the city center while thinking about her worries. No! Since these people could find her car, they must be able to find her house number. So there is no reason why they couldn't find her house. So why didn't they do it yesterday? But chased her car today? Yi Xian was puzzled. The weather was too cold. If there weren't many people lying on the ground wearing short-sleeved shirts, Yi Xian would have thought that yesterday's weather, where people suffered from heat stroke even when wearing shorts and short-sleeved shirts, was a thing of the past life. Along the way, she saw many people lying on the ground, all wearing short-sleeved shirts, and covered with snow. Among these people lying on the ground, there were men, women, and even children. Some of them had survival supplies scattered around them, but most of them had nothing around them. Did they know that their supplies had been picked up? Or they didn't find it at all? Yi Xian pulled down her hat and pulled up her scarf, her face almost hidden in the scarf, because she saw several men coming in front of her. Judging from their clothes, they should be the same group of people who were watching them in the community. They were holding 2 big wolfhounds in their hands, and they were swaggering through the streets. When they were still 20 meters away from them, Yi Xian quickly hid on the side of the road. She never thought of causing trouble. Her biggest hope was to survive smoothly in this doomsday. Unexpectedly, she didn't look for trouble, but she encountered trouble. When the big wolfhound saw her, it seemed to see an enemy, barking and rushing towards her, revealing its bright red tongue and sharp teeth. Chapter 55. The 2 big wolfhounds barked viciously as they pounced on Yi Xian. The 2 bloody mouths pounced on Yi Xian, and she instinctively kicked out, swinging the wooden stick in her hand. Several men in black were shocked. What's wrong with this dog? The order they received was to find a suspicious vehicle and a suspicious person near the Jinding building. The man knew Kung Fu and needed their support. Now they were nearly 2 kilometers away from the Jinding building. Why did this dog bite a young girl? Yi Xian kicked a dog away, and the stick in her hand hit the dog's head, and both dogs left her. The man shouted loudly, trying to control the wolfhounds that suddenly went crazy. However, the 2 wolfhounds were out of control at all, got up from the ground, and rushed towards Yi Xian again, barking wildly. One of the men wanted to rush up to stop them, but was stopped by another man. The man said something to him, and the man who wanted to rush up stopped immediately, watching Yi Xian fight with the 2 wolfhounds. Seeing that these people did not stop her, Yi Xian did not show any courtesy and smashed the wolfhound that rushed over. After the wolfhound was forced to retreat, she turned around and ran away quickly. It was obvious that these people had begun to suspect something. If they did not have guns, Yi Xian would not be afraid of them at all. But now they had guns and dogs, and she did not have the confidence to deal with 4 or 5 big men with guns at the same time while dealing with 2 wolfhounds. Seeing Yi Xian fleeing into the alley next to her, the wolfhound also barked and chased after her. The black-clad man was a little dazed. How could this woman run so fast? These 2 specially trained wolfhounds are still chasing her. Could she be the one we are looking for? Thinking of this, the leading black-clad man waved to his companions, and the 4 of them immediately dispersed and surrounded the alley where Yi Xian ran. Another man turned and left. Yi Xian did not run far at this time. Seeing that she could not get rid of the wolfhounds, she took out a baseball bat from the space and smashed it hard on the dog's head. Yi Xian was going for the fatal blow. This blow was accurate. It was fierce. Yi Xian's body had been strengthened, and her strength was surprisingly great. The wolf dog fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. At this moment, another wolf dog had already pounced on him. Yi Xian had no choice but to reach out and grab it, throwing it into space. At the same time, he also dodged and ran forward. The black-clothed man behind him was chasing him closely. Even if Yi Xian was fast, it would take time to fight the vicious dog. He had already lost the initiative and was blocked by 2 black-clothed men at the entrance of the alley. Yi Xian turned around and ran back. As expected, 2 more men in black came to the entrance. Yi Xian was caught in a dilemma and was forced to retreat step by the men in black. A man in black checked the wolfhound's wound and said coldly, "Did you kill it? A fatal blow?" Yi Xian did not answer. The body of the wolfhound was there, and the answer was obvious. He spoke again, with a tone of inquiry, "Where is the other dog? Where did you take it?" Yi Xian still did not answer, but he asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you chasing me?" "Hey! The man in black laughed. Little girl, there aren't many people as brave as you. Tell me, why did the wolfhound chase you and bite you? Did you do that club in Xingyuan International? Yi Xian's heart trembled. Sure enough, these two wolfhounds were specially trained. She was still suspected, but she still played dumb. What are you talking about? What club? What does it have to do with me? The man in black still pressed on. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. These two wolfhounds were specially trained to find you. Their noses can't be wrong. Since they have identified you, you have to admit it. Even if it's not you, you have to admit it. Come with us. Yi Xian held the baseball bat tightly in her left hand, taking a defensive stance, and put her other hand in her pocket, ready to take out the small pistol she bought for 0 yuan. At this time, she cursed in her heart. The system is also a rip-off. Why is the first one to come out AK? The AK is really too big. If she takes the AK out of her pocket, all her secrets will be exposed. The men in black were still pressing forward. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out her pistol and fired 2 shots at the men in black in front of her. Each shot hit the target. However, what made Yi Xian even more unbelievable was that they only took a few steps back and did not fall to the ground and die. Almost instantly, Yi Xian understood. Bulletproof vests. They were all wearing bulletproof vests. While the men in black were stunned, she jumped over the wall next to her and quickly ran to the other side. They were all wearing bulletproof vests, so they must have weapons on them. If they couldn't fight, couldn't they just run? The best strategy is to run away, which has always been the basic concept that Yi Xian adheres to. However, this group of people were obviously specially trained. They quickly locked onto Yi Xian's escape route and chased her relentlessly. Yi Xian ran forward quickly, and the 2 men in black behind her chased her relentlessly. There were only 2 people again. The other 2 must have gone to the front to block them again. Yi Xian stopped suddenly. She had to change direction. At this moment, she felt a strong force coming, a pain in her back, and then she staggered forward a few steps and almost fell to the ground. She was shot. Luckily, she was wearing a bulletproof vest. Before Yi Xian turned around, a man in black reached out to grab her. Yi Xian grabbed his wrist tightly and grabbed another man in black. At that moment, the 2 men in black felt a black screen in front of their eyes. And then, they found themselves in a strange place. There was a breeze here, not hot or cold, and vegetables and wheat were planted on the black land in front of them, swaying gently in the breeze. Where was the feeling of the end of the world? The 2 of them immediately became alert. Where is this? Where is that woman? The 2 of them circled the garden several times and ran to the woods to check. In addition to vegetables and food, they actually raised a group of chickens, pigs and sheep. The hare was frightened and quickly jumped up and ran away. The water in the stream was clear and transparent, and there were small fish swimming in it. But no living person was found. The wolf dog that disappeared inexplicably ran over with its tongue hanging out. It was Launching, who was almost sold by them. The strangest thing is that there is a 2-story cabin here. No matter how hard they try, they can't get close. The 2 men in black looked at each other. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the woman has magic and made him hallucinate? One man in black pinched himself hard. Ah! A scream rang out in the sky. The other man in black looked at him blankly. No. Not an illusion? The man in black who pinched himself grimaced in pain and shook his head. Not an illusion. At this time, an unquestionable voice sounded. You are not here for nothing. Go to work. Pull out the weeds in the fields, and then water the crops. After doing this, turn over the rest of the land. You are not allowed to eat if you don't finish it. The 2 men in black looked at each other and instinctively wanted to resist, but they felt like they were cursed. They walked to the vegetable field obediently, squatted down and started weeding. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's not bad to have such a labor force. Kill them after they are used up. These people who help the evil will not be sad no matter how many they die. Just after dealing with these, the 2 men in black in front came closer again, pointing their guns at Yi Xian. Don't waste your energy. You can't run away. Chapter 56. Yi Xian stood still without moving. She knew that these people were specially trained. They had guns in their hands. Even if she was wearing a bulletproof vest, she would have no way to shoot her in the head. If she could just throw them into space like those 2 people, she would be the boss there, and they would have no ability to resist. With this in mind, Yi Xian thought about how to catch these 2 people. At this moment, a figure flashed by quickly and rushed towards the two men in black. The two men in black had not even reacted before their heads fell to the ground. The two big heads rolled far away, but their bodies remained standing, and blood spurted out high. Even Yi Xian, who had experienced the end of the world, was frightened. This body movement and this method were too horrifying. The man turned around and opened his thin lips. Run! Their people are chasing us again. Yi Xian looked back and saw that, as expected, there were 3 more men in black wearing the same attire chasing her. Yi Xian had no choice but to follow the man and run forward quickly. But he was too fast. Even though Yi Xian's body had been strengthened, he still left her far behind. The man in black behind her fired a shot, and the bullet flew past Yi Xian's body. And Yi Xian became even more anxious. The man in front suddenly stopped, grabbed Yi Xian, and ran away with her under his arm. Yi Xian only felt a strong wind coming, and the houses beside her quickly retreated. Before Yi Xian could react, he suddenly jumped into the air and took Yi Xian to a 2-story building. He began to run forward along the roof. Yi Xian looked up with wide eyes. She knew this man. He was the weirdo she and her father met on the mountain in the south of the city. Yi Xian didn't know how long she had been running. The man put her on the ground until her ribs were almost broken. Okay. Those people can't catch up. The man lowered his head and stared at Yi Xian's eyes. How did you get into trouble with them? Yi Xian didn't know where to start. So she said lightly, I accidentally destroyed their things. The man smiled. And it was a beautiful smile. Then you should be careful next time. Yi Xian also stared into his eyes. Why did you save me? The man looked indifferent. My friend died in their hands because of a poison. I wanted to avenge my friend, and I just happened to run into them. Yi Xian looked at him. A military coat that he didn't know where he got from, with cotton exposed in the tattered places, and his short-sleeved t-shirt under the military coat, plus his long hair that hadn't been washed for a long time. He looked like a beggar at first glance. Yi Xian took the backpack from behind, rummaged in it for a long time, and handed him a set of thermal underwear and a brand new military coat. Change it. You can't stand this weather. This is just to repay you for saving my life. The man was stunned for a while, and said, Thank you. Yi Xian looked at the surrounding environment. They had already passed the most prosperous place in the city center, and the place where she was going to pick up the car. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Xian got up and said goodbye. The man suddenly shouted behind her, My name is Ming Jinghan. If you have anything, you can find me in the mountains in the south of the city. Yi Xian stood up suddenly. You still live in the mountains? If I remember correctly, your shack is full of wind. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death in such weather? The man lowered his head. I can't find a place to live. Yi Xian, It's a natural disaster now. And there are empty houses everywhere outside. He actually said that he can't find a place to live. Opening someone else's door without the owner's permission is not a gentleman's behavior. Yi Xian was shocked again. He shouldn't belong to this world. Right? At this time, he still wondered if it was a gentleman's behavior? Yi Xian took out a key from his pocket and handed it to him. You can live here. The address is 502. Unit 2. Building 8. Jingxian. That was the house that caught fire last time. The fire started from 501. 502 was just smoke by the fire. But it was not burned. There is no problem living there for the time being. This key was given to Ye's father by the owner of 502. He also has a house in a nearby community, because Ye's father rescued his child on the day of the fire. The man asked Ye's father to keep the key temporarily to express his gratitude. Now it is a natural disaster, and if there is any problem, there is a place to stay. Now Yi Xian gave him this key. He saved his life, and this can be regarded as saving his life, because in the near future, his shack will definitely be buried by heavy snow. The man held the key in his hand and thought for a long time. Thank you. I will take good care of the house, and will never cause you any trouble. Yi Xian waved and left quickly. She still had to collect the car. Otherwise how would she leave the city in the future? Watching Yi Xian leave, the man turned and ran up the mountain. He had to go to the shack to pack up his things, then lead his sheep to Jingxian. Yi Xian started running as soon as she left here. It was nearly 5 kilometers away from the parking lot, so she couldn't delay. This time, Yi Xian did not encounter any obstacles and successfully found the rooftop parking lot. Climbing up the stairs, Yi Xian realized that this parking lot had more than one floor. The spiral staircase, except for the 3 floors below, which are shopping malls. All the floors above the 3rd floor are parking lots. There are all kinds of vehicles inside, including off-road vehicles, sedans, 2-wheel drive vehicles, 4-wheel drive vehicles, from low-end cars worth hundreds of thousands to RVs worth millions. They are everywhere. Yi Xian was not greedy. She chose a Hummer with good performance, a modified Xiaolong, and an extended RV. In addition to this Xiaolong, she also carefully checked this Hummer, which has been modified, and its body stability is much more stable than ordinary Hummers. The car's anti-lock braking system is the latest model, and the all-round radar on the body is more suitable for the end of the world with bad road conditions. Yi Xian is very satisfied with this. If there is no unexpected situation, this car is enough. The Xiaolong is her backup, just in case. As for collecting gasoline from other vehicles, Yi Xian has no intention of doing so for the time being. Not only is there not enough space, but the drug dealers are still blocking the door. The safety of parents and children is still a problem. How can she have the mind to deal with these trivial matters? Yi Xian pried off the license plate of the Hummer and drove the Hummer to Jinxiu Garden. In order to prevent being targeted again, Yi Xian did not drive the car into Jinxiu Garden, but stopped 3 miles away from Jinxiu Garden, found a deserted place to store the car in the space, and walked to Jinxiu Garden. Along the way, she observed the energy bar in the space, but was surprised to find that the energy bar did not move at all. Meaning, these 2 people stayed in her space and did not consume the energy in the space. What's going on? System. If you are alive, please tell me. What is going on? Her question immediately appeared on the question board. A moment later, the question board gave feedback, and Yi Xian took a look and was surprised. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 57. The answer given on the question board is, humans in a 4 state in the space are equivalent to animals and do not occupy space energy. At the same time, another state that does not occupy space energy is given. That is, humans entering the space are absolutely submissive to the host. Yi Xian's heart moved. If this is true, can she cultivate her own exclusive power? Let's try it with these 2 people. Who told them to be unlucky? Yi Xian was in a good mood and walked home humming a song all the way. There were still people guarding outside the community and at the door of the apartment building, but they never entered the apartment building to cause trouble. Yi Xian was even more puzzled. Why did these people behave so strangely? Yi Xian had no time to think. She was almost starving to death. She only had 1 meal in the morning today. She missed lunchtime due to the pursuit of the men in black and the rescue of Meng Jinghan. And later, she didn't have time to eat because she was in a hurry. The most important thing now is to fill her stomach. Ye's mother opened the door and saw that Yi Xian came back intact, and she was relieved. We were so worried. Bai Bing is back. Not only did we not find Bai Yuanshan, but Bai Bing was also robbed and injured. Robbery? Yi Xian was a little confused. It should have been done by those men in black. Ye's mother shook her head. Yes. Bai Bing said it was a robbery, but I think it was done by those men. You don't know how badly he was beaten. If he didn't know some kung fu and run fast, he probably wouldn't be back today. Xin, did you encounter anything on the way? Yi Xian shouted while washing her hands. Mom, serve the food first. I have to eat to have the energy to talk. I encountered a lot of things today, both good and bad. Ye's mother brought a large bowl of dumpling soup to the table, and Yi Xian took out a fried chicken from the space and ate it with 2 side dishes made by Ye's mother. Ye's mother and father were not in a hurry to eat, but frowned at their daughter. You haven't eaten since you went out this morning? How come you are so hungry? Yi Xian ate a lot, and she almost drank half of the large bowl of dumpling soup by herself, and almost finished a fried chicken by herself. Yi Xian wiped her mouth, looked at the chicken bones on the table, and laughed embarrassedly. Hee. I ate too much. It's okay. I have more here. Yi Xian took out another fried chicken. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. The weather is too cold. The food gets cold quickly. It's not good for your health if you don't eat it cold. Ye's father and mother picked up the steamed buns and started eating. Ye's mother raised her head. What happened today? Why did someone move into 502 in the building opposite? Yi Xian glanced at Ye's father, who was just eating with his head down, and obviously didn't notice who moved in. Yi Xian forced a smile. This is a long story, and it all started when we took over the Xingyuan club. After listening to her daughter's narration, Ye's mother couldn't help but frown. Xin. Is this person reliable? You only dealt with him twice, and then gave him the key? Ye's father raised his head and said, I think Xin did the right thing. I've also met that person. Although he's a little weird. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Ye's mother couldn't help it, pointing out the window and saying, look at those people outside. Which bad guy carved these two words on his head? That house belongs to someone else. It's right to be careful. Yi Xian lowered her head and endured the scolding, and raised her head after a long time. Mom, he saved my life. So let's think of it as me saving his life too. It's even. We don't owe each other anything in the future. Ye's mother said nothing more. Her daughter knew herself. As long as others didn't infringe on her interests, she was still kind-hearted. Yi Xian sat on the sofa and began to train the two people in the space. She first lifted the mandatory orders on the two people. As soon as the orders were lifted, the two strong men in black sat down on the ground and could not get up again. Yi Xian asked, what are your names? The man with a crew cut replied panting, my name is Li Tao. And his name is Lu Liang. I say girl, please spare us. Why can't we stop doing this work once we start? Obviously we are too tired to move. But we can't stop. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but continued to ask, whose men are you? What is your mission today? LV Liang's hair is a little longer. His eyes are much sharper than Li Tao's. He doesn't talk much, but his temperament is more stable. He raised his head and looked around, but couldn't find the source of the sound. He said in a deep voice, why do you have to hide your head and show your tail? We can't be your opponent here. Just say it directly. Yi Xian smiled slightly and praised, you are a smart man. Then, please answer my question just now. Speaking, Yi Xian exchanged 2 bottles of mineral water from the space and placed them 1 meter away from them, so that they could only watch but could not drink. Yi Xian continued, if the answer satisfies me, this is your reward. If the answer does not satisfy me, then continue to turn the soil. Looking at the large area of black soil that has not been turned, they are completely scared. If they continue to work, they will really die suddenly. For a day, they have been doing high-intensity physical work and sweating a lot, but they have not even had a sip of water to drink. If they continue to work, they really can't hold on. Li Tao said, we are all Mr. Qing's people. We have just come here for a short time and don't know much about him. Mr. Qing, what is his full name? Yi Xian asked slowly without any hurry. Gu Qingyu was sent by the family to City A to develop his career 4 years ago. We all came here at the beginning of this year. As for more things, we don't know. Yi Xian heard something different. He was sent by the family, which means his Real Foundation is not in City A. Yi Xian remembered that the club was already very famous 3 years ago, and it was a place that many wealthy people in City A were vying to enter. How could he develop so fast in just 1 year? If they said that City A didn't have their foundation beforehand, Yi Xian wouldn't believe anything. Where is Gu Qingyu's hometown? As far as I know, Xingyuan Club had already become famous 3 years ago. How did he do this? Li Tao was stunned. I only know that Qingye's hometown is in Fengcheng. As for the history of his rise to wealth, we really don't know. No. I know there is an old man above Qingyi. That old man is very low-key. We have never met him. It seems that Qingyi is also very afraid of him. Fengcheng? Yi Xian was a little dazed. That was Su Jing's hometown. This Qingyi was called Gu Qingyu. I wonder if Su Jing knew him. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed at her own thoughts. There were so many people in the same place. How could Su Jing know the big drug lord? She then asked, what is the name of that old man? Li Tao and Lu Liang shook their heads at the same time. I don't know. We all call him old man. Even Qingyi is no exception. Where do Gu Qingyu and his friends live now? What mission are you here for? Li Tao and Lu Liang looked at each other and said at the same time, we are just on routine patrol. Yi Xian sneered. They still want to lie. For those who enter the space, she can accurately grasp the status of each person, and those who lie will be discovered at a glance. Chapter 58. Yi Xian waved his hand. It seems that you have rested enough. Continue to work. The 2 men in black stood up involuntarily, picked up the hoe, and couldn't help shivering all over. It hurts too much. After working all day today, their hands are now full of blisters. We can't continue to work. Yi Xian ignored them, but withdrew his consciousness from the space and let them do it. This kind of people will not be obedient if they are not trained well. Yi Xian threw the bowls and chopsticks into the space and practiced on the fitness equipment for another 2 hours until he was sweating profusely. Then he went into the space to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Standing in front of the two men, he lifted their mandatory orders. Tell me, what is your mission today? Why are you chasing me? The two men in black were already exhausted and sat on the ground without even moving their little fingers. LV Liang looked at Yi Xian's face. It is indeed similar to that photo. This time I finally know how the things in the club disappeared. Yi Xian smiled. Looking harmless. It's too late. You won't have a chance to tell anyone. After hearing this, Li Tao and LV Liang shuddered together. Are you going to kill us? Yi Xian pulled up a piece of grass from the ground and played with it in her hand. Kill you? Wouldn't that be too easy for you? Look, I still have a lot of land to turn over. I think it's better to die of exhaustion. Li Tao, LV Liang, This woman is too cruel. Yi Xian looked at their expressions and continued. As for when to die of exhaustion, I'm afraid it's up to me. She pointed at Li Tao. You said? Right. Li Tao looked at this pretty face. Obviously she looked like an angel. But why did she look like a devil in his eyes? Yi Xian was a little impatient. Why don't you answer the question? Then continue to work. LV Liang and Li Tao looked at their bloody hands at the same time. I say. We say. According to them. After Gu Qingyu found that the drugs were missing from Xingyuan Club, he was furious. He checked the surveillance, asked a painter, and even consulted an old man who knew the art of yin and yang, wanting to know how the things disappeared. Unfortunately, all this didn't work very well. It wasn't until he met Emo Pengfei and his wife that night that he knew the mother and daughter's names and where they lived. I don't know what he was thinking about, but he sent a large number of security guards to guard the apartment building. If the family of 4 went out, they would be arrested immediately. Not only that, Gu Qingyu also found out Yi Xian's ex-husband, the car she just bought, etc. This time they received an order that a suspicious vehicle appeared in Jinding building. But the man in the car knew Kung Fu, and their security was not enough. So they sent them for emergency support. Unexpectedly, the wolfhound started to go berserk halfway. This wolfhound was specially trained and was very familiar with the smell of Yi Xian and Ye's mother. So they concluded that this woman was the person they were looking for. Yi Xian pursed her lips and said nothing, but cursed in her heart, as expected. They actually used a detection dog. It would be great if both dogs were given to Yi Xian. What a pity! She killed one of them. The other one is still in the space, and is being trained by the little wolf. Ye's father said that this dog has a good foundation. If it is trained well, there is hope that it can be trained into his own detection dog. Where does Gu Qingyu live? What are your plans for the next step? Li Tao shook his head. Mr. Qing lives in the Gu family compound in the east of the city. As for the next move, we are too incompetent to know. Yi Xian threw 2 bottles of mineral water in front of him. This is a reward for you. Drink it. The man grabbed the bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one breath, squeezing the bottle flat. Girl, can you? Yi Xian turned back sharply, staring at them with sharp eyes. What? Any other requests? Li Tao lowered his head. We haven't eaten for a day. As if to prove his words, his stomach made a gurgle sound. Yi Xian took out a plate of cornmeal steamed bread from the cabin. Eat it. It's easier to work after eating. Li Tao, who had just grabbed the steamed bread, wailed, It's dark, and we still have to work. Yi Xian didn't make it difficult for them. Then take a 3-hour break, and then work again. There are powerful flashlights in the boardroom. Each person can bring one. Don't be afraid of the dark. After saying that, he left the space calmly, ignoring the 2 people's wailing. What a female devil. You work all day, and this is what you eat. Let's go to the woods and catch a rabbit. The speaker was Li Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap hit him hard in the face. Li Tao fell to the right suddenly, and his left cheek swelled up. Yi Xian's cold voice sounded, Without my consent, anyone who messes with the resources will be killed without mercy. Li Tao and Lu Liang shuddered again. They did not dare to doubt the truth of this sentence. This woman is so evil. After eating the steamed bread, the 2 people didn't care whether the ground was dirty or not, and fell asleep. 3 hours later, they stood up suddenly, and again, as if cursed, they began to turn the soil involuntarily. Yi Xian smiled at the two people working in the space, thinking, for the crime of aiding the evil, you can't be forgiven for doing this little work. Do it slowly. Want them to absolutely surrender? Yi Xian knew that it would take a lot of time and energy. But it feels so good to have someone do farm work. She doesn't even have to do it herself. Yi Xian will definitely get a few more people like this. As long as they absolutely surrender, they can be taken in. The space also told her a secret. As long as the person absolutely surrenders, even if they are released from the space, their psychological activities and movements can be monitored at all times, and their entry and exit can be controlled remotely. Yi Xian likes this function very much. Just thinking about it. Su Jing knocked on the door. Yi Xian opened the door and saw Su Jing carrying a large box, which looked quite heavy. Yi Xian took it quickly. What is this? Su Jing said to her mysteriously, I found this thing a long time ago, but I never dared to take it out. Bai Bing was injured today. If it weren't for this, she would have died outside today. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I brought it here to share with you. Su Jing opened the box and Yi Xian was stunned. This is a pistol. There are bullets. Where did you get it? Yi Xian looked at Su Jing in disbelief. Su Jing smiled shyly. It's strange. Bai Bing and Uncle Bai searched the company and found nothing. We searched other places, and just when we were about to leave, I found it in a corner. Su Jing took out a pistol and handed one to Yi Xian, and then handed one to Ye's father. Uncle, you have been a soldier, so I have to trouble you to teach me. I don't know how to shoot at all. Ye's father stroked the gun in his hand with a smile on his face and agreed. Okay. I have 2 electronic guns here. Just in time to teach you and Yi Xian to practice together. Chapter 59. After sending Su Jing away, Yi Xian threw the pistol into the space and went back to her room to rest. She still put the radio on the bedside and listened to the music on the radio while thinking about what happened today. There is no news about the country's plan to build a base. Yi Xian remembered that the news of the base construction had already spread at this time in the previous life, and many people fled to the base, and many people froze to death along the way. Yi Xian did not dare to move with Xian at the time, and waited until the country sent troops to rescue. And then she took Xian to squeeze into the rescue convoy. The snow outside was already above my calves. Why was there still no news from the base? Yi Xian kept changing the radio channel. The news about the base construction was playing repeatedly. Was she looking for the wrong channel? She couldn't find it after searching for a long time, so she had to give up the search, lie down and continue to monitor the 2 people in space. At this time, they had been awakened by the mandatory order, and were turning the soil with shovels and hoes. There were still 10 hours before dawn, and Yi Xian didn't bother to adjust their mandatory order to 6 hours, giving them some time to rest. I continue to work tomorrow. Looking at Xian's peaceful sleeping face, she walked out of the room gently, and had to continue her duty. The black-clad men outside the window were still on duty in the heavy snow. Yi Xian shook her head. These people are too strange. Since they already know where we live, why don't they just call in? They are so obvious that even Su Jing found out. Do they want them to be afraid to go out and starve to death at home? If that's the case, they will probably starve to death first. Yi Xian stopped thinking about it, and listened to the radio while stroking the dog's head, and then put a few pieces of charcoal into the fireplace to burn the stove vigorously. It seems to be getting colder. Even though Yi Xian was watching the fireplace, she still couldn't help shivering. The temperature dropped much faster than in the previous life. Suddenly, a woman's miserable howl came from downstairs, followed by a man's voice. Shut up. If you make any more noise, I kill you. Then, there was the woman's suppressed cry. Yi Xian didn't care. In this end times, there are too many such things. She couldn't manage it, and she didn't want to manage it. At 12 o'clock, Ye's father changed shifts on time, and Yi Xian went back to her room to rest. The 2 people in the space were still busy, and it seemed that they had reached the limit of their physical strength. Yi Xian showed a sneer. Don't worry. Hold on for another hour, and you can rest. At the same time, in the east of the city, the Gu family compound was still brightly lit. An old man sat on the armchair with vigor. Replace all your people. A bunch of trash. So many people can't handle a woman. And that man, why did you let him run away? Gu Qingyu stood in front of the old man, lowered his head, and dared not say a word. The old man continued to instruct. Ah Shi, go and pick someone for the young master yourself. An elite? Elite? The black-clothed man named She took the order and left. Gu Qingyu frowned slightly, obviously very dissatisfied. He forced a smile on his face. I dare not trouble you with this little thing here. I can handle it myself. The old man glanced at him and said earnestly, you. I am not placing someone around you. Since your father has handed you over to me, I have to keep an eye on you for him. If something happens to you because of your incompetent subordinates, how can I explain to your father? I watched you grow up. Listen to your uncle's advice. And go and reconcile with old Hong. You were wrong in the first place. Why did you make it like this? Gu Qingyu jumped up as if his tail was stepped on. Impossible. I listen to everything your uncle says. But this is impossible. I have found the person. And maybe I can get the batch of goods back. I will return it to my uncle when the time comes. But I will never forgive that old dog Hong. The old man looked tired and waved at Gu Qingyu. Go back. I'm tired too. Gu Qingyu walked out of the hall with his head down, looking unconvinced. When he walked into the yard, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the brightly lit and magnificent hall behind him, thinking, all this will be mine sooner or later. Uncle? Humph. You don't deserve it. The old man on the armchair looked at his back, and his old eyes narrowed. His eyes full of cruelty and calculation. Do you still want to come here to replace me? Humph. I let you and your son know how many eyes the Horse King has. And that little girl. Just wait. The next day, Yi Xian slept very late before getting up. She didn't plan to go out. She wanted to get enough sleep first. Soon after Yi Xian got up, Su Jing knocked on the door. Xin. I'm going out today. Yi Xian looked at Su Jing alone. Are you alone? Do you need my help? Yi Xian shook her head. No. I'm just going to find some firewood. I'll be back in a while. I tell you. Turn on the intercom. And open the door for me when the time comes. Yi Xian nodded, seeing Su Jing hesitate to speak. Yi Xian asked curiously, what happened? Su Jing looked up at her. That. Your ex-father-in-law's young wife died last night. Yi Xian was stunned. Could it be that the scream she heard last night was her? It turned out that since Xiaoyan disappeared, she has never left the building, but was carried back home by several men. It is not known whether she was willing or forced. Anyway, when she died last night, she was covered with wounds, and there was no good flesh on her body. Gu Xian fainted when she saw this scene. Yi Xian sneered and said nothing. That family was all weird. She would not be surprised by anything they did. After sending Su Jing away, Yi Xian began to wash and eat breakfast. Just as she put down her chopsticks, there was another knock on the door. This time it was the big iron security door in the corridor. Yi Xian looked out of the observation window and immediately winked at Ye's father. The man in black is coming up. Ye's father was also startled and reached out to take out the pistol that Su Jing had sent. He is not friendly. Be careful. As he spoke, Ye's father opened the door and spoke in a cold voice. Who are you? What do you want to do? Four men in black blocked the corridor. One of them was wearing insulating gloves and was about to pry open his door. Yi Xian said nothing and raised his gun to shoot. The man was pulled by his companions, and Yi Xian shot in vain. He asked coldly, You have been watching here for a long time. What do you want to do? The door of 1803 was opened, and Bai's mother helped Bai Bing out of the house. Bai Bing saw them, and his eyes narrowed. It's them. It was them yesterday too. Who are you? The man in black didn't answer, and kicked the door of Yi Xian's house. The big leather boots are insulated. They are not afraid of electricity at all. The pistol in Yi Xian's hand fired again, and the man dodged flexibly. Hand over that thing if you know what's good for you. Maybe Mr. Qing will show mercy and spare your lives. Yi Xian naturally knew what he was talking about. But Bai Bing looked at the pistol in Yi Xian's hand, then at his own pistol, and misunderstood. Is this yours? But we didn't do it on purpose. The man rushed towards Yi Xian's house. Yi Xian rushed forward and kicked the man who rushed over. The man was tall, and Yi Xian was much smaller than him. This unexpected kick just hit him in the vital part, and the man jumped up while holding his crotch. This jump was not a big deal. He wanted to take a breath by leaning against Su Jing's door. But he didn't expect that Su Jing's security door also had electricity. Suddenly, a miserable cry resounded throughout the apartment building, and his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. Chapter 60. The black-clad man behind him saw his companion fall down, and without hesitation, he rushed forward like an arrow and stretched out his hand to grab Yi Xian. The gunshot sounded again, and the black-clad man in the front fell to the ground. The bullet hit his heart. They didn't wear bulletproof vests. Maybe they thought that this ordinary family would not have a gun. Yi Xian couldn't help but applaud for his father. This shooting skill is great, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in front of him. Yi Xian closed the security door. Although this door can't block anything for them, it is still an obstacle. Seeing this, the remaining two men in black stopped moving forward and took out their pistols to shoot at Yi Xian. They seemed to have some reservations, and did not intend to kill her. They only shot at non-lethal positions. But Yi Xian and the others dodged them. Bai Bing also fired 2 shots. But his shooting skills were simply terrible. Even worse than Yi Xian's. At this moment, a figure flashed by, and the 2 men in black shot at them, while trying to see the black man who broke in. Before Yi Xian could see what was going on, the 2 men in black stood there in a daze, and did not move. Yi Xian watched them begin to bleed. Blood slowly seeping out from their necks, flowing faster and faster, instantly soaking the ground under their feet. It was Ming Jinghan. Ming Jinghan was standing at the bottom of the steps at this time, watching the black-clothed man slowly fall down, with no expression on his face. Father Yi clasped his fists and said, "We meet again. Thank you for your help, young man." Ming Jinghan did not answer, but just looked at Yi Xian. The girl is generous, and I am willing to protect her. He looked at the 2 people who fell down and snorted coldly. What's more, these lackeys who help the evil. It's not too much to kill as many as you want. Bai Bing was stunned. He stared at the long sword in Ming Jinghan's hand. Is this real? This kung fu is real? Wow. You are so cool. He didn't care about his injuries, and wanted to shake off Bai's mother hand. It seemed that if he could touch Ming Jinghan, he would definitely give him a big hug. Bai Bing seemed to have forgotten his injuries. Without Bai's mother's support, he fell to the ground and almost hit the security door of Su Jing's house. Yi Xian quickly pulled him up and saved him from the electric shock. Seeing that the men in black had been dealt with, Ming Jinghan turned around and walked downstairs without saying a word. Girl, if you need anything, just call me. I'm always at your service. Yi Xian, Father Yi and Yi Xian threw the 3 dead men in black out of the window, and Yi Xian threw the unconscious man in black into the space. Mother Yi brought a bucket and washed away the blood in the corridor. After closing the door, Mother Yi covered her chest and said, I was scared to death. If that person hadn't taken action, today would have been difficult. Hey, I said that person is so strange. With such high kung fu, he actually asked Xinshin to find him a place to live. Xinshin, is he interested in you? Yi Xian was drinking water, and after hearing this, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water, choking and coughing. Mom, cough. You have too much imagination. Cough, cough. We just met twice and helped each other. Your daughter is already the mother of this big boy. And you still think your daughter is a fairy? Everyone loves her? Xinshin said, Mom is a fairy. Everyone loves her. I think this uncle is much better than my dad. Mom can consider it. Yi Xian glared. Get out of the way. You can interrupt me anywhere. Have you learned all the words your grandma taught you? Go right. Xinshin, It's the end of the world, and you still want me to study. The little wolf came over. Xinshin hugged the little wolf's neck. Tell me, are you afraid of my mom? She's so fierce. The little wolf rubbed Xinshin's face, as if to say, don't say that. If you say that, we will have no food to eat. Yi Xian looked at the little wolf. How did you train the dog for me? Go back and train the dog. Without waiting for the little wolf to react, Yi Xian threw it into the space. The little wolf tucked its tail between its legs and dared not resist until it found the wolf dog. Then it became majestic. The wolf dog was scared by the little wolf's training these 2 days. And when it saw the little wolf, it walked with its tail between its legs, looking terrified. The little wolf became even angrier. Woof, woof, woof. Look at you. You are so useless. Practice well for me. Otherwise, let your mother stew you for meat. The wolfhound wailed with its tail between its legs. I will practice. I will practice. In the garden, the black-clothed man who was electrocuted woke up slowly. Like the first 2 people, he looked around. Where is this? Suddenly, he saw 2 people in the distance. And he knew them. Weren't they missing? How did they appear here? He quickly ran towards the 2 people, shouting, Lu Liang. Li Tao. No one paid any attention to him. They didn't even raise their heads, still turning the soil with the tools in their hands. Each one was extremely serious. The man ran up to them and patted their shoulders. Hey! What's going on? Why are you here? Still ignored him. The two men seemed to have only the black soil in front of them. And they didn't even care about the blood on their hands that was rubbed and flowing down the handle of the shovel. Looking at their expressions, they should know the pain. And even their muscles were shaking constantly. But they completely ignored him. The man instinctively felt that something was wrong with them, and jumped away and looked around vigilantly. How is it? Do you want to try this too? A woman's voice sounded, making him more alert. Who are you? Why are you playing tricks? The woman chuckled. Don't you think this place is weird? Don't you think they are weird? The man made a defensive gesture with both hands and looked around vigilantly. But there was nothing around except the gentle breeze. Suddenly, the two men in front of him collapsed to the ground. Yi Yan? How did you get in? The speaker was Li Tao. Although he sounded surprised, he did not stand up and was still slumped on the ground as if he had just finished running 30 kilometers. Yi Yan grabbed Li Tao's arm and stared at his hands. What's going on? Why are you here? Didn't you disappear inexplicably? Li Tao showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Now it's not just us. Even you are missing. Missing inexplicably. Yi Yan was stunned and recalled the scene before he came here. Could it be? I'm dead? Is this hell? He was a little confused. Li Tao asked again, what happened before we came in? Yi Yan recounted the scene after they attacked the 18th floor, and wondered if this is hell. It is much more comfortable than the human world. LV Liang said with a dim look in his eyes. It's more cruel here than hell. You will know in a while. He glanced at Li Tao. You tell me. Li Tao looked at Yi Yan, then at LV Liang and himself, who were tortured beyond recognition, and smiled bitterly. We are indeed dead. But we are still alive. That woman, she is a devil. Look at us. Look at our hands. Chapter 61. Yi Xian was drinking milk tea while listening to Li Tao's story. With a smile on her face, very good. It saves me from wasting my breath. After listening to Li Tao's story, Yi Yan felt a little scared. This woman is so cruel. It's been a day and a night, and she only gave me a bottle of water and a plate of steamed bread. And I still have to do such high-intensity physical work. This is torturing people to death. Suddenly, a bottle of water, a steamed bun, and a chicken leg appeared in front of Li Tao. A woman's voice came. Well said. This is a reward for you. Li Tao's eyes lit up when he saw this. But LV Liang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Mine? Just as he finished asking, half a plate of steamed bread appeared in front of him. Exactly the same as yesterday. This? LV Liang looked at Li Tao's food, then at his own food, and immediately felt dissatisfied. You didn't do anything. It's good to have food. Remember, only good performance can lead to a good life in the future. LV Liang looked at Li Tao unwillingly. Li Tao saw his gaze, grabbed the steamed buns and chicken legs in one hand, held the mineral water in the other hand, and quickly ran to the side. The posture of protecting food is clearly visible. LV Liang stood up. We are all comrades in arms. We share happiness and difficulties. Can you give me some? Li Tao ate the steamed bun with big mouthfuls, and looked at him with squinting eyes. Why? Who told you not to behave well? The posture was completely like a child who wanted to please his parents. And Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. LV Liang saw that the negotiation failed, and Li Tao was about to finish the steamed bun and chicken leg. So he grabbed Li Tao's steamed bun. Li Tao was unable to dodge, and was snatched away by him. He was furious. He stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth, stood up and rushed over. The two men immediately fought together, and the newly turned soil on the ground became flat. The two men were completely exhausted and stopped fighting. LV Liang struggled to crawl towards the half plate of steamed bread. Half a steamed bread was not enough to fill his stomach, but this thing could at least fill his stomach. Who knew that the plate of steamed bread would automatically come to Li Tao? The voice of the female devil sounded again. Robbery in public. You will be punished by not eating for a day. LV Liang's face turned green. If he didn't eat for a day after doing such a hard physical labor, he felt that he couldn't hold on. Li Tao, holding the steamed bread that belonged to LV Liang in one hand, and holding a bottle of mineral water in the other, sat on the black soil and showed off. After eating and drinking, Li Tao stood up and knelt down on his knees facing the cabin. Goddess. Oh! No! Lady, I am willing to surrender. I, Li Tao, will be your man in my life and your ghost in my death. If I have any second thoughts, I will be abandoned by both humans and gods. At this time, Yi Xian found a line of words automatically appeared in his mind. A surrendered person. Name, Li Tao. Gender, male. Age, 28 years old. Occupation, mercenary. Full-time bodyguard. Specialty, shooting. Accurate headshot at a distance of 300 meters. Loyalty, 5 stars. Yi Xian looked at Li Tao again, and a small red heart was floating above his head, shaking constantly with his movements. Yi Xian was delighted. He said, I accept your surrender. From now on, this place will be temporarily managed by you. Vegetables, food, and all materials can be taken as needed, and no waste is allowed. There are building materials over there. You can choose a place to build your own house. In addition, here is Yunnan Baiyao, which can heal your injuries, if you have second thoughts. Before Yi Xian finished speaking, Li Tao took over the conversation. If you have second thoughts, let the mistress deal with you. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Yes. You will not be forced to work in the future. As for Lu Liang, continue to work. As soon as the words fell, Yi Yan was surprised to find that Lu Liang, who had been unable to sit steadily, actually stood up staggeringly, picked up the tools on the ground and began to turn the soil. Yi Yan opened his mouth in surprise. This is fatal. He will be exhausted to death and starved to death. Li Tao looked at LV Liang turning the soil again and again, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. Fortunately, I know the times. A man who knows the times is a hero. Just like this guy. No one will feel sorry for him even if he works himself to death. Yi Yan, have you thought about it? Do you want to surrender directly? Or try LV Liang's experience? Yi Yan trembled all over, and the woman who kicked him flashed in his mind. She was just an ordinary woman. Why did she have such a skill? He gritted his teeth. If you want me to accept it, you have to kill me. Seeing this, Li Tao couldn't help shaking his head. Another guy who won't cry until he sees the coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yan picked up Li Tao's shovel, walked to Lu Liang, and silently turned the soil. He couldn't help but worship again. Thank you, mistress. Now he doesn't need to be controlled. In this neither cold nor hot climate, he can do whatever he wants. Isn't this much better than freezing outside? Thinking of this, Li Tao quickly ran to the board house, poured the Yunnan Baiyao that Yi Xian left for him on his hands, and wrapped it tightly with gauze. Then he began to choose building materials and build his own small house. Yi Xian moved his mind out of the space and walked to the window. At this time, there were 2 more men in black outside. The replacement was so fast. Yi Xian silently gave Gu Qingyu a point in his heart. It seemed that he was also a capable person. Su Jing came over with difficulty, holding a bundle of firewood. The 2 men in black looked at Su Jing, then lowered their heads and said something. Su Jing seemed to have seen nothing, and continued to walk forward with the firewood in her arms. Just as Yi Xian was about to help her open the security door, she suddenly saw Jiang Chao rushing out from somewhere. He hugged Su Jing tightly, and kept nudging Su Jing's face with his stinky mouth. Su Jing screamed and dodged. Jiang Chao hugged Su Jing tightly. Stinky bitch. You actually hooked up with the Bai family's pretty boy in such a short time. Eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, and completely ignoring my life or death. Today I will let you know that I, Jiang Chao, am not someone to be trifled with. Su Jing shouted loudly, help! Help! Countless heads stuck out of the window, but no one wanted to go down to help. Yi Xian was anxious, and she put on her down jacket. Gritting her teeth in anger, Jiang Chao, you bastard. This time, I will let you experience the feeling of being unable to live or die. Before Yi Xian could change her shoes, a gunshot suddenly came from downstairs. Yi Xian was startled. Su Jing shot? Or did Jiang Chao shoot Su Jing to death out of shame and anger? Yes, mother, who was standing in front of the window, was also stunned when she looked out the window. She stood there blankly. Xin, come quickly. Yi Xian didn't care that her shoes were not put on yet, and ran towards the window in 3 steps. Jiang Chao was lying on the snow downstairs, with a deep red body, while Su Jing was running towards the apartment building quickly with firewood in her arms. The 2 men in black walked up to Jiang Chao with guns in their hands, and kicked him hard with their feet. Dead? Another man in black squatted down, touched Jiang Chao's carotid artery, nodded and said, "Dead." Then he smiled and teased, "Your shooting skills are good. You have made great progress." The man in black kicked Jiang Chao again while cursing, and picked up the walkie-talkie to say something. Chapter 62. Su Jing's voice came from Yi Xian's intercom. Xian, Xian. Xian, Xian. Open the door for me. Yi Xian rushed to the door, turned off the power, and helped Su Jing open the security door. Su Jing was out of breath. Xian, Xian, Xian. Don't go out. Yi Xian took the firewood from her hand. Don't be afraid. I saw it all. It's okay. It's okay. Yi Xian took Su Jing back to her home and poured her a cup of hot water. Su Jing took the cup of water with trembling hands, looking at Yi Xian's clothes and the shoes on her feet that had not been changed. I'm sorry. I made you worry. Yi Xian looked at her feet and smiled. I haven't left yet. Have I? What are we saying sorry to each other? But why did the man in black save you? Su Jing paused with her cup of water. Save me? Didn't he want to kill me? Yi Xian was also stunned. At that time, Su Jing was hugged tightly by Jiang Chao, and she was changing shoes at the door. She didn't see whether the man in black wanted to save her or kill her. Were all the people on the 18th floor targeted? The man in black didn't want to save Su Jing, but wanted to kill her. But the bullet was blocked by the unlucky Jiang Chao. She looked at her mother, who also shook her head, indicating that she didn't see it clearly either. Yi Xian hugged Su Jing and comforted her. Okay. Let's not go out for the time being. If you are really cold, come to my house to sleep at night. Su Jing shook her head. No need. Just help me charge it. Su Jing brought out a set of large-capacity batteries from home. This is what Bai Bing and I found. We can use the electric blanket at night after it is fully charged. Yi Xian did not comment and took the batteries to the balcony to charge. Yi's mother brought out the food. Jing. Stay for dinner today. Su Jing shook her head. No. Auntie. I have food at home. I will come back to bother you if it's not enough. Xin. Who are these people? Why are they targeting us? Is it just because we found a lot of supplies? Yi Xian looked at Su Jing, not knowing how to explain. In fact, Su Jing still had a question in her mind. Why are these people's clothes so familiar? She seemed to have seen them somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Su Jing insisted on returning to 1802 despite Yi Xian's attempts to keep her. Su Jing locked her door and collapsed on the sofa. Today was too thrilling. As long as she couldn't survive, she would never step out of the door again. It was snowing outside, but many people still went out in the wind and snow. Even if you can't find food, it's good to find some firewood. Yi Xian looked at the two dishes on the table. One was hot and sour potato shreds, and the other was cabbage stewed with vermicelli, without any meat. Yi Xian took out a plate of braised pork and a plate of sweet and sour fish from the space. For dishes were enough for the family. At this time, in the Gu family compound in the east of the city, Gu Qingyu got angry again. Waste. Where did that person come from? Why did he protect the family on the 18th floor? A man in black bowed his head and thought for a moment, then said, Master Qing, I seem to know that person. It turns out that he lives on the mountain in the south of the city. According to the description of the people who came back, he was the one who rescued the girl in the alley last time. Should we? Gu Qingyu seemed to remember something, and suddenly raised his head and said, The man who massacred the bar last time? The man in black nodded. It should be him. Gu Qingyu sat down on the sofa dejectedly, rubbing his forehead with one hand. I knew that killing that man would cause trouble. But the old man? Now we are bitten by him. What should we do? Suddenly, he stood up angrily. No poison. No man. A Chang. No matter what method you use, kill him at all costs. The man in black turned around and tried to leave, but was stopped by Gu Qingyu. Think of a way to invite the young lady back. A Chang was stunned. Mr. Qing. Gu Qingyu waved his hand. I know what you want to say. Go ahead. I take responsibility if anything goes wrong. A Chang looked at him deeply and turned to leave the room. Gu Qingyu felt his head hurt even more. After lunch, Yi Xian took away the dishes and sank his thoughts into space again. LV Liang was already exhausted. If he continued to work, Yi Xian could not guarantee that he would not die suddenly. So he lifted his mandatory order. LV Liang lay on the ground, panting heavily. watching Li Tao busy building his house in the distance. He tried twice but failed to stand up smoothly. Yi Xian's voice rang out, "LV Liang. Do you have anything to say?" LV Liang opened his mouth, but felt his throat was dry, without any water, and he couldn't even say a word. Yi Xian showed mercy, and threw a bottle of mineral water in front of him. LV Liang was not polite. He grabbed it, unscrewed the lid and drank it all. Yi Xian watched him finish the bottle of water, staring at Li Tao in the distance without blinking. And she did not urge him, because she knew that people with strong wills, like Lu Liang, were generally principled. And it was not easy to subdue him. By the same token, once such a person was subdued, his loyalty would be the highest. There was a new message on the system message board, and Yi Xian hurried to check it. The system displayed, "The first surrendered person will be rewarded with a citizen gift package. Please click to receive it. The validity period is 48 hours. And there are currently 45 hours left." It turned out that it was there when Li Tao surrendered. It's just that she never noticed it. Yi Xian clicked receive without hesitation, and the system displayed a line of words. Subject gift pack, 1 intermediate body strengthening pill. Subject space territory, 200 square meters, can be used to build subjects' houses. Can be planted, and can be increased as the number of subjects increases. Subject training ground, 1,000 square meters, can be used to train subjects. Cannot be planted, and can be increased as the number of subjects increases. A brand new cabin. The space inside can be upgraded. Time is still, and it cannot be entered. 3 bags of seeds. Wheat seeds, corn seeds and cabbage seeds. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Her cabin was already full, and after collecting the subjects, she actually had another cabin. This was a pleasant surprise. It seems that she still needs to collect more subjects. This subject territory is behind the grove, and Yi Xian can check it with her consciousness. Yi Xian called Li Tao over and asked him to build a house in the subject territory, and told him that he could also cultivate fields there, and the grain he grew would be his own except for paying 40% of the harvest. Yi Xian also gave the 3 packets of seeds to Li Tao. Li Tao was so happy that he didn't care about the small wooden house that had just been built and ran to the back of the woods. At this time, he also understood this side of the woods was the territory of the mistress, and the other side belonged to him. When he passed by Lu Liang, he looked at Lu Liang's pale and haggard face, was silent for a moment, and sat down. Chapter 63. Lu Liang stared at him, but Li Tao pretended not to see him and sighed, "Brother." Lu Liang knew what he wanted to do and turned his back on him. Li Tao was not angry either. He picked up a stone and a dirt clod from the ground and held them in his hands. "We were comrades in arms before, and we are still comrades now. To be honest, we are closer than brothers. We have a lifelong friendship." Lu Liang continued to turn his back. "Traitor. Don't talk to me. If I wasn't so hungry that I couldn't move, I would beat you to a pulp." Li Tao laughed. "Do you think we are noble? You won't forget how Master Qing made his fortune, right?" Lu Liang didn't say anything. A man of insight is a hero. We fled from our original employer and chose Master Qing. Wasn't it to save our lives? Lu Liang lowered his head, and the past events came to his mind vividly. Yes. That employer was too cruel. Just because he suspected the 2 brothers, he forced them to die on the front line, completely disregarding their friendship for many years. Ha ha. That's right. For people like them, mercenaries are just tools in their hands. How can there be any friendship? They were forced to choose Gu Qingyu, just because Gu Qingyu gave them a bite to eat and saved their lives. It is precisely because of this that he, Lu Liang, does not want to be a treacherous person again and cannot betray Gu Qingyu. However, Lu Liang also knows that Gu Qingyu is the same as the previous employer, and he saved them just to use them. Seeing Lu Liang lowering his head and not speaking, Li Tao knew what he was thinking. He patted his shoulder and said, "Think about it. Although the heroine is not a good person, she will not harm the lives of innocent people, nor will she disregard human ethics for money." He stretched out his hands. "Now we are this piece of dirt, and the heroine is this stone. What do you think will be the consequences of fighting against her? Don't you want to take revenge for the hatred of killing your son and taking your wife?" Hearing this, Lu Liang trembled all over, and his 2 bloody palms were immediately clenched tightly together. Li Tao stood up, patted his shoulder again, and went to the civilian area behind the woods. Half a plate of steamed bread and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of LV Liang. And a woman's voice came, "It seems that you are not a heartless person. Eat. I show you something when you're full." LV Liang didn't care about anything else. Grabbed the food and stuffed it into his mouth. When she finished eating, Yi Xian threw him a tablet. "There is a movie in it. You can watch it. And you don't have to work for the rest of the day." When Lu Liang heard that he didn't have to work anymore, his eyes lit up. He looked up and saw Yi Yan still working hard not far away, and shook his head. Li Tao is right. She is not a pushover. Yi Xian moved her consciousness out of the space, took out her tablet, and started practicing close combat with the video on it. Now her strength, speed and explosive power have reached a level that ordinary people can't reach after the improvement of the body strengthening pill. But she still needs to practice more in this fighting skill. Now she has no problem dealing with ordinary people. If she encounters a professional, no matter how good her physical strength and speed are, she will only be slaughtered. That's why she had to run away when facing 4 men in black. Xian and Ye's mother also practiced together until they were sweating profusely. Yi Xian wiped her sweat with a towel. "Dad, when will you teach us how to shoot?" Ye's father was working hard on the sandbag, which he hit high and paused in the air for a moment before falling down. Ye's father turned around and said, "Tomorrow, when Su Jing calms down, we will start." Yi Xian was worried about Su Jing's condition and knocked on Su Jing's door. At this time, Su Jing was also working hard on the sandbag. Although her strength was insufficient, her movements were very standard. It seemed that Bai Bing had taught her well. Xin, what's the matter?" Su Jing just looked back at Yi Xian and continued to stare at the sandbag. Hee. Ha. The sound kept coming, making Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Su Jing looked weak, but she was unexpectedly strong at the critical moment. As long as she didn't give up, Yi Xian had the confidence to keep her friend in this doomsday. "My dad said that he would teach us how to shoot a gun tomorrow. So you should get ready. Take it easy today, or you won't be able to pick up a gun tomorrow." Su Jing kicked the sandbag again, panting, and stopped. "Really? That's great. Xin, you don't know? There are more people outside now. And there are more robberies and murders. We can learn to use guns, and we can have more protection." Su Jing glanced out the window. "And those people, what do you think they do? If they are interested in our supplies, why are they always guarding down there? Shouldn't they come up to rob?" Yi Xian didn't say anything, which was exactly what she was confused about. Although they didn't get any advantage last time, with their manpower, it was only a matter of time for them to rush up. And she, Yi Xian, couldn't stop them at all. Why did they have to stay outside in this heavy snow and never attack? Su Jing shook her head. "Xin, let Auntie go to see Bai Bing when you have time. He is seriously injured. If those people come in to rob, I'm afraid our two families can't stand it." Yi Xian nodded. "Bai Bing's mother has already gone to see my mother, and will help him change the dressing tomorrow morning." Looking at Su Jing's rosy cheeks, even in the end of the world, her face is still full of collagen, as if she is still living in a prosperous era. It seems that Bai Bing takes good care of his teammate. Yi Xian teased, "You are not really interested in him, are you?" Su Jing blushed. "Don't talk nonsense. It's not certain whether he will like me. It's confirmed." Yi Xian didn't say anything else. Compared with Yang Chao, Bai Bing is simply the Prince Charming in women's dreams. Knowing Kung Fu, being capable, and caring, it was reasonable for Su Jing to like him. Seeing that Su Jing was fine, Yi Xian wanted to go home. At this time, there was a knock on Su Jing's door. Su Jing looked through the cat's eye and quickly opened the door. Xian, are you here to see your mother?" Xian blinked his big eyes. "Auntie, I'm here to see my mother. Grandma asked my mother to go home to work." After hearing this, Su Jing laughed. "Xin, your mother asked you to go home to work?" Yi Xian saw a different look on her son's tense face. It was definitely not just her mother asking him to work. She grabbed Xian's hand and said, "Let's go home and work." Su Jing smiled and sent them off. She sighed. "If I had listened to Xin, it would have been great to go home and see my parents. I wouldn't be living alone outside and encountering this damn apocalypse. As long as the family is together, what's there to be afraid of in the apocalypse? We can die together at worst." Fortunately, she still had her friend Yi Xian, so she didn't give up. Xian closed the door and immediately said to Yi Xian, "Mom, hurry up and find a way to get that weird uncle out." Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? He's in that building. We can't contact him. The little white mouse ran over, squeaking, looking very anxious. Chapter 64. Xian said seriously, Little White Mouse found that several suspicious people went to that building, and they buried a lot of explosives around the building. Yi Xian's eyes widened immediately. Explosives? What do they want to do? The building had been burned before, and there were only a few families living there except for those who really had nowhere to go. Why would anyone want to blow up the building? Xian said again, according to Little White Mouse. That group of people are likely to be accomplices with this group of men in black. It said that they smell very similar. Yi Xian was even more confused. Isn't their target me? Why did they blow up the building? If they wanted revenge because Meng Jinghan killed their people, they wouldn't blow up the building and let so many people die with him. If they were really so cruel, why was it so different on my side? Xian urged, Mom, think of a solution quickly. Little White Mouse said that they will finish burying them soon. If it's any later, it may be too late. Father Yi volunteered. I go. You guys wait at home. Yi Xian grabbed Father Yi. No. The black-clad men downstairs are watching closely. What if they shoot at you again if you go out? Besides, those who buried the explosives are still nearby. If you go out, they will be alerted. Father Yi was a little anxious. What should we do? He has saved Xin twice. We can't just stand by and watch him die. Yi Xian sank his thoughts into space and took out a nail gun from it. Dad, can you shoot from here into the window on the 5th floor opposite? Father Yi stared at the nail gun for a long time. This nail gun should be the best one on the market. But the range of this thing is limited, and the wind outside is strong, so he can't guarantee it. Father Yi shook his head and said, I'm not sure. There is no other way now. So he has to give it a try. Yi Xian cut a piece of cowhide and wrote 2 big words on it. Run. Open the window of his house, and let Father Yi aim at the window on the 5th floor opposite. Father Yi's level is still good. The bullet successfully hit the glass on the 5th floor opposite. But the glass did not break. It didn't break. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Meng Jinghan was a vigilant person. He heard the unusual noise, and quickly came to check. Nothing. Yi Xian waved a big red cloth in her hand, hoping to attract his attention. Meng Jinghan stood on the balcony and watched for a long time, but couldn't find the source of the sound. So he had to look outside. The man in black was still waiting downstairs. He instinctively looked up at 1801, which was the woman's home. She said her name was Yi Xian. For some reason, he had a special feeling for that woman since the first time they met. Suddenly, Meng Jinghan's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian was waving at him from the window, holding a large red cloth in her hand. She is in danger. This was Meng Jinghan's first reaction. Damn it! Last time he told her to call out if she had any problems. But he forgot that these men in black were coming for her. And she couldn't even leave the house. He couldn't hear her cries for help. Thinking of this, Meng Jinghan pushed open the window, not caring that it was the 5th floor, and jumped down directly from the building. At this moment, Meng Jinghan suddenly heard a deafening sound, and a strong force came from behind, pushing him forward a long way. Meng Jinghan, who could have landed safely, was unstable under the impact of the air wave, and rolled on the ground for several rounds before he stood up. He turned around and looked behind him. His eyes widened, and he was covered in cold sweat. Right behind him, the building he had just jumped off had disappeared. It had become a pile of ruins on the ground, and he was just standing next to the ruins. If it weren't for Yi Xian, he would have been crushed under the ruins. It turned out that the sound was made by her. The red cloth was not asking for help. But warning, Yi Xian saved him again. Looking up, he could no longer see Yi Xian. Without hesitation, Meng Jinghan rushed to the 18th floor. Meng Jinghan rushed to the 18th floor in one breath, looking at the iron door in front of him. He knew he couldn't touch this door. How could he lure Yi Xian out? After thinking for a moment, Meng Jinghan simply shouted loudly, Yi Xian! Yi Xian! Open the door! Yi Xian opened the door and saw Meng Jinghan standing in the corridor. And she was relieved immediately. Not bad. Quite smart. You even knew to jump down directly. You knew the building was going to collapse? Yi Xian nodded. I received news that the group was going to blow up the building, and the target should be you. Luckily you ran fast. Meng Jinghan's behavior was unexpected. He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands and said, Ming Mao Ming rescued Miss Ming. And I have no way to repay you. Ming Mao is willing to protect Miss Ming at all times. And I will go through fire and water. Yi Xian was startled by him. She jumped out in one step. You. Why are you still kneeling? Get up. You saved me. And I saved you. We are even. But Ming Jinghan knelt on the ground and refused to get up. People should be grateful. Here. Ming has no other ability but to protect the girl all the time. It seems that he will not get up unless you agree. Su Jing from 1802 came out. And the door of 1803 was also opened. Yes, father and mother followed behind. And Yi Xian was a little at a loss. Who would have thought that saving a person would bring trouble? Yi Xian's jade-like face showed a trace of embarrassment. This. I can't promise you this. Get up first. Listen to me. My house is already full of people. And I can't take you in anymore. Look. My parents have one room. Xianxian has one room. And I have one room. There is really no place to live. Ming Jinghan raised his head. I mean, just live in the corridor. I will never disturb the girl's life. This? Su Jing. Bai Bing and Bai's mother looked at each other. And then looked at Yi Xian in unison. Yi Xian was under even more pressure. No. No. This corridor is not mine. There are two neighbors here. Ming Jinghan frowned. This place is really bad. If it were in my house, with such a big yard, I could sleep anywhere I wanted. Father Yi looked at Ming Jinghan for a long time without saying anything. He turned around and said to Yi Xian, or, let him live on the 17th floor. Anyway, Mo Pingfei and the others can't come back. Yi Xian looked at Ming Jinghan, who nodded vigorously. Okay. I live wherever the girl says I should live. Yi Xian had concerns. And looked back at his father. What if the building was blown up because of him? When this sentence came out, everyone was silent. Yes. The building opposite had been burned by fire. And there were not many people inside. But this building was full of people. What if those people were so crazy that they blew up this building again? Yes, father shook his head. No. The reason why they dared not attack for a long time is definitely not because they are afraid of us. But because there are people in this building that they are afraid of. They are afraid of the consequences. So they dare not act recklessly. I think that letting Ming Jinghan live in this building can truly protect him. Chapter 65. Su Jing and Bai Bing looked at each other. Bai Bing nodded. My opinion is the same as my uncle's. I think it's okay. Bai Bing spoke up. And Bai's mother naturally had no objection. Su Jing was also a kind person. Since Ming Jinghan had saved Yi Xian's life, she naturally couldn't watch Ming Jinghan live on the streets. Everyone nodded in agreement. And Yi Xian had no choice but to agree. She opened the security door and reached out to help Ming Jinghan up. We agreed. Get up quickly. Come with me. And you will live here from now on. The security door of 1703 was pried open. But it was not broken. But the house was in a mess. Not to mention the food. Even the furniture was chopped up. Now only a coffee table and a TV cabinet are still intact. Because they are made of marble, and no one wants them. Looking at the bare walls of 1703, Yi Xian shook her head. I still have an unused small bed at home. I will move it to you when the time comes. As for food. Where are your sheep? Are they all lost in the mountains? Ming Jinghan shook his head. I brought them all here. And now they are buried in the ruins. Yi Xian, he is probably the first person to raise sheep at home. I will bring you some food later. Since you are following me, I cannot let you go hungry. Ming Jinghan smiled as he turned back while tidying up the broken furniture. I knew I followed the right person. But don't worry. I can still find food. Can you give me some vegetables? That night, Yi Xian saw Ming Jinghan go out. He put his hair on top of his head and put on a cotton hat he found out from somewhere. And his face was tightly wrapped with a scarf. Yi Xian smiled. It seemed that he also knew how to hide himself. Yi Xian was on duty in the first half of the night. She asked Xiaolang to guard the door. And she sank her consciousness into the space again. LV Liang was sitting on the ground crying. And while crying, he beat his body and head fiercely. Yi Xian knew that the fire was almost ready. What do you think after reading this? Yi Xian's voice sounded faintly. LV Liang raised his head suddenly. His eyes were red. And his hands were clenched into fists. Looking like he was about to go crazy. Tell me. This isn't true. This isn't true. He roared angrily. like a mad beast, but couldn't find a way to vent. Yi Xian's voice was still indifferent, whether it's true or not. I believe you have already made your own judgment. Why bother to deceive yourself? LV Liang knelt on the ground, holding his hair with both hands and roaring, "No! This isn't what I did. I didn't do it." It turned out that Yi Xian gave him a video recording the story of a man who went from a wealthy family, a virtuous wife, and filial children, to a family ruined by drug abuse. At first, the man was a successful person, a company executive, with an annual salary of 1 million. His wife was beautiful and virtuous. His son was smart and cute, and his grades were excellent. Everything was so happy, as if the whole life was full of hope. LV Liang was also very happy, as if this was the life he longed for, and he was deeply happy for this man. However, everything was ruined by an indulgence, and the man took drugs. At first, he had savings, and everything did not collapse. He just hid it from his wife, and his expenses were getting bigger and bigger. Lu Liang began to worry about him, and secretly roared, "This stuff is ruining people. Stop it! Stop it!" However, the man did not listen to his voice, but became more and more addicted. He lost his job because of this. And finally all this was discovered by his wife. The wife begged him bitterly, "Stop drugs. My children and I still need you." The man nodded. However, every time he quit drugs, not long after, he started to take them again, until he had used up all the family property and sold the house. When his drug addiction attacked, his son was beaten to death by him, and his wife went crazy because of this. The man took out his last savings and smoked again, then jumped from a tall building. He was relieved, but Lu Liang was not relieved. Thinking of what he had done over the years, thinking of his wife and son, they were all addicted to drugs by drug dealers, in order not to be controlled by others. His wife took her son to commit suicide by drowning, but they were rescued by the group of people. His son was thrown into the water again and drowned, and his wife was taken away by them and sold to an unknown place. And he has been working hard for drug dealers all these years. At first, he wanted to lean on the big tree for shade, and when he had enough power, he would go and seek revenge on that person. However, over the years, he gradually realized that he was just a pawn for drug dealers to make money. His efforts would never make his power stronger. Even so, he still kept numbing himself, telling himself, "As long as I am loyal enough, all this will come true sooner or later." What is the truth? He himself knows how slim the hope is. Yi Xian's video gave him the final blow, allowing him to see the true face of those drug dealers and the harm of drugs. The scars were torn open with blood, which was an unbearable pain for Lu Liang. Yi Xian knew very well that if she wanted to break this man, it would be impossible to succeed by torturing him blindly, and the final result would only be a dead end. So, how can we best break a person's psychological defense? That is to let him look at the beauty and be destroyed by his own hands. Yi Xian asked Li Tao, from whom she learned about LV Liang's experience and weaknesses, and this video was carefully selected for him. As expected, after watching this video, he immediately collapsed. It was more effective than torturing him for several days. LV Liang cried enough, raised his head and looked at the sky. "I promise you. I promise to submit to you. But what can I get?" Yi Xian smiled gently. "You will get a chance to survive. And if you perform well enough, maybe you can also get a chance for revenge." LV Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you telling the truth?" Yi Xian's voice sounded faintly. "I can guarantee your chance of survival. As for whether you can take revenge, it depends on your own performance." LV Liang lowered his head and thought for a long time before kneeling down suddenly, raising 3 fingers and swearing, "I, LV Liang, am willing to submit to the mistress. From now on, I will only be loyal to the mistress. If I violate her, I will be abandoned by both humans and gods." Yi Xian's mind flashed a line of words. One person surrendered. Name, LV Liang. Gender, male. Age, 33 years old. Occupation, mercenary. Full-time bodyguard. Specialty, close combat. 5 ordinary men are not allowed to get close. Sniper. Can accurately kill from 1,000 meters away. Loyalty level, 5 stars. Yi Xian cheered. Great. At this time, looking at LV Liang again, a small red heart also appeared above his head, swaying with his movements. Yi Xian waved his hand. and a plate of stewed potatoes and 2 big white steamed buns appeared in front of him, with a bottle of mineral water next to them. Eat it. The same treatment as Li Tao. Go over there to find him when you are full, and build your own manor together. LV Liang didn't say anything, grabbed the steamed bun and took a big bite. When Yi Xian went to see the reward for the second subject, he was suddenly stunned. Chapter 66. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse, damn it! What a rip-off! After accepting this subject, Yi Xian's reward was only to increase the subject's territory by about 300 square meters. Nothing else. She didn't even want to give him a bag of vegetable seeds. There was no way. She had to solve all these problems by herself, because they were her subjects. Yi Yan, who was lying on the ground not far away, was watching all this. When he saw how Lu Liang was treated, he immediately shouted, my lady, I am willing to submit too. LV Liang looked back at him without saying anything, but turned his gaze to Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook her head. You are not really loyal. Your heart tells me. Yi Xian stood on the black soil, the wind blowing her long hair, and her gem-like eyes sparkled under her black hair. She pointed at Yi Yan, then at LV Liang and Li Tao, you, and them, all of you, whether you are truly loyal or not. You can't hide it from my eyes. You'd better not play tricks on me here. Gradually, her eyes became colder and colder, and her thin lips slightly opened, otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Yi Yan felt a chill in his heart. How could she know? Damn it! It seems that it is not so easy to get away with it. He looked at Yi Xian with burning eyes. Yi Xian ignored him, and waved her hand gently. Here, merits must be rewarded and faults must be punished. Since you dare to lie to me, then continue to work. I haven't eaten yet. Before he finished the sentence, Yi Yan stood up involuntarily. The black soil has almost been turned over, and the rest is to divide it into small plots and start planting vegetables and crops. Yi Yan is indeed very busy alone. Yi Xian has other ideas. What if I get a few more free laborers? Yi Xian walked out of the space, and her mother was preparing dinner at this time. Xin, do you have any meat? Cooking meat at home is too eye-catching. Yi Xian nodded and took out a large pot of braised pork ribs from the space. This was what she had just stewed in the space. The weather was cold, and eating more meat could replenish calories. Even though they were so careful, the 18th floor was still targeted. A group of people gathered in 502, discussing how to deal with the 18th floor. Brotherly, Mo Pengfei is missing, and our building has lost its leader. You should take the lead. That's right. Brotherly, when we chose the owner representative, we favored you. Who is Mo Pengfei? Brotherly, now you have been appointed in a critical situation, and you have to take care of the lives of your brothers. It was snowing heavily outside, and the snow was already above our heads. Even the door in the corridor could not be opened. People who went out to look for supplies stepped on wooden boards and moved carefully step by step. Even so, many people would fall into the snow and never climb out again. These people had suffered so much and didn't want to take risks again. Since there was endless food on the 18th floor, and since the 18th floor could accommodate others, why couldn't they help these neighbors? A fat middle-aged woman jumped up and shouted, that's right. Today they even took in a homeless person. I saw with my own eyes the woman in 1801, carrying a bag of rice and vegetables to that person. What time is it now? We don't even have food. Where do they get vegetables? The man called Brotherly is named Li Hong, 42 years old this year, and his children are in junior high school. Such a person has rich life experience. How could he not know what these people think? What do you mean by being entrusted with a task in a time of crisis? What did they choose him before? It's nothing more than wanting him to come forward at this time. He wanted to ignore it, but looking at his skinny child and wife in front of him, he could only grit his teeth and agree, this is everyone's idea. Don't let me rush forward alone when the time comes. Everyone heard it. Okay. Agree to him first, and then we talk about it later. Li Hong sighed. You all know it, right? The woman's husband and father-in-law live in this building. She doesn't even care about her own husband, so we can't have too much hope. The fat woman said, don't you know? The man who ran out of the hotel wrapped in a bed sheet was her husband. At that time, her husband was caught cheating by her, and took away their clothes and burned them. The man had no choice but to ask for help wrapped in a bed sheet. Think about it. Her husband is already like this. It's normal for her not to help. It's good enough that they are not enemies. The woman became more and more addicted. We are different. We are neighbors. We see each other every day. Maybe they will need us in the future. Don't you think? Brotherly. After hearing the woman's words, everyone nodded more happily, as if they had seen EXIN give them food, and they no longer had to go hungry. That's right. Brotherly. Don't hesitate. They must have food. If they really don't give it, we have more people, and can break down their door. Everything inside will belong to us. No one noticed that at this time. In a corner, a little white mouse saw everything. Before EXIN finished his meal, the little white mouse went back. It jumped onto the dining table and said to Xian, "Squeak! Squeak!" Xian raised his head from gnawing on a bone. "Mom, those people are restless again. They are planning how to pry open our door and rob our house." EXIN frowned. She had thought of this a long time ago. The snow was getting heavier, but the news of the completion of the base was delayed. These people were starving and had no hope. How could they not be tempted by this piece of fat meat? It seems that in addition to guarding against the black-clad men outside tonight, they also have to guard against the neighbors in this building. Meng Jinghan is back. I don't know what kind of kung fu he has learned, but he can walk on the thick snow as if it were flat ground. Even if he carries dry firewood in game, he only leaves a line of not very deep footprints on the snow. Leaving no footprints on the snow? EXIN looked at him and fell into deep thought. This person is not simple. With his ability, he can make a living anywhere? But why is he so determined to protect me? Could it be? EXIN was shocked by her own thoughts. If this is true, she must be on guard against this person from now on. EXIN was thinking when she heard a shout from outside the door. EXIN! EXIN! Open the door! It was Meng Jinghan's voice. EXIN opened the door and saw Meng Jinghan standing in the corridor with a hair in his hand. He raised the hair in his hand with a smile on his face. "Here. It's for you. Open the door quickly." EXIN looked at his excited face and did not open the door, but smiled and said, "I don't need it. Keep it for yourself." EXIN was actually afraid of his skills and didn't dare to approach him easily. But in Meng Jinghan's eyes, she looked different. Is she afraid that I won't have enough to eat? She sent me food and vegetables, and now she won't even accept the wild rabbit as a reward. Meng Jinghan wanted to say something, but he heard a noisy sound from downstairs. Someone is coming up, and there are quite a few people. EXIN was startled and understood immediately. It's the people that Xiao Baishu mentioned. It seems that there will be no peace today. Chapter 67. Meng Jinghan had sharp ears. Hearing the noise downstairs, he turned around abruptly, holding a hair in one hand and a long sword in the other, and stood in front of the security door on the 18th floor with his legs slightly apart. The moment before, he was still smiling when facing EXIN, but now he seemed to be a different person, with a face full of frost that was colder than the weather outside. EXIN stood still, led by Li Hong. More than a dozen people rushed upstairs in a mighty manner. Before he got close, he saw Meng Jinghan standing in front of him with a ferocious look on his face. When he met his eyes, Li Hong's heart suddenly seemed to fall into an ice cellar. This person is so scary. Maybe they won't even see the food today, and will be defeated by this person. Li Hong grinned and showed a smile. This is EXIN from 1801. Ms. Yi? EXIN didn't move or speak, just wanted to see how he performed. Seeing that EXIN ignored him, Li Hong smiled again. Hee. My name is Li Hong. Isn't it Mo Pengfei who is missing? Everyone nominated me to be the new representative. And please cooperate with me. Ms. Yi. EXIN said coldly. If it's just to notify you of this matter, then I know. Please go back. Li Luzhong. Li Hong was naturally unwilling to go back like this. Even if he couldn't reach EXIN's food, didn't the man in front of him still have a hair in his hand? It seems that this rabbit is not short of food, and it is growing fat and plump. It's like this. Niece. An old man in his 50s said, Look. It's snowing so hard outside. We really can't find anything to eat. Please give us some food. Niece. We are not greedy. Just enough for one meal. Let us take our time. We will go out and find food by ourselves. After hearing this, EXIN frowned. Who is your eldest niece? Don't claim relatives without any reason. In this environment, who doesn't lack food? We also eat porridge 3 times a day, counting the rice grains as they go into the pot. She turned to look at Li Hong, representatively. Since everyone trusts you so much, shouldn't you set an example and lead us to have enough food together? The ball was easily kicked to Li Hong. Li Hong choked. This. If we really had no other options, we wouldn't have come to you for help. Look, we are neighbors living in the same building, so we see each other sooner or later. Besides, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, who doesn't have some difficulties and needs help from neighbors. The first sentence is reasonable, but the second sentence is a bit threatening. Yi Xian naturally didn't buy it. Before she could reply, she heard an old voice, brotherly. Are you threatening the girl? I dare not say anything else. But we haven't troubled the neighbors since we moved in. Right? And what about you? If you hadn't come to our door again and again, how could we have electrified our anti-theft door? That's right. Grandma is right. Su Jing also opened the door. If you hadn't harassed us day and night, how could we have electrified our front door? We even think it's troublesome. If we really don't have to worry about food and drink as you say, how could Grandma's son, Uncle Bai, still be missing for a bite of food? Yi Xian glanced at her. Su Jing had tears in her eyes, and continued, Yi Xian moved in late. But I, Su Jing, have lived here for several years. Which of your children has not been tutored by me? At that time, you said nice things, such as thank you, Teacher Su, and you will do your best if you have any problems in the future. Now I have only one request. Please leave here immediately. Give us a quiet life. Yi Xian saw that several people lowered their heads, and it was obvious that what Su Jing said was true. Suddenly, a shrill voice came from the crowd, which was obviously disguised. This voice shouted, Don't listen to their nonsense. They are all fat and strong even though they have no food. Are they afraid of us knocking on the door even though they have no food? It's obvious that they have food, and they want to watch you die without helping. This voice was hidden in the crowd. If he said less, Yi Xian would find it difficult to find him. But he said too much. It was hard for Yi Xian not to find him. This person was none other than her good ex-husband Gu Nan. At this time, Gu Nan was not only pale and thin, but also had a faint pale color under his eyes. Overindulgence? This was Yi Xinqi's first thought. Yi Xian pointed at Gu Nan and said, Do you think I can't see you if you hide? Gu Nan, if you are a man, stand up and let's talk it out. Gu Nan didn't respond and shrank back again. Meng Jing'an's eyes were sharp, and he saw this wretched man at a glance. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, he immediately understood, this man is Yi Xian's ex-husband. Meng Jing'an narrowed his eyes, and secretly remembered this person in his heart. Gu Nan's words still worked. The neighbor who had just felt guilty about Su Jing's words suddenly became active again. That's right. You are afraid of people knocking on the door when you have no food? My family can let neighbors in at will. If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on the door. That's right. My family can do it too. My family can do it too. My family has no problem either. If you really can't eat, who would be willing to give up this face to beg others? It's better not to go too far. Yi Xian knew this person. She was a housewife on the 7th floor. Fat, with a waist circumference of more than 4 feet. When Xiaolang saved Xian, this woman was shouting happily. She said that the community does not allow large dogs. What if they scare the children? Yi Xian remembered clearly that her electric tricycle was full of rice, flour, grain and oil. Yi Xian once thought that she was reborn, or got some news. Otherwise, who would hoard so much food? Not only that, when the rainstorm just started, she went out to buy a lot of supplies. Yi Xian and Su Jing had seen all this. Would such a crisis-conscious woman be short of food? Yi Xian would never believe it. Yi Xian pointed at her and smiled gently. And Zhang, why are you here too? You look fat and strong. And you don't look like someone who is short of food. If I remember correctly, before the natural disaster came, you brought several carts of food home. You finished eating so quickly? Don't deny it. Have you forgotten that Su Jing and I helped you carry it home? Swish. All eyes were on her. The fat woman was at a loss. You are talking nonsense. We haven't eaten for several days. If there is food, who would come here to suffer? I think you just don't want to borrow it. And you are looking for an excuse to divert everyone's attention. The woman sniffed hard. Do you smell it? It smells like meat. They still have meat to eat. Pry open this door, and we will taste what meat tastes like. As she said that, she pushed Meng Jing'an away and wanted to rush up. Chapter 68. Meng Jinghan stood still, holding his sword horizontally, and said coldly, "Whoever wants to pass through here has to get past me. Come on!" The fat woman desperately pulled Meng Jinghan's arm, but Meng Jinghan didn't move at all. The fat woman was anxious, and turned back and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? He is just one person, and there are more than a dozen of us? Everyone can drown him with a spit. Go!" Several desperate men rushed up. Meng Jinghan's arm shook, and the woman holding his arm flew far away. He hit the wall hard, bounced off the wall, and fell to the ground, rolling several times before he stabilized his body. The screams of women, the exclamations of the crowd, and the angry shouts of men suddenly rang out, facing the neighbors rushing up. Meng Jinghan was not polite, and several people were injured with a swing of his long sword. All this failed to scare away the remaining people. I don't know who took out a gun and shot Meng Jinghan. Yi Xian was quick-witted and shouted, "Be careful." As soon as the voice fell, a gunshot rang out. Meng Jinghan groaned, and blood spurted out. Shoulder injury. If it weren't for Yi Xian's shout, the place where he was shot would not be the shoulder, but the heart. Meng Jinghan was injured, and the long sword in his hand swung again. This time he was not polite. The two men who rushed up fell to the ground immediately, and blood flowed from their necks. Meng Jinghan stood guard at the security door without moving, and his cold voice sounded again. "I said, if you want to rush up, you have to get past me first. What is killing without blinking an eye? This is it." That scene was more shocking than the shooting. Then, another gunshot was heard. This time, it was not Meng Jinghan who was injured, but the man who had just fired the gun. The man groaned and fell to the ground without moving. Yi Xian looked back and saw that Ye's father was holding a pistol in his hand. He shook his head and said, "I'm still not good at it. In the past, I could have shot him in the head." Su Jing and Bai Bing looked at each other. "Oh my god. I didn't expect he had such a skill. With such a person around, they will be more secure." Li Hong squatted down and touched the man. His face changed immediately. "Li Ming. Li Ming." The man did not respond. Li Hong's eyes shot out a vicious look. In broad daylight, in the clear sky, you dare to kill people in public. Do you really think there is no law in this world? Yi Xian also took out a pistol, this time aiming at Li Hong. "So what? If you have the guts, go sue me. Otherwise, go down and accompany him." As he said that, Yi Xian also fired a shot. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's shooting skills were so bad that I didn't know where the shot flew to. Anyway, it didn't hit anyone. But the deterrent effect of this shot was not small. When the neighbors saw that they really dared to kill people, and that the father and daughter had guns in their hands, and there was a cold-faced killer standing in front of them, who would dare to approach them, one person turned around, and it was like the domino effect was activated, and the corridor suddenly became a mess. You pushed and shoved me, fearing that you would run a step slower and be caught up and killed. The fat woman was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Everyone stepped on her mercilessly, and she screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. Yi Xian watched the group of people go downstairs, then opened the security door and let Meng Jinghan in. No matter what, this person was injured today to protect the interests of the 18th floor, and Yi Xian couldn't just sit back and watch. Ye's mother had already taken away everything that couldn't appear in the room, and Ye's father stood beside Yi Xian and was always alert. His daughter was right. This person was indeed strange. Although he had saved his daughter twice, and although he said that he and the drug dealers were irreconcilable, he still didn't know whether there was any element of self-torture in this. Meng Jinghan sat on the sofa in the living room, looking around the house. This house was not luxurious, and even looked a little shabby, except that the fire in the fireplace was burning, and the children were playing nearby. Ye's mother took out the gauze and utensils, cut open his clothes to help him deal with the wound, all of which was so warm that he couldn't help but relax. Ye's mother's movements were so gentle that he didn't even feel any pain. And then he heard Ye's mother say, "Okay, the anesthetic will wear off in a while, and it may be a little painful. Don't use force on this hand recently." Meng Jinghan nodded, picked up the hair on the ground, and handed it to Yi Xian again. "This is for you, as a thank you for taking me in, and thank you for the food and vegetables." This time Yi Xian was not polite, took the hair and handed it to Ye's father, and smiled. "We can improve the food today. Braised or spicy?" Xian shouted at the side. "Spicy." Spicy. I like spicy food. Ming Jinghan glanced at Xian and smiled. Spicy rabbit meat. Uncle is better. Do you want to go to Uncle's place to eat? Xian didn't dare to agree and looked at Yi Xian. In Yi Xian's eyes, this cold-faced killer who would wipe people's necks at any time, at this moment, smiled more like a big bad wolf with bad intentions. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You were injured today, so eat less spicy food. You were injured to protect us. How can I have the nerve to let the children go to your place to eat and drink? Let's talk about it later when there is a chance." Ming Jinghan's eyes dimmed for a moment. She seemed to be on guard against him. Why was that? If she really wanted to guard against me, why did she save me? Ming Jinghan was puzzled. Forget it. Time will tell. There is still a long way to go. After seeing Ming Jinghan off, Yi Xian found that he stared at her for a long time after walking out of the security door in the corridor. Finally, Yi Xian returned to the room and closed the door. Mother Yi looked at her daughter with a strange expression. What's wrong? Yi Xian sighed. Mom, do you think this Ming Jinghan is a little strange? Ye's mother didn't react. But Ye's father spoke up. Xin is right. You shouldn't have the intention to harm others. But you must be on guard against others. Father Yi pointed to the snow outside and said, Look at the snow outside. A normal person would fall into the snow pile, and can't climb out if he stepped on it. Just now, he was carrying dry firewood and game, and he was able to walk briskly on the snow. Just like what martial arts novels say about stepping on snow without leaving any traces. Yi Xian looked at her father. Her father's observation skills were much better than hers, and she was willing to listen to his opinions. If it doesn't work, just throw Ming Jinghan into the space as free labor. But seeing how he can persist on the mountain, it may be more difficult to train him than that Lu Liang. Father Yi continued, but, according to my observation, he doesn't seem to be in the same group with those men in black. Behavior may be disguised, but eyes and unconscious body movements cannot be concealed. I believe in my judgment. Xin, is the little white mouse back? Why don't you let it keep an eye on Ming Jinghan? Yi Xian shook her head. The little white mouse followed the men in black to the drug dealer's base camp, and it will probably take a few days to come back. Mother Yi stood in front of the window and looked outside. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something and shouted, Xin, come quickly. Chapter 69. Yi Xian and Ye's father rushed to the window. The man in black who was standing outside disappeared. Yi Xian and Ye's father looked at each other. What happened? Just then, there was a strange sound from the balcony window. Someone climbed up. To be precise, someone climbed to the roof. The people who climbed up to Yi Xian's window were all hanging with ropes and controlled by the people above. And they had guns in their hands. It seemed that they couldn't wait any longer, and they didn't dare to attack from the corridor. So they had to take the risk of breaking in through the window. Yi Xian's glass is the best bulletproof glass on the market. It is said that bullets will not leave any marks on it. So it is not easy for these people to get in. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. Together with Ye's father, each holding a pistol, they stood guard in front of the window. The man in black fired a shot at the glass. Then he widened his eyes in surprise. How could this happen? Why is it bulletproof glass? Then, she took out the engineer shovel and smashed it at the glass. Yi Xian left Ye's father here to guard, and turned around and ran out. She climbed up to the attic in one breath. There was a small window in the attic, and there was no bulletproof glass. Yi Xian looked at the safety rope swinging outside the window, and cut the rope with a knife without any courtesy. Then she looked at the man in black who was smashing the glass, and fell straight down, like a wounded bird. Ming Jinghan's voice came from outside. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Open the door. Yi Xian ignored him. And there was still a man in black smashing their glass. It was a pity that he couldn't reach the angle to cut the rope, although their glass can block such impact. Yi Xian felt distressed. She spent a lot of money to install this. What if it is broken? Hearing Ming Jinghan's voice, Su Jing opened the door. What's wrong? Why are you here again? Ming Jinghan looked anxious. Someone is smashing Yi Xian's window. Su Jing was training and heard some noises, but she didn't expect that Yi Xian was being attacked. She immediately ran to knock on Yi Xian's door. Auntie Yi. Auntie Yi. Are you okay? Open the door. I'm Su Jing. Ming Jinghan was anxious. You are useless. People are on the roof. Let me in. I can deal with them. Su Jing had seen Meng Jinghan's skills, so she naturally had no doubts, and pointed the passage to the roof to Meng Jinghan. But Meng Jinghan did not enter Yi Xian's house, but ran to the roof. The snow on the roof was very deep, and 5 men in black were gathered on the roof, with safety ropes tied around their waists, connecting them to the men in black below. They stood near the edge of the roof, pulling the rope with both hands, controlling the actions of the men in black below. In order to prevent themselves from falling, they tied another rope around their waists, and the other end of the rope was firmly tied to the pillar on the roof, so that they would not be dragged down by their companions. Meng Jinghan stood at the door of the roof, watching all this coldly. Haha. Good skills. He held a long sword in his hand, and approached the black-clothed man step by step. The long sword reflected the snow light, forcing people to open their eyes. His cold tone was more like a death warrant, without a trace of warmth. I just don't know if you have ever thought about whether you can save your own life. The 5 men in black looked at each other, and 3 of them loosened the ropes in their hands, took out their pistols, and pointed them at Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan knew how powerful this thing was, and the moment the gunshot rang out, he had already rushed to the side of one of the men in black. The long sword swung out, and the pistol of the man in black fell to the ground, and his body fell softly. The other 2 men in black immediately adjusted their direction, and shot at Meng Jinghan again. The roof was very slippery, and Meng Jinghan turned around suddenly, unable to control his body, and fell heavily into the snow. It was also because of this that he barely avoided the second shooting. The 2 men in black saw that they could not hurt him, so they untied the ropes hanging on their comrades, leaving only the ropes tied to the pillars, and rushed towards Meng Jinghan. 2 against 1. The men in black were also very skilled, and with the protection of the ropes, they were more relaxed than Meng Jinghan. For a while, Meng Jinghan could not do anything to them. There was another crash downstairs, and he was anxious. If Yi Xian's house was attacked, their whole family would be killed. He gritted his teeth, regardless of his own safety, and attacked the other 2 men in black on the edge of the roof. As long as he killed them, the men in black would not be able to stay in front of the glass of Yi Xian's house smoothly, and he could slowly deal with the rest. Meng Jinghan's speed was more than twice as fast as the men in black, and he was determined to kill the 2 men regardless of anything. Before the men in black fighting with him could react, Meng Jinghan had already reached the edge of the roof. The long sword was swung out, and one person's head flew high. He rolled downstairs, seeing the other 2 people coming to kill him. Meng Jinghan had no choice but to throw out his long sword and stab the other person in the back. At the same time, he turned around and fought with the other 2 people with his bare hands. As Meng Jinghan dealt with the 2 key figures, the man in black who was still smashing the window in front of Yi Xian's house suddenly lost his traction, slipped, and fell downstairs. Ye's father immediately understood. Someone on the roof was helping. Thinking of this, he quickly climbed upstairs and saw Meng Jinghan fighting with 2 men in black with his bare hands. The black-clothed man was tied with ropes, which ensured his safety but also restricted his movements. Meng Jinghan had no protective measures on him, which made people tremble with fear, but his body was as flexible as a monkey. No matter whether they shot or attacked, they could do nothing to him. Similarly, Meng Jinghan could not hurt these 2 people. Father Yi raised his pistol. Bang! The gun went off, and a black-clothed man fell to the ground, with bright flowers growing on his head. Taking advantage of the time when the other black-clothed man was distracted, Meng Jinghan rushed forward with a brisk step, chopped his palm on his neck, and the man also fell softly. Meng Jinghan's body shook twice, and he almost fell to the ground. Ye's father was quick to hold his arm. Are you injured? Looking at the left arm drooping weakly, Meng Jinghan smiled bitterly. Maybe it's broken. Let's go home and ask your aunt to help take a look. But Meng Jinghan stood there and refused to leave. Uncle, help pull that man up. My sword is still on him. When Yi Xian ran to the top of the building, he saw Ye's father and Meng Jinghan working together to pull a man in black up. Meng Jinghan pulled out the long sword from him, wiped the blood off the sword with the man's clothes, and kicked him down again, turning around and cutting the rope behind him. He watched the man in black disappear in the snow. Yi Xian said, Wait. Meng Jinghan is injured. Leave this to me. You go home first. Father Yi glanced at his daughter and helped Meng Jinghan walk home. Yi Xian squatted down and checked each person one by one. There was still one alive, but he just fainted. Yi Xian threw this person into the space. She started to strip the clothes of these dead people again. If she guessed correctly, these people were wearing constant temperature clothes. This is a good thing. It can't be wasted. Chapter 70. The down jackets they were wearing were all high-quality items, so they couldn't be missed. The sweaters inside the down jackets were warm, so they were all taken off. Sure enough, inside the thermal underwear, Yi Xian found a thin piece of clothing that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Yi Xian recognized that this was a constant temperature clothing. Of course, they couldn't be missed, so they were all thrown into the space. There was also an engineer shovel next to them. Ming Jing'an's arm was probably broken by this thing, and now it belongs to Yi Xian. After stripping these people's clothes and collecting all the useful things on them, Yi Xian threw them directly off the roof. After thinking about it, I don't know what these pillars on the roof were used for. Now it seems that they are just to provide convenience for this group of people. So I just put them all down. In the future, even if someone goes up to the roof, don't think of using these things to stabilize their body shape, and it will be more difficult for them to land on the roof. If there are other people hanging below, they will most likely be pulled down by the people below. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned around and walked home. When he walked to the attic, he thought it was still unsafe. So he took out the tools and sealed the small window in the attic tightly. In this way, those people who want to enter the 18th floor can only go through the corridor, as long as Bai Bing and Su Jing's house is not breached. Yi Xian is confident that her security door can stop them. Ming Jinghan was seriously injured. His shoulder was fractured by the engineer's shovel, and his arm was also broken. This was the first time that Yi's mother dealt with this situation. She could only cross the river by feeling the stones. She bandaged him tightly with a bandage and then hung his arm. She told him not to exert himself for the next few days. If it was inconvenient to cook, let Yi Xian bring him food every day. After all, he was injured because of his family's affairs. Yi's mother was not unreasonable. It was reasonable for her to help him recover. Ming Jinghan did not refuse, but stared at Yi Xian for a long time. Only when Yi Xian nodded and agreed did he raise his mouth corners and reveal a faint smile. Bai Bing's injury had not healed yet, but she still came to 1801 to help. Su Jing had been waiting in 1801 with Yi's mother to watch the group of people. She was relieved until they all fell down. Xin, what's going on with these people? Why are they targeting you? Bai Bing also looked at Yi Xian. They were the ones who stopped me on the road that day. Are we all being targeted? Yi Xian lowered her head, pondered for a long time, and decided not to hide it anymore. The three families still have to share the same hatred and enemies. If she continues to hide it, and doesn't let them prepare mentally, I'm afraid the gap will be open from these two families. After listening to Yi Xian's narration, Su Jing and Bai Bing widened their eyes at the same time. Oh my god! How did you get into trouble with drug dealers? You moved their club? And took their goods? It's over. It's over. They will definitely not let you go. Bai Bing lowered his head and pondered for a long time. They will definitely come again. Maybe our two families will become their breakthrough point. Yi Xian, you have to be mentally prepared. This group of people is not easy to mess with. I finally understand why they wanted to kill me that day. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. I'm sorry. If I knew they were targeting my car, I would never let you drive away. Bai Bing waved her hand. Don't blame yourself. Even if there is no car, we can't escape with our anti-theft door. The reason why they dare not attack from the front is probably that there is a person living in this building that they are afraid of. As long as we find that person, we can find a way to ensure our own safety. Father Yi nodded. I thought of this too. I have learned a lot these days, but I haven't found any special people. What are they afraid of? Su Jing lowered her head and said nothing. Ming Jinghan returned to the 17th floor and stared out the window in a daze. Maybe this place can't live anymore. If it was him, he could escape easily. But how could he take Yi Xian's family away from these people's pursuit? For some reason, since the first time he saw Yi Xian, he has developed a strong interest in this woman. She moves quickly and has strong enough strength. But she doesn't look like someone who knows kung fu. If it was in his world, this would be a good seedling for learning martial arts. Maybe the two of them could really collide and spark. There, even if she doesn't know anything, he has enough power to protect their family. Thinking of this, Ming Jinghan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, in this strange world, he has nothing. Even his only friend was killed by them. Meng Jinghan thought of Meng Liang's death, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. If he could go back in the future, how would he explain to Meng Liang's parents? Before he could think too much, there was a light knock at the door. Yi Xian stood at the door with a smile, holding today's lunch in her hand. For you. Eat. Meng Jinghan took the food from Yi Xian and smiled. When it comes to cooking, women are better. Looking at the crystal clear rice and the ordinary potato shreds, they actually aroused his infinite appetite. It seemed that he had not had a good meal since he came to this world. Seeing him eating the food, Yi Xian frowned slightly. How many days have you been hungry? Slow down. Slow down. No one is competing with you. There is more. Meng Jinghan raised his head and said, Hey, your cooking is really delicious. Yi Xian, After Meng Jinghan finished eating, Yi Xian took the bowl away. Meng Jinghan stood at the door, looking at her back for a long time without saying anything. Holding the intercom that Yi Xian had just given him, she said that as long as you flip this switch, you can talk to her? He had seen this thing on the group of black-clothed men, but he had never used it. He wanted to try it. As soon as Yi Xian entered the house, Meng Jinghan's voice came from the intercom. Thank you for the delicious food. Yi Xian, this is the best meal I have had since I came here. Yi Xian, It's just a plate of spicy and sour potato shreds. Is that so serious? She still didn't dare to expose too much in front of Meng Jinghan. Not even the pork. Just observe and see. Yi Xian fiddled with the radio, and there came a squeaky sound of no signal. The signal is getting worse and worse now, and it takes a long time to tune a channel. Yes, father stared at Yi Xian. Xin. If it doesn't work, let's leave early. The madness of this group of drug dealers made Ye's father want to retreat involuntarily, and staying away from them was the best choice. Yi Xian was collecting the dishes and chopsticks into the space. Inside, how can we go in such heavy snow? The car can't be driven. And if we have to walk, we will be frozen into popsicles before we reach the destination. Father Yi lowered his head and said nothing. He knew that his daughter was telling the truth. And at this time, the villa might not be safe. Just after Yi Xian collected the dishes and chopsticks, she heard a strong knock at the door. Bai Bing's voice sounded particularly anxious. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Open the door quickly. Yi Xian opened the door, and Bai Bing's face was serious with a hint of panic. Yi Xian. It's not good. Su Jing is gone. Chapter 71. What? After hearing Bai Bing's words, Yi Xian didn't react for a moment. Didn't Su Jing just come home? Bai Bing nodded seriously. Just now I heard some noise in her house, so I went to knock on her door, but no one responded. Then, I found tools to pry open her door, and found that Su Jing was gone. The glass on her balcony was smashed. Maybe she was kidnapped. Yi Xian was stunned. Just now she was saying that their two families might be the breakthrough point, but she didn't expect that they would kidnap Su Jing right away. Don't worry. Let me think about it. Yi Xian forced herself to calm down. Bai Bing was obviously attracted to Su Jing and was very anxious. She must be in the Gu family compound in the east of the city. I go and see. Yes, father grabbed him and said, Are you going to die? Not to mention that you are still injured. Even if you are fine, we are no match for those people. If we go over rashly, we will fall into their trap. What should we do? Su Jing is a beautiful girl. What will happen if she falls into the hands of those people? Have you ever thought about it? Veins popped out on Bai Bing's forehead. Don't worry. Don't worry. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We don't know whether Su Jing is in the Gu family courtyard or not. We can't go there rashly. Bai Bing, go back first. I find a way to find out the truth about the Gu family courtyard, and then we make plans. Yi Xian looked at Bai Bing, who was anxious, and calmed him down first. Bai Bing knew that it was useless for him to be anxious now. He had to take a long-term plan to deal with this group of people. When Bai Bing left the room, Yi Xian told his son, Xian, let the little white mouse go to the Gu family courtyard and see what's going on. Without waiting for Yi Xian's instructions, Xian had already communicated with the little white mouse, and the little white mouse ran away. Yi Xian's heart was even more uneasy. These people could break Su Jing's glass, so they could break Bai Bing's glass. Bai Bing was the only man in 1803. His mother and grandmother couldn't stand it, so his situation was even more difficult. Yi Xian sank his thoughts into the space. The little wolf was still training the wolf dog, and it was almost done. Yi Xian let the little wolf out of the space and gently stroked his head. I give you something good to eat now. And then you go to 1803 to help Bai Bing. Okay? Woof woof. The little wolf seemed to understand what she said. Yi Xian took out the intermediate body strengthening pill and put it in her palm. Little wolf. Come and eat. The little wolf walked over, sniffed it carefully with his nose, raised his head, and said to Yi Xian, woof woof. Yi Xian was helpless. Don't bark. Eat it quickly. It's not poisonous. You will become more powerful after eating it. The little wolf smelled the pill again, carefully picked it with his claws, and licked it with his long tongue. After a moment, he swallowed the strengthening pill in one gulp, as if he had discovered a new world. Then, the little wolf curled up and made a sound that sounded like pain and comfort. Yi Xian stroked its head and comforted it softly. It's okay. Try it. Do you feel full of strength? Do you feel more flexible? As soon as the words fell, the little wolf stood up suddenly, shook the hair on its body, jumped on the spot and pounced on the sandbag. Little wolf. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, the little wolf's claws had already grabbed the sandbag. The hard sandbag was immediately cut open, and sand flowed out of the gap and scattered all over the ground. As if the little wolf had not had enough, he pounced on the sandbag again. Little wolf. Stop now. Xian yelled at him. And the little wolf stopped aggrievedly, like a child who had made a mistake. He rubbed Yi Xian's thigh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Who asked me to ask it for help? Just bear with it. Yi Xian squatted down and stroked the wolf's head. Do you remember Bai Bing from 1803? The one who played with you. Their family may be in danger now. I want to send you over to help. Are you willing? Woof woof. The wolf stood up energetically, as if saying, don't worry. I'm here. Yi Xian praised it again and knocked on the door of 1803. It was Bai Bing who opened the door. Seeing Yi Xian holding the wolf, he looked confused. Yi Xian touched the dog's head and said, someone has gone to inquire about the news. Please wait patiently, since they can break the glass of Su Jing's house. Your family must also be careful. I'm afraid you can't handle it alone. So let Xiaolang help you. Bai Bing's eyes lit up immediately. He liked this dog, and he liked it from the first time he saw it. When Ye's father trained the dog, he always watched from the side, and occasionally threw a sausage to Xiaolang. Xiaolang was not unfamiliar with him, and even liked him a little. Bai Bing squatted down and stroked the wolf's head. Little wolf. Are you willing to live in my house and help me? The wolf raised its head high and said to Bai Bing, Wolf woof. His tone was full of pride. Bai Bing smiled. Our little wolf is getting more and more promising. Don't worry. We are friends. I won't abuse you. Yi Xian took out a bag of dog food. This is his ration. Just remember to feed and water him. The wolf rubbed Yi Xian's thigh. Don't leave me. Yi Xian had to squat down again to comfort him. I will come to pick you up after these few days. Remember to be alert. Those people in black are not easy to mess with. It's up to you. Woof woof. The little wolf barked again, his voice full of pride and satisfaction. Bai Bing took it home, and Yi Xian returned to 1801. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Ye's mother extended the thermometer out of the window and got a temperature of minus 45 degrees. And the temperature was gradually decreasing. The snow on the ground was getting harder and harder. At first, people would fall into the snow pit immediately when they stepped on it. Now, if they stepped on it, it could already bear the weight of a person. Xian was fiddling with the radio, and the radio was still making the beep. Pop. Pop sound. The signal was too bad. Yi Xian took the radio from him and said, You have to do this. Slowly. Little by little. So you won't miss any signal. Yi Xian slowly adjusted the radio channel. Suddenly, a woman's voice came. Everyone. Squeak. Please. Squeak. The signal was received. But the signal was too bad. Yi Xian walked onto the balcony, opened the window, and stretched the radio out as far as possible. The cold wind blew, and Yi Xian shivered. After a while, her hands were numb, and she felt like she couldn't hold the radio anymore. She quickly closed the window and continued to debug on the balcony. Half an hour later, the radio finally had sound. Although the sound was not coherent, she still understood the general meaning. The base was built. Chapter 72. Yi Xian shouted, Dad, There's news from the base. Come! Come and listen! Father Yi, Mother Yi, and Xian hurried over, their heads pressed together, listening to the intermittent sound from the radio. The news was played in a loop, and the next one started immediately after it was played. They listened for a long time and finally figured out that there was only one large base near City A, located between City A and City B, about 50 kilometers away from City A. The female announcer on the radio called on residents, who had the conditions to go there voluntarily. He also said that the base would send a car to pick up the victims later, but it would have to wait until the snow on the road was enough to bear the weight of the bus. The conditions for entering the base are good health and no infectious diseases, and each person needs to pay 5 kilograms of food as an entry fee. The residents who follow the bus need to pay an entry fee of 8 kilograms of food. Yi Xian sighed. It was the same in the previous life. Before entering the base, you were required to be healthy and free of infectious diseases. But many people fell ill on the way to the base, and were rejected by the big base. In desperation, they had to choose small individual bases, and the zombie virus broke out from those small bases. There were many people, many diseases, and no good public security. Once the zombie virus appeared, it quickly spread like wildfire, and many small bases were completely reduced to zombie paradises. Large bases are much better. They are all taken over and maintained by the military, and the entry qualifications are also strict. They responded quickly at the beginning of the zombie outbreak, isolated all those who might be infected, and only after sacrificing many people did they barely save most of the residents. Some people who stayed at home were not much better off. It was difficult to find food at that time. They either starved to death or were bitten to death by zombies. Wherever there were people, almost all places had become zombie paradises. Of course, a small number of people had mutations that could control plant growth. Some could control water and fire, and some even had their bodies inexplicably strengthened. These people had a higher chance of survival, but most of them died in the first year when zombies appeared. Yi Xian made a prompt decision. After the white mouse sent back the message, she immediately went to the Gu family compound to rescue Su Jing, and then quickly left City A and went to the villa in her dream. It was far away from the crowd and relatively the safest place. Bai Bing didn't know the news yet, and didn't know what decision he would make after learning it. Yi Xian planned to tell Bai Bing the news. I originally planned to take the radio with me to 1803, but unfortunately the signal was too weak, and it became Zizi Lala when I left the balcony. There was no other way. So Ya's father had to knock on the door and ask Bai Bing to come over and listen. After hearing the news, Bai Bing was not the only one who came, but also Bai's mother and the old lady. The little wolf followed behind with his tail wagging. Bai's mother was very excited. Child, let's go to the base. I know that place. It's on the way back to City B. However, Bai Bing lowered his head and thought, Mom, in this situation, neither you nor I can guarantee that we can reach the base smoothly. Not to mention that Grandma's body can't hold on at all. Bai Bing was right. It was impossible to drive in the snow. It was not easy to walk 50 kilometers. Not to mention the bad weather on the road. Many people could not make it. The old lady thought for a while. Bing, I'm old. It doesn't matter if I die on the way. But you and your mother are the hope of our Bai family. You have to live. Now we have offended the drug dealers. Su Jing has been taken away. If we don't leave, we may end up like Su Jing. Oh, what a pity for such a good girl. As he was talking, there was a sound of glass breaking. Then there was the howl of the little wolf. Yi Xian was the first to react. No! Someone broke into your house. Xian hugged the little wolf's head tightly. Don't worry, little wolf. They can't get in. The little wolf walked back and forth at the door anxiously, barking and making a grimace at the door. Bai Bing was shocked. Luckily they came together. Otherwise, mother and grandmother would be in danger. Yes, father grabbed Bai Bing who was rushing forward. Calm down. Our security door has been modified. They can't get in for a while. But Bai Bing was a little anxious. He couldn't figure it out. No matter how good the security door is, it can't withstand the attack of this group of people. Ming Jinghan heard the noise and ran up from the 17th floor. Yi Xian. Yi Xian? Are you okay? He met the black-clad man who broke out of Bai Bing's house. At this time, the black-clad man kicked the security door of Yi Xian's house and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Damn it! These are insulating boots. When can I get an electric shock? Shit! There is water on the ground. Also, this door seems unusual. He can kick a hole in an ordinary anti-theft door. But this door doesn't move at all. Meng Jinghan, who just rushed up, was also stunned. Her defense is really good. The whole house is like an iron barrel. Seeing Meng Jinghan coming up with a long sword, the man in black gave up the attack on 1801 and turned to Meng Jinghan. As long as he doesn't use a gun, Meng Jinghan is not afraid of these people at all. He can kill them all in seconds with his speed alone. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. Meng Jinghan's martial arts skills have reached perfection. When he swung his long sword, 2 men in black were immediately covered in blood. The remaining 3 men in black were also forced down the 18th floor by him, and were about to turn the corner. Yi Xian suddenly opened the door and shot with her gun. The men in black were not prepared. One of them was shot and fell to the ground. Although he could no longer move, it did not seem fatal. Yi Xian was very satisfied. The training in the past few days was not in vain. Yi Xian did not kill this man on purpose. She wanted to catch him alive, so that she could find out the whereabouts of Su Jing. Yi Xian shouted, Meng Jinghan, come back. Don't chase me. Meng Jinghan turned around and jumped to Yi Xian's side easily. Yi Xian suddenly closed the security door. Bang bang. 2 bullets hit the security door of Yi Xian's house. This money was not wasted. This door actually blocked the bullets. Meng Jinghan was shocked. If Yi Xian hadn't shouted, if he hadn't moved quickly, it would have been difficult for him to dodge these 2 shots. The black-clothed man who was stunned by the electric shock had been tied up by Bai Bing. There was another person lying in the corridor. 2 of the remaining 3 people were injured. After firing 2 shots, the 3 men limped downstairs. Damn it! 1801 is so cunning. Not only did they make their home as strong as a fortress, but there was also a difficult person on the 17th floor to help. If it weren't for Master Qing's order to capture them alive, they really wanted to blow up the building. Watching the 3 men in black walk away. Yes, father, and Bai Bing tied up the injured man in black and dragged them to 1801. The man who was electrocuted was still unconscious, so they threw him on the balcony and ignored him. The injured man in black was still conscious. Yi Xian stared into his eyes and asked, where did you take Su Jing? Everyone is responsible for their own actions. Let her go. I will go with you. The man in black looked at Yi Xian for a long time, and said leisurely, in the Gu family compound in the east of the city. Master Qing is waiting for you to say this. Meng Jinghan was shocked when he heard this. No! You can't go there. Chapter 73. Yi Xian glanced at Meng Jinghan. Why? Meng Jinghan sighed. Do you remember the friend I mentioned? He was cheated and refused to accept it. So he went there to ask for an explanation. His face became uglier and uglier. Then he never came back. 3 days later, I found his body behind the Gu family compound. The body was horrible, as if it had been torn apart by a dog. There was not a single piece of good meat on it. Meng Jinghan's voice became even colder, and his kung fu is not inferior to mine. Yi Xian, do you think you can escape with your ability? Bai Bing's face turned pale. What should we do? The tied man in black sneered. Don't worry. Master Qing will not let you die so miserably. If he didn't want to capture you alive, do you think you can still live today? He stared at Meng Jinghan and said, don't forget how you got to this building. Yi Xian's heart sank suddenly. Blow up the building. If they are pushed to the limit, this group of people can really do such a thing. Faintly, Yi Xian seemed to know why Gu Qingyu wanted to keep her alive. She looked back at Meng Jinghan. You go back first. I think about it carefully. Meng Jinghan wanted to speak, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Don't worry. I will never take risks unless I am sure. She glanced at Xian. My child is still young. Meng Jinghan also glanced at Xian and nodded. This reason convinced him that no mother would easily take risks for the sake of her child. Bai Bing's family also left 1801. Went home and covered the windows with plastic sheets, and then pulled a large cabinet to block the gap tightly. This house has to be lived in for the time being. Seeing that everyone had left, Yi Xian threw the 2 men in black into the space. Anyway, there was plenty of work to do there. As long as they were under control, they would not consume the energy of the space, and the free labor would not be wasted. Yi Xian sank his thoughts into the space. The house over there of Li Tao and Lu Liang was almost built, but Yi Yin and the man in black, who had just been sent and still refused to admit defeat. It doesn't matter. Yi Xian has plenty of patience. Plus these two men in black. For brothers work together. Yi Xian never shows mercy to the enemy. As long as they are not starving to death. As long as they are not exhausted to death. They will toss and turn. The vegetables should be weeded. The crops should be watered. And the empty black land has not been planted yet. If it doesn't work, construction workers are needed there. Want to be idle? No way. Yi Xian just came back to his senses from the space. And there was another shout at the door. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Open the door. Yi Xian frowned. This time it was not Meng Jingan's voice. But Gu Nan's. What is this guy doing here again? She didn't want to show up. So she asked his father to open the door. She only heard Gu Nan calling out at the door. Xin. Open the door. I heard those people are harassing you again. Don't be afraid. I protect you. Yi Xian. Bang. Close the door. And I want you to protect me. Dream on. Looking at Gu Nan's skinny body and pale face. Yi Xian's heart was not moved at all. It seemed that she had really let it go. I don't know what Yi's father said to him. And the shouting outside the door could no longer be heard. After a while, Yi's father also came back. And surprisingly everything went smoothly. Yi Xian asked his father curiously, Dad, how come it went so smoothly? What did you say? Yi's father smiled slightly. I told him that the base has started to recruit people. And he won't have to worry about food and drink when he goes to the base. And Yi's father smiled like an old fox. I also told him that they only accept a limited number of people. And if he goes too late, he may not be able to get in. Yi Xian was stunned. And then understood what his father meant. Let him go. With Gu Nan's lazy nature. Let alone whether he can reach the base. Even if he can successfully reach it, he can't survive there. That is a place where people eat each other. And Gu Nan's two tricks are not enough. Moreover, he is dragging a child and an old man. And it is almost impossible for him not to freeze to death on the way. When the news that the base began to recruit people spread, many people packed up their belongings and left. And almost half of the people in Yi Xian's building left. What should I do if I don't leave? At home, I will only starve to death. And only by going to the base can I have hope of survival. Some people even came to the 18th floor to express their gratitude before leaving, who said there was no human touch on the 18th floor. She was willing to share such important news with her neighbors. But Father Yi forgot to say, the base also charges an entrance fee. Gu Nan, who has nothing in his hands, wants to enter the base? Dream on. The little white mouse came back when it was dark. Xian held it in his palm. How is it? Did you find Aunt Su Jing? The little white mouse cried happily. Squeak. Squeak. Xian was stunned. Mom. Xia Beishu said that Aunt Su Jing didn't seem to be treated harshly. She was arranged to stay in the guest room of Gu's compound. And good food and drinks were sent to her. Yi Xian was stunned. What was going on? Was it a roundabout plan? What did they want from Su Jing? No matter what. Since it was confirmed that Su Jing was in Gu's compound. Let's rescue her first. Yi Xian decided to set off tonight, taking Xia Beishu and Xian with her. Father Yi drew a rough plan of Gu's compound through Xia Beishu's description and Xian retelling, and stared at it for a long time. Xin, you can't go alone. Let's go together. Look. This Gu family compound is obviously carefully designed. There is only one entrance in the front. It is normal that such a wealthy family should have a back door, and one or two side doors. Look. Father Yi pointed at the yard and said, there is nothing here. There are only 3 high walls. I think these walls are not simple. There may be sentries and traps here. I am worried about you going alone. Finally, Father Yi added, Xian and Xia Beishu can stay at home. It is not safe to bring Xian with you. Yi Xian knew this. But she had no choice. If she wanted to take the little white mouse with her, she had to take Xian with her, who told her that she couldn't understand what the little white mouse said. If it really didn't work, she could just leave Xian in the space and let them communicate in the space. As for the space energy, why wait any longer? Yi Xian couldn't resist her father, so she had to agree to take him with her. As for Meng Jinghan, Yi Xian was afraid that he would interfere, so she didn't dare to say hello to him. Even Bai Bing was not notified, taking advantage of the night. Xian's father quietly set off, in order to avoid the black-clad men in the community. They did not walk through the corridor, but tied a safety rope from the broken window of 1801. And the two of them slid down directly holding the rope. They wore infrared night vision goggles. This is the latest infrared night vision goggles, which are not only waterproof and shotproof, but also can give a good reminder of even a small insect around you. And it automatically analyzes the nature and characteristics of the things encountered. The good performance allows EXIN to see clearly at night as in the daytime, and has a more accurate grasp of the surrounding environment. Walking is too slow, so the two put on their skates and skated all the way to the east of the city, less than 2 miles away from Jingxiuan. EXIN suddenly heard a shout. EXIN! 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 Save me! Save me! Chapter 74. EXIN looked back, a little dazed. Didn't Gunan go to the base? Why is he still here? There was a man lying not far in front of Gunan, with blood gushing out of his head. It looked like he was dying. EXIN had sharp eyes and recognized that this man was Gu Xian, her good father-in-law. Two bearded men pulled Gunan's arms. One of them slapped him hard, cursing. Damn it! We agreed to come when we need you. And you want to run away now? If it weren't for you guys, you and your useless father would have starved to death. Gunan struggled. EXIN. Save me. Save me. They are not human. EXIN knew these people. Before the end of the world, they were in the underground parking lot of Gunan's company. They were invited by Gunan and planned to plot against her. Later, she knocked them out and confiscated their property. It seems that they are here to settle accounts with Gunan. She completely understood that these people were not simple. At least they were a small gang. And the reason why Gunan could hold on until now was because he was favored by these perverts because of his handsome appearance. Don't tell me. Gunan has a handsome appearance, wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looks fair and clean, which is indeed likable. At the beginning, EXIN also liked his stinky skin, but she didn't expect that his heart would be so unbearable. Gunan fell into the hands of this group of people, and it was highly likely that he would not get any good results. EXIN didn't bother to care, and just took a look and turned away. The weather was cold, the moon was dark, and the wind was high. Apart from Gunan and the bearded men, there were almost no other pedestrians on the road. It seemed that people going to the base did not dare to walk alone at night. EXIN and his father walked very smoothly and arrived near the Gu family compound in about half an hour. This mansion covers an area of about 10 acres. The two large copper doors in front are painted red. The copper nails on the doors are still shining. It seems that they are well maintained. Two stone lions squatted on both sides of the gate, looking majestic. EXIN thought. Who still put stone lions at the door now? This Gu family compound looks pretty low. But what she didn't expect was that these two stone lions were not just decorations. There were mysteries hidden in the lion's eyes and mouths. The eyes are cameras hidden in the dark, and there are unknown mechanisms hidden in its mouth. Once triggered, it is very likely that the hidden weapons it shoots will be injured or even killed. At this time, the Gu family compound was brightly lit. Not only was there no power outage, it seemed as if it was still in a prosperous era, and there were faint sounds of singing and dancing inside. Father Yi looked around and nodded to EXIN. No one. Let's climb over the wall. Father Yi pointed to the wall not far away. The power grid over there has been damaged. Let's go in from there. EXIN nodded and quickly approached the wall over there. What she didn't know was that their behavior had already fallen into the eyes of the owner. Gu Qingyu looked at the surveillance camera and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Here we go. Prepare a surprise for the guests. EXIN had just climbed over the wall and hadn't stood firmly when she heard a dog barking beside her. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. EXIN and Ye's father were both shocked. There were so many wolfhounds. There were more than a dozen. All of them were fat and strong, and they rushed straight towards EXIN and Ye's father. EXIN didn't dare to be careless. With so many dogs, even if they were thrown into the space, it would be difficult to avoid being bitten. Besides, there is electricity in the Gu family compound. Who can guarantee that there are no cameras here? EXIN didn't dare to be careless, and pulled Ye's father and ran. As for where to run, they were panicking now, and they ran wherever there were no dogs. 2 people in front and a group of dogs behind, chasing EXIN and her daughter all over the yard. Gu Qingyu looked at the surveillance camera with a smile. Hey! Where are they running to? Further ahead is where the servants live. Hey! Further ahead is where the bodyguards live. You really know how to find a place. This is it. Bring them here later. I want to get to know this amazing woman. After saying that, Gu Qingyu stood up, poured himself a glass of red wine, and paced back and forth in the room in a good mood. Yi Xian pulled her father and jumped into a house through the window. The house was dark without any lights on. From the night vision goggles, it should be a dormitory, with a small bed, a table and a chair. There was a pair of boxing gloves hanging next to the table. The owner of this dormitory should like boxing. Yi Xian had no time to study other things. The wolfhounds were still blocking the door and shouting wildly. Using this time, Yi Xian took out a bottle of colorless liquid from the space and threw it far away from the window. The wolfhounds heard the noise and chased the glass bottle frantically. Using this gap, Yi Xian and Ye's father jumped out of the window behind and moved to the left. According to Xiao Baishu, Su Jing lived in the second guest room. But there were so many rooms in this house. Which row was the guest room? The map drawn by Ye's father was not detailed, so they had to check one by one. The wolfhounds behind realized that they had been fooled, and some of them chased Yi Xian again, while the others stayed where they were and continued to bark at the broken glass bottle. That was a liquid that Yi Xian had collected to confuse dogs. When dogs smelled the smell, they would instinctively think that it was an enemy, and therefore would be attracted to it. But Yi Xian did not expect that Gu Qingyu's wolfhounds were well trained, and 5 or 6 of them were not bewitched and continued to chase her. She had no choice but to use the same trick again, trying to lure away some of the wolfhounds. If it really doesn't work, use the drug to confuse them first. The wolfhounds barked for so long, but no one appeared in the Gu family compound. This was abnormal in itself. Can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, let alone rescue Su Jing, I might even die here. In front of Yi Xian was a big iron door. Seeing the wolf dog approaching, Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. She smashed the door lock and entered the room. This seemed to be a warehouse, with all kinds of things in it. Boxing gloves, protective clothing, labor shoes, big leather boots, brand new bedding, big cardboard boxes with unknown contents, etc. There was even A4 white paper. Father Yi glanced around and whispered to Yi Xian, "There are no cameras, but there is a switch here. I go and turn it off." Yi Xian nodded. As long as the switch is turned off, what does it matter if there are cameras? In the spirit of a thief never leaves empty-handed. Yi Xian swept her hands, and all these things disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in Yi Xian's space. Yi Xian took out a bottle of drug from the space, opened the door a crack, and threw it hard at the wolf dog. This time, there was no accident. The wolf dog rushed to the bottle of drug, and then staggered and fainted. Yi Xian was delighted. There was a way. When she opened the warehouse door, she found that the entire Gu family compound had lost power. It turned out that this switch was the main switch of the Gu family compound. This was too unexpected. With such conditions, it would be a fool not to use it. Dad, destroy the switch. Father Yi immediately understood what his daughter meant. Turned around and walked towards the switch, and took it down in no time. Yi Xian walked forward, first threw the wolfhounds into the space, and then continued to touch the 3-story building. Maybe the guest room is in the small building. The places they passed by were either warehouses or dormitories, and it seemed that there was also a kitchen. But Yi Xian was eager to save people, and didn't bother to collect the things in the kitchen. Not long after Yi Xian and Ye's father sneaked into the small building, they heard a commotion. Quick! They sneaked into the warehouse and destroyed the switch. Go and have a look. Someone answered loudly, and the chaotic footsteps came towards the place where Yi Xian was hiding. In desperation, Yi Xian had to hide in the room closest to her. Cursed in her heart, these people reacted really quickly. Fortunately, he destroyed it. Otherwise, I would have been buried here today. We can't be careless now. This is the nest of a big drug lord. Maybe they can fix the switch in a few minutes. Entering this room, Yi Xian was stunned by the scene in front of her. Chapter 75. Yi Xian was wearing night vision goggles. Although it was dark here, it did not affect her ability to identify things in the room. How could this be a guest room? It was clearly a treasure house. The night vision goggles swept across a vase in front of her. To be precise, it was a golden vase. The vase was made entirely of gold, 1 foot and 5 inches high, and was engraved with complicated patterns. Yi Xian could not understand what these patterns represented, but she understood that the value of this golden vase had absolutely nothing to do with gold. Scanning further ahead, a painting was spread out on the table. It seemed that the owner was still admiring it the moment before. For some reason, the owner left quickly, and the painting was spread out on the table. There are also porcelain and jade wares, which are dazzling and dazzling. Yi Xian took a breath and pointed to a porcelain bottle on the left that was more than 1 meter tall and said, "I know this thing. I have seen it in the museum." At that time, it was protected in a glass cover and could only be viewed from a distance, not played with. Now it has appeared in the home of a big drug lord. And these antiques, I am afraid that each one is priceless. How many of them were looted from the museum? No wonder she went to the museum and found it empty. It turned out that Gu Qingyu got there first. Now that she had broken in, Yi Xian would naturally not miss this good opportunity. No matter if it was an antique or not, as long as it was something in this room. All of them were put into the space. Then, Yi Xian saw words flashing in her mind. She had no time to care about these. After collecting them, she had to run for her life. When Yi Xian finished collecting this room, the footsteps in the corridor had long disappeared. She pushed open the door and continued to move forward. According to the instructions of the little white mouse, it should be nearby. After touching 2 rooms, the lights in the small building suddenly lit up. The switch was fixed so quickly, Yi Xian didn't dare to stay, and pulled Ye's father to jump out of the window and escape. Before she landed, she heard a cold male voice from the front. "Since you are here, why don't you have a cup of tea before leaving? Don't you want to exchange yourself for a good friend?" Yi Xian felt cold in her heart. Bad things happened. She was discovered again. Several men in black formed a circle, blocking the way of Yi Xian and Ye's father, with the black muzzles of guns against their backs. Want to escape? No way. Yi Xian forced herself to calm down. The more she was at this moment, the more she couldn't panic. As long as they could find a chance to catch Gu Qingyu, they would have a chance to escape. Gu Qingyu stroked the watch on his wrist. "And his unique, cold voice sounded again. I didn't want to make things difficult for you, as long as you were willing to hand over the goods." Seeing that Yi Xian didn't respond, he leaned over and pressed Yi Xian. "Tell me, how did you empty my club?" Yi Xian frowned, knowing that he would suspect her. "It's not a good thing to have your space suspected by a group of drug dealers." She chuckled. "I want to see Su Jing. After seeing her, I will tell you where the batch of goods is." Gu Qingyu doesn't buy it. In all these years of doing business, no one dares to negotiate in front of him. Gu Qingyu walked up to Yi Xian, stretched out a hand to pinch Yi Xian's chin, and forced her to look into his eyes. "Don't say it." Falling into my hands. "Do you think you still have room for choice?" His eyes became colder and colder, and the murderous intent bursting out of them made Yi Xian instantly think of throwing him into the space. But no. There are still many people watching here. Gu Qingyu exerted force on his hands. "I can break your neck right now. Do you believe it?" Yi Xian felt pain and instinctively stepped back, then kicked out with her right foot, thinking it would be a big fight. Ye's father was also mentally prepared to block bullets for his daughter at any time. At this moment, a familiar voice shouted, Don't hurt her." It was Su Jing. Yi Xian's eyes shrank. The little white mouse was right. Su Jing was not treated harshly, and could even walk around freely in this compound. Su Jing ran over breathlessly. "Brother, don't hurt her. Don't hurt her. I make her hand over those things." "Brother? Gu Qingyu is Su Jing's brother. Isn't Su Jing an only child? When did another brother appear? Even the last name is different." Gu Qingyu loosened his grip on Yi Xian's hand and took 2 steps back. "She's here. Tell me, where is the batch of goods?" Yi Xian sneered. "You can't find it. I threw it into the flood a long time ago, and it flowed into the sewer with the flood. How could I?" "Yi Xian, keep those things that harm people?" Gu Qingyu's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Did you really throw it into the flood?" "Absolutely true." Gu Qingyu slowly raised his hand, holding a pistol in his hand and pointing it at Yi Xian's head. He asked again word by word, the last question. "How did you move my club? And how did you avoid being filmed by the camera? If your answer satisfies me, for Jingjing's sake, maybe I can spare your life. Think about it before answering." The long-tailed tone made Yi Xian feel uncomfortable. It is said that drug dealers are a bunch of crazy people. Now I see that it is indeed true. Su Jing rushed over to block Yi Xian. "Brother, you can't kill her." "No. She is my only good friend in the city. A good friend who can trust her with her life. You can't kill her. Gu Qingyu took back the gun and sneered. Trust her with your life? Then tell me. How did she empty my club? Then tell me. After she found the drugs in my club. When so many bodyguards were watching your building. Did she tell you the truth? Su Jing raised her head and looked at him. I don't need to know this. I only know that she is my best friend. Just like your best buddy. We depend on each other for life and death. The fact that she is willing to take the risk to save me today shows everything. She turned back and whispered to Yi Xian, catch me and threaten my brother with me. He will let you go. Yi Xian shook her head. It's useless. The people behind us can kill us in just 0.1 seconds. Brother. Spare her. As long as you spare her. I promise you that I will go home with you. Let's go back to Fengcheng. Go back to Fengcheng? Gu Qingyu suddenly sneered, haha. Do you think it's so easy? Not to mention that uncle won't agree. Even those customers who paid the deposit won't agree. I was thinking of using that batch of goods to appease Lao Shao. But now it's all ruined by her. Want to go back to Fengcheng now. These people alone can kill us on the way. Su Jing still refused to give up. No. We can definitely think of other ways. I go and ask my uncle to help us. After this period, we will pay him back double. Okay. Gu Qingyu pulled Su Jing away. Are you crazy? What time is it now? It's the end of the world. The end of the world. We don't have enough to eat. How can we get the drug? Those drug addicts don't think so. Their drug addiction allows them to not eat. But they must take drugs? Someone. Lock up this father and daughter for me. Then, go find their families. And that Meng Jinghan. Let's deal with them together. Gu Qingyu's knife-like face was full of viciousness. Chapter 76. Just when Yi Xian was caught by Gu Qingyu, Jing Xuan was not at peace either. For men in black rushed up to the 18th floor, kicking the security door with their insulated boots. Ye's mother had to open the door and face these vicious enemies directly. Ye's mother also walked out of 1801 with a pistol. And Bai Bing also came out of 1803. Bai Bing was stunned when he saw Ye's mother alone, and Yi. Where are uncle and Yi Xian? Ye's mother knew that she could no longer hide it. So she had to tell the truth. Bai Bing rushed forward and protected Ye's mother, and his own mother, and grandmother behind him. Now he was the only man on the 18th floor. And he had to protect them. Meng Jinghan came running from the 17th floor. Holding the long sword in his hand, they went anyway. Damn it! I should have thought of it earlier. The long sword was horizontal. Blocking Ye's mother, You really can't kill them all. Then come on. Meng Jinghan's aura was fully open. Even if one hand was injured, he still stood there majestically. And people dared not look at him. Bai Bing thought to himself, where does this person come from? This skill, this momentum, is definitely not an ordinary person. Before Bai Bing thought for too long, the black-clothed man spoke, pointing directly at Ye's mother. Your daughter and husband are already in our hands. Please come with us. Then he pointed at Bai Bing and said, and you. Please come with us. Master Qing ordered that if you disobey, you will be killed without mercy. As soon as this sentence fell, Meng Jinghan sneered, go to the devil's cave. Can you come back alive? Don't listen to them. As he spoke, he swung his sword. And immediately a man in black was injured. The others saw Meng Jinghan move and immediately jumped back, barely avoiding the sword attack. He shouted, stop. Qing Yi said that as long as you hand over the goods, he will not embarrass you anymore. We don't need to fight to the death here. If you really want to fight to the death. The man in black paused, and suddenly a micro-submachine gun appeared in his hand. No matter how fast you are. Can you be faster than this thing? Meng Jinghan was stunned. He had seen the power of this weapon before. He really couldn't dodge it. Ye's mother, Bai Bing and others behind him couldn't dodge it either. I am the fish at the mercy of others. He had no choice but to give up and threw down the long sword in his hand. I will go with you and let these old, weak, women and children go. The man in black, he smiled. You are so kind and righteous. But it's a pity that none of you can escape. When people are desperate, they can always burst out with unexpected strength and courage. Ye's mother took a step forward. My daughter and I did this. It has nothing to do with others. Ye's mother pointed at Bai Bing's family. They don't even know what happened. I know where your goods are. I go with you and let them go. The men in black looked at each other. And the other two men in black walked downstairs, holding a mobile phone in their hands, and saying something to each other. The remaining two men in black still pointed their submachine guns at these people. After a while, the two men in black who were responsible for contact came forward and whispered a few words to them. The men in black glanced at Bai Bing with a strange look on their faces, and pointed at Ye's mother and Ming Jinghan and said, "You two follow us. You can go home." Bai Bing wanted to say something, but was grabbed by Bai's mother. She held back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Ye's mother locked the door and went downstairs with Ming Jinghan. At this time, Yi Xian and her father were locked in different rooms. Yi Xian was anxious. If they were together, she could still find a way to escape. Now that her father was not around, it was not easy for her to escape. Also, Su Jing turned out to be the drug dealer's biological sister. If she had known this earlier, she would never have risked coming to rescue him. Now, he is still the master, but she has become a prisoner. Just as she was thinking, the door opened and Su Jing walked in with her head down. Yi Xian stared at her face. "Tell me, what's going on?" Su Jing looked embarrassed. "Xin, I did hide part of my family background from you, but I really didn't know that my brother was actually in the drug business and was still in City A. Xin, believe me, if I had known that my brother was in City A when the natural disaster first came, I would have asked him to take me home no matter what." It turned out that Su Jing took her mother's surname and Gu Qingyu took his father's surname. Their parents were both businessmen and their family background had always been good. Su Jing said she was an only child because she had always lived the life of an only child since she was a child. She only vaguely heard her parents say that she had a brother who was doing business outside. In her impression, there was indeed a brother who was much older than her, and it seemed that this brother doted on her when she was a child. But since elementary school, she has never seen this brother again. Even the household registration said that she was an only child, and her parents rarely mentioned this brother in front of her. In Su Jing's heart, she has always been treated as an only child, enjoying the love of her parents and all the resources of the family. Her parents would support her unconditionally in whatever she wanted to do, but they never told her what business their family was in, let alone any information about her brother. Now she thought, maybe this was also for her protection. After all, drug trafficking was too dangerous, and Su Jing had been kind-hearted since childhood and wanted to be a teacher. In the year when Su Jing bought a house in City A, her father sent Gu Qingyu to City A, nominally to protect his sister, but in fact, protecting his sister was just one of the reasons. The biggest goal is to take over the power of his uncle in City A. Over the years, Gu Qingyu has been protecting Su Jing in secret. Even the box of guns and ammunition that Su Jing found was deliberately placed there by Gu Qingyu. He never thought that the person who emptied his club and took away his inventory was Su Jing's best friend. Gu Qingyu didn't dare to throw away this batch of goods. If he did, he would not only offend the customers, but also be caught by his uncle, and it would be difficult to escape. The uncle has always had a grudge against the father and son, and he cannot let this matter fall into the hands of the uncle. So he came up with this idea, to capture Su Jing and use Su Jing to lure Yi Xian into a trap. Sure enough, not long after Su Jing was captured, Yi Xian came. If she could take out the batch of goods, it would be fine. Now Yi Xian actually said the batch of goods was destroyed by her. How can this be a batch of goods destroyed? It is simply to kill Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu was unwilling, so he had to leave Yi Xian here and send people to capture Ye's mother. Hoping to get a different answer from Ye's mother, Yi Xian had a severe headache. Now her father was imprisoned in an unknown place, and she was trapped in the Gu family compound. Xian was still consuming energy in the space. Time waits for no one. In desperation, Yi Xian had to control Xian forcefully and let him have a good sleep in the space. Maybe she would have to use this space when she escaped later. Energy is very precious now. Jing, if you still consider me a friend, go find out where my father is imprisoned. Save him. I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you send my father to this room, we are still friends. Yi Xian stared into Su Jing's eyes. Jing. At this point, if you are still devoted to that drug dealer, our friendship can only end here. Chapter 77. Su Jing bit her lip. Xin, you know me. I never knew he was doing this. But he's my brother. I can't watch him die. Xin, return the goods to him. I promise he will forgive you. Bang! Yi Xian's door was kicked open. Gu Qingyu strode in. stretched out his hand, and grabbed Yi Xian's neck. Speak. Where are the things in my warehouse? Where are my antiques? Yi Xian raised her leg and kicked Gu Qingyu. But he dodged flexibly. With force on her hand, Yi Xian felt that her neck was about to be strangled. Su Jing rushed forward, grabbed Gu Qingyu's arm, and shook it hard. Brother. Calm down. Calm down. She is here. How could she steal our things? Gu Qingyu looked at Su Jing with sympathy. You haven't been brainwashed by this woman, have you? This is the case with the club, the warehouse, and the collections here. Do you think this is a coincidence? Su Jing was frightened by his eyes. Brother. Let go first. She is about to be strangled to death by you. If she dies, what will happen to your batch of goods? Gu Qingyu calmed down immediately, and the strength in his hands was also reduced. Taking advantage of Gu Qingyu's daze, Yi Xian kicked again, and kicked Gu Qingyu's crotch hard. Gu Qingyu was attacked by surprise, and he used all his strength to not scream. But beads of sweat slid down his forehead, and he squatted on the ground with a sullen face, and did not move. Yi Xian found the right opportunity, quickly pushed away the black-clothed man at the door, and ran outside. This was the only chance. At the same time, he released the little white mouse. Go! See where my father is. By the time the man in black reacted, Yi Xian had already jumped out of the window in the corridor and ran into the yard, running all the way back. She had to find a hiding place, at least until the little white mouse brought back the news. Her first target was the warehouse, for no other reason than to destroy the switch and make the surveillance of the Gu family compound fail. Yi Xian touched the warehouse with ease, smashed the door, destroyed the switch, then put on insulating gloves and pulled out all the wires inside. Want to fix it? It will take at least half an hour, which is enough time. After destroying the switch, she did not stay here, but pushed open the window and climbed out, heading towards the kitchen. What is the most feared thing in the end of the world? The most feared thing is not having food to eat. Besides, there are so many people in the Gu family compound. As long as his kitchen is emptied, they will starve to death. She noticed the location of the kitchen last night, and it is not a problem to get there today. She ran all the way, sprinkling powder all the way. The powder is used to confuse the wolfhounds, so that these wolfhounds cannot find her by following the smell. But the little white mice are not affected. Yi Xian listened to the noisy voices behind her. She knew that the bodyguards of the Gu family compound might have been dispatched at this moment. There was no one in the kitchen in the early morning, which made it easier for Yi Xian to collect things. As expected of a drug lord's home, there were 4 or 5 refrigerators and several freezers. When she opened them, she saw that they were full of vegetables, fruits, meat, seafood, etc. Yi Xian didn't have time to study the ingredients inside, so she put them away first. Not only the refrigerator, but also the dry goods, kitchen utensils, and even the gas stove in the cabinet were taken away by him, leaving nothing behind. It took less than 5 minutes to clean up the entire kitchen. There were footsteps outside, and Yi Xian knew someone was coming. She quickly escaped from another door and headed towards the 3-story building again. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Yi Xian's senses were fully open at this moment, and she was alert to everything around her like a night owl. Taking advantage of the cover of night, she sneaked into the building again. The first floor was the guest room and the restaurant, and she didn't know what was on the second floor. She thought that there should be Gu Qingyu's room on the second floor, so she went to the second floor without thinking. Gu Qingyu must have a lot of good stuff. Sure enough, Yi Xian sneaked into the most luxurious room on the second floor, and the living room was no worse than that club. But this time Yi Xian didn't have time to pry the floor, so she had to pick up the good stuff that was not easy to be discovered and put it into the space. Walking into Gu Qingyu's bedroom again, Yi Xian was stunned again in the dark. The luxury here was completely beyond her imagination. Roughly estimated, this bed alone would cost more than 7 figures. Yi Xian wanted to take it away, but was afraid that this move would be too big and would be discovered by others. Just take away the collections, ornaments and safes here first. As for this big bed, keep it for now. After taking all this away, Yi Xian hid in the bedroom and did not go out. She knew that Gu Qingyu must be searching for her with people at this time. Who would have thought that she hid in the master's bedroom? 10 minutes later, the little white mouse came back. Yi Xian did not put it into the space and let it talk to Xian, but let the little white mouse lead the way. Before leaving, she did not forget to take away the big bed. The little white mouse took Exion and carefully avoided the black-clothed men who were searching, walked out of the small building, and went all the way to the row of wing rooms on the east side. There, my father was tied tightly with ropes. Even though he struggled hard, he still couldn't break free. Exion knew that there must be men in black guarding this place. So, she released the little wolf and the wolf dog that she had taken in the first time out of the space. "Let's see what you can do." The little wolf cried softly and rushed towards the guarding men in black with the wolf dog. The men in black saw the dogs and instinctively thought they were their own. They stretched out their hands to give them a hug. Who knew that the two dogs were extremely ferocious and bit off their necks in one bite. The two men in black fell in a pool of blood without a sound. Exion smashed the door lock and cut the rope with a knife. Ye's father pointed to the house next door and said, "Over there. That's their arsenal. What is there to hesitate about?" Exion rushed forward and smashed the door lock twice. The weapons inside completely shocked her. Not to mention guns and ammunition. They actually have incendiary bombs, explosive packs, and even TNT explosives. That is the most widely used explosive in the world. It is said that this kind of explosive was accidentally discovered by a German chemist in a failed experiment. It is not only powerful, but also highly toxic. Just a little bit can kill people. Not only that, this kind of explosive is also highly stable, and will not explode even if hit by bullets. There is also CL-20 explosive, the most powerful explosive in the world today. These are all good things, and you can't find a place to get them. These things are more precious than gold in the end times, so they can't be missed. Together with the shells, they were all put into the space. Only then did Exion realize that the damaged power grid where they came in was deliberately left open, because under the gap was the doghouse. There were more than a dozen big wolfhounds in the doghouse. The little wolf and the wolfhound also came back, and this time Exion did not put them into the space. Instead, he took out 2 sets of black-clothed clothes, threw one to Ye's father, and put one on himself. They were afraid that the switch would be repaired suddenly, so they did not dare to climb over the wall, but changed into the black-clothed clothes, took the little wolf and the wolfhound, and rushed towards the gate. Chapter 78. There were also 2 men in black guarding the gate. One of the men in black held out his hand. "Who are you? What are you doing?" "Father," Ye said coldly, "the house was robbed. Master Ching asked the brothers to invite the woman's family, but they haven't been seen yet. Master Ching asked us to go and help them." The man in black looked at Father Yi and Exion up and down. "You two look very unfamiliar." Exion put his hands in his pockets, ready to take out his weapons and fight hard at any time. The other man in black glanced at the little wolf and the wolfhound, and waved to his companion. "Isn't this Wolf Star? If he can take it out, it must be right." The man in black who stopped them also looked at the wolf dog and the little wolf. It was indeed Lanqing. Lanqing is back? He was a little confused, but he still lowered his arm and let them go. People may betray, but dogs won't. He is an old man of the Gu family, and has naturally heard of Lanqing's name. Since the dog followed, it must be right. Before leaving, Exion noticed that the man in black who knew Lanqing had a very scary scar on his right cheek, from the corner of his eye to his chin, and it looked like a huge centipede. Exion and his father walked out of the Gu family compound with a swagger. Just after walking less than 100 meters, Exion suddenly found that the Gu family compound behind him was lit again. High efficiency. Luckily, he ran fast. Exion didn't care about anything else. He took his father and 2 dogs and ran quickly towards Jingxuan. "It's unbearable to live there. We must find a way to leave City A as soon as possible." Not long after running, Exion saw 4 men in black escorting Ye's mother and Ming Jinghan towards this side. Exion paused. "Kill them!" before the black-clad man in front could react. His companions on the opposite side opened fire. The black-clad man holding Ye's mother hostage was shot in the head, and another was hit in the thigh by Exion's bullet. Ming Jinghan took the opportunity to kill him with one move. The other 2 black-clad men were even worse. Before they understood what was happening, they were knocked to the ground by Xiaolang and Lanqing. When the bloody mouth of the wolfhound appeared in front of them, they realized that the 2 on the opposite side were enemies, not comrades. It was too late. The wolf cub and wolfhound were not bad at fighting, and they bit off the necks of 2 people in one go. "Xin Xin, Yi Xian. Ye's mother and Ming Jinghan rushed over. How are you? Where's Su Jing? Ye's father waved his hand. It's a long story. This is not the place to talk. Let's go! A city can't stay. It was already dawn, and the four of them ran towards Jingxian together. At this time, residents heading to the base had already appeared on the road. They brought their families with them, dismantled the door panels, put their belongings on the door panels, and then tied them together with ropes, and put the valuable food in backpacks and carried them on their shoulders. They were dragged all the way to the direction of City B. Some of them were coughing. Yi Xian was shocked. Has the flu started now? It was the same in the previous life. When it was extremely cold, the base issued a notice to recruit people, and many people went to the base with their families. As a result, when everyone left their homes, the flu virus broke out. Many people had a high fever and fell to the ground before they could reach the base and could not get up again. Others just coughed and were weak. After they reached the base, they were rejected because of infectious diseases. Some froze to death in the wilderness, and some entered a small personal base. Later, the flu became more and more serious, and groups of people fell on the road. Many people stood up again, but their eyes turned into a colorless Lee gray, and they would bite anyone they saw. So, the zombies broke out. The zombie outbreak was so sudden that many people had already turned into zombies before they could react. A large number of zombies wandered the streets, biting anyone they saw, and the world suddenly became a purgatory. Yi Xian still has lingering fears when she recalls that scene. Everyone thought it was a mutation of the flu virus. But later, after many experts studied it, it was found that the zombie virus had nothing to do with the flu. It's just that the flu has reduced everyone's immunity, allowing the zombie virus to take advantage of it. As for the source of the zombie virus, experts have different opinions. The most popular one is that some substance that has existed in the human body for a long time has mutated after being exposed to unknown pollutants. However, the source of the unknown pollutants has always been controversial. Now that the flu has appeared, can the zombie virus be far behind? Guarding Ming Jinghan. She couldn't say these words, but she was secretly anxious in her heart, even if Gu Qingyu was not there. They should have left. Yi Xian took out a mask and put it on Ye's father, Ye's mother and Ming Jinghan. It's better to protect against the flu virus. When the family climbed upstairs, they met neighbors who were also walking downstairs with their families. Yi Xian, you are back? Didn't you find supplies this time? The man said, everyone is going to the base. You should leave quickly. The snow is getting heavier, and it may be more difficult to walk in the future. The little boy next to them coughed twice. Mom, I don't feel well. The woman reached out and touched it. He has a fever again. Husband, do you have any antipyretic medicine? It's hard for the child to stay on the road like this. The man took out antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs from his pocket. It's okay. Influenza is a self-limiting disease, and it will be fine after 2 days. You pull the luggage, and I carry him. Yi Xian hurried away from the family, hearing Yi Xian's movement. Bai Bing opened the door and was stunned for a few seconds. Su Jing. Su Jing is not found. Yi Xian didn't bother to explain to him, leaving him and Ming Jinghan to Ye's father, who would explain everything. He went into the house and moved things frantically, taking down the air conditioner, the solar panels, the sofa, the dining table, the lights, the clothes, the kitchen utensils, etc., all into the space. They couldn't stay for a moment. They had to leave, while everyone was going to the base. It wouldn't attract attention if they left now. Even if Gu Qingyu found that the house was empty, he would instinctively think that they were going to the base. Today, the little wolf and the wolf dog named Longqing both made great contributions. Yi Xian would reward them for their contributions. She threw a large bone in the living room for each dog and watched them eat happily. After they finished eating, Yi Xian tried to stroke Langxing's head, and it didn't resist. Yi Xian asked gently, "Your name is Langxing, right?" Woof woof. The wolf dog seemed to understand and barked at her twice. Yi Xian smiled. "No matter what your name was before, since they have given up on you, you will follow me from now on, and I will give you a new name, Dahu. How about it?" The wolf dog raised its head and rolled its eyes at Yi Xian. So rustic. Yi Xian was not angry. Hee. If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Dahu. Woof woof. The wolf dog barked twice. And Yi Xian stroked the dog's head twice. I give you another good thing, Yi Xian said, as she exchanged points for an intermediate body strengthening pill from the space. When the wolf dog saw the strengthening pill in Yi Xian's hand, his eyes widened. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Although Yi Xian didn't understand, he roughly understood what it meant. He was envious. He knew the value of this thing. When Daha heard the wolf dog's cry, he didn't hesitate at all, and swallowed the strengthening pill in his mouth. Then, like a little wolf, it curled up on the ground, and made sounds that sounded like pain and comfort. After a long time, it stood up, shook its body, and said to Yi Xian, woof woof. Its huge body rubbed against Yi Xian, and even Yi Xian could feel its excitement. Hee hee. Yi Xian laughed evilly. After eating my good stuff, you will have to work hard later. Chapter 79. Seeing that the two dogs had no objection, Yi Xian carried the luggage and pulled the sled out. Ye's father had already explained to Bai Bing. Bai Bing was stunned when he heard that Su Jing was Gu Qingyu's biological sister. No wonder they didn't attack forcefully. They were afraid of scaring Su Jing. In that case, it seems that Su Jing will not come back. He lowered his head with a look of loss. Bai's mother patted her son's shoulder without saying a word. For matters like feelings, he still needs to get over it himself. Hearing that Yi Xian was leaving, Bai Bing was a little hesitant. Let's go. First, Grandma couldn't hold on the road. Second, he was afraid that his family would be infected with the flu, which would put him in a more dangerous situation. Don't leave? It's really hard to survive here. It's hard to find food. How long can they hold on? Finally, Bai Bing seemed to have made up his mind. Let's go. Let's go to the base. Yi Xian smiled slightly, handed them a large bag of masks, and suggested that they take good protection and go to the largest base if they want to go. If they can't get into the big base, they can find a sparsely populated place to live in seclusion. Small bases are all private and may be unsafe. At this time, whether they can follow Yi Xian's last kindness depends on their choice. Ming Jinghan did not hesitate at all. Where you go? I go? I will follow you. It doesn't matter if you don't take me. You go in front, and I will follow behind. Yi Xian frowned. You will have a hard time following us. Gu Qingyu will not forgive us. Ming Jinghan grinned. Same. I killed so many of his people. He will not forgive me. Yi Xian rolled her eyes at him, and divided the backpacks on her body, each carrying one. Even Xian carried a small bag. Yi Xian and Ye's father each pulled a sled, followed by two big dogs, and set off in a grand manner. Watching Yi Xian's family walk downstairs, Bai Bing gritted her teeth and said, Mom, Grandma, let's go too. Ming Jinghan looked back at Bai Bing and said, Just go. If you don't go, I'm afraid Gu Qingyu will not be polite to you. Bai Bing nodded and said, See you later. Ming Jinghan smiled and looked at Yi Xian and said, It may be difficult to see you later. Living well is the most important thing. Gu family compound. Gu Qingyu was furious and yelled at the black-clad man guarding the gate. Useless. Can't you tell that it's one of our own? The black-clad man who wanted to stop Yi Xian lowered his head and opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by the black-clad man with a scar on his face. Master Qing. It's not that we don't know our own people, but they brought wolfhounds, one of which was Lang Xing. Lang Xing? Gu Qingyu was stunned. Didn't Lang Xing disappear during the last mission? The man in black continued. Who here doesn't know Lang Xing? Master Qing. We won't make a mistake. That's Lang Xing. Another man in black nodded vigorously, indicating that he was right. Lang Xing was brought back by Master Qing from his hometown. He has changed countless trainers. A wolf dog that has been trained with great difficulty will not betray you. Unless, the man in black lowered his head, unless someone here bullies it and abandons it at the critical moment. In addition, they must have a trainer who is more powerful than the one who trained him. Only in this way can Lang Xing, after being sad and disappointed, turn to a stronger and gentler new master. Gu Qingyu was speechless. He was right. People will betray, but dogs won't. Especially his Lang Xing. At that time, he changed countless trainers, and it took 2 years to train him well. If someone else could replace that trainer in such a short time, Gu Qingyu would never believe it. Even the drug detection dog in the woman's hand was far inferior to his Lang Xing. What on earth is going on? No one told him that Lang Xing had indeed been betrayed, and bullied before he disappeared. If it weren't for its ferocity, it would have been sold to Gu Qingyu's rivals. There was a traitor in his nest a long time ago. A man in black hurried over from the backyard and whispered a few words into Gu Qingyu's ear. Gu Qingyu's face suddenly changed. He turned around and ran to the backyard without caring about the guard at the door. Impossible. How could this happen? His arsenal was actually empty. Not long after Gu Qingyu ran out, another man in black hurried over. Mr. Qing. It's bad. Gu Qingyu stopped and turned back suddenly. What news could be worse than losing the armory? The man in black stood in front of Gu Qingyu. Master Qing. The chef who cooked early this morning reported that the kitchen was emptied. What? Gu Qingyu seemed to not believe his ears. Say it again. The man in black waved his hand back, and a man in a white chef's uniform came forward, bowed and said, Master Qing. What happened? The chef said, I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast early this morning, and when I opened the kitchen door, I found that the kitchen was empty. Not only are the refrigerators and freezers where we store our ingredients gone, but even the gas stove, gas tanks, and pots and pans are all gone. Gu Qingyu gritted his teeth in hatred. It must be the Yi Xian. This woman must have a secret that they don't know yet. Otherwise, how to explain his warehouse, treasure, kitchen, and armory? It's a pity that his silly sister doesn't know anything. Gu Qingyu ignored the chef and ran towards the armory. That was his lifeblood. If a drug lord had no weapons, it would be like a tiger without teeth. He would either starve to death or be eaten by others. Gu Qingyu ran to the armory and was furious. Not only were the weapons gone, but even the racks for storing explosives were gone. He gritted his teeth and said, Come here. Leave 2 teams to guard the house, and everyone else follow me. The target is Jinxiu Garden. It won't take long for them to escape. They will definitely be blocked in Jinxiu Garden. This time, no matter whether she admits it or not, even if her sister turns against him, he must kill this woman. At this time, Yi Xian's family was running on the frozen street. They ran south for several blocks before putting the sled on the ground, harnessed the wolf and tiger to the sled, and patted their heads. Thank you for your hard work. Go! Humans have limited physical strength. If humans and dogs work alternately, they can last longer. The farther they run, the safer they are. It was already bright at this time. Yi Xian knew that the armory and kitchen had been emptied. Gu Qingyu must have received the news and might be rushing here now. Now they can run a few more blocks to be safer. Even if Gu Qingyu found Jinxiuan and discovered that they had escaped, he would most likely chase them to the east. Because the base was in the east, Yi Xian and her mother sat on a sled, while her father carried Xian on another, pulled by 2 dogs, and quickly headed south of the city. What Yi Xian admired most was Ming Jinghan. He actually caught up with them after packing his luggage. Even though they were too tired to run, Ming Jinghan still walked briskly with his luggage on his back. Since we can't get rid of him, let him follow. Let's see how long he can hold on. Not far in front of him, for disaster victims were walking towards the east with their families. The old lady seemed unable to walk. She was supported by her son and walked forward with gritted teeth. Suddenly, the old lady fell down. The man shouted anxiously, Mom! Mom! What happened to you? After shouting for a long time, the old woman didn't speak. So the man had to carry his mother on his back and continue to move forward. Yi Xian was sharp-eyed. She saw that the old lady, who had been motionless, suddenly raised her head and bit the back of the man's neck. Not good. Yi Xian shouted, Zombies have appeared. Hurry. Stay away from them. Chapter 80. Father Yi was holding Xian, and the little wolf was pulling the sled only 100 meters away from the family of 4. After hearing Yi Xian shout, Father Yi suddenly grabbed the little wolf's neck. Turn left. Quick! The big tiger was pulling Yi Xian and Ye's mother, and because of its heavy weight, it couldn't speed up, but it was much easier to change direction than the little wolf. Yi Xian heard the man wailing, Mom! What are you doing? He turned around and wanted to see what happened to his mother. The old lady didn't say anything, but she held her son's head with both hands and opened her bloody mouth towards his cheek. The man's wife and children saw it, screamed and ran forward, trying to separate the 2 of them. The little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, was so scared that he cried and pulled the old woman's arm. Grandma! Grandma! Let go of Dad! The man had already fallen to the ground at this time. The woman saw the scene in front of her and reacted quickly. She grabbed her son and said, "Run!" Before the boy could react, the old woman opened her bloody mouth again at the boy's outstretched arms. Seeing her husband being bitten and her son being bitten again, the woman went completely crazy. She picked up the stick beside her and hit the old man hard, who knew that the old man was not afraid of pain at all. She had used up all her strength. But the old man was still holding the boy and biting him, not feeling the pain of the stick at all. Yi Xian shouted at the woman, "Run! This is a zombie. They are hopeless." The angry woman seemed not to hear Yi Xian's voice, and continued to hit the old man again and again. At this time, Yi Xian saw the man who had fallen to the ground suddenly stand up, stagger to the woman, and open his mouth wide to the woman. Yi Xian knew that the family of 4 was finished. She jumped off the sled to lighten the weight and speed up the journey. She turned back suddenly and found Ming Jinghan standing there like a fool, staring at the bloody scene in front of him. Yi Xian yelled, "Run! What are you looking at?" Ming Jinghan shuddered and finally came to his senses from the shock. He drew his sword and aimed at the 3 zombies that were staggering towards him. The woman was still lying in a pool of blood and couldn't move. Yi Xian yelled again, "Run!" Ming Jinghan finally realized that this was not his enemy, but a beast that wanted to escape quickly. He jumped back a few steps quickly, and then ran towards Yi Xian. This is Ming Jinghan's speed. In just 2 breaths, more than 100 meters away, Ming Jinghan has caught up with Yi Xian, leaving the 3 zombies far behind. At this time, he was surprised to find that the woman who had fallen in a pool of blood also stood up and was staggering towards them. Fortunately, the 2 dogs had eaten body-strengthening pills, and their strength was greater than a group of dogs. They were shocked by the scene just now, and they were pulling the sled and running fast. Ye's mother shouted loudly, "Xin, hurry up! Come up quickly!" At this time, Gu Qingyu arrived at Jingxiyun with more than 20 bodyguards, and was climbing up to the 18th floor. At this time, the 18th floor was empty. The doors of Bai Bing's and Su Jing's houses were wide open, but the door of Yi Xian's house was still closed. Gu Qingyu kicked 1801 a few times, and it was just as the bodyguard said. It didn't move at all. You, and you, go upstairs. See if there is anyone else in 1801. You, go down and prevent them from escaping through the window. The rest of you, break down the door. No! Use the cutting machine. I don't believe this place is impregnable. The cutting machine has a high-voltage battery that can work continuously for 4 hours. It is not a problem to cut open this door. However, this door is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. After half an hour, they only cut a small hole of 1 meter. The bodyguard who climbed to the roof came back. "Master Qing, there is no one here. Not only are there no people, but also the sofa, bed, solar panels, air conditioner, etc. in the room are gone. No one is left at 1803 either. They probably left together." Gu Qingyu kicked hard in anger. "Damn it! They run pretty fast. Aubin, take Team 2, Team 3, and the Wolfhounds to chase eastward. They are probably going to the base. Team 4, Team 5, follow me to chase south. Ahow! Contact our patrol teams in the north and west of the city. If you see them, be sure to keep them, regardless of life or death." Gu Qingyu's thinking is very clear. The nearest base is in the east, and it is managed by the military. That must be their first choice. As long as they escape into the base, drug dealers will not dare to cause trouble there openly. In addition to going directly east, going north first and then east, or going south first and then east, bypassing their search circle is also a good choice. But not far to the north is a reservoir with a radius of more than 10 miles. There are people patrolling day and night to the south of the reservoir. It is unlikely that they will choose to go north and then east. The enemy is so cunning. Their biggest possibility is, go south first, then east. Gu Qingyu ran downstairs with his bodyguards, and saw someone fighting at the gate of the community from a distance. 2 people entangled and fell to the ground, and there were many people watching nearby. They didn't care about that, and ran quickly towards the gate of the community. They hadn't walked for long, and now was the easiest time to catch up. The later they went, the slimmer their hope. When they got to the gate of the community, they found that things were not that simple. Originally, they were watching the 2 men rolling on the ground. At this time, the 2 men had stood up and opened their mouths to bite the crowd around them. There were screams at the scene. Gu Qingyu took out a pistol and fired 2 shots at the man who was biting. The crowd ran away quickly after hearing the gunshots. But the 2 men seemed to be not afraid of bullets, staring with a pair of gray eyes, and rushed towards Gu Qingyu in a weird posture. Gu Qingyu was stunned, raised his hand, and fired 2 more shots. The 2 shots hit the man's head, and more than half of his head was blown off. And then he staggered and fell down. The other man seemed to have no fear and continued to rush towards Gu Qingyu and his group. He had already rushed in front of one of the bodyguards, and his sharp claws had already scratched the bodyguard's skin. The bodyguard was frightened by the scene in front of him and stood there motionless. Fortunately, his colleague reacted quickly and shot the man in the head. The man fell to the ground. The bodyguard realized that he had just brushed shoulders with death. At this time, the middle-aged woman who had been bitten had already climbed up from the ground. Her arms stretched forward stiffly. Her neck had been bitten to a bloody mess. But she was still walking towards Gu Qingyu and his group. Maybe because she had just recovered. She didn't walk fast, and her shaky steps seemed to fall at any time. Gu Qingyu didn't care about her and shouted behind him, "Ignore her! Run!" The man in black ran out quickly. According to the prior arrangement, one team led by Ovid went east, and the other team led by Gu Qingyu went south. And they started to act separately. At this time, a bodyguard following Gu Qingyu seemed uncomfortable. After running a few steps, he staggered,